In the bustling, crowded city of Jiangcheng, a young man suddenly tapped a stranger on the shoulder. "Excuse me, beautiful lady. I see that your virtue palace has turned black. You are definitely facing a life-threatening disaster today. It is best to draw a little blood to avert this future tragedy." The woman had no idea what he was talking about. She gave him the middle finger. "You pervert. I'm not a girl, and I have no interest in dating you." This young man, Ye Chen, had just descended from Mount KUNLUN after many years of rigorous training. He didn't expect the women of Jiangcheng to be so cold-hearted. He was originally born into the Ye family. Although he had been bullied by his peers since childhood, his family of 3 lived happily. 5 years ago, everything was destroyed. The head of the Ye family had offended powerful figures from Beijing while trying to save a young girl. A few days later, during a banquet at Yunhu Mountain Villa, the entire Ye family was wiped out. Only Ye Chen survived. Those who had once fawned over the Ye family stood by and watched as the entire clan was exterminated. Ye Chen carried the arrow of hatred, wanting to kill those who had harmed his family, but his meager abilities back then were nowhere near enough. In the end, Ye Chen's mother had to push him into Dongqian Lake with her own hands to save his life. Later, Ye Chen met his master and went up to Mount KUNLUN to cultivate a set of skills so terrifying that even demons would tremble. Now, Ye Chen has come down from the mountain, returning to Jiangcheng to fulfill his master's mission. He also took this opportunity to settle every old grudge. Thinking of this, Ye Chen's killing intent leaked out unintentionally, causing everyone around him to suddenly feel weak and unable to move. He quickly pulled back his killing intent, and the passers-by looked at each other in confusion. Meanwhile, Ye Chen took the opportunity to leap to the upper floors. First, he had to complete the task his master gave him. A gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years, especially since he wasn't even married yet. The Huamei Group was one of the leading enterprises in Jiangcheng, and the chairwoman was a beauty named Xia Ruxue. 3 days ago, his master used his heavenly techniques to divine fate, and discovered that in 100 days, Xia Ruxue would face a catastrophe with a very high chance of death. Coincidentally, his destiny was the crouching dragon death aura. To prevent this disaster, he had to be sent there. Ye Chen heard from his master that back in the day, when the master was traveling, he had known Xia Ruxue's grandmother. Perhaps she was even his master's granddaughter. Either way, Ye Chen arrived at the Huamei Group but was stopped by 2 security guards at the door. Ye Chen tried to strike up a friendly conversation. "Is there someone here named Xia Ruxue? I need to find her." "Looking for Chairwoman Xia? Do you have an appointment?" Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Predictably, Ye Chen's disheveled appearance got him blocked immediately. He truly had an important matter to discuss directly with Xia Ruxue. If it wasn't convenient, he could sit on the sofa and wait until he could see her. Seeing Ye Chen walking in casually, the 2 security guards shouted at him to stop. "Hold it! Do you think you can just walk in and meet the chairwoman?" Ye Chen said nothing, only turning to glare at the 2 men. Instantly, both of them collapsed to the ground, bewildered, not knowing what had just happened. For a moment, they felt as if they were about to die. Ye Chen walked in calmly, reminding the 2 men to watch their tongues. "Next time, just hang a sign on yourselves that says, 'I'm an idiot,' and you'll be fine." He went straight to the sofa and sat down. "Everyone, leave." Just as Ye Chen was deploying his domain of killing intent, loud footsteps rang out. "What's going on here?" A man in a sharp suit approached, claiming to be the head of security. No original text. He asked if Ye Chen had considered the consequences of causing trouble at the Huamei Group. Ye Chen was very annoyed at having to repeat that he was here to see their chairwoman Xia. As he spoke, he radiated killing intent that made the head of security break into a cold sweat. The head of security even felt that if he touched him, everyone present would die. So, he instinctively bowed and smiled at Ye Chen. "I apologize, sir. Chairwoman Xia is not here today. Please leave your contact information, and I will call you as soon as she arrives." Seeing that Ye Chen seemed to believe him, the head of security was inwardly relieved, thinking he could get rid of him easily. But unexpectedly, Ye Chen just sat back down and waited, because he was just a relaxed guy with too much free time. Having such a dangerous person hanging around made the head of security fear for his job. Since he was alone, he decided to have his men go in. Wait! Just as tensions were at their breaking point, another beautiful woman appeared. The men around, even though they were in life-threatening danger, still marveled at her beauty. This was the new director of the group, Sun Di, the only person whose appearance could rival. "Chairwoman Xia Ruxue, Director, it's very dangerous here. You should move away." Sun Di walked over and introduced herself to Ye Chen. "I wonder how I can help you." Ye Chen was stunned to face Sun Di. She was one of the people he couldn't let go. When they were in middle school, Ye Chen and Sun Di were classmates. Later, due to the disparity in their status, they lost touch. It wasn't until after the incident at Yunhu Mountain Villa that Ye Chen was rescued and returned home. At that time, the Ye family residence had been sealed off and had become a name that no one in Jiangcheng dared to mention. All the families declared they were cutting ties with the Ye family and would no longer have any contact. The Tianzhong Group, founded by his father, had also been occupied. Almost everyone was protected by the shadow of that man in the capital. But Sundai, despite the fear of her family, had gone to the morgue to bring the bodies of his parents back for cremation. Afterward, a tombstone for Ye Chen's family of 3 was erected on Jiangtian Mountain. To this day, he still couldn't understand how Sundi dared to do this, sacrificing so much for him. He could never have imagined they would meet again here today. In his eyes at this moment, there was only Sundi. She suddenly spoke, startling him. "Sir, you are standing too close." Ye Chen awkwardly made an excuse that Sundi looked like an old friend, which was why he had stared like that. Sundi laughed. That pickup line is from the 90s. Afterward, she signaled them to let Ye Chen wait there for a moment. If there was any issue, she would compensate on his behalf. It had been many years since they last met, and now, Sundi had changed a lot. She wasn't a little girl anymore. She had blossomed. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. That thing had appeared again. Just then, as Sundi got into her car, Ye Chen was suddenly sitting comfortably in the back seat, startling her. "What's wrong?" Ye Chen begged for a ride. Sundi was annoyed and confused. "Aren't you waiting for Xia Ruxue? What's your name? I can't let someone whose name I don't even know into my car." Ye Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. Sundi's forehead was gray, and there were even traces of blood. This was a sign of a major event about to happen. Ye Chen had to do his best to protect her. Ye Chen followed Sundai to a luxurious banquet at the Donghu Hotel. Sundi wore a black dress, cut deep at the chest, attracting all the gazes of the men present. However, they were confused as to why someone like Sundi would bring someone dressed like Ye Chen to this banquet. After reaching a table, Sundi and Ye Chen sat down. A group of men hovered over to talk to her. "Director Sun, I am Huaxia, founder of the Van Sin Group. Director Sun, I am Tian Deng, and the Haidong Hotel belongs to my family." They competed to introduce themselves and flex their wealth. Then, they shoved glasses of wine into Sundi's face, making her uncomfortable. Suddenly, Ye Chen snatched a glass from one of their hands, using the excuse of accompanying Sundi to drink for her. The men, having lost their chance to toast the beauty, did a 180-degree turn. "Who are you to dare drink with me? Damn it, what's your surname?" The corner of Ye Chen's mouth twitched when they asked his surname. Sundi immediately stepped in to stop them before Ye Chen accidentally sent them all to hell. "This is not how you stop me from drinking." Saying that, Sundi took the glass, her eyes holding the entire galaxy. "I'm not good at drinking. I can only take a sip. I hope everyone understands." The men, looking at Sundi's face, were satisfied enough, and immediately agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, a man with a vampire-like face walked up to Sundi. He didn't know what the background of this Chen Feng character was, but it made Sundi freeze for a second. He was the second young master of the Tran family. Last time, Sundi had splashed wine in his face and successfully angered Chen Feng. Chen Feng held a bottle of wine, pressing close to Sundi. "Last time you left without saying goodbye, you really didn't give me any face. Now you have to drink this whole bottle to apologize. This is not a request. It is an order." Sundi forced a smile, lowering her voice, not wanting to drink his wine. Last time she had sensed something wrong with Chen Feng's wine. She was afraid he had drugged her, which was why she splashed it in his face. This time, Chen Feng didn't seem to hide his depravity anymore. He even booked a luxury suite in advance so that even if she were drunk, she would have a place to stay. Sundi broke into a cold sweat, not knowing how to respond. Everyone knew this guy's personality. As long as a woman caught his eye, even if she wasn't 18, he would still dare to cause trouble. Seeing Sundi standing there frozen, Chen Feng lost his patience and resorted to violence. "Damn it, you dare not take my wine? You stinking bitch, don't play hard to get in front of me. Even Xia Ruxue would have to drink if she were here today." Sundi was just born into an ordinary family, dropped out of school early to enter society, and struggled hard to climb to this director position. Although in the eyes of outsiders, she was a superior, compared to this type of wealthy son. "She's nothing to you." Suddenly, Ye Chen grabbed the wine bottle from Chen Feng's hand, causing the guy to let out a roar like a wild beast. Before he could even react, Ye Chen smashed the bottle straight into Chen Feng's face. The guy collapsed to the ground, clutching his face, screaming in agony. "Ah, it hurts. What the hell are you doing?" His eyes were bulging, and blood mixed with wine dripped down his face. "Even my old man wouldn't dare hit me. How dare you do this to me? Who do you think you are, forcing her to drink?" Just then, the head of the Chen family, Chen Zhengguo, rushed over, furious. Seeing Ye Chen pinning his son Chen Feng down, the bystanders felt worried for Ye Chen. It wasn't just Chen Zhengguo, he had also brought along an old man with an extraordinary aura. Chen Feng looked up, eyes streaming with tears. "Dad, save me!" Meanwhile, Sun Di was racking her brain, not knowing how to save Ye Chen from this mess. If he wanted to play, fine. Ye Chen let go of Chen Feng's head, and the guy scrambled toward his father to whine. Ye Chen, however, kept his eyes locked on the old man beside Chen Zhengguo. People who radiated that kind of blue aura were what everyone called ancient martial artists. Chen Feng kept screeching at his father to get justice. Chen Zhengguo's face darkened, and he hissed for him to shut his mouth and step back. Then, he turned to the old man beside him, his voice softening significantly. This proved the old man was no ordinary person. "Sir, could you see what that brat's background is?" The old man was busy admiring his freshly manicured nails and spoke with extreme arrogance. In his eyes, Ye Chen was an ancient martial artist. But given his age, he guessed the boy hadn't been in the scene for very long. "Well, what do you want to do about it?" Ye Chen asked Chen Zhengguo directly. Having been humiliated by the boy, Chen Zhengguo couldn't just offer an apology and leave. He rested his hand on the old man's shoulder. The intentions of both old men were clearly to take Ye Chen's life. The old man began walking toward Ye Chen with a casual stride. He told Ye Chen that he was young and had a long future ahead, that cultivating one's inner strength wasn't easy, but he had messed with the wrong person. Suddenly, the old man lunged at him like a bullet. He placed a hand on Ye Chen's shoulder, his face filled with 100% arrogance. To the point that he thought he was the main character, he sneered, "Kneel and beg me, and I might leave you with an intact body." Sun Di, standing outside, couldn't keep up with the old man's speed, so she had no idea what had just happened. Ye Chen didn't look scared at all. Instead, he grabbed a handful of the old man's hair. With a provocative tone, he asked, "Old man, have you picked out your coffin yet? Do you need your family to have it delivered for you?" Sure enough, he had successfully enraged the old man. The man stopped holding back and launched an attack with his claws. Ye Chen dodged the swipes and landed a solid punch right in the old man's mouth. "Respect your elders? What a load of crap." Ye Chen had no respect for a geezer who acted like this. And so, after just one punch, the old man was lying unconscious on the ground. Everyone there stood with their jaws dropped, their eyes unable to keep up with what had happened before it was already over. Seeing Ye Chen calmly put his hands in his pockets as if nothing happened, they all thought of one word: too strong. Chen Zhengguo and his son turned pale. The old man was a big name in the circle, yet he'd been knocked out cold by one punch from Ye Chen. Only then did the old man struggle to crawl up after being out for 5 minutes. Holding his bleeding mouth, he stammered, "Who are you? How do you have such strength? If you're so sincere in wanting to know, I'll be happy to answer," Ye Chen replied. "As for who I am, you're not worthy to know." He spoke with such high-frequency volume that the old man was shocked into a daze, while the bystanders covered their ears in pain. Unsure what the hell was going on, Ye Chen suddenly appeared right in front of the father and son. Chen Feng instinctively put his hand up to cover his face. He remembered Chen Zhengguo saying earlier that Ye Chen should leave behind an arm. He wondered who should be saying that now. Seeing the killing intent in Ye Chen's eyes, Chen Zhengguo backed away a few steps. He ordered his bodyguards to stop him. The guards shoved each other, terrified and afraid to rush in, but fearing for their jobs, they grit their teeth and risked their lives. "Boss, run! And don't forget to give us a raise." No sooner had they spoken than Ye Chen threw one punch, sending the whole lot of them flying through the air. If you're not a martial artist, it's best to stay out of the way before you get caught in the crossfire. At this point, the Chen father and son pulled out their last resort, kneeling to beg for peace. "Big brother, spare us. I'll go home and discipline this stupid son of mine." The speed at which they knelt made Ye Chen even more murderous. However, there was still one matter he needed to resolve immediately. Just as tensions were at their peak, a voice rang out, "Stop." A woman in a police uniform led a special forces team, appearing and ordering Ye Chen to stay away from the two on the ground. But when she saw that the ones kneeling were the Chen family, she froze, wondering what on earth he had done. Chen Zhengguo was relieved to see someone coming to rescue him. After all, an ancient martial artist was worth nothing in the face of legal authority. The policewoman glanced at the old man, recognizing him as the Chen family's martial artist, and connected the dots. She guessed that Ye Chen was the one responsible. Suddenly, Ye Chen grabbed Chen Zhengguo's head and hauled him up, causing him to wince in pain. "Officer, this brat was harassing an innocent girl. I was just doing a good deed. You should look closely." The policewoman raised her gun and demanded Ye Chen let him go. Ye Chen smirked at the stubbornness of the female captain. However, this was a personal vendetta, and it would be best if she didn't get involved. The policewoman was speechless. Even if she didn't want to interfere, it was her duty, so she had to take charge. Holding her head, she sat down and gave a second warning. This time, the Special Forces team also pointed their guns at Ye Chen. Interrupted, he was furious, his body radiating intense killing intent. As he prepared to strike, Sun Di rushed over and held his hand tightly. "So sorry, everyone. He just has quick hands. It was probably a misunderstanding." Sun Di whispered into Ye Chen's ear, begging him to stop here. If he didn't, she would have to cut ties with him. Cut ties? Just because of people like this? Even though Ye Chen was annoyed, he obediently followed Sun Di's request. Sun Di told him to rest easy and listen to her. Once they reached the police station, Ye Chen just needed to recount the events, and they would be fine. After all, it was self-defense. Ye Chen smirked, saying it didn't matter, because even if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. That evening, the female captain personally inspected the hotel's CCTV. Her subordinates reported that after reviewing the footage over 10 times, besides the deleted content, everything showed Ye Chen acting in self-defense. The captain focused on the deleted segment, when the old man stood talking to Ye Chen, and a minute later, he had collapsed. During that time, the camera hadn't recorded anything, so they didn't know what had happened. The policewoman let out an "oh." They had arrived at the scene so quickly. Yet someone had still seized the chance to delete the important video. She guessed there must be a powerful force backing him. If there wasn't enough evidence, she could only conclude it was self-defense and have to let him go. That night, Sun Di left the police station feeling relieved and proudly told him, "See? Listening to me wasn't wrong, was it?" Seeing her act as if she were still okay made Ye Chen think. Surely, Chen Zhongguo and his son were a threat to Sun Di. Once he left Jiang City, they definitely wouldn't let her off in the future. He had to find time to deal with both of them. Meanwhile, Sun Di felt that Ye Chen always radiated a kind of dangerous aura that was hard to describe, but she didn't dare ask him about it. Seeing Sun Di staring at him, Ye Chen teased her. Sun Di stammered that she wanted to take him home. Ye Chen scratched his head. Since he had just arrived, he didn't have a place to sleep yet. If he didn't find one in time, he would have to sleep in the park tonight. Man proposes, God disposes. Sun Di suggested a place for him, her own home. Although the room wasn't large, it was still better than the park. Ye Chen heard this and teased her even more. Could it be that because I played the hero saving the beauty today, Sun Di wants to repay me with her body? Humph. Who wants that? Are you staying or not? Just then, the two passed by the female captain's car. She really couldn't understand why the Chen family's bodyguards, all retired Special Forces soldiers, were like helpless babies in front of him, just relying on herself. It was very hard to figure it out. The captain called someone she referred to as her grand senior brother for help. At this time, on top of Mount Uran in Siberia, a muscular young man was pushing weights while sleeping when he was bothered by the call. So this was the grand senior brother the captain was calling for help. Yingqing questioned why, given her family background, she had to run to the police station, and why she always kept making him help her solve cases. It was a waste of his talent as the captain of the Long Hun assault team. Although he grumbled, Yingqing still helped her. He looked over the footage of the altercation at the hotel and noted that the bodyguards acted exactly like retired Special Forces, yet they were bullied by a young man like Ye Chen. But when he saw the scene of Ye Chen pushing the whole group back with one hand, Yingqing was surprised. Looking at Ye Chen's appearance, no one would guess he was an ancient martial artist, let alone that he was a martial arts grandmaster standing at the peak of a high mountain. Immediately, Yingqing's expression darkened. He demanded the captain provide all the information on Ye Chen. That night, Ye Chen arrived at Sun Di's home, an apartment complex in the metropolis of Jiang City. Sun Di came out after her bath wearing only a bathrobe, having absolutely no guard up against a strange man like him. Ye Chen went into the bathroom, revealing his firm, six-pack physique. Only the readers get to see him deep in thought while bathing, reflecting on what happened 5 years ago. He thought being saved by his master was the stroke of luck of a lifetime, but little did he know, it was the start of a living nightmare. On the very first day, that old man threw him into a cage to fight a starving tiger with his bare hands. Over those 3 days, Ye Chen naturally survived. But that only made his master's training methods grow increasingly brutal. The training grounds changed daily, but they were all equally lethal, constantly pushing him to the very brink of death. To survive until now, The one thing driving him every day is unyielding hatred. He is determined to track down everyone who attended that ball at Yunhu Villa that year and make them all pay. Outside, Sundi is preparing some fruit for dessert. She suddenly realizes she doesn't have any clothes for Ye Chen to change into. When she thinks of clothes, an image of her padded bra sitting in the laundry basket flashes in her mind. She can't let him see that. Panicked, Sundi rushes in and throws open the bathroom door. Wait, I'm just getting what? Ye Chen asks coldly as he opens the door. Sun Di is so flustered that the only towel wrapped around him slips off, causing her to blush, turn around, and bolt. She runs to her room, climbs into bed, and tosses and turns, telling herself, I didn't see anything. Except for, well, she saw everything. Standing outside, Ye Chen understands that Sundi won't be opening the door again tonight. That's fine, though. He has some matters to take care of himself. It's unclear what exactly, but his killing. That night, at the Tran family villa, Chen Zhengguo paced back and forth anxiously, making Chen Feng feel dizzy. Just as Chen Feng opened his mouth to complain, Chen Zhengguo snapped at him, unleashing his anger. If it weren't for a useless piece of trash like you, why would Min have become a cripple? With Min gone and the old man not here, the Tran family is in danger. Chen Feng, still bandaged up and seeing stars from being beaten, dared not talk back. Chen Zhengguo felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Even with the old man of the Tran family there to back them up, he couldn't shake his fear. Ye Chen could not rest easy. After hearing Chen Zhengguo say they would go to Wudang Mountain tomorrow to invite the old master of the Tran family to descend the mountain, Chen Feng cheered, believing his grandfather would handle Ye Chen. He was certain that when the time came, he would surely break Ye Chen's limbs right in front of him. Torturing me slowly? You even dared to touch my woman? Speak of the devil. And he appears. Hearing Ye Chen's voice, the father and son of the Tran family felt as if they were hearing a call from hell. Ye Chen calmly sat down in a chair, wanting to have a talk with the two of them. Chen Zhengguo remained arrogant, assuming Ye Chen wouldn't dare to kill them all. Since he wanted to provoke him, Ye Chen had to show a little of his power. Ye Chen unleashed an invisible purple wave of energy, and just like that, Chen Feng, who had been talking, suddenly stopped breathing. You thought I wouldn't dare to kill? Do you still feel that way now? Ye Chen coldly tossed Chen Feng's body to the ground. Chen Zhengguo was a mess of tears and snot, unable to understand why Ye Chen would strike them when they had no grudges or grievances. Hearing those words from his mouth, Ye Chen scoffed. I have a question for you, Chen Zhengguo. Do you still remember the banquet at Vanho Mountain Villa 5 years ago? The death of my parents, the Ye Chen family, and that filthy, poisonous mouth of yours? Only then did Chen Zhengguo realize that Ye Chen was the child from back then who had fallen into the river, never to be seen again. Ye Chen gripped his face tightly before Chen Zhengguo went to meet his maker, along with your son. He whispered a secret to him. Actually, I am not some martial artist in your eyes, but a cultivator. Hearing this, Chen Zhengguo was shocked once more. In their eyes, martial arts might be the pinnacle of heaven, but in the eyes of a cultivator, even if you had a martial arts master or a whole sect behind you, I, Ye Chen, could split them in two with a single sword strike. Saying this, Ye Chen slammed his head hard, shattering the floor. The father and son of the Tran family were dead on the spot. At this moment, on a rocky ledge of Wudang Mountain, Le Nguyen Tran was in seclusion, meditating. Suddenly, he vomited blood. He opened his eyes in a rage, as this was the sign that Chen Zhengguo and Chen Feng had died. Le Nguyen Tran roared like a beast. I swear to heaven, I will personally find the one who dared to kill them. The people of Jiangcheng, I will destroy their foundation. Early the next morning, Ye Chen woke up after a whole night of cultivation. He took a deep breath and stepped off the bed. Ye Chen felt that the spiritual energy in China was too thin, incomparable to the place he used to cultivate. If he wanted to break through further, he had to refine some supportive pills, 1 week until his parents' death anniversary. By then, he had to take a trip to Tiandong Mountain. The black stone in his hand was the 51st birthday gift his father had given him, claiming it was some sort of heirloom of the Ye Chen family. As it turned out, up until now, it was just a plain, black rock. Suddenly, today, Ye Chen felt a line of red characters carved into the stone. The text only said 2 words, drop blood. Curious, Ye Chen tried dripping a drop of his blood onto the surface of the stone. Instantly, his body became heavy, his vision went black, and he couldn't resist. Ye Chen seemed to be teleported into the middle of a war cemetery, littered with graves and swords. Clutching his splitting headache, he struggled to get up. Black smoke surrounded Ye Chen. When he could see clearly again, he realized he was currently in the reincarnation graveyard, a place he had never set foot in. The swords embedded in the ground suddenly flew into the air, along with purple smoke that grew thicker and thicker. In the sky, two glowing red eyes appeared, resembling the face of a demon. It even spoke, a late-stage Earth Realm cultivator. Like you dares to step into the reincarnation graveyard? You cannot even trigger the obsession of the weakest tombstone here. If you don't want to die, get lost. Then, a series of such demons rushed toward Ye Chen as if to devour him. Ye Chen snapped awake from the nightmare, his entire body drenched in sweat. He picked up the stone again. Based on what he had just experienced, it seemed this was the ancient magical treasure his master had mentioned. Judging by the sounds those spirits made, perhaps once Ye Chen's strength reached a certain level, he would be able to lead the obsessions of the powerful souls within those gravestones. But Ye Chen didn't seem to buy it. There are 100 gravestones in the reincarnation graveyard. Could there really be 100 powerful masters inside? While he was lost in thought, Sun Di knocked on his door, inviting him out for breakfast. She had woken up early to make something elaborate for him. Homemade hamburgers. As Ye Chen bit into his burger, he teased her with a grin. "You're so good to me. It makes me not want to leave. Should I just offer myself to you? I can wash the dishes, do the cooking, and in winter, I'll even help warm your bed." Sun Di burst out laughing. "My place has heated flooring in the winter. I don't need you for that. But if you want to stay, Ye Chen, you'll have to pay rent every month." Next came the house rules. When money was mentioned, Ye Chen didn't have a single cent to his name. Hearing that, Sun Di assumed he wanted her to support him. Suddenly, Ye Chen pulled out a napkin and started scribbling something frantically. He handed her the paper, which had the words "Basic Beauty Enhancing Pill" written on it. With his chin held high, Ye Chen boasted that this was the recipe for a basic beauty enhancing pill. Even though it was low grade, it was enough to keep a company afloat in the market. Paying rent wouldn't be a problem at all. Sun Di's eye twitched. This thing could support an entire company? Do you have some misunderstanding about what a company is? Of course not. The Huamei Group focused primarily on beauty and skincare. As soon as Sun Di handed this prescription to the technical department, she would see its true value. Just then, Xia Ruxue called Sun Di, who answered the phone nervously. Surprisingly, she had been urgently summoned to an S-rank conference. After hanging up, Sun Di said goodbye to Ye Chen, not forgetting to tell him to stop spouting nonsense and actually find a job. Ye Chen was speechless. It seemed the rumors that traditional medicine was out of style were true. It was no lie, but since Sun Di told him to find work, he had no choice. Ye Chen set up a street stall, selling spring return medicinal wine. To celebrate his opening day, he offered a special 20% discount. He claimed it could cure all diseases, with consultation fees starting at 100,000. No cure, no pay. Passers-by gathered around, not because they wanted a checkup, but because they were curious which mental hospital had let Ye Chen out. Hearing them talk about calling the police, Ye Chen immediately planned his escape. Just then, a young woman pushed through the crowd toward him. "You, the con artist, come with me." Ye Chen hopped into a Mercedes and followed her home, which turned out to be a massive mansion in the heart of the capital. Realizing he had landed a big client, Ye Chen started to flex a little. "Don't worry, miss. With me, Ye Chen, I guarantee you'll be cured the moment you take the medicine." But to his surprise, she wasn't looking for him to cure a disease. She was the eldest daughter of the Shen family, Shen Mengjia. She had sought him out today because of his talent for lying without even needing practice. Feeling insulted, Ye Chen turned to leave, but when Shen Mengjia pulled out a 100,000 card, he did a 180-degree turn. "Miss, what are your orders? This humble one is ready to brave mountains of blades or seas of fire for you." Only then did Shen Mengjia explain the situation. Her father was truly ill, to the point where doctors had given up and told them to prepare for the end. Her parents were deeply devoted to each other, and she feared that if one left, the other would lose the will to live. Thus, Shen Mengjia invited Ye Chen to pose as a master immortal. She brought the three of them along, pretending to head up the mountain for medical treatment before she passed away. She trusted that once this period passed, her mother would surely accept that her husband had departed. Ye Chen was speechless at her story. He told her, "Filial piety shouldn't be used like that, but as long as I'm here, everything will change." Ye Chen patted his chest and said, "Miss, don't worry. I will definitely complete this mission perfectly." Shen Mengjia cheered happily. "That's great. Now I don't need to call the police." It seemed that if Ye Chen had refused earlier, she would have been locked up behind bars by now. After leading Ye Chen inside, she kept whispering to remind him to remember the script. She kept a close eye on his expressions to guide their next move. Walking into her father's hospital room, she couldn't suppress her vulnerability anymore. "Dad, I'm here, I've returned." Ye Chen observed the situation and immediately sensed that things were unstable. The patient was gradually stepping into the gates of the underworld. No wonder the medical skills of the current mortal world couldn't save him. Deathly energy was flooding his chest. Once it reached the crown of his head, even the Bodhisattva Guanyin wouldn't be able to retrieve his soul. According to Shen Mengjia, last month, her father, Shen Haihua, was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. Even the best hospitals abroad had no way to cure him. Later, they invited the divine Dr. Cao from the capital. But yesterday, he concluded that her father only had 3 days left to live. Therefore, the family had no choice but to rely on Ye Chen, and they had to keep the truth from her mother. Money was no object for the Shen family. Just then, her mother walked in, tears streaming down her face. "Mengjia, the divine Dr. Cao said your father won't make it through today. Is that true?" Shen Mengjia had previously colluded with the divine Dr. Cao to keep this secret, but she didn't understand why he had betrayed her at this moment. A blonde youth leaning against the door spoke up. "Mengjia, one must be honest. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural. How can you lie to mom?" Shen Menglong was Shen Mengjia's older brother. He added that he had already arranged the funeral and would bury Shen Haihua in a grand manner. Shen Mengji immediately turned to vent her frustration at her brother. Did he not realize that their mother's health was poor? Shen Menglong seemed like an optimistic person, saying that death was a way to find liberation. "Being this filial, I can't bear to see dad suffer forever. Once I take over this house, I will never treat mom and the grandparents unfairly." Sure enough, Shen Mengjia's mother couldn't handle the shock. She intended to follow Shen Haihua once he passed. Ye Chen watched this scene and smirked. That Shen Menglong guy was clearly aiming for the inheritance Shen Haihua would leave behind, wanting to hog the assets all to himself. Shen Mengjia didn't know if that guy was still her brother anymore. Just for a bit of money, he wanted to stress their biological mother to death to grab more. Shen Menglong turned hostile, cursing his own sister as a slut. "She wants to die herself, so what gives you the right to stop me?" He added another threat. "Try me again, and I'll tear that mouth of yours to shreds." Shen Menglong lunged forward, but was met with a direct kick to the face from Ye Chen. With a living person standing right there, the house was already in chaos. The divine Dr. Cao stood by, angrily cursing Ye Chen. "Who is this punk? Do you know that this young master will soon become the head of the Shen family?" Ye Chen held up one finger. "Just 10 million, and I can cure Shen Haihua immediately." Afterward, everyone went outside to wait. Shen Mengjia didn't expect him to take advantage of the situation to extort 10 million. Now, she didn't know how he planned to get past her mother. Shen Menglong continued to play the part of the filial son, grumbling and blaming Shen Mengjia for hiring a quack just to split the inheritance. If Shen Haihua died, she would bear all the responsibility, and he would make sure Ye Chen rotted in jail. At that moment, only Ye Chen and Shen Haihua were left in the room. As long as he could see the patient, there was no way he would die. His master had taught him divine medical skills, enough to pull Shen Haihua back from the gates of death. Ye Chen traced signs with both hands, summoning golden talismans that circled him in a heavenly orbit. Heaven and earth, mysterious and yellow, demons and ghosts, returned to the void. As he finished, the talismans transferred from him to Shen Haihua. He could clearly see the deathly energy besieging the man. To keep him alive, he saw that all meridians were blocked, with only one faint pulse remaining. Still, this was the final ray of hope. Ye Chen pulled out all his golden acupuncture needles and shot them straight into the young meridians on Shen Haihua's body. The deathly energy inside him was forced out. Ye Chen decisively clenched his fist, causing the deathly energy to dissipate without a trace. Shen Haihua fell back onto the bed, while Ye Chen had exhausted a great deal of energy. Killing is easy, but saving is hard. It seemed he still needed more cultivation. Ye Chen calmly walked out to collect his payment. Shen Haihua was about to wake up inside. Shen Mengjia's mother happily handed a card containing 10 million to Ye Chen. The password was 6 zeros. Suddenly, Shen Menglong snatched the card, protesting, "Mom, stay calm. Dad has terminal cancer. How could he possibly be cured? This 10 million isn't easy to take." Shen Menglong pointed at Ye Chen's face, but his hand was grabbed tightly, causing him to blush involuntarily. Ye Chen twisted his hand backward and took the card back. "This money is my medical fee. Shen Haihua will surely wake up, but he will only live for 3 more days. 3 days from now, if there is no medicine from me, even the heavens won't be able to save him." Shen Menglong clutched his aching arm. cursing, "Damn it! This guy dared to hit me and rob me. I'm calling the police." The divine Dr. Cao reassured him, saying he had connections at the station and would definitely help him deal with Ye Chen. Just then, Shen Haihua opened the door and walked out, leaving everyone stunned, especially Shen Menglong. He wondered if the man was a ghost or a human to still be alive. Shen Haihua walked out, continuously muttering to find Ye Chen. Seeing his wife and daughter had brought a divine doctor to save him, he couldn't help but feel happy and proud. Conversely, looking at his wretched son, Shen Haihua's face turned dark. "Don't think I don't know what you beast, have been up to while I was sick. From this day forward, don't dream of getting a single cent from me." At that time, at the Huamei Group, an emergency meeting was held regarding the issue of their stock, which was falling continuously. They didn't know how they would survive the coming days. Their competitor had released a beauty product with miraculous effects. If Huamei didn't launch a new product soon, they would be crushed in this fierce market. Sun Di sat in the middle of the meeting, feeling as anxious as if she were sitting on fire. She didn't know what to do to handle this situation. Not sure if it was because she was too worried, but her chest suddenly felt itchy. Sun Di secretly reached out to check and unexpectedly pulled out the paper Ye Chen had written that morning. Even more unexpectedly, she realized she had stuffed it between her breasts at some point. Putting that aside, Sun Di suddenly remembered what he said. This formula is worth 10 million. Perhaps there was a chance. Just then, a woman popped out of nowhere and snatched the paper from Sun Di. "Let me see what kind of treasure you're hiding in your bra." Sun Di was startled. The person was Tona, the most unpleasant woman in the company. Tona read the name Basic Complexion Restoring Pill and mocked. "Sun Di, were you scammed by someone that you have to value this so much? Is this why you slept with that guy?" Sun Di's face darkened at her vicious words. "Not every woman uses her body to trade for money like you do, Tona." Tona not only refused to return the paper to Sundi but cruelly tore it into pieces in front of her. Sundi couldn't take it anymore and lunged at her, pushing her. "Don't you dare go too far. Even if it's just a scrap of paper, it belongs to me." The people in the office had expressions as if they witnessed this scene every day. The two women clawed at each other, neither backing down. Just as everyone wondered how to stop these two shrewish lions, President Xia Ruxue walked in, her whole body blazing with fury. "Sundi, Tona, you two seem very free, huh?" After quelling the chaos, President Ha began the meeting. "Perhaps everyone here knows the purpose of this emergency meeting. The neighbor company is producing advanced beauty potions, while Huamei's products have had no progress for many years." The people in the room looked at each other, confused, unable to provide a valid reason. Xia Ruxue angrily slammed the table. "In the past 3 years, I don't know what the research department has been doing while swallowing so much money. The people in the research department didn't sit still and take the abuse. They said they had tried their best, but couldn't find a better substitute. That's right. Our research department even spent money going everywhere in the world to buy formulas. But from ancient times to now, beauty formulas are rare as it is. Even if we read through all the ancient books, we couldn't find anything suitable." Hearing their excuses, which were somewhat reasonable, President Ha lowered her voice a bit, because it wasn't entirely their fault. But she had spent so many years building the largest beauty corporation in Jiangcheng, only for her parents to give up halfway. Right now, was she just going to admit defeat? Suddenly, Tona spoke up with a mocking tone. "Isn't it just a beauty formula? Sun Di has plenty in her hands. Just a moment ago, she was holding something called a complexion restoring pill or whatever." A person in the research department heard the name of the formula from the legendary 7-fold complexion restoring pill and rejoiced. President Ha, if Director Tan really has that formula, the company is saved. Xia Ruxue looked happy, but Sundi dared not accept the credit immediately because the formula was written by Ye Chen, randomly that morning. How could she believe it? President Ha didn't care and wanted to see the formula. Sundi gathered the scraps of paper that Tona had torn apart and placed them on the table. "I'm sorry, President Ha. This was just a prank by my friend. Now it's ended up like this." Several people in the room saw the formula written on the torn paper scraps and doubted its reliability. Tona laughed to herself. This scene of Sun Di was no different than treating Xia Ruxue like a fool. "Wait a minute." The researcher picked up a piece of paper. "Look closely. This formula is the real deal." He slammed the table in a rage, even louder than CEO Ha, having just witnessed Tona tearing apart the very formula that could save their entire conglomerate. CEO Ha immediately ordered Tona to be demoted. If she couldn't restore the formula, she would definitely be held accountable. Tona chuckled, but she was the one laughing until it backfired on her the next day. She spoke honestly, saying she didn't know the formula was that important. I naturally knew that our company's first formula was developed based on this medicine, the man from the research department said, acting cool and guaranteeing a breakthrough in quality. Once the paper was restored, Xia Ruxue also regained her hope for a long-term single life, ordering everyone to collect the shredded pieces in Tona's room. Tona turned pale. She couldn't believe such a coincidence existed in the world. As soon as CEO Ha called her name, Tona jumped in fright. Xia Ruxue's gaze was like a laser, scanning her from head to toe. It seems the formula is real, but I wonder which blind idiot tore it up. If you have so much free time, since the store is short on sales clerks, why don't you go over there and help out? Tona stood there, petrified. She never expected a moment of impulsiveness to lead to a lifetime of regret. That evening, Sundi returned home to look for Ye Chen, but couldn't find him. She hadn't expected the formula he gave her to be genuine, and suddenly, she felt guilty. Sitting on the sofa, she reflected on everything and realized she knew nothing about him. He had single-handedly taken on a group of retired special forces and casually written down an ancient formula. Only now did Sundi get goosebumps. The most ridiculous thing was that she had let a man as strange and dangerous as him stay in her house. She feared that if she ever exposed Ye Chen's true face, he would finish her off. Immediately, a hand rested on Sundi's head, making her jump. Ye Chen heard her call his name, but since she didn't say anything, he was a bit curious. After they both sat down on the couch to calm their nerves, Sundi wanted to say something but kept stuttering, which was enough to frustrate any viewer. Ye Chen looked at her with a puzzled expression. He had even cleaned up the house properly, hadn't he? Sundi took a deep breath and said every word clearly. Honestly, I want to apologize to you. The formula you gave me was torn up by someone. If possible, Ye Chen was speechless. What he had written for her was just the most basic, introductory formula. Was she complaining that the effects weren't strong enough? If so, I'll write another 80 formulas for her to gawk at. Seeing Sundai remain silent, Ye Chen made an excuse about being sleepy and headed to his room. She chased after him, grabbing his arm. Finally, she confessed that she needed his help. Ye Chen broke into a cold sweat. He didn't know what she was going to ask for, but even if she asked him to take his clothes off, he would probably agree. Sundi remembered how earlier, Ye Chen wanted to meet Xia Ruxue, and now, the CEO was very eager to see him, so she would arrange it. Ye Chen's face showed disdain and mockery. He wasn't the same man he was yesterday. You want me to meet her? Is she even worth it? Sundi was confused. Just the other day, he had stood up against an entire security team just to meet Xia Ruxue. Ye Chen crossed his arms. I have my own standards too. Since the CEO didn't bother to pay me any attention the other day, I don't care about her anymore. Sundi tried to sweet-talk him, and eventually, he agreed to meet the CEO. But on one condition, tell your precious CEO to come see me in person. Whether I meet her or not after that will depend on my mood. With that, Ye Chen walked straight into his room, not giving Sundi a chance to say another word. Later, she called to report the news to Xia Ruxue. Despite being asked to come in person, the CEO didn't seem angry at all. On the contrary, she found Ye Chen extremely interesting. Just days ago, he was causing a scene at the front desk demanding to see her, and now he was playing hard to get? She wondered what kind of man he really was. The next morning, Ye Chen arrived at the largest pharmacy in town, Ren de Tang. As expected of a famous shop, the line of people waiting to check in was as crowded as a popular nightclub. Ye Chen walked around, taking in the sights. He stopped before a painting of a white tiger in the middle of the shop. Compared to the knockoffs today, this is passable, he remarked. His words reached the ears of Zhou Rende. The shop owner and his granddaughter, Zhou Ziyuan, were nearby. Ziyuan immediately spoke up with an unpleasant tone, saying, Ye Chen must be a country bumpkin in the big city to call their merchandise a fake. Zhou Rende quickly shut his granddaughter up, then turned to ask Ye Chen why he called it a fake. This painting has been studied by many collectors. Ye Chen sighed. The fact that this knockoff could fool so many people just proves that you are all as blind as bats. However, if this painting can trick so many experts, you might as well keep it for show. I thought I could find something good in this shop, but it seems I was overthinking it. Zhou Ziyuan, who had been holding back, couldn't stand it anymore. She was determined to teach Ye Chen a lesson for his arrogant mouth. Zhou Rende stood by and warned. She shouldn't lay a hand on an ordinary person, but it really looked like they were the ones with no eyes. Zhou Ziyuan lunged forward, attacking Ye Chen with her legs. Her grandfather didn't even have time to stop her. She had trained under powerful people. A single kick could kill a person. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen caught Zhou Ziyuan's small leg with one hand, making her freeze in midair. What is this? Is that all you've got? Zhou Ziyuan had once kicked through 2 solid sandbags with 1 foot. She couldn't believe she had been stopped so easily. Has this young miss played enough? Ye Chen's question brought her back to reality. Ye Chen's face became genuinely mischievous. Bad kids need to be taught a lesson. So, he grabbed Zhou Ziyuan's leg and threw her headfirst into the ground. Ye Chen didn't expect to run into ancient martial artists here, but it was a pity this martial art was only for men. If a woman like her kept practicing for a few more years, the chances were high. She would end up crippled. Being thrown like a sandbag trampled Zhou Ziyuan's self-esteem. She immediately turned to complain to Zhou Rende. Zhou Rende told her to stop immediately. Could she not see who was standing in front of them? Ye Chen hadn't used any internal energy chi to block her kick just now. Based on this cat-scratch kung fu of yours, if I hadn't gone easy on you, you'd be shredded to pieces by now. Zhou Ziyuan, unconvinced, turned to continue sparring with Ye Chen. Ye Chen laughed. So, what counts as using internal energy? A thick, purple, murderous aura from Ye Chen enveloped the area, making Zhou Ziyuan instinctively retreat, her legs turning to jelly until she fell to the ground. She burst into tears, telling her grandfather to run away. Zhou Rende coughed a few times out of embarrassment, then turned to bow and apologized to Ye Chen for Zhou Ziyuan's attitude. Knowing Ye Chen's strength, Zhou Rende wanted to ask him about the painting on the wall. If he was sincerely wanting to know, Ye Chen would help open his eyes. Go on. Ye Chen used his aura to make the painting reveal hidden text. Don't let any fool buy this fake Liu Yuan, 2002. This painting is truly hard to distinguish from the real one, which is why the forger dared to sign it so boldly. You only need to use internal energy to make the text appear. As dusk fell, Zhou Ziyuan brought the medicine Ye Chen had requested, even having to call him Mr. Ye respectfully. Ye Chen took the prescription, thanking her in a way that felt like he was mocking her. Zhou Ziyuan's mouth twitched as she replied, "Serving Mr. Ye is this little one's honor. This batch of medicine is very rare. I don't know if you brought enough money. Miss Zhou, you are quite the realist, but I still prefer the way you looked so subservient just a moment ago." Ye Chen's remark made Zhou Ziyuan reveal her true nature. If her master were here, she would definitely make him pay. At this point, Zhou Rende had to drill some sense into his granddaughter. He could see that Ye Chen's strength was not inferior to her master's at all. He then turned to ask Ye Chen to forgive his foolish granddaughter. The medicine on his prescription was all available in the shop, but since the quantity was quite large, they would need a few days. To apologize, he wouldn't charge him. Ye Chen didn't find it necessary. Recently, he had obtained a card with 10 million, so he didn't worry about starving. Furthermore, he didn't want any woman saying he took things for free from her family's store. After Ye Chen left, Zhou Rende's face darkened. If he was truly a member of the Ye family, he feared this city would no longer know peace in the coming time. On the way back, Ye Chen realized a few ants were trailing him. It was a good time to blow off some steam. Back at Rendatang, Zhou Ziyuan still didn't believe in Ye Chen's strength, let alone that he was equal to her master. Actually, I misspoke. Zhou Rende corrected himself. It wasn't that Ye Chen was no less than her master. It was that he far exceeded her master. His appearance meant a new master had emerged. In the legends of the martial arts world, a master could single-handedly destroy a well-trained, heavily armed squad. To them, hot weapons were just toys, and ordinary people were nothing more than ants. Zhou Ziyuan broke into a sweat. But Ye Chen is so young, how could he be a martial arts master? That's right, but Ye Chen's existence is even more terrifying than a master's. If he lives for another 20 years, I'm afraid there won't be anyone left in this world who can be his opponent. The Zhou family, under no circumstances, could become his enemy. Returning to the person tailing Ye Chen, he was certain this was the miracle doctor that Shen Haihua wanted to find. As long as he followed him, the bounty would definitely be his. Suddenly, Ye Chen turned into a small alley, making him worried that he had been spotted. When he chased after him, there was not a soul in the alley. While he was bewildered, Ye Chen lunged from above, gripping his head tightly. "Looking for me? Behave yourself. Now, give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you." Unexpectedly, the guy spilled everything. His name is Pham Dong, a private investigator. This month, he was hired by some scumbags to track down a woman who ran off with a neighbor to some faraway place and so on. Ye Chen roared in anger. "Cut the crap. Who sent you?" Pham Dong immediately confessed. It was Shen Haihua. He's offering a bounty all over Jiangcheng. Whoever finds you gets 1 million. Ye Chen finally remembered. He had only given the man 3 days to live. No wonder he was so desperate to find him. Pham Dong then invited Ye Chen to come along with him. "We can split the reward money," he suggested, But Ye Chen just turned away and warned him, "Go back and tell Shen Haihua. If he wants to stay alive, he'd better stop playing these games." Pham Dong was stunned. Shen Haihua had no idea where to find Ye Chen, so he had to resort to hiring investigators. He begged for a meeting. Since it involved someone's life, Ye Chen let it slide. When he got home, he saw Sun Di meticulously applying her makeup. Turns out, she wanted to take him out shopping. The clothes he was wearing had been on him for several days and he still hadn't changed. Besides, she needed to buy him an iPhone so they could stay in touch. Although Ye Chen found it bothersome, Sun Di didn't. If he was worried about money, she would buy everything for him. After arriving at the mall, Ye Chen tried on a few outfits in a row. Each one exuded his cold, domineering aura. Sun Di stood by, clapping and praising him. If Ye Chen were to walk around campus now, there would definitely be girls coming up to talk to you. Ye Chen smirked. He didn't need to make a living off his looks. Sun Di then intentionally asked if he had a girlfriend, offering to introduce him to some beautiful, single women. Ye Chen had never thought about that. For the past 5 years, he had been crazily cultivating, barely surviving, let alone finding a lover. But 5 years ago, back when he was still a young man, Ye Chen had liked a girl, the school beauty, Su Thuk Nien, who was pursued by everyone. Back then, he was so head over heels that he gave her a love letter. But surprisingly, she actually wrote back. Su Thuk Nien said, if he confessed to her in front of the whole school during the flag-raising ceremony, she would agree to date him. The naive Ye Chen did exactly that. Little did he know, she rejected him in front of everyone. It was all just a trap to mock him. From that day on, Ye Chen became insecure and fell into a downward spiral. Perhaps he really was a loser back then, but now, even if the Su family stood among the 4 great families of Jiangcheng, they were nothing in his eyes. The anger caused Ye Chen's killing intent to surge. Sun Di sensed it too. She was afraid her words had wounded his pride. She quickly tried to make amends. Not dating doesn't mean anything. I've never been with anyone either, and I'm still doing just fine, right? What are you rambling about? Ye Chen pushed Sun Di's head, urging her to go buy clothes. Who knows what kind of image she had cooked up in her head about him now. While strolling, a couple blocked their path. The woman with red hair looked rather promiscuous, walking with a man old enough to be her father. Isn't that Sun Di? It's been a few years, and you've already got a boyfriend? Ye Chen recognized her, Ha Thin, who always followed Su Thuk Nien around. Ha Thin looked him up and down, then sneered at Sun Di. Back in school, you always hung out with that loser Ye Chen. Are you still only into poor wretches now? Ha Thin had a sharp eye. She somehow thought Ye Chen looked a bit like the old Ye Chen. The man with her chimed in mockingly. Ha Thin then recounted the story of how Ye Chen had confessed to Su Thuk Nien in front of the school and got rejected. That guy lost so much face, he didn't dare go to school anymore. Ha, ha, then his family got wiped out. He must have been dead for a long time. Otherwise, Thuk Nien would still be having fun with him. Ye Chen clenched his fists, his killing intent already suffocating. Her dog mouth couldn't be allowed to open again. Just as he was about to rush forward, Sun Di stopped him, suggesting they should keep shopping instead. Seeing them strolling through the mall, Ha Thin brought up money to mock them again, then turned to pout at the old man beside her. Ah, Tuan, I want to buy those clothes, okay? Tonight, I'll wear them for you. You can even bring your friend if you want. Ignoring this obnoxious couple, Ye Chen and Sun Di went elsewhere. Ye Chen could have dealt with them, but he didn't understand why she stopped him. Sun Di pointed to a suit nearby to distract him. You'd look great in that. The shop assistant immediately jumped in to sell it. That's our most high-end suit, priced at 360,000. 360,000 made Sun Di swallow hard. She had heard this store was expensive, but not to that extent. She only had 300,000 in her card. Sun Di tried to brush it off, saying, it doesn't seem to suit you very well. Somehow, Ha Thin popped up again to provoke them. Ha, ha, I'm dying of laughter. Sun Di, if you don't have the money, just say so. Doesn't suit him? Who are you trying to fool? Sun Di was embarrassed but remained stubborn, not wanting to lose face. Ha Thin paced back and forth, bringing up Sun Di's younger brother who didn't even finish middle school because the family was broke. Want to hit me? Do you know my friend is Su Thuk Nien? From now on, you won't be able to stay in Jiangcheng. Go ahead, hit me. Her face looked increasingly vile. As she wished, Ye Chen slapped her across the face, sending her flying several meters away. His whole body reeked of killing intent. He should have shut her up a long time ago. Ha Thin lay on the ground, slapped by Ye Chen. Everyone standing there was frozen. Sun Di looked at Ye Chen, sweat pouring down her face. Her mouth trembled, unable to form words. Ah Tuan stood there like an idiot, reaching for his phone to live stream. not expecting the drama to exceed his wildest imagination. Hathian clutched her swollen cheek, looking at Ye Chen with teary, hateful eyes, and screamed, "You dare hit me? Do you know Su Thuk Nien and the Su family are my close friends? Do you know who my boyfriend is?" Right now, she just wanted to dig up the graves of the entire Ye family. Ye Chen replied coldly, "What does that have to do with me?" He stared straight into her angry eyes. Ah Tuan pointed at Ye Chen's face and said, "I am a department manager at the Bak Dan Group, earning 5 million a year. A high-quality man like me is someone a poor wretch like you can't afford to mess with." Hearing Ah Tuan show off his status, Hathian, with her swollen cheek, crawled over to hug his leg. Yeah, they sounded tough, but Ah Tuan's face had already gone pale. His body was trembling in fear that Ye Chen would come and hit him. A deep voice resonated, cutting through the noisy couple. Big talk indeed. A man in a luxurious suit walked in. Behind him was a young man bowing and following him. He said angrily, "Shen Haihua, I want to see." Hearing the name Shen Haihua, the couple froze. Who dares to use the name of my Bak Dan Group to bully people? Ye Chen Shen Haihua's booming voice rang out. The young man behind him bowed even lower, sweating coldly, looking at Ah Tuan with accusation. Seeing Shen Haihua appear, Ah Tuan stammered, "Pre-president." He was now extremely confused. Isn't the president terminally ill? Why is he here? Sundi looked at the big shot in front of her, stunned. Why would such a powerful figure appear here? If they were backing Hathin, the consequences would be unthinkable. Ah Tuan began to soften his voice, rubbing his hands. "Uncle Shen, my family often talks about you. I really admire you." Hathin also chimed in, "Uncle Shen, why are you here? Are you here to inspect a new project?" Shen Haihua didn't even bother to answer them, walking right past them. Regardless of Ah Tuan repeatedly calling out Uncle Shen, he walked straight to Ye Chen. President Shen grabbed his hand affectionately and said, "Mr. Ye, you've been so hard to find. If you hadn't appeared, I would have died of worry." Hearing Mr. Shen's heart-rending devotion to Ye Chen, Sundi froze, unable to believe her eyes. Hathin whispered in Ah Tuan's ear, "Am I seeing things? President Shen is acting so humble, like he's trying to please Ye Chen." Ah Tuan was also gaping, unable to say a word. Sundi was currently extremely shocked by Ye Chen. Hadn't this guy just arrived in Jiangcheng? How could he know a big shot like Shen Haihua? Ye Chen didn't pay any attention to the president's sweet words. He glanced at him sideways and said coldly, "I gave your family a chance to live before, but you didn't cherish it." Shen Haihua smiled, placed his hand on his heart, and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ye. That brat offended you that day. I've already punished him. Now, let him apologize to you." After speaking, he glanced behind him and shouted sternly, "You brat, get over here and kneel down for Mr. Ye." Shen Menglong stumbled over, falling to his knees in front of Ye Chen. He said, clearly and distinctly, "Mr. Ye, I apologize for that day. Please forgive me." Ah Tuan watched this scene with his jaw hitting the floor. He had followed Shen Menglong for so many years. He knew his personality better than anyone. He was extremely arrogant. Now, he was kneeling. He looked at Ye Chen with fear. What exactly was this kid's background? Did he come from Jiangnan province or an even greater family? Ye Chen didn't give the father and son any face. He turned to Sundi and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the women's clothing store. I'll buy you clothes next." Ye Chen held Sundi's hand, stepping past the two scumbags. "Mr." Shen exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, Mr. Ye." Ah Tuan watched Ye Chen's back, unable to believe it. He had actually ignored Shen Haihua. This was the first time he had ever seen anyone dare to walk away from Shen Haihua without caring at all. Thinking of this, Ah Tuan went limp. It seemed Ye Chen must belong to some massive family. He had offended someone he shouldn't have. Behind him, Shen Haihua kept kicking. Shen Menglong, cursing. "Look at the mess you've made. If Mr. Ye doesn't agree, you can kneel here for the rest of your life." Seeing Shen Menglong's miserable state, Ah Tuan felt extremely pained. He turned to plead, "Uncle Shen, I think this must all be a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" he growled, then turned and slapped Tuan across the face. "Misunderstanding. My foot. You dare use the group's name to offend Mr. Ye? From today on, you and your father can pack your things and get out of the group." Shen Haihua's face turned dark because Ye Chen didn't even bother to look at him. In his mind, only one thought remained. My life is in his hands. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. With that, Shen Haihua turned and left. Tuan looked at the CEO's retreating figure and called out desperately, "Mr. Shen, wait for me." Hathin went over to help him up and whispered, "Tuan, I think we've offended a major player. To unwind. It's over. It's over. I've lost everything now. Toward evening, Ye Chen and Sun Di walked out of the mall. Sun Di nudged Ye Chen and said, "You clearly can't even afford your own rent, yet you're giving me gifts?" She looked at her hands. They were full of bags from high-end clothing shops. Sun Di looked at Ye Chen, beaming with joy. Just this gesture alone makes me happy. Ye Chen sighed inwardly, thinking, does she still think I'm as poor as before, only able to afford a few discounted items? No matter what I say, she won't believe me. Unaware that he was still holding millions in his hand, he looked at Sun Di with deep emotion. She really is a good girl. Behind them, a voice called out, "Mr. Ye, and this young lady, please stop." It was Shen Haihua, who had been chasing them. He raised his hands to greet them. "Are you two enjoying your stroll?" Behind him, two bodyguards were carrying gift boxes from luxury brands. Ye Chen found him an eyesore and asked coldly, "What do you want with me?" Shen Haihua softened his tone. "You misunderstood. It's not you I'm looking for, it's the young lady beside you. My employee was rude to her. That was my failure to manage them properly. I specifically came to apologize. I hope you can accept these small gifts." Sun Di looked at the two piles of presents and called out in distress. "Ah, how can I accept this?" She remembered that these were all the clothes she had tried on earlier and loved, but couldn't bring herself to buy because they were too expensive. Ye Chen laughed to himself. So, Shen Haihua knows he can't win me over, so he's trying to find a breakthrough through Sun Di. Interesting. So he called out, "Shen Haihua." The CEO immediately replied respectfully, "Mr. Ye, do you have any instructions?" Ye Chen walked past him and said, "I'll give you one last chance. I'll come to the Shen residence at 9 a.m. tomorrow to treat your illness. Remember, I can save you, but I can also take your life back." Shen Haihua's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He thanked him profusely. Thank you, Mr. Ye. From now on, whatever you need, I am willing to do everything in my power to help." Back at the villa, Hathin anxiously told Su Thuk Nien, "Everything I said is true. It really is, Ye Chen. Even though his temperament has changed, his appearance is identical, and he has the same name." Contrary to her haste, Su Thuk Nien was calmly watering her plants. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, really? He's back?" Her voice rose. Immediately, Su Thuk Nien's face darkened. "Shen Haihua, I've dealt with him before. He's very shrewd and also very prideful." She stroked her chin, thinking, for him to bow his head to a young man, the other person must have a very high status or tremendous power. Hearing this, Hathian became terrified. "No way then, I'm dead for sure." Su Thuk Nien laughed contemptuously. "That loser from back then, even if he's alive, he's just a vagrant. How could he make Shen Haihua bow?" Hathian asked fearfully. "But Su Thuk Nien, what if he really is Ye Chen?" Su Thuk Nien said confidently. 5 years ago, before the Su family, he could only bow his head. 5 years later, our Su family is still in existence he can only look up to." Su Thuk Nien held up her pinky finger and sneered. In her eyes, Ye Chen was as small as that pinky, nothing compared to her. At the Grand Metropolis Apartments, Sun Di and Ye Chen brought their belongings back. It was already dark. Sun Di laid out the gifts Shen Haihua had given her. She said joyfully, "Ye Chen, tell me the truth. When did you get to know the CEO? That's amazing. So many clothes, and they're all designer brands I could never afford usually." Ye Chen chuckled. "Haha, as long as you're happy." Sun Di remembered something and asked, "Oh, right, about Xia Ruxue, are you really not going to see her?" Ye Chen's face darkened at the mention of her. He said unhappily, "Why mention that buzzkill? Go play by yourself. I'm going to watch TV." Sun Di nudged him, teasing, "But the eldest miss of the Jiangnan Xia family is a great beauty. Can you really resist that?" Ye Chen didn't answer, and silently turned on the TV to watch the news. Today, in a villa within the city, 2 male bodies were discovered. They are the son of Chen Zheng, and Sun Di's face darkened as she heard the report. Chen Zheng and his son are both dead? Oh my god, I was worried about the Chen family seeking revenge these past few days, but I didn't expect. Ye Chen laughed gleefully. Some people commit too many evil deeds and make enemies everywhere. Dying is quite normal. He turned around and said boastfully, "Of course I did it. Actually, I'm a top-tier assassin. Leaping over roofs and climbing walls, nothing is impossible for me." Sun Di corrected his rowdy mouth immediately. "Don't talk nonsense. What if you get caught?" In her heart, she thought, this guy can fight, but he surely wouldn't dare kill anyone. Afterwards, Sun Di turned to take her bags, sticking out her tongue. "Whatever, I'm going to try on my clothes." "Don't you dare peek." Ye Chen sighed. 5 years. The truth is, no one believes me. Then, Ye Chen walked out of the apartment, Bought a few things from a pharmacy nearby, barely enough for tonight's cultivation. Suddenly, he stopped, squinting at the front. A woman with white hair stood before him. She greeted him. "Good evening, Ye Chen. We meet again." She looked at Ye Chen and offered a smile. Ye Chen recognized her. He thought to himself, "This woman is very troublesome. It's better to avoid getting involved." He brushed past her. "Goodbye. Sorry, I'm very busy with police matters right now." She asked, "The Chen family incident, was that your doing?" Ye Chen kept walking. She added a deadly remark. "The Ye family should have died, Ye Chen." Ye Chen heard this and spun around, his face full of rage, spiritual energy radiating intensely. Seeing this, the white-haired woman was extremely excited. "I didn't expect such a powerhouse to be that loser from the Ye family back then." She spat out those 4 words with contempt. Ye Chen reached out and grabbed her by the throat. Ye Chen growled, "What are you trying to say?" The woman couldn't smile anymore. She was a bit scared now. "How? I've practiced some ancient martial arts myself, yet I can't even resist him." She struggled to speak. There are some things I can't explain right now. I just wanted to have dinner with you." Seeing she was afraid, Ye Chen let go and turned to walk away. Before leaving, he said politely, "No need. My landlord will have dinner with me." The white-haired woman didn't listen. She was currently struggling with the pain in her throat. As Ye Chen walked away, she thought, at his age, the prime time for practicing ancient martial arts has long passed. Even if he practiced like mad for these 5 years, he couldn't possibly be this strong. The white-haired woman rolled her eyes, extremely skeptical. She wondered, what on earth has he been through in these 5 years? Ye Chen was out for a long while. When he returned to the apartment, he went into the kitchen. He had brought back some medicinal ingredients and organized them on the kitchen shelf. Ye Chen decided that while Sun Di was asleep, he would borrow her microwave to make pills. After a while, the microwave puffed out thick smoke. He muttered, "This is so hard to use. If I'd known, I should have brought the old man's pill furnace." Taking the pills from the microwave, Ye Chen looked disappointed at his hands. Only 5 pills succeeded? Then he thought again, but this is more than enough to treat Shen Haihua. The next morning, at the Grand Metropolis apartment, Sun Di had just woken up, yawning as she came out of her room. Rubbing her eyes, she saw Ye Chen already putting on his shoes to leave. Sun Di asked curiously, "Ye Chen, it's so early. Where are you going?" Ye Chen replied with a very high-sounding tone, "Saving lives. If anything happens, remember to call me." After speaking, he walked out and closed the door. Sun Di pouted, "Always talking nonsense. Your current image is far worse than a doctor," she thought to herself. But he has the formula for the beauty pill. Maybe he really does know some medicine. She sat on the sofa, lost in thought. The anniversary of the Ye family's passing was approaching. "I guess I'll be the only one visiting the graves again this year." The more she thought, the more she pitied the Ye family. They were living peacefully. Why were they suddenly exterminated? Uncle Ye was clearly such an upright man. Ye Chen is also very kind. Outside the apartment gate, Shen Mengjia was already waiting by her luxury car. It was her first time at a middle-class apartment complex. She was a bit curious and kept looking around. Her delicate, refined aura drew the attention of passers-by. 2 scruffy-looking men stood by the gate, whispering to each other, "Bro, do you think that little beauty is waiting for a man or a woman?" The fat one replied, "Obviously waiting for a boyfriend." He began to analyze. An eldest miss with money like that would be waiting for a man. If she were a beauty being kept by someone, she'd be waiting for someone driving a BMW. She's definitely confident and wouldn't humble herself for a man. Wow, bro, your analysis is logical. Typical loser thoughts. As soon as they see a pretty girl with money, they assume she's a sugar baby. Logical. My foot. Ye Chen joined the conversation. "I think you analyzed it wrong." The fat guy was confused and asked, "How so, brother?" The other guy found it interesting and said, "Tell us more." Ye Chen sneered. "I just know she isn't here waiting for you two." The 2 guys got agitated. The fat one introduced himself. "I am the god of love. I've been with hundreds of beautiful women. This game is." The guy in the red shirt also pulled open his shirt, proudly. "Look down on me? Do you know who I am? The Prince of Women." They pointed at Ye Chen's face and asked, "And who are you? What exactly are you plotting?" Ye Chen said calmly, "I really don't understand women." He pointed at himself, extremely proud, and declared grandly, "But at least I know that girl is waiting for me." The fat guy looked at him and laughed scornfully. "Waiting for you? You should look in a mirror before you try to pick up girls. Even someone as handsome as me wouldn't dare approach that lady in red," clutching her stomach and laughing. "She's a beauty driving a luxury car, waiting for someone like you here. She'd laugh herself to death." Shen Mengjia heard the commotion, turned around, saw Ye Chen, and cheered. Mr. Ye. The two losers looked at each other in confusion. Mr. Ye? Is his surname Ye? The chubby guy said embarrassedly. No, my surname is Niu. Shen Mengjia ran over excitedly, shouting, Mr. Ye, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for so long. The two guys turned to Ye Chen. Could it be him? Then they raised their chins, laughing arrogantly. Shen Mengjia ran up and grabbed Ye Chen's hand, and he politely said, I'm sorry, I'm a bit late. Shen Mengjia shook her head. It's worth it as long as you're here. The two of them happily walked away. Shen Mengjia whispered to Ye Chen, Are those two your friends, Mr. Ye? Ye Chen replied, deliberately speaking loudly. I don't know them. I think they called themselves Love Saint or Prince something. Shen Mengjia covered her mouth, looking at the two with disdain. Oh, Mr. Yi, you have to be careful. Recently, there are a lot of strange people coming in and out of this area. The two guys saw this, their faces darkened, feeling silent and humiliated. They never expected that the clown turned out to be themselves. Upon arriving at the Shen family mansion, Shen Mengjia attentively led Ye Chen inside to meet her father. Ye Chen handed Shen Haihua 5 pills he had made just yesterday. The CEO took them, examining them with some hesitation. He asked, Mr. Ye, do I really just need to take this medicine to recover? I don't need acupuncture or any other treatment? Mrs. Shen thought Ye Chen was worried about Shen Haihua's frail body, so he didn't dare to use other special therapies, so she said, Surgery is fine too. Us old folks can handle it. Ye Chen said loudly and clearly, Just swallow all 5 at once. Hearing this, Shen Haihua widened his eyes in surprise. After hesitating for a moment, he put all 5 pills into his throat, struggling to swallow them. As soon as the medicine was swallowed, it began to react. Old man Shen stood up and shouted, Ah, ah, ah. His whole body exuded a golden aura, like a super saiyan. Mrs. Shen saw this and trembled, calling out to her husband. Old man Shen currently felt extremely warm and light inside. He hugged his body, closing his eyes to feel it. Upon swallowing, the rich medicinal essence exploded within his body, and his whole body felt like it was surrounded by a warm flow. It was a comfort he had never felt before. Shen Haihua clutched his chest and looked at the sky, humming. This feeling was even more intense than marital intimacy. Mrs. Shen saw her husband's unserious behavior and reminded him, Stop talking nonsense. Shen Mengjia wondered, could it be some kind of stimulant? Shen Haihua walked over, grabbed Ye Chen's hand, and said affectionately, Mr. Ye, this life-saving grace, Shen Haihua will never forget it for all eternity. Seeing her father in such high spirits, Shen Mengjia also smiled happily. Afterward, the CEO handed a bank card to Ye Chen with both hands and generously said, This is the payment for the treatment, 1 billion. I hope you accept it. Holding the money in his hand, Ye Chen also smiled and said, Taking money to save a life, it's just a transaction. No need to thank me. Shen Haihua continued. I, Shen, have an empty house at the Daido apartment complex. It's a waste. A golden assistant tray was brought to his side. The CEO continued. This is the key. I hope Mr. Ye accepts it. I hope Mr. Ye will do me the honor of having a meal with me. Ye Chen held the house key, thinking, My place is indeed a bit small. It's convenient for storing medicinal herbs. Regarding the meal, he was hesitating but then reconsidered. Wait, if Shen Haihua is a person in the business world, he definitely knows a lot of business intelligence. For example, the Ye Chen Group. Ye Chen Group was originally founded by my father. It was his life's work. After the Ye family incident, it was seized by others. I tried to inquire about the whereabouts of Ye Chen Group, but I couldn't investigate any information. If it's Shen Haihua, maybe he knows clearly. After thinking, I accept the house, and about the meal, I'll go with you. I'll set the time for tomorrow evening. Are you free? Hearing this, Shen Haihua was overjoyed. He said loudly, Free, being invited by Mr. Yi is my honor. I will definitely be there. Ye Chen listened, satisfied, and walked out. All right then, see you tomorrow. Above the wooden door, the words Nandak Duong were clearly engraved. In a certain place inside Nandak Duong, dozens of bags of raw materials of all sizes were stacked in a corner. While Ye Chen was examining the pile of materials, someone called him, Mr. Ye, you've arrived. Zhou Rende walked from outside toward Ye Chen, who was holding a piece of material and observing it. He smiled and said, These medicinal materials were just shipped. They are very fresh, and the medicinal potency is very good. After picking up another handful of materials to check, Ye Chen smiled, satisfied, and praised, Not bad. Regardless of quality or freshness, They are better than I thought. Calculate the bill. In his heart, he thought, Zhou Rende has some skill. Zhou Rende generously replied, Mr. Yi, although I really want to give them to you, I'm sure you wouldn't agree. We'll charge the cost price of 5 million. Ye Chen calculated in his head. According to my research on the traditional medicine market these past few days, this is not the cost price. This is clearly a loss-making price. This amount of medicine is worth at least 10 million. Remembering the arrogant look of his granddaughter, he sighed in his heart. I'll pay back this favor to him. Shouldn't owe people. After thinking, he replied, then I'll accept your kindness. By the way, where is your granddaughter? Why don't I see her today? Hearing him ask, Zhou Rende replied with some worry, Zhou Ziyuan? She went mountain climbing with her master today and will be back a bit late. I originally wanted her to come and offer tea to apologize to you, Mr. Ye. But Ye Chen didn't pay much attention. He held a small notebook and scribbled something. Ye Chen said offhandedly, that won't be necessary. Then he tore off the piece of paper he had just written on, handed it to Zhou Rende, and said, take this. Ye Chen carefully instructed, when your granddaughter gets back, give this paper to her. If she doesn't understand it, give it to her master. This is very important to her. Zhou Rende smiled happily, accepted it, and replied, okay, I will definitely pass it on. He thought to himself, Mr. Yi, is he paying back a favor to me? What exactly is this paper? Suddenly remembering something, Ye Chen turned back to ask Zhou Rende, right, old Chow, one thing I want to ask you. Do you know where in Jiangcheng I can buy a pill refining furnace? Remembering the horrific memories from before, he suddenly shuddered, exclaiming, a pill refining furnace is truly hard to use. Zhou Rende stuttered, asking the young man in front of him, Ye, Mr. Ye, could it be that you know how to refine pills? He recalled everything he knew about pill refining, and the more he thought about it, the more he frowned. In legend, the Huaxia pill refining masters had disappeared more than 1,000 years ago. Chow. Dak then thought of the terrifying consequences of this. Although some pills circulated on the market, they were all left over from 1,000 years ago and were extremely precious. Some could even sell for billions. They were completely priceless. He continued to analyze to himself. In reality, pill refining masters definitely still exist, but their numbers are absolutely rare. Any martial family in Huaxia, as long as they have a pill refining master to assist them, within 3 years, they could become the leading family of Huaxia. Zhou Rende began to break out in a cold sweat when a thought flashed through his mind. Mr. Yi bought so much medicine. Could it be to refine pills? If that's really the case, his value is far beyond my imagination. Ye Chen heard this and suddenly jumped because he felt like he was being exposed. He had to roll his eyes and find an excuse. Old Chow, what are you joking about? How could I know how to refine pills? I just like pill furnaces and want to collect them. That's an excuse even a dog would turn its nose up at. But Zhou Rende believed it to be true. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, is that so? If Mr. Ye is really interested, in 5 days we can join a large auction with us. There will probably be one there. Ye Chen thought for a moment. Auction? Sounds reasonable. He turned and walked out, not forgetting to wave to Zhou Rende. See you then. Contact me when the time comes. I'll go first. Send the medicine to the Daido apartment complex later. A long while later, Qin Yuanming and Zhou Ziyuan finally arrived home. She greeted happily. Grandpa, we're home. Zhou Rende turned his head to tease his granddaughter. Zhou Ziyuan, did you give your master any trouble today? Zhou Ziyuan pouted and replied, what trouble? Grandpa, you just talk nonsense. Do I look like that kind of person? Qin Yuanming, standing nearby, only knew how to laugh. Ha ha ha. Zhou Rende was not satisfied with that answer, so he reproached. Last time you offended Ye Chen, I told you to stay and apologize to him today, and you just ran off early in the morning. Zhou Ziyuan was angry when she heard that hateful name. She shouted loudly, Ye Chen, Ye Chen. You keep talking about him all day. My master is much better than him. He can break a big tree with one palm strike. Qin Yuanming was very happy with his disciple's praise, but Qin Yuanming still modestly taught her, Zhou Ziyuan, don't talk nonsense. There is always someone better than you. I think that Mr. Yi definitely has something extraordinary. Regardless of his granddaughter's unpleasant personality, Zhou Rende took out the paper he had received that morning and said logically to her, this is what Ye Chen told me to give to you. He said, it's useful for you. Zhou Ziyuan looked at the paper with half an eye, questioning, for me? After examining it for a while, using all 10 of her only brain wrinkles to ponder, she was helpless about her own intelligence. Zhou Ziyuan frowned and said, what is written here? I don't understand. After saying that, Zhou Ziyuan threw the paper behind her head, curling her lip in disdain. The handwriting is ugly. I'm not looking at it, Zhou Rende shouted angrily. This child, Qin Yuanming was quick-handed and sharp-eyed, grabbing the paper to take a look. Qin Yuanming said suspiciously. This paper, Qin Yuanming repeated Zhou Rende's words in confusion. Useful for Zhou Ziyuan? Then he carefully read the content on the paper. Qin Yuanming suddenly widened his eyes in surprise and amazement, blurting out each word. This paper, an expert? This definitely came from the hand of an expert. Qin Yuanming hurriedly called Zhou Rende, who was still bewildered. Old Chow. Old Chow. The usually calm Qin Yuanming was now in a hurry to beg. Old Chow, quickly, let me meet this expert. He has a great debt of gratitude to me and Zhou Ziyuan. Zhou Rende didn't understand what was happening, and asked in confusion. Why, Qin Yuanming? Seeing Qin Yuanming's serious appearance as if he had just lost his life savings, Zhou Rende asked worriedly, what exactly is written on it? Zhou Ziyuan was also a bit scared and chimed in, Master, that Ye Chen, he doesn't want to hurt me, does he? Despite the panic from the two, Qin Yuanming had regained his composure. He opened the conversation. There are things you don't know yet. The old man continued calmly. The 7 Young Cultivation Manual that Zhou Ziyan and I practice, I stumbled upon it when I was young, but it is an incomplete manual. Qin Yuanming recalled the past, how he had practiced it blindly. Like me back then, when I first started, my power did indeed increase significantly, and my cultivation progressed rapidly. Old Master Qin then lowered his voice and continued. But the further I practiced, the bigger the problems became. It even began to affect my internal organs. Hearing her master's story, Zhou Ziyuan realized something. She carefully reflected on the recent days, feeling a bit anxious and suspicious. So that's it. No wonder I've always felt uncomfortable while practicing lately. Could it be the defect in the manual? Reacting instantly, Qin Yuanming reached out to pat Zhou Ziyuan's head as if to reassure her. He gently explained, Zhou Ziyuan, you don't need to be afraid. Your cultivation is only for self-defense, and your level isn't very deep, so the impact isn't major. However, the old man's voice turned serious when speaking of himself. On the contrary, for me, if I continue to practice, my internal organs will likely degenerate, and I will die, unless I cripple my own cultivation. Hearing Qin Yuanming say this, Zhou Rende became extremely worried. He asked, then what should we do? In Zhou Rende's heart, a mess of thoughts began to swirl, speculating on the consequences. The old man had always been the one protecting the peace of the Zhou family. Once something happened to him, the Zhou family would definitely be affected. Contrary to Zhou Rende's negative thoughts, who was already cursing others, the old man laughed happily. Haha, that was only before. Qin Yuanming was as happy as a child being given candy. The old man cheered loudly. Now, this piece of paper has the complete manual, truly a divine hand. From now on, there will be no more backlash. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Ziyuan, we have met a noble person. Ha 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 ha. The old man's words sparked a rare sense of fear and confusion in Zhou Ziyuan's heart. She anxiously thought, a noble person? Even master says so, Zhou Ziyuan fearfully wondered. Ye Chen, who on earth are you? At this moment, at the Dadu apartment complex, looking at the magnificent villa in front of him, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. I thought Shen Haihua was only giving me a house. I didn't expect it to be such a large one. Seeing the incredibly spacious kitchen fully equipped for cooking made him quite surprised, so he marveled aloud. Then, he went out to check the living room and nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. He saw that the place was already equipped with everything needed for entertaining guests. After touring for a while, he suddenly stopped next to a painting of Pikachu that looked distorted and muttered in surprise. The supplies are fully stocked too. That guy is quite thoughtful, saving me from having to prepare them. But, it's so big, living here alone feels a bit lonely. Speaking to this point, Ye Chen suddenly felt a bit sad. He thought to himself, it would be great if Zun Yi were here. After that, he recalled what she had said. Hello? Ye Chen? I have to go back to my hometown for a trip. I probably won't be coming back. After recalling, he suddenly rubbed his chin and continued thinking to himself, I'm a bit worried about that girl. Back then, my house was smaller than this place, but it had the advantage of a harmonious family, always very lively. Now, there is only me left. Thinking this through, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel sad and muttered, tomorrow is the death anniversary of my parents. Parents, I will definitely avenge you. I will crawl out from the jaws of death, to shine in the night, just to bring the head of that man to your graves with my own hands. Ye Chen, I will definitely make Jiang City shake one day, and make this land of Huaxia bow down. Just as he finished speaking, a ringing sound came from outside the door. Hearing the bell, he called out, "Coming!" Then, he quickly opened the door and stepped outside. He saw that the delivery company was carefully moving boxes of medicine down for him. Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Good thing there is this villa, otherwise there would be no place to put all this medicine." Suddenly, someone called out, "Mr. Ye," which startled Ye Chen. He quickly glanced over and saw it was Zhou Rende. He continued, "The medicine has been delivered. Mr. Ye, if you need anything else, just say the word." He quickly replied, "No need, Zhou Rende." Then, he quickly looked at the man standing next to him and thought, "This person is an ancient martial artist." The man hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Mr. Yi, greetings." Ye Chen smiled faintly and replied, "You went through the trouble of delivering this personally. Everyone, please come inside." Hearing him ask about himself, the man was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh!" Then, he suddenly knelt to the ground and said gratefully, "I am Qin Yuanming. Many thanks for saving my life, Master Ye." Zhao Ziyuan heard this and was shocked, shouting, "Master, kneel to him?" Qin Yuanming broke into a sweat and explained, "I won't hide it from you. He is Zhou Ziyuan's master. He fixed the 7 Yang cultivation manual, not only helping me break through obstacles but also avoiding the danger of backlash. From now on, you are my benefactor, Qin Yuanming." Ye Chen solemnly continued, "That's just a small matter. But I am curious about one point." Then, he scratched his head and asked, "Why do you call me Grandmaster? How powerful is a Grandmaster?" Hearing him say that, the man couldn't help but secretly marvel to himself. As a martial arts Grandmaster, he doesn't even know what Grandmaster implies. He is truly a powerhouse with external true energy. The cultivation levels are the gateway for all ancient martial artists. He pretended to cough and embarrassedly explained the reason. "Ahem, I just came down from the mountain not long ago, and I'm not clear about the classification of Huaxia martial arts. I hope you can enlighten me." He smiled awkwardly and continued, "So, that's how it is. If Grandmaster Ye was practicing in the mountains and did not enter the world, it is true that you might not know. I dare say to Grandmaster Ye, in the Huaxia martial arts system, there is external power, internal power, half-step transformation realm, and transformation realm Grandmaster. There are 4 levels, and each level is divided into 3 stages: initial, advanced, and peak, like Zhou Ziyuan, who is in the early stage of internal power. But Grandmaster Ye, you are definitely a transformation realm Grandmaster that countless martial arts experts admire." Ye Chen heard this and thought to himself, "This classification is different from what the old man told me, but that's normal. The manual I practice and the superficial martial arts of Huaxia are not on the same level. Body tempering realm, origin opening realm, chi movement realm, separation realm, true essence realm, spirit wandering realm. Each realm is divided into 9 layers. Of course, there are even more terrifying realms beyond the spirit wandering realm. It's just that I haven't come into contact with them yet. Currently, I am at the 5th layer of the origin opening realm. According to Qin Yuanming, the Huaxia martial arts grandmaster is probably between the origin opening realm and the chi movement realm, which is much stronger than I imagined." After thinking, Ye Chen asked, "Are there many Huaxia grandmasters?" Then, he thought to himself, "I wonder what level that person in the capital is at. Grandmaster or above Grandmaster?" Qin Yuanming replied, "I don't know the exact number, but I can be sure that most Grandmasters have ties to the major Huaxia families. Even though this is an era of science, technology, and rule of law, those who truly hold power all have martial arts experts by their sides." Zhou Rende hurriedly added, "Like the 4 great families of Jiang City, ranked from strongest to weakest: the Su family, the Zhao family, the Lu family, and the Chen family. Among them, even the weakest, the Chen family, has a grandfather in seclusion who is a grandmaster." He couldn't help but regretfully say, "It's a pity that a few days ago, the Chen family was wiped out by someone, kicked out of the 4 great families, and replaced by the Wan family." Ye Chen lowered his head slightly and pondered, "Chen Zhengguo tried to use his grandfather to threaten me before he died. I don't know when that old man will return. Among the other families, the one that left the deepest impression on me is Su Thuk Nian. Back then, if it wasn't for her humiliation, I wouldn't have been completely defeated, and labeled a useless waste. Su Thuk Nian, this time when I return, I must make you understand who the existence you cannot reach is." Seeing Ye Chen's murderous aura made Qin Yuanming secretly shocked, How can the killing intent on Master Ye be so terrifying? How much blood must he have on his hands to train such skills at this age? Walking on the busy, crowded street, Ye Chen muttered, "That girl, Zun Yi. What is she doing?" I called several times and she didn't answer. Ye Chen was worried to the point of overthinking. Could something have happened at home? If there's no news by tomorrow, I'll find a way to look for her. Suddenly, his stomach growled like a kettle. Gurgle. Ye Chen embarrassedly held his rumbling stomach and thought, "Anyway, let me find a restaurant for dinner first." At this moment, his eyes landed on a roadside eatery. Above it were 3 big characters. High seafood restaurant. Ye Chen thought, this restaurant belongs to my good brother from my school days, Wang Yuhang. I still remember the taste very clearly. We used to eat here often when we were students. After all these years, I didn't expect it to still be open. Ye Chen thought to himself. Even when I was at my lowest, he insisted on standing by me. Entering inside, he saw that the restaurant was completely empty. A question arose in Ye Chen's heart. This place used to do very well. Why is there not a single person here now? Ye Chen softly called out, "Uncle Wang, give me a few skewers of your special BBQ and a bottle of soda." Just then, an elderly woman approached and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, young man." She hesitated and said, "Young man, we have to close down today. Why don't you go eat somewhere else?" Ye Chen realized this was Aunt Zhang. She continued, "We have to move out today. If you get the chance, come support our new shop." Ye Chen was stunned. The shop had been there for over 10 years and was about to move. Suddenly, he noticed a bandage on Aunt Zhang's face. Ye Chen inwardly guessed, "She's been hurt. It looks like someone hit her," he thought. Just then, Uncle Wang spoke up. "Stop chasing customers away." Aunt Zhang hesitated, turning to him. But Uncle Wang quickly brought out a plate of food and said generously, "This one is on the house, kid." He smiled and added, "Little brother, if you want to be our last customer, then, please, have it your way." Looking at the bruises all over his face, Ye Chen was shocked. Uncle Wang had been hurt too. Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang were a very loving couple. Domestic violence was impossible. Looking at the delicious food, Ye Chen couldn't help but drool. He forgot about the incident and excitedly exclaimed, "Oh," Uncle Wang said softly, "eat and then go. We won't charge you for this. But you have to eat fast, you really need to hurry." Holding the meat skewer, Ye Chen happily recognized the taste. It was the taste of his childhood. Just as he opened his mouth to take a bite, a wooden chair came flying straight at him. With his current strength, he sensed it immediately. Ye Chen quickly countered, shattering the chair with just a few simple moves. He stood up forcefully, his entire body glowing with a terrifying aura. Uncle Wang, standing behind him, showed clear worry on his face. That group of thugs sneered, "Not bad, brother. You've got some skills." Seeing their mocking attitude, Ye Chen was furious. The thugs raised their voices. "But today, I'm not here for you. This shop is closed. Get the hell out before I lose my temper." They all looked like gorillas. Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang nervously stammered, wanting to speak, but before they could, the redhead thug aggressively scolded them. "Uncle Wang, don't you dare play dumb. Pay us the protection money, or else. You still have the nerve to entertain guests?" He grabbed Uncle Wang by the shirt and growled, "Is this shop tired of existing?" Uncle Wang nervously pleaded, "Please, let us off the hook." He continued, "Please, just let us go. We're a small business. We can't take this abuse." Hearing that, the thugs burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, don't think I don't know anything," he smirked. "Wanna run, huh? I've already done my homework on your new location." The redhead whispered a threat. "If you don't bring 50,000 in protection money tomorrow, I'll wreck your new shop too." Having said that, he turned to leave leisurely. "Ha ha ha, if you don't pay within 24 hours, I'll cut off your lifeline." As he brushed past Ye Chen, he couldn't help but mock, "Hey, brother, I'm done with my business here. You don't have to scram anymore." Ha 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 ha. The 500 gang members behind him echoed the laughter. Ha ha ha. Just then, Ye Chen growled, "Did I say you could leave?" Hearing that, the redhead was startled. He turned to look at Ye Chen. As if he couldn't believe his eyes, he asked, "Are you talking to me?" Ye Chen smirked. "If I'm not talking to you, am I talking to a dog?" The redhead was enraged and yelled, "Do you know who I am, you little brat?" Before he could finish, Ye Chen delivered a powerful slap to his face. He said coldly, "What does that have to do with me?" Seeing the redhead collapse to the ground, the lackeys shouted anxiously, "Boss Tiger, boss!" They were so terrified that their faces went pale. "He's too fast. I didn't even see how he attacked." Boss Tiger was just then. Ye Chen casually crossed his arms and asked, "Is that all you've got?" A single slap had taken him down. The head thug gritted his teeth and hissed, "Damn it!" He jumped up, fiercely raising his fist, filled with hatred toward Ye Chen. "Go to hell, you little brat." The redhead only managed to let out a gaw as Ye Chen continued to pummel him. His strength sent the head thug flying high into the air. He crashed headfirst through the ceiling. The lackeys were so stunned they couldn't speak. "Boss Tiger is way too strong." Just then, Ye Chen growled. "Hey, you lot over there," he threatened. "Scram on your own." The whole group trembled, sweat pouring down their ugly faces like rain. Ye Chen glared at them with bloodthirsty intensity and continued, threatening, "If you dare to cause trouble again, I, Ye Chen, guarantee that next time I won't be so gentle." Seeing the 500 gang members trembling like leaves in the wind, Ye Chen mocked, "Why are you all kneeling down?" After getting a good beating, the whole group obediently begged, "Please, big boss, have mercy. We won't dare to do it again," Ye Chen asked coldly. "And then what?" The head thug replied, "Sorry. We won't dare to mess with Uncle Wang again. Please, have mercy, and let us go." His gorilla face was now covered in messy wounds, and blood was flowing freely. Ye Chen grabbed the head thug by the hair and growled a lesson. "If I ever see you again on this street," before he could finish, they replied, "Yes, yes, we'll get as far away as possible." Ye Chen glared at them with killing intent and shouted, "Get lost." Hearing that, the 500 gang members helped each other up and ran away. They didn't forget to frantically say, "Thank you for sparing our lives, big boss." Looking at the chaotic scene, Ye Chen felt a bit sheepish. "I ended up turning the shop into a mess," he thought to himself. "Should have made that trash clean it up before they left." Just then, Uncle Wang asked, "Could you be Ye Chen?" He shouted joyfully, "It really is you, Ye Chen. You're actually still alive." Aunt Zhang was also moved to the point of tears. "Ye Chen." Ye Chen was a bit surprised. "You two recognize me?" Uncle Wang said. "Little one, you owe us so much money. How could Uncle Wang ever forget you?" Aunt Zhang added, "Ye Chen, it really is you. You've grown so tall. I barely recognized you," they said happily. "It's good you're back. It's good you're back," Ye Chen called out, choking with emotion. Uncle Wang, Aunt Zhang. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "Yeah, I'm back." After a while, Ye Chen returned to the apartment building. He opened the door, stepped inside, and called out, "Sun Di, are you home?" Seeing she wasn't there, Ye Chen said, "No one is answering the phone either. I just found a great restaurant. Later I'll stock." That long-haired woman only let out, Hearing an unfamiliar voice, Ye Chen realized he had mistaken the person. Seeing the golden-haired girl in front of him, Ye Chen asked, "Who are you?" The woman glared at Ye Chen. Ye Chen asked again, "Who are you?" The blonde girl recalled the past. "What? After meeting me at the company reception desk and causing such a scene, you don't recognize me now?" Ye Chen was stunned. "Xia Ruxue? Why are you here?" Xia Ruxue explained. "Sun Di is my best friend. I used to come to her place often. For convenience, she gave me a key." "How come you're living with her?" Ye Chen said awkwardly. "I didn't have a place to stay. Now she's my landlord." He thought to himself, "This is Xia Ruxue? The old man told me to come and save her." Looking at her, she seemed perfectly normal. She didn't look like she was facing any apocalyptic disaster. Just then, Xia Ruxue gave an enigmatic smile. "This little Sun Di is bolder than I thought." Ye Chen turned to pour some water and said coldly, "As you can see, Sun Di isn't home right now. Is there something you can't discuss at the office?" Seeing his casual demeanor, Xia Ruxue couldn't help but feel annoyed. This guy thinks he's at his own home. Shifting the subject aside, Xia Ruxue asked anxiously, "I haven't been able to contact her. She didn't show up for the leadership conference this afternoon either. Do you know where she went?" Hearing that, Ye Chen jumped in surprise. "You mean Sun Di is missing?" He thought in a panic. Even Xia Ruxue can't reach her. Could something have actually happened to Sun Di? Could she be targeted by my enemies? No. I have to find her. Seeing the stern look on the other's face, Xia Ruxue asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Ye Chen replied coldly, "None of your business." Xia Ruxue yelled angrily, "What? Weren't you the one looking for me? Now that I'm here, you want to leave?" Ye Chen turned his head and whispered, "Don't follow me." After that, he strode away, leaving Xia Ruxue standing in the small apartment, bewildered. She thought to herself, he really has a nerve. Xia Ruxue was now burning with rage. Ye Chen dares to talk to me like that. He's the first one. It's just because he has that formula in his hands. She bit her nails nervously. Xia Ruxue wondered to herself, I used to send detectives to investigate him, but his file was completely blank. She thought this proved that his information was kept confidential by someone else. Normal people couldn't dig it up. Someone like him would be very useful to the corporation. But why does he treat me like a plague and despise me? Even though Ye Chen was very mocking, Xia Ruxue kept telling herself to endure it. No matter how aggrieved she felt, she had to endure it. She left Xiajia to come to Jiang City to make a name for herself. I can't act too emotionally. His formula is very important. Being ignored like this only made Xia Ruxue angrier. Clearly, he wanted to find me first. Outside, Ye Chen didn't know where to go. Jiang City was so big, and he didn't have his own intelligence network. Searching for Sun Di alone was too much of a stretch. He thought anxiously, even if I find her, there might not be enough time. Just then, Ye Chen pulled out his phone and muttered to himself, I didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore, but it looks like I have no choice. At the same time, at the Thiam Long building, sunlight shone on the tall, vertical building. A man wearing a black suit was looking out at the crowded city. Suddenly, his phone rang. Ring, ring. The man used green-colored magic to summon the phone, he muttered. In the whole world, fewer than 6 people know this number. The man answered and asked, Who is this? The voice on the other end replied, It's me. Listen first. Don't try to track this phone number. Hearing the familiar voice, the man was shocked. Ye Chen casually put his hands in his pockets and continued, If I discover you've been placing people around me, I will destroy everything I gave you, including your life. Ye Chen got straight to the point. Investigate someone for me. She is Sun Di, the CEO of Huamei Group. She went off the grid 10 hours ago. I need to know where she is right now, if she's in danger, and what happened at her home. You have 5 minutes to give me the full report. After Ye Chen hung up the phone, the man couldn't believe his ears. 3 years, he whispered to himself. 3 years. I've been guarding this phone for 3 years, waiting every single day for the person who finally called me. The man smirked and whispered, Master. In just 1 month, he had already reported back on the situation. Cough, cough. I've investigated Sun Di's whereabouts, the man reported, recounting what he had found. 11:35. She left her apartment, driving a car with license plate Giang 180TS, and headed to Gyeongthon People's Hospital No. 5. The car is still in the hospital parking lot. According to the investigation, the Gyeongthon side hasn't 11:20. It's a medical emergency that requires immediate surgery. The surgery costs 700,000. During that time, Sun Di called 3 people. The first was a mortgage company. She sold her car for 50,000. I have even more detailed information. Do you need me to send it to you? Ye Chen replied coldly. No need. He worried to himself. So it really happened. Ye Chen muttered under his breath, but knowing where she is makes things easy to resolve. At the same time, Sun Di was at Gyeongthon People's Hospital No. 5. Standing in front of the hospital room, she couldn't hide her hesitation. She whispered to herself, I've taken out all my savings, and I've sold the car. I'm still 300,000 short for Tunhao Triet's surgery. Mom, Dad, is there really no other way? Facing her were her parents, Tun Vin Kui and Trong Van Lan. Her father worriedly said, We've taken out all the money in the house. We can only ask your uncle for a loan. He's been running a business and making a lot of money for years. Her mother, Trong Van Lan, teared up and added, I already called him. He should be here soon. Sun Di thought anxiously. Of course, we have no choice but to turn to my uncle. Her uncle was the wealthiest relative in the family and had always looked down on them. She really didn't want to beg him. Just then, a voice rang out, making her whole family jump. Vin Kwai. From a distance, 2 figures were approaching. They called out loudly, Tunhao Triet is in such serious trouble, and you're only telling us now? Sun Di said softly. Uncle, Aunt, thank you both for coming to help. The man wearing a leopard print jacket, his arms covered in gold bracelets, was Sun Di's uncle, Tun Vin Phuc. The stylish woman in red stockings with a dyed pink, high ponytail hairstyle was Sun Di's aunt, Dong Sak Xiao. After looking closely at his niece, Tun Vin Phuc couldn't help but be shocked. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that after not seeing her for a few years, this girl, Sun Di, would be so beautiful. Tun Vin Phuc's eyes lit up. He hadn't really paid attention before. Just then, Tun Vin Kui spoke up. Vin Phuc, you know the situation. I really have no other choice now. Trong Van Lan chimed in from the side. That's right, Vin Phuc, please save Tunhao Triet. We'll sell the house to pay you back. Puffing on a cigarette, Tun Vin Phuc let out a long, dramatic sigh. Oh, that's a real shame. Tun Vin Phuc put on a display of hardship and said, If only this had happened sooner. Business isn't going well right now, and I don't have any spare cash. In his heart, he judged them. Looking at how poor you all are, can you even pay me back? If I take this money out, wouldn't it be a total loss? Sundi teared up and said, but uncle, if we don't start the surgery, Tun Hao Triet will lose his life. Dong Sak Chao then spoke up. Husband, do you remember that dinner with President Li last time? Tun Vin Phuc asked, confused. Dinner? Dong Sak Chao pushed her sunglasses up and said sharply, didn't you say you wanted to introduce a partner to President Li's foolish son? Dong Sak Chao continued suggestively. Sun Di is so beautiful, this would definitely work. Once the marriage is set, don't worry, President Li will surely promote you. Hearing this, Ton Vin Phuc said loudly, that could work, he thought to himself. Why didn't I think of this? Even though President Li's son isn't quite right in the head, he's lecherous, and Sun Di is definitely the perfect fit. Dong Sak Chao asked gently, Sun Di, do you have a boyfriend? Sun Di replied awkwardly, I don't have a boyfriend. Dong Sak Chao said gleefully, well, that makes things easy. Tilting her head, Dong Sak Chao added, although your uncle's business isn't doing well, Tun Hao Triet's life is what matters most. There is a way to come up with this money. Sun Di asked, confused, what does Aunt mean by that? Dong Sak Chao went straight to the point. I heard that the construction mogul President Li's son is currently looking for a marriage partner. If you marry into the Lai family, they Dong Sak Chao continued. Don't even mention your brother's medical bills. From now on, the entire Tun family will be able to rely on you. Hearing this, Sun Di was overcome with worry. She was stunned, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Get married? Dong Sak Chao said, if you marry into the Li family, don't even mention your brother's medical bills. From now on, the entire Tun family will be able to rely on you. Tun Vin Kwai immediately stepped in to protect Sun Di, sister-in-law. What are you saying? Do you want me to sell my own daughter? Trong Van Lan also added, Sun Di sacrificed so much dropping out of school to work for this family. I can't let her down again. Dong Sak Chao pushed her glasses and said, don't put it so harshly. Why would it be selling a daughter? Everything depends on Sun Di's own choice. Who knows, she might even want to marry him. Dong Sak Chao started playing mind games. Think about it, Sun Di. Tun Hao Triet is only 14. He has a long life ahead of him. Can you bear to watch him die? Dong Sak Chao whispered into Sun Di's ear. You're his older sister. You watched him grow up. Seeing Sun Di's face darken, Tun Vin Kwai blamed himself. As a father, I'm a total failure. Why can't I risk my life to earn a little more money so my daughter doesn't have to suffer? Truong Van Lan said helplessly, is this the fate of our family? Seeing this, Dong Sak Chao thought with amusement. This is getting good. Tun Vin Phuc threatened and tempted them. Marrying into a wealthy family is a good thing. From now on, your family won't have to worry about money, Dong Sak Chao added. You have to realize, Tun Hao Triet's future medical expenses will also be a huge sum. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making the whole family jump. Who wants my girlfriend to get married? Sun Di felt a spark of hope. Ye Chen. He casually put his hands in his pockets and said, you silly girl, why hide it from me when your brother is sick? Ye Chen struck a pose like a top executive. We're already seeing each other. Don't be so formal with your boyfriend. Tun Vin Kwai asked in surprise. You're the boyfriend? Trong Van Lan was also very confused. How come I never heard her mention him? Ye Chen naturally put his arm around Sun Di and smiled. Di, you know her personality, she's just shy. Sun Di jumped and let out a startled ah. Seeing his plan falling apart, Tun Vin Phuc shouted angrily, nonsense. She just said a moment ago she didn't have a boyfriend. Dong Sak Chao pointed her finger angrily. You little brat. Where did you come from? Why are you pretending to be her boyfriend? Ye Chen turned to the fake girlfriend and pointed to his cheek. See, she doesn't believe us. Why don't you prove it to her? Sun Di thought shyly. This bad guy is here to solve my problems. I have to cooperate. She was silent for a moment. Then Sun Di gently pulled on Ye Chen's shirt and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Tun Vin Phuc was stunned. What? I thought they were just normal friends. Are they really a couple? Dong Sak Chao stammered, unable to speak. This is just too sudden. Tun Vin Phuc tried to play another psychological card. Sun Di, you have to know that the surgery fee is a huge number. Not just any man can come up with that, Ye Chen said calmly. That 400,000 or so? I paid it on my way here. The surgery can be performed at any time. Dong Sak Chao wasn't someone who believed people so easily. She said sarcastically, 400,000? Just paid it casually? What a big mouth. Tun Vin Phuc demanded proof. Where's the receipt? If you paid, you'd surely have a receipt. At this moment, Ye Chen started to sweat. Damn, this guy is really focused on details. Why did I run here in such a rush? I didn't have time to pay. let alone wait for a receipt. Sun Di had already agreed to you 2 dogs. Ye Chen crossed his arms and said, "Cough, cough. I didn't pay the hospital. I handed the money to the best miracle doctor in Jiangthon, and he will cure Tan Hao Triet." Dong Sak Chow pushed her glasses and said, "Jiangthon's miracle doctor? There's no such thing. I've never heard of a Ye miracle doctor." "That wouldn't be you, would it, brat?" Facing that sharp observation, Ye Chen was momentarily flustered. "Is this woman a detective? She's hard to fool," he stammered. That is indeed me," Tun Vin Phuc roared angrily. "If you're a miracle doctor, then I'm an immortal." Dong Sak Xiao burst into laughter at that baseless claim. "Miracle doctor? Ha, ha, ha. You're killing me." Just then, a doctor sternly reminded the 2 family members of the patient, "Please stop being so loud and making noise in the hospital." Recognizing the person, Tun Vin Phuc was stunned. "Miracle Dr. Cao." Tun Vin Phuc eagerly stepped forward to make conversation. "Miracle Dr. Cao, long time no see. Do you remember me? I'm Tun Vin Phuc. We had dinner together last time." Suddenly, Miracle Dr. Cao's eyes widened as if he realized something. He pushed Tun Vin Phuc aside and shouted in astonishment, "Miracle Dr. Ye." Miracle Dr. Cao shook hands and greeted Ye Chen warmly. He said happily, "I didn't expect to run into you here. The last time at the Tham family's estate, it truly opened my eyes." Watching this scene, Tun Vin Phuc could only gape in shock. That brat, Tun Vin Kuai and Trong Van Lan were frozen in place. Sun Di's boyfriend is really, even Sun Di was stunned. Miracle Dr. Cao. At this moment, Ye Chen still hadn't remembered the doctor standing in front of him. He wondered to himself, who is this guy? Ye Chen cleared his throat and greeted him gently. "Oh, it's Cao?" Ye Chen asked softly. "Cao, where did we meet?" Miracle Dr. Cao replied embarrassedly. "Ah, he whispered. "It's me, from the Tham family's place last time." Ye Chen finally remembered the doctor with the chubby face, who had appeared at the Tham estate. Oh, at this moment, Tun Vin Kui still couldn't believe his eyes. Miracle doctor? Trong Van Lan felt a flicker of hope. She wondered to herself, why didn't Sundi tell us earlier? Ye Chen praised him warmly. "So you're not a scammer. I actually thought you were a quack who only knows how to trick people with money." Suddenly, Tun Vin Phuc loudly questioned, "Dr. Cao, you aren't joking, are you? A poor kid like him deserves to be called a miraculous doctor by you?" Tun Vin Phuc sneered with disdain, adding, "No matter how I look at him, he's just a con artist." Dr. Cao had only been polite, but this kid was so disrespectful, he was in for it now. Just then, Dr. Cao asked with a scowl, "Mr. Diep, who is this?" Ye Chen replied, "Just a noisy stranger." Hearing this, Dr. Cao snapped his fingers and called for security. He continued, "These 2 have been making a scene and disturbing the treatment of other patients since earlier." Immediately, 2 burly security guards grabbed Tun Vin Phuc and his wife. Dr. Cao glared and said, "I suspect these 2 might be infected with rabies. To prevent the virus from spreading, I suggest we quarantine them on humanitarian grounds." Following the order, the 2 guards quickly picked up the unruly couple like they were handling pigs. Dong Sak shouted, "Put me down, you old hag." Tun Vin Phuc struggled and yelled after them, "Dr. Cao, don't do this." Just then, Ye Chen draped an arm around Dr. Cao's shoulder and smiled with satisfaction. "I didn't expect your medical skills to be so average, but your methods for dealing with people are quite ruthless, aren't they?" Dr. Cao replied, "You flatter me, Miracle Dr. Diep. Who told them to be so disrespectful to you?" At this moment, Sundi gently tugged at Ye Chen's sleeve and said, "Ye Chen, I'm sorry, please help us. We will definitely cover the surgical costs." Seeing this, Dr. Cao suddenly realized that the sister of the patient, Tan Hao Triet, was actually. He snapped his fingers and ordered his subordinate, "Prepare the medical records for the patient named Tan Hao Triet later. I will personally oversee his surgery." The doctor replied, "Yes, Dr. Cao." Dr. Cao turned to Ye Chen and asked, "Miracle Dr. Deep, do you think this arrangement is satisfactory?" Ye Chen said with satisfaction, "Well done." Sundi, standing beside them, joyfully thanked Dr. Cao. Ye Chen put an arm around Dr. Cao and asked, "Will you be performing the surgery on Hao Triet yourself later?" Facing this pressure, Dr. Cao replied, "Dr. Diep, please rest assured, I will personally hold the scalpel. It will be no problem at all." Ye Chen then handed over a piece of paper. "This is an introductory set of needle-based techniques that could help advance your medical skills," Dr. Cao exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Ye Chen said in a low voice, handing him the paper. "Take this." Dr. Cao couldn't hide his amazement. "This is the legendary 7-transmission blood qi acupuncture technique. With his guidance, my medical skills will definitely improve significantly. At this moment, Ye Chen took out his card and asked, "Oh, that's right. How much are the hospital fees? I'll pay you now." Dr. Cao quickly said, "No, no, I'm the lead surgeon. How could I take money from you?" He acted professionally, saying, "Leave everything to me." Sundi was quite surprised. How Triet's surgery fees, are they really just settled like this? Sundi's family wondered. Who exactly is Sundi's boyfriend? After leaving the hospital, Trong Van Lan said softly to Sundi, "You head back first. Mom and Dad are here." Sundi replied, "Okay." Before leaving, Tun Vin Kui spoke up. "That's right. Dad has something to tell you." He reminded her in a serious tone, "Even though you and Ye Chen are dating, living together is inconvenient. As long as you aren't married, you must be careful and use protection." Hearing her father mention such a sensitive topic, Sundi's face turned as red as a tomato. "Ah, Dad, what are you spouting about?" Just then, Ye Chen gave a thumbs up and burst out laughing. "Haha, I didn't expect your dad's mindset to be so open-minded," Sundi yelled in embarrassment. "How can you eavesdrop on other people's conversations?" Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, "Who told you my hearing is so good?" Sundi had no choice but to turn away. "Ugh, you have so many excuses. Let's take the car back." Suddenly, she remembered something. "Oh, no," Sundi stammered. "My car was pawned. I'll take a day off tomorrow to see if I can get it back." Ye Chen spoke up. "Oh, didn't you drop your car keys at my place?" He dangled the keys in his hand and smiled teasingly. "Since when did you pawn it?" Sundi was stunned to realize. This is my car key. Even the keychain is the same." "Could it be?" Ye Chen happily explained. "When I saw the pawn shop guy driving it away, I just happened to see it. As your temporary boyfriend, I obviously had to get it back. Remember not to lose it next time." To his surprise, Sundi was so touched that she hugged Ye Chen tightly. She said softly, Thank you so much." Ye Chen gently patted Sundi's head and said, "Actually, I'm the one who should be thanking you." He smiled. Sundi's car sped along the dark road. Sitting in the car, Sundi asked Ye Chen, "There is one thing I'm very curious about. Why did you help me so much? Why do you have to thank me?" she asked, wondering. "Just because I let you stay at my place?" Hearing this, Ye Chen whispered, "Perhaps tomorrow you will know." Sundi curiously asked, "Tomorrow? What are you up to now?" Ye Chen just laughed. "Haha, please wait and see." Just then, Sundi asked Ye Chen anxiously, "I suddenly feel so cold. Is the air conditioner in the car broken?" Hearing her, Ye Chen realized this was killing intent. A powerful force was tailing them both. Ye Chen said in a serious tone, "Don't ask why. From now on, listen carefully to every single word I say." Seeing him reach for the car door, Sundi yelled worriedly, "Ye Chen, what are you doing?" Ye Chen opened the car door and instructed, "First, after I get out of the car, you immediately step on the gas and drive back to the apartment. Absolutely do not stop the car. Remember, no matter what you hear or what you see, do not stop, just keep driving." Sundi replied, "Okay." Ye Chen continued, "Second, once you get home, immediately take my phone and hide in my room. Third, use my phone to call the most recent number in the contacts list." He added, "After the call is answered, demand that he sends his strongest person to your house within half an hour. If anyone breaks in within that half hour, do not resist. Just surrender obediently and wait for me to save you." After saying this, Ye Chen leaped out of the car. He landed firmly on the ground. Watching Sundi's car disappear, Ye Chen finally felt somewhat relieved. He thought to himself, "The battles between martial arts experts are too much for ordinary people to bear. Sundai being by my side only puts her in more danger." Ye Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets, glared at the black car behind him, and thought, "It seems that fighting alone still isn't enough. Having my own influence will be more convenient." His eyes blazed with killing intent. Time to welcome my opponents. At this moment, two figures stepped out of the black car, radiating great energy. Ye Chen glanced at them. The man wearing a stylish suit with an undercut haircut seemed capable, but this driver, while trained, was nothing. Ye Chen thought sternly, "The only one who can pose a threat to me is him." The person next to him was a man in traditional clothing, with long, loose hair. He growled, "Ye Chen, it's been a long time. 5 years. It's been 5 years. To think that someone from the Diep family is still alive." Ye Chen replied calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, you had a hand in what happened at Van Hon Manor 5 years ago. Did you come today prepared to kill me to silence me?" Yao Jinggu laughed, "Ha ha ha. Kill you? A trash like you is worth me coming to silence? You really think too highly of yourself. Ha ha ha." After that, he gave the order, "Huan Kong, make your move." The driver replied, "Yes, sir." He charged forward with intense momentum. Huan Kong stomped his foot to gain leverage, then ignited a flame of hatred, burning through their memories, and lunged toward Ye Chen. Huan Kong roared fiercely, "Die!" However, Ye Chen calmly dodged the attack. Huan Kong flew into a rage and swung wildly, left and right, screaming, "Die! Die! Die!" After letting his opponent flail in the air for a while, Ye Chen passed judgment. "You're pathetic." He landed a direct punch on Huan Kong. Ye Chen mockingly said loudly, "Very weak." The force of his punch sent Huan Kong flying 10 meters away. He face-planted onto the ground. Yao Jinggu scolded him irritably, "Trash. I gave you a chance, but you're useless." At this moment, Ye Chen took a stance and said sternly, "Don't think you'll have such an easy death like him." Yao Jinggu recognized the opponent's technique with interest. "Blood-killing art?" he sneered. "Kid, you've trained for 5 years and achieved this much? If I let you grow, what will you become? Today, I, Yao Jinggu, must kill you." Ye Chen coldly shouted, "You talk too much." Yao Jinggu bared his teeth menacingly. 5 years ago, it was I who led the people to slaughter your entire family." A fierce battle broke out under the bright moonlight. Yao Jinggu sneered. Huan Kong was a half-step transformation realm expert, yet he was killed with one blow. "That proves you have some skill," Yao Jinggu growled. "But that's as far as you go." Ye Chen asked coldly, "What exactly do you want to say?" Yao Jinggu spoke with a mocking tone. "How about you become my dog?" His eyes blazed with intense killing intent. Huan Kong was a good subordinate. "If he's dead, you can take his place." Hearing these words, Ye Chen almost gagged. "Ugh, you think too highly of yourself. Just based on that cat-scratching kung fu of yours?" Seeing him being so mouthy, Yao Jinggu was extremely furious. Ye Chen growled, "Dia, since when did you get the delusion that I am weaker than you?" His eyes glowed with a firm flame. The powerful energy created a sense of oppression, as if countless monsters were charging in. Yao Jinggu started to feel a bit rattled. This kind of pressure? Looking at the monster illusions, he finally realized the terrifying strength of the kid he had underestimated. He had actually reached the master level. Ye Chen sneered, "Don't think you'll have an easy death like your subordinate." Yao Jinggu still couldn't accept it. "Impossible. In China, it's impossible to have such a young master." He thought in shock. "I trained for 45 years, spent countless resources and rare treasures just to barely step into the master realm." Yao Jinggu's body kept trembling, cold sweat dripping down his thin face. Yao Jinggu realized, "My hands are shaking," he screamed. "Don't get cocky." Yao Jinggu quickly took a defensive stance and said, "Although I don't know what kind of dark arts you used to achieve such a realm in just a few years, even with a gap in experience, it could not compensate for his inner energy, which created a powerful blue-colored illusion." Ye Chen sneered, "Oh, is that all the gap between us?" Yao Jinggu went mad and lunged aggressively. "Today, Yao Jinggu will have your head." He stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum, leaping high. In Ye Chen's pupils, the enemy's razor-sharp claws were clearly reflected. Yao Jinggu let out a crazed roar. "Die!" Facing someone like Yao Jinggu, Ye Chen remained fearless. He quickly found an opening and launched a direct counterattack. As agile as Yao Jinggu was, Ye Chen was no less so. This battle was truly neck and neck. Just then, Yao Jinggu's claws left scratch marks on the back of Ye Chen's hand. After a brief, intense exchange, both men stepped back to catch their breath. Yao Jinggu smirked and said, "Not bad, kid. You took all my moves, but those delicate hands of yours." Looking at Ye Chen's hand, now covered in wounds, Yao Jinggu taunted, "How many more hits can you take?" At that moment, Ye Chen thought to himself, "He can inflict stronger external wounds on me than I imagined." Then, he lifted his head and said softly, "Let's see. So what if you scratched my hand a few times?" Within Ye Chen's burning intensity, Yao Jinggu cursed in frustration. "You're still talking tough." Suddenly, veins began to bulge in his eyes, and they turned blood red. Yao Jinggu suddenly realized, "My finger was broken during our clash." At the same time, blood continuously flowed from his eyes and mouth. Ye Chen smirked, thinking to himself, "Is this the gap in experience you were talking about?" he asked smugly. "Is that all you've got?" Ye Chen shouted his name, Yao Jinggu. Then, he charged forward, his eyes burning with killing intent. "Today, I want you to pay blood for blood." Seeing Ye Chen soar into the air, Yao Jinggu was momentarily stunned. "He dares to attack me in mid-air?" He bared his teeth, sneering. assuming he had already won. You're still too young, after all. Yao Jinggu used his energy to restore his clawed hand, thinking, in the air, you have nowhere to run. I just need to focus all my internal energy into this arm. Then, he quickly launched his attack, successfully slashing across Ye Chen's leg. Yao Jinggu laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. You rotten brat. Your leg is broken. Let's see how you'll fight me now. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. The thing Yao Jinggu had just attacked was merely a phantom, created from Ye Chen's energy. It's fake, an illusion formed from his killing intent. Yao Jinggu couldn't believe his eyes. Such a high level of cultivation. Before he could even process it, Ye Chen lunged at breakneck speed. Swoosh! After a roar, Ye Chen's beast form let out a powerful cry. He landed with an imposing aura, the immense pressure causing the ground to shake violently. Ye Chen said in a low voice, "Not bad for a grandmaster." Looking at Yao Jinggu, who was pinned flat on the ground, Ye Chen smirked in judgment. "You're really stubborn." By now, Yao Jinggu's face was bruised and battered. He stammered, unable to speak. "No way, this is impossible." One hand reached straight toward Yao Jinggu. Ye Chen grabbed his silky hair aggressively and growled, "Answer my questions, and I might consider sparing your life." He leaned in and asked, "First, how did you know of my existence? How many people know right now?" Yao Jinggu asked weakly, "If I answer, can you really let me go?" Seeing Yao Jinggu trying to negotiate, Ye Chen snapped. He slammed Yao Jinggu's head into the ground and roared, "Do you think you're in a position to negotiate with me? You really choose the hard way over the easy way." Forced into a corner, Yao Jinggu obediently recounted, "A few days ago, I discovered someone was using the dark web database to pull your information. It made me very curious, so I sent people to trace the database route and found some clips and images. Through comparison, the match rate between you and the dead Ye Chen was very high. I like to kill every threat, so I came looking for you." Yao Jinggu continued. After all, the Long family once warned that the Ye family must not have any survivors left. Ye Chen still remembered that name clearly. The Long family was the one that had taken everything from him. Ye Chen pressed his foot down on Yao Jinggu and growled, "What is the Long family's real name? Where is he?" He added, "Does he know I'm still alive?" Hearing this, Yao Jinggu just scoffed. "Ha, ha. His real name is not something someone like me could know. I only know that the entire martial arts world, and even the families in the capital, have to respectfully address him as Long Master. As for your existence, even if I wanted to tell him, I wouldn't have the chance. I'm not qualified to know where he is," Ye Chen asked strictly. "So, you don't have the authority to meet Long Master in person?" Yao Jinggu immediately lifted his head and replied, Right, exactly." Hearing this, Ye Chen fell silent, thinking for a moment. He then asked, "Then why did the Long family have to destroy my Ye family at Yunhu Villa? Was it really because my father offended him?" Yao Jinggu responded, "I only remember that the Long family seemed to be looking for the whereabouts of something, and the traces of that thing pointed toward the Yi family." Hearing this, Ye Chen wondered, could it be the stone father gave me? He thought to himself, if the Ye family had something that could attract those big shots, it could only be the reincarnation tomb inside that stone. Ye Chen glared down at the old man beneath his feet. Yao Jinggu suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Ha, ha, ha, it's finally done," he said triumphantly. "Kid, my men have already arrived at your little girlfriend's apartment. Try killing me and see what happens." Yao Jinggu bared his teeth in a twisted grin. "Let's see if your little girlfriend stays alive." Just as he finished speaking, Ye Chen slammed his foot down onto his head, not stopping until blood sprayed out. Ye Chen glared, saying, "Didn't I tell you already?" Then, he coldly turned and walked away. "You aren't qualified to negotiate with me." Ye Chen left Yao Jinggu with his head buried in the ground, unsure if he was alive or dead. At the Grand Metropolis Apartments, a white car parked right in front of the building. Sun Di hurried toward her apartment. She told herself to be quick. "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I keep feeling like someone is following me." Sun Di worriedly hurried inside. After entering, she panted heavily. Ha ha ha. Remembering Ye Chen's instructions, Sun Di told herself, "No, I can't rest yet." Despite the sweat pouring down her forehead, she thought, "I need to get to Ye Chen's room quickly." She remembered she still had to use Ye Chen's phone to make a call. Sun Di quickly dialed the most recent contact number. On the other end, the line rang. Once the person picked up, she quickly explained the situation. I am Sun Di, at Building C, Room 1003, Grand Metropolis Apartments, Jiang City. Ye Chen told you, please, send your strongest people within half an hour. Quick, someone is breaking down the door. Down below, At the Grand Metropolis Apartments, the lights began to turn on. A few men in black gathered, waiting. A man in a mask said in a serious tone, "Mr. Yao said, regardless of life or death, do it fast and clean. If anyone sees us, eliminate them on the spot." Then, the whole group moved toward Sundi's apartment. Inside the room, Sundi was anxiously making the call according to Ye Chen's instructions. "Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?" She hurriedly explained the situation. I am Sundi, at room 1003, Building C, Grand Metropolis Apartments, Jiang City. Ye Chen told you to send your strongest people here within half an hour. Quick, someone is coming." At this moment, the group in black had already started prowling outside. The voice on the other end replied curtly, "Understood." Then, the man immediately hung up. Beep. Sundi was trembling with fear. Why did they hang up so fast? Is this phone connected to the police? She thought to herself. Regardless of whether they are police or not. Hurry, hurry, and come save me. At the Tianlong building, the man in a suit gritted his teeth in anger. "Who is it?" he growled. "Who dares to touch the palace master's people? They are the enemies of the South Jiang King," the man angrily shouted. "Where is everyone?" His subordinates immediately appeared and asked, "Please, give your orders." The South Jiang King ordered, "Immediately head to Jiang City. If that woman is harmed, you will bring me your heads." Two subordinates replied, "Yes, South Jiang King." Then, the man continued, "Request a helicopter to be prepared. I must get to Jiang City tonight." One person hesitated, saying, but the subordinate stalled. "Tomorrow is the final negotiation for the 6 great families." He thought that this matter concerns the situation of the entire Jiangnan province. The South Jiang King replied angrily, "Tell them I'm not going." He crushed the phone in his hand. The South Jiang King growled, "If they aren't satisfied, they can come to Tianlong building and find Ye Lingtian themselves." At the same time, the men in black had reached Sundi's apartment. They aggressively smashed the door. One man bared his teeth, licking his lips with a disgusting expression. "Found it. It smells like a woman." They started teasing. "Hey, pretty girl, hide well. Don't let me find you too easily." One man claimed, "She's mine to kill." The leader laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, old three." Hearing the commotion outside, Sundi couldn't help but feel worried. Someone is here. Suddenly, she realized something. Sundi looked at the blue energy on the door and wondered, what is this? Sundi was incredibly shocked. What on earth did Ye Chen do to this door? Outside, a man threateningly said, "Found you," they said in a low voice. "Miss, come out obediently, and I'll make sure you don't suffer." Another added, "No, no, no, listen to me. I'll torture you slowly." Suddenly, one person reminded them in a serious tone, "Don't kill her." The whole group was puzzled. "Huh? Why?" The man continued, "I haven't been able to contact Mr. Yao for a while now. The situation might have changed. Her life might still be useful," he added. "Though having said that, you guys can still have some fun." Hearing this, the whole group let out perverted laughter. "He he 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 he." One man licked his lips and lunged. "He he, pretty lady, here I come." He quickly threw a punch, trying to smash the door. Even though he used all his strength, the door didn't even budge. That green aura kept the door from giving way. The black-clad man was completely bewildered. What is going on? How could he withstand my attack? He couldn't believe his eyes. The door was still perfectly intact. He stammered, "How is this possible?" The man next to him sneered, "Get out of the way. Just get out. Move, or I'll finish this." One man recognized the aura protecting the door and suddenly felt a surge of pain throughout his body. His companion shouted, "Hey, why is your hand on fire?" The black-clad man had been hit by Ye Chen's internal energy. He panicked, screaming, "The fire, it's burning me." Covered in the strange flames, the man shrieked in agony, "Ah, help me!" He rolled on the ground, gasping for air as the green fire slowly consumed him. Surrounded by his 500 gang members, he screamed for help, collapsing in a state of sheer panic. Seeing their comrade motionless amidst the flames, the others were terrified. He's dead," one of them said grimly. "Who knows what was done to this door? Physical force won't break it." Looking at the menacing green fire, they feared that if they kept attacking, the killing intent radiating from the door would swallow them whole. "It seems the target Mr. Yao wanted us to kill isn't that simple," one muttered. "So what do we do now?" The leader suddenly pulled out a set of tools and said confidently, "Give me 20 seconds. He smirked. "If brute force doesn't work, we'll just pick the lock. Easy, right?" The henchmen were stunned. "Why do you have lock-picking tools on you?" "I'm a professional assassin. Carrying tools is standard procedure," the leader replied. One henchman quickly buttered him up. So cool, boss. Inside, hearing the screams outside, Sundi was terrified. That sound, is it him? She was so worried her face turned pale. Someone died out there. As tears welled up, Sundi jumped at a sudden noise. The men outside had managed to open the door. They peeked in, eyes lecherous. Found you, beauty, they smirked, having finally gotten inside with their expert skills. One man chuckled. I never expected such a beautiful girl to be sitting on the bed. Sundi was paralyzed with fear. It's over. The men advanced toward her. One of our brothers died just trying to catch you, so you're going to have to make it up to us. As they reached out to grab her, Sundi panicked. Don't come any closer, the leader barked. Hey, don't get carried away. We want her alive, the henchman replied. We know, Sundi thought to herself. Ye Chen said, if I were found, I should just surrender. I have to survive. She closed her eyes, praying for Ye Chen to save her. Suddenly, a dagger flew through the window, embedding itself into the leader's head. Blood sprayed everywhere. The men under the Namjiang king had arrived just in time. Sundi burst into tears of relief. One of the masked men shouted, You dare touch the Namjiang king's people? You're asking for death. Inside, the remaining gang members prepared to fight. You dare kill our boss? One of them stammered, terrified. En Nam Nam Gyang King? Another thug screamed, I don't care who you are. You attacked us by surprise. That's dishonorable. Before he could finish, he let out a sharp cry of pain. With lightning-fast reflexes, another fighter threw a dagger into his head, taking him down in an instant. Sundi watched, stunned. The rest of the gang was equally panicked. They trembled, thinking, Oh God, why did we provoke the Namjiang king? He's the most terrifying legend in the entire Jiangnan province. You'd rather offend every top family in the province than cross him. The leader stuttered, I surrender. But before he could finish, the ponytail-clad warrior finished him off with a single swipe. With just a few simple moves, the Namjiang king's men wiped out the thugs. Sundi was still in shock, but she was safe. The two masked men bowed politely. Miss Sun, you don't need to worry anymore. Sundi asked in surprise. You mean Ye Chen? At 3 a.m., the atmosphere at the Tiandong Mountain graveyard was gloomy and oppressive. Ye Chen dragged a corpse, his expression dark, under the dim moonlight. The man in his grip was Yao Jinggu. He had been beaten to the point of having no strength left. Ye Chen dragged him up the stairs to his parents' tombstone. He looked silently at the inscription, Father Ye Zhentian, Mother Jiang Beirong, Son Ye Chen. He whispered, Father, Mother, today is your death anniversary. Ye Chen is here to visit you. His eyes were filled with deep, lingering sorrow. He stomped his foot, then grabbed Yao Jinggu's body. Yao Jinggu looked up, his face battered, teeth shattered, lying limp in front of the tombstone. Kneel, Ye Chen commanded. Yao Jinggu still tried to be defiant. I am a Grand Master. How could I kneel before a mere mortal? He crawled on the ground, begging, Just kill me. Ye Chen grabbed him aggressively and spoke. I told you to kneel. He slammed Yao Jinggu's head down before the gravestone. Yao Jinggu trembled. Enough, please, Ye Chen roared. It's not enough. He kept slamming Yao Jinggu's head into the ground. Keep bowing, keep bowing, keep bowing. Only when Yao Jinggu stopped moving did Ye Chen stop. His eyes burned with fury. Next, he prepared the offerings. After wrapping Yao Jinggu's body in a foam box, Ye Chen took a sip of wine. Father, Mother, Yao Jinggu is the first sacrifice I offer to you. His eyes were filled with hatred. Rest assured, this is only the beginning. Ye Chen gritted his teeth. I swear, everyone involved with the Yunhu Mountain Villa 5 years ago, including that man from the capital, I will personally send them to hell to pay for what they did to you. The next day, Sundi bought a bouquet of flowers to visit the Ye family grave. She sighed. So much happened last night. That Ye Chen, I really don't understand him anymore. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. At first, I thought he was just a con artist. If he didn't look so much like that old friend of mine who passed away, I wouldn't have taken him in. Suddenly, she was startled by the scene before her. Empty wine bottles were scattered all over the ground. Sundi was so surprised she dropped the flowers. Ye Chen? Ye Chen was muttering. Father Mother Sundi couldn't believe her eyes. Is that Ye Chen? She sat down and said softly, Ye Chen, it's me. I should have guessed it sooner. Sundi was moved. No wonder you came to me, protected me, and solved all my problems. She gently stroked his face. That's it, only you would do that. Why didn't I realize it sooner? I'm so stupid. Sundi hugged the man in front of her. She couldn't imagine what he had been through over the past few years. What had changed him so much? It must have been a painful journey. Sundi whispered, You don't have to carry everything alone anymore. Standing before the Ye family tomb, she said, "Uncle, Aunt, it's been a while. I didn't expect Ye Chen to come here. He's finally back," she declared firmly. "Don't worry. I will help you keep him in line. I won't let him do anything reckless. He's very strong now. He's grown into a remarkable man." Ye Chen stirred, waking up from the noise. "Sundi, you're here?" he muttered. "What are you doing?" "I still want to drink." Sundi quickly stopped him. "Don't drink anymore. Let's go home." Supporting him, she couldn't help but scold him. "You smell like alcohol. You've been drinking all night, haven't you? Your parents already talked to me. They told me to look after you. So, we're going home, you're taking a bath, and then you're going to sleep. You hear me?" Ye Chen blushed and whispered. "You're not my wife," Sundi continued. "Your parents said. Until you find a wife, I'll be your temporary wife. Did you hear that? Now, follow me home." Hearing that, Ye Chen smiled happily. Perhaps, more than revenge, this was what his parents wanted to see. They quickly left, leaving the container with Yao Jinggu's body behind. 3 hours later, someone else came to visit the grave, Suthuk Nien. She looked somber. She didn't know why, but she had been having nightmares all night. A strange feeling drew her here. Seeing the package left in front of the tombstone, Suthuk Nien was surprised. Offerings? Someone has been here. Upon opening it, Suthuk Nien was absolutely horrified. Grandmaster Yao Jinggu. She was so scared that sweat poured off her like a waterfall. Who could possibly kill Yao Jinggu and use him as a sacrifice? Wait, this is the Ye family grave. Could this be revenge? Combined with the death of the Chen family father and son a few days ago, Suthuk Nien quickly ordered, "Investigate all security cameras near Tiandong Mountain immediately. I want to know who visited the Ye family grave today." At the Grand Metropolis apartment, the sun was rising, signaling a new day. A frantic knocking echoed in the apartment. On the soft bed, Ye Chen was peacefully hugging Sun Di. Both were in a deep sleep. Hearing the noise, Ye Chen jolted awake. "Ugh, I drank too much." Sun Di also stirred, asking, "Who is it? Who's knocking at this hour?" Seeing her seductive appearance, Ye Chen was startled. His face turned as red as a tomato. He shouted, "Sun Di, why are you sleeping in my bed?" She feigned being the victim. "So you're finally starting to covet my body, huh?" Sun Di was annoyed. "Covet your head. You're the bad guy. You drank too much and kept demanding I hug you. I was trapped in bed and couldn't break free." Sun Di kept stroking my body before saying, "You smell all like alcohol now." I smiled teasingly. "What's wrong? Aren't you my temporary wife? Is it so wrong to want a little cuddle?" Sun Di replied shyly. It's not that I don't want to, but at least not when you're drunk." Just then, the doorbell interrupted our playful banter. Sun Di's face darkened immediately, and she urged me, "Go open the door, quick. How can I meet anyone dressed like this?" I stood up and said, all right, I'm going. I opened the door casually, but I was a bit surprised by who was standing there. "Shen Mengjia?" I asked, confused. "What are you doing here?" Shen Mengjia got straight to the point. "Well, Mr. Ye, didn't you have a dinner appointment with my father today? We couldn't get through to you, so we had to come find you." She looked at my physique with a hint of curiosity. I hadn't realized this guy had such a good build. I scratched my head and replied, "Oh, about Shen Haihua's business, you left the meeting spot at 14 West Forest Ridge, 7 p.m. The Shen family's luxury car sped down the road as Shen Haihua asked, 14 West Forest Ridge? What kind of restaurant is at this address? Does Jiangcheng even have a restaurant there?" Shen Mengjia added, "Dad, I've never heard of it either. Maybe it's not in Jiangcheng?" The driver hesitated. "Mr. Shen, I know where that is. It's just a bit." Shen Haihua smiled and said, "As long as you know it, what's the a bit? Is it too expensive or too fancy?" "No worries. It's worth it, even if it costs a fortune to treat Mr. Ye to dinner." The driver stuttered. "Well, Mr. Shen, that place is just a small, unknown food street. There are only small shops that just opened there, and the average cost is no more than $30. Shen Haihua was slightly shocked. Shen Mengjia acted as if she couldn't believe her ears. A small food street? A tiny shop? Shen Haihua also asked loudly, "The average cost is $30? Shen Mengjia said, annoyed. "That guy held on to over $1 billion in medical fees, yet he asks us to go eat unhygienic snacks? How petty." Shen Haihua cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, well, he's a master. Perhaps he just likes it." The luxury car parked right in front of Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang's food stall. Aunt Zhang said, amazed, "I can't tell what kind of car this is, but I'm certain of one thing. It's terrifyingly expensive." Uncle Wang thought, "Who could drive a car like this and still come to my little shop?" Just then, I spoke up. "Uncle Wang, Aunt Zhang, These are the guests I invited. Please prepare something for us. Uncle Wang was stunned. Ye Chen's guests? Good heavens, what kind of big shot does he know? The Shen family's leather shoes. Stepped into the humble eatery. Shen Haihua said heartily. Ha ha ha. I smelled the aroma as soon as I got out of the car. It's no wonder this is the place Mr. Ye chose. Shen Mengjia scoffed. Isn't it just the smell of ordinary barbecue? At that moment, Uncle Wang welcomed them warmly. Welcome, welcome, please come in. The table was set with very simple dishes. After tasting them, Shen Mengjia exclaimed in surprise, Wow, this is unexpectedly delicious. And cheap too. It has such a unique flavor. Shen Haihua looked around and thought, affordable prices, good taste, but simple decor and a remote location. There's only one other table of customers. The situation is dire. The most important thing they needed was foot traffic. He gave an order, Young man, go tell the company's PR department to arrange it. Even if we have to make this street a trendy snack spot, I want this shop to be packed every mealtime. The young man replied, Mr. Shen, don't worry. That's easy to handle. Witnessing this, Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang were speechless with shock. Good heavens, what is his background? Just one sentence and he can make all this happen? The only reason he's doing this is out of respect for Ye Chen. It's unbelievable. Then, I spoke up. Mr. Shen, thank you for your kindness. I'll thank you on behalf of Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang. Shen Haihua replied, Mr. Ye, you're too polite. It's just a small gesture. He continued, Mr. Ye, you didn't invite me to dinner just for the food, did you? I said seriously, Mr. Shen, you truly are a business titan, getting straight to the point. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. How much do you know about the Tianjung Group? Hearing the name, Shen Haihua was startled. Tianjung Group? 5 years ago, it was an asset of the Ye family in Jiangcheng. Ye Zhentian was the manager, and it was once glorious. But then there was the tragedy at Yunhu Villa. The 3 members of the Ye family were killed, and Ye Zhentian died. The Tianjung Group was carved up by many forces. To cover their tracks, they repackaged the group many times, borrowing assets to reorganize it, making it very difficult for people to know where the Tianjung Group actually is. Shen Haihua wondered, Mr. Yi, why are you so concerned about the Tianjung Group? This was the Ye family in Jiangcheng before. A series of connections flashed through his mind. Mr. Ye, Ye Chen, Ye Zhentian, the Ye family, the Tianjung Group. Shen Haihua realized in horror that he wasn't dead, and he had returned with life-saving medical skills. Seeing his shocked expression, I said calmly, It seems Mr. Shen has figured it out. There is only one reason I called you here. Then, I clasped my hands and got straight to the point. I want to take back the Tianjung Group. Shen Haihua asked, surprised, Mr. Ye wants to reclaim the Tianjung Group? I said firmly, my father's life's work must be reclaimed. I added in a serious tone, please, Mr. Shen, tell me, where is the Tianjung Group exactly? Hearing this, Shen Haihua replied, I do know a little bit. 5 years ago, the group was broken apart. The forces involved were complex, and the largest part was taken by the Qinghe Group. He continued, and the head of the Qinghe Group is named Zheng Jingming. Hearing this, I thought to myself, Zheng Jingming. I won't forget his name even in death. He was my father's best friend, the uncle I trusted the most. My eyes burned with hatred. I remembered it clearly. He was the one who personally handed the invitation to the Yunhu Villa into my father's hands. Not only that, but when my father was killed, he was even fawning over that man from the capital. Seeing my expression darken, Sun Di called out, Ye Chen? I snapped back to reality, quickly changing my expression, and said softly, Don't worry, I'm fine. Shen Haihua then said, Mr. Ye, I can see that you don't know much about the business world. As it happens, I have some connections. He offered, I will compile information on the Qinghe Group for you, then we can figure out how to take it. Shen Mengjia looked at her father, who was trembling. Is it because he's nervous? She realized, no, it's because Dad wants to tie his fate to Ye Chen's. He's making a big decision. I asked quietly, Mr. Shen, you've said this is deep water. Aren't you afraid the Shen family will be implicated? Shen Haihua replied, businessmen are always after profit. If we can get the Qinghe Group, I only hope for 10% of the profit shares, and I don't need real power. How about it? If you agree, I'll start immediately. Sundi spoke up. I am the general manager of Huamei, so I understand corporate rules. This move by Shen Haihua isn't about profit. He's clearly trying to align himself with Ye Chen. I smiled with satisfaction and said, then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Shen. Shen Haihua being this honest was good. I'm currently on my own and need some help. If the Shen family ever faces trouble in the future, I'll lend a hand. At the same time, Shen Haihua felt a shiver of excitement, the thrill of expanding territory. He believed, if we succeed this time, the Shen family will definitely soar. Sundi said happily. If you can reclaim your father's life's work, he would surely feel comforted in the afterlife. I replied, that's right. I noticed someone was following us, but they held no murderous intent. I guessed it was likely Ye Lingtian who sent someone to protect me. On the way back, Sundi said, the snacks at home are almost out. We need to restock. She asked me gently, is there anything you want to eat? I replied, no need. I won't eat. Hearing that, Sundi pouted. Fine, then I'll buy more, just in case someone gets hungry. Standing behind, I made a call. I muttered to myself, I should see him after all. The person on the other end said, Palace Master, you finally called me. I said sternly, if I'm not mistaken, you are in Jiangcheng right now. Also, stop calling me Palace Master. The person on the other end replied, Palace Master, your calculations are godlike. I am indeed in Jiangcheng. Seeing how stubborn he was, I was speechless. I said helplessly, forget it. Call me whatever you want. Find a place to meet at 8 p.m. tonight. There are some things that need to be cleared up. The Southern River King laughed. Ha ha ha. Palace Master, you're finally willing to meet me. Let's choose the Yuhao Club. It's a property of mine, it's trustworthy, and the environment is very quiet. After hanging up, I thought to myself, I remember that being a top-tier meeting place for Jiangcheng's elite. You can't even get in with money alone. I didn't expect it to be Ye Lingtian's property. What exactly is this guy planning? At the same time, the Su family father and daughter were heading to the Yuhao Club. Seeing his daughter's poor complexion, old Mr. Su said, Su Thuk Nian, are you still thinking about the Yaojin Valley incident? He added, that was likely just an accident. Su Thuk Nian didn't believe it was that simple. An accident? The Su family used almost all our resources to investigate the cause of death, but every time we got to a crucial moment, we lost the trail. It seems someone is deliberately blocking us. Su Thuk Nian thought deeply. Who could possibly seal off all the information? Even our Su family can't get a touch of it. Old Mr. Su said, don't think about it anymore. I have a meeting tonight with someone from the National Security Bureau. Perhaps we can find some clues through their network. Just then, an employee politely said, after verifying his black card, the staff member greeted him warmly and told him to go right in. Just as he stepped inside, Su Thuk Nian spoke up. The atmosphere here today doesn't feel like a normal day. Everyone around us is radiating an incredibly powerful aura. Su Thuk Nian realized there were many more experts present, sensing several powerful auras. Her father, Old Man So, responded, you're right. Observing the situation, he asked, Thuk Nian, did you notice that hunched-over old man? Looking at the dumpy man with round glasses, Thuk Nian was puzzled. Father, why? Do you know him? Old Man So replied, I know him, but he might not necessarily know me. He is the owner behind this new Hao Club. He continued, his hunchback is a facade. He is actually a martial arts grandmaster with immense power. This is one of the reasons no one dares to provoke the Engu Hao Club. Su Thuk Nian was visibly surprised. A martial arts grandmaster? Father, there's something I don't understand. The Engu Hao Club is fancy, but surely not enough to make every family in Gyeong City risk everything just to please them. Is it just because he is a grandmaster? Old Man So glared at her and said, of course not. The real reason lies with the person behind him. His name is the King of Jiangnan, Ye Lingtian. The encounter brought a warm, lively atmosphere. Everyone had their own air of status and kept to themselves. However, upon hearing that name, Su Thuk Nian broke into a cold sweat. Muttering in disbelief, the King of Jiangnan Ye Lingtian? She stroked her chin, deep in thought. Although the So family was the top family in Jiang City, their influence was mainly within the city, while the King of Jiangnan's shadow covered the entire Jiangnan province. Thinking about how Ye Lingtian held absolute power made her shiver. Her father, standing beside her, reminded her, stop thinking about the King of Jiangnan. The gap in our status is far too vast. As he led Su Thuk Nian down the long corridor, he asked to confirm. The person from the National Security Bureau should be here soon. You must treat them well. Can you manage that dazed look on your face? While he asked. Su Thuk Nian was still lost in her thoughts. Finally, she gave a forced smile and replied, Father, you go ahead and host them. I'll just walk around for a bit. Knowing he couldn't force her, he nodded in approval. Standing in the corridor alone, Su Thuk Nian kept thinking. Even now, when she closed her eyes, she still saw the dagger from Yao Jinggu. Subconsciously, she nibbled on her thumb, lost in thought. Yao Jinggu's death isn't what matters. What matters is that the person who killed him used his dagger to pay tribute to the Dieppe family. If it said that someone from the Dieppe family could still be alive, Su Thuk Nien's train of thought was broken by the appearance of a familiar figure. He was walking towards her from the opposite direction. As he drew closer, she was shocked. Ye Chen? Could it be? She was also surprised. Su Thuk Nien's brows furrowed tightly. Even if Ye Chen, that loser, is still alive, he lost the Dieppe family and has been living on the streets. How could he appear here? She calmed herself down. This person must just look like him, she thought to herself. Regardless of who you are, since you look like him, I can show a bit of kindness as if I'm pitying him. She put on a cheerful, friendly expression, forced a bright smile, and greeted him. Ye Chen? Seeing him frown, he asked, Is something wrong? Su Thuk Nien replied, I mistook you for someone else. You look a bit like an old classmate of mine, which reminded me of the past. Although no one asked, she kept talking freely. That guy was very miserable, and his background was pathetic. After saying that, Su Thuk Nien pulled out her business card and offered it to Ye Chen with great goodwill. She said, My name is Su Thuk Nien. You can come to this club. Surely you've heard of the So family of Jiang City. This is my personal business card. If you have any difficulties, you can find me for help. Before the card could leave Su Thuk Nien's hand, Ye Chen swatted it away. Su Thuk Nien was stunned and asked, What do you think you're doing? In response, Ye Chen stepped on the elegant business card. He rubbed it into the floor, showing his clear contempt. The So family couldn't hide the discomfort on their faces. Ye Chen scolded, The So family? What are they? I'm not interested. Get lost. Being humiliated. How could someone like Su Thuk Nien take that? She said, Fine, you've got quite a mouth. Don't you realize that you've just thrown away a bright future? Ye Chen didn't care at all and retorted, You think you're worth it? His eyes turned incredibly sharp and intimidating. Get lost. I won't say it a third time. Su Thuk Nien flared up, raising her hand, and scolded, Insolent. Regardless of which faction you come from, compared to my So family, you are nothing. Before she could even touch a hair on Ye Chen, Hada appeared out of nowhere and intervened. Stop. He strictly questioned her. What do you think you are doing? Hearing the voice like a thunderclap near her ear, Su Thuk Nien stopped her hand, terrified. Turning to Hada, she ignored Ye Chen and put on a fawning expression, introducing herself. Hada, I am Su Thuk Nien of the So family. Having heard of the So family for years, the old man wasn't interested in logic and didn't want to hear her speak. He shouted straight at her, Get lost. Pointing at her, he ranted, I don't care if you're from the So family or the Cow family. Get out of here. If I see you set foot in the Engu Hao Club ever again, you're dead. Su Thuk Nien turned pale, stammering. I'm sorry. I'm leaving now. As soon as she turned to leave, she muttered, cursing Ye Chen. Damn it. Consider this guy lucky. On the other hand, Ye Chen glanced at Su Thuk Nien, feeling very annoyed. How unlucky. A month has passed, and yet nothing has changed. Only the old man Hada stood there, while Ye Chen sat. Both were tight-lipped, waiting for someone else. Unable to stand it any longer, he spoke up. The appointment time has passed. Yi Lingtian hasn't shown up yet. Consider this a broken appointment. Hada rubbed his hands together with the demeanor of a petty, triumphant man. He reassured him. Surely something happened on the way. Please rest assured, Ye Chen. The king of Jiangnan will be here shortly. Ye Chen didn't even look at him, saying with disgust, I'll wait for him for 3 minutes. If he's not here in 3 minutes, tell him he doesn't need to come at all. Seeing Ye Chen's bold spirit, not the type that could be faked, Hada felt a bit apprehensive, thinking, who is this brat exactly? To dare to be so disrespectful to the king of Jiangnan? He repeated, surely something happened on the way. Please rest assured, Ye Chen, the king of Jiangnan, will be here shortly. He felt resentful inside. If it weren't for the king of Jiangnan's orders, would I, a dignified Da, be serving you? No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the room swung open. Ye Lingtian appeared alongside another clan leader. Ye Lingtian's power was no joke, radiating an overwhelming aura. As soon as he saw Ye Lingtian, Hada jumped in shock, intimidated. Meanwhile, Ye Chen remained calm, without any reaction. Hada quickly bowed. Hada pays his respects to the king of Jiangnan. He was sweating bullets, glancing secretly, thinking, It's been over a year since I last saw the king of Jiangnan. He is still as powerful as before. As for Ye Chen, he furrowed his brows tightly. Showing his clear annoyance, he confronted him without hesitation. You're 2 minutes late. But a second later, he relaxed his face, chiding, Making me wait this long? Hada immediately jumped in to make excuses for Ye Lingtian. Ye Chen, The king of Jiangnan is a very busy man, but he was cut off by Ye Lingtian falling to one knee. Ye Lingtian knelt on one knee, apologizing to Ye Chen. Dian Chu, please calm your anger. This action by Ye Lingtian left all three people present shocked. The two clan leaders' eyes went wide, and they shouted in unison. What? As for Ye Chen, he was temporarily speechless. Ha Da broke into a cold sweat. Oh my god, can someone tell me what is going on? The dignified king of Jiangnan just knelt down without a second word. Has the world gone mad? The other clan leader was no different from Ha Da. It was Ye Lingtian, the king of Jiangnan, whose name made all of Jiang City tremble in fear. That Ye Lingtian. Don't talk about Jiang City. Even the great families of Jiangnan province had to watch his expression to act. The atmosphere froze. No one moved. No one knew how to behave. Ye Chen spoke up. What are you trying to do? Ye Lingtian replied. Dian Chu, please calm your anger. It's been so difficult for your subordinate to meet you again. I couldn't help myself. Before he could finish, the two clan leaders shouted in surprise once more. Dian Chu? Looking at the slender young man who didn't seem special at all, is this youth the legendary Dian Chu? Everyone knew the king of Jiangnan held the underground power, the strongest in Jiangnan province. He controlled the power, the lives, and the rules of the entire province. He was a terrifying existence, no different from a king. Just hearing the name Ye Lingtian was enough to make people wet themselves. But only a few people knew the position of the one in charge. Of this power was left empty from the start. The king of Jiangnan always emphasized that he was only managing it for someone else. The real ruler was actually the Dian Chu. Pondering the events for a moment and looking at the current situation made Hada even more terrified. He muttered to himself, so, the mystery has finally been solved. Without thinking much more, both clan leaders knelt down at the same time. They carefully paid their respects to Ye Chen. Subordinate pays respects to Dian Chu. Ye Chen threw a bucket of cold water on them. I already told you, I am not the Dian Chu. Turning to Ye Lingtian, who was still kneeling, he ordered, Ye Lingtian, you stay. Everyone else, get out. He received the order, understood. Turning back to look at the two old men, Ye Lingtian glared. You two, watch the outside. If anyone dares to disturb us, no matter who they are, kill them. The two old men were already kneeling. Upon hearing the command, they bowed even lower. Understood, King of Jiangnan. The order was executed immediately. The two clan leaders went outside and closed the door tightly. Ye Lingtian now stood up and respectfully said to Ye Chen, Dian Chu, with them watching, no one will dare to eavesdrop or disturb us. He calmly asked, Ye Lingtian, I really can't figure out why you insist on calling me Dian Chu. Is it just because I saved you at Van Makok a few years ago? Mentioning this name, Ye Lingtian fell into a bit of reflection. Van Makok, huh? That was a long time ago. Following his memory, he recounted, the perilous situation back then, at that time, my brothers and I were surrounded by a large number of martial arts experts and were severely injured. They're as good as dead, Ye Chen thought, feeling annoyed. I originally planned to just let them be, but since they're from Jiangnan province like me, I'll show some mercy. He used the talisman left by the old man to wipe out the group. Ye Lingtian, filled with gratitude, spoke while digging into his coat pocket. But a life-saving grace only earns my respect. The real reason I call you Hall Master is he pulled out a medal. This medal. Ye Chen picked it up, examined it, and remarked, it's just a medal, doesn't seem like much. But a moment later, he looked closer. He was stunned. A young man was engraved in intricate detail right in the center of the medal. Wait, why does this guy look just like me? He questioned. Ye Lingtian, who did you hire to carve my face onto this? He protested. Hall Master, you've misunderstood, he explained. This medal is a century old. It existed long before you saved me. With your keen eyes, you should have been able to tell. Ye Chen kept a calm face, pressing him. Where did it come from? In truth, Ye Chen already had the answer. He was just testing the guy. The engraving is indeed a century old, Ye Lingtian said honestly. Hall Master, this is a family heirloom left by my great-grandfather. He was a master geomancer. In his time, his feng shui skills were second to none. Back then, he predicted our family would vanish within 100 years. Using secret techniques to peer into destiny, he knew he had to find someone with the coiled dragon fate. He looked straight at Ye Chen, clenching his fist. He sacrificed 20 years of his own lifespan to forge this metal, hoping to turn our family's fortune around. My great-grandfather's last words were, the emperor on this medal shares the surname Ye. 100 years later you will meet him. If you don't seize this chance, you will be the sinner of the Ye clan. Ye Chen rubbed his chin, thinking, this is a bit dramatic, isn't it? It's modern times, and he's still talking about emperors? But the old man had mentioned his special fate, the coiled dragon, which was why he had instructed him to save Xia Ruxue. Thinking deeper, he realized the evidence supported this, because the coiled dragon fate could defy the heavens and reshape the destiny of others. Ye Longtian kept rambling. Hall Master, the tragedy at Yunhu Villa 5 years ago, I've heard of it. Over the years, I've built up a force of my own. While we can't take on the powerhouses in the capital yet, just give me time, and I will definitely help you fight back and wipe out all your enemies. Ye Chen cut him off, his demeanor shifting to something cold and lethal. My enemies are mine to settle. If you dare to meddle, we'll be strangers from here on out. Ye Longtian panicked and bowed low. I wouldn't dare. Please calm your anger, Hallmaster, he thought to himself. Looks like I overstepped. With the Hallmaster's power, why would he need my help for revenge? Ye Chen held up 3 fingers coldly. If you want me to be your Hallmaster, fine. But you must agree to 3 conditions. Ye Longtian hurried. Just say it, Hallmaster. Ye Chen spoke calmly. First, do not interfere with my personal life. Without my order, do not make a single move. Second, help me protect her. If anyone dares to lay a finger on her, don't show any mercy. Third, do everything in your power to investigate the whereabouts of that man in the capital and dig deep into the Yunhu Villa incident. This isn't as simple as it seems. After hearing the orders, Ye Longtian was fired up. Rest assured, Hallmaster, I can do all 3. He turned to leave. I've said what I needed to, and it's time for me to go. I'll contact you if I need anything. Ye Longtian remembered something. Wait, Hallmaster. There's one more thing to report. He said that recently, several powers had been investigating him. The first is the Su family. They pulled security footage from Tianxiang Mountain, but I blocked it. The second is the Xia family from Jiangnan, but they're only digging on the surface. The third, which I couldn't stop, is from the National Security Bureau and the Dragon Soul Assault Team. Hearing this, Ye Chen didn't react outwardly, keeping himself calm while analyzing. The Xia family makes sense. It must be that girl, Xia Ruxue, doing it for my pill recipe. The Su family, given Su Thuk Nian's reaction earlier, they probably haven't figured me out, but they are definitely investigating. But the National Security Bureau and Dragon Soul, they're government agencies. Why are they investigating me? Did they find out about the deaths of those people? Chen and Yao Jinggu? Are they related to me? Knowing Ye Chen was deep in thought, Ye Longtian reassured him. Don't worry, Hallmaster. I'll find people to take the blame for the deaths of Chen and Yao Jinggu. Even if they suspect something, they don't have proof and won't dare to move against you easily. But please, be careful. He walked away, waving his hand. Thanks. Ye Longtian bowed respectfully. Ye Chen thought, why would the Su family investigate me? Could it be that my visit to Tianxiang Mountain was discovered? That seems to be the only reason. Just as he left the building, Ye Chen was blocked. He was surprised to see it was Su Thuk Nian again. She crossed her arms, acting arrogant. If you kneel and apologize to me now, I might consider letting you live. Su Thuk Nian was like a leech. If you apologize now, I might let you live. She was met with silence. Ye Chen frowned slightly. Su Thuk Nian asked annoyedly, Are you deaf? Ye Chen turned his back on her, pretending to think seriously. I should probably think about buying a car. It's chilly at night like this. Plus I could change my clothes. This action drove her insane. Su Thuk Nian immediately activated her technique, her fingernails turning into sharp, vicious claws. In that case, suffer a little. Under the crescent moon, Su Thuk Nian looked just like a stealthy predator. She immediately lunged at Ye Chen from behind. Yet, Ye Chen didn't even need to turn around. He dodged the strike with ease and, taking advantage of the momentum, grabbed her outstretched arm. Realizing the tides had turned, Su Thuk Nian's eyes widened in fear. Ye Chen flipped her onto the floor in one motion. The impact cracked the ground, and Su Thuk Nian was left completely dazed. She couldn't believe it. My strength in the martial arts world isn't weak. How could? Ye Chen stood there with his hands in his pockets. Waiting for the girl on the ground to come to her senses, Ye Chen looked at Su Thuk Nian with contempt. Su Thuk Nian, furious and struggling, spat out. You brat, no matter who you are, you won't get away with offending the Su family. Unless you hide in the Yuhao Club for the rest of your life, you're dead meat. These words really got under Ye Chen's skin. He grabbed Su Thuk Nian by the mouth with one hand and lifted her entire body into the air with the other, leaving her no time to react. Her eyes showed the panic of a small animal about to be devoured. Su Thuk Nian cried and screamed, You bastard! I'll kill you! He glared at her. A woman with a mouth as foul as yours should be taken care of. Looking toward a trash can, Ye Chen smirked. Su Thuk Nian panicked. No, what are you doing? Don't do this. Of course, there was no don't here. With Su Thuk Nian's eyes still wide with horror, Ye Chen simply let go, dumping her head first into the trash. He dusted off his hands and said, "This is where you belong." After saying that, he put his hands back in his pockets and walked away calmly. The trash can tipped over, covering her in garbage. Su Thuk Nian crawled out, gnashing her teeth in rage. "You bastard! I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll tear you limb from limb, shred you to pieces." By now, it was late at night. The moon was bright, and the wind was calm. Ye Chen had returned to the apartment building. Standing in front of the door, he thought, Su Thuk Nian is hateful, but she had nothing to do with my parents' death. She doesn't deserve to die, but of course, if she dares to go too far, I'll kill her if I have to, even though I don't like killing women. If I find out the Su family was involved back then, the Su family will have to pay. He walked inside, his mind still full of thoughts. It's 1 a.m, Sun Di must be asleep, better not disturb her. Ye Chen opened his door, intending to get a good night's sleep, when he suddenly noticed something strange in the room. He broke into a sweat. Women, he laughed dryly. Sun Di really is, she's usually so shy. And now she's sleeping in my bed? She must still be scared from what happened that day. Not thinking too much about it, he was careful not to wake the person up with any noise. Ye Chen took off his coat, telling himself, just go to sleep. In the blink of an eye, it was morning. Sunlight streamed into the room. Ye Chen woke up without an alarm, yawning as if he was still longing for a deep sleep. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, Sun Di, what time is it? When he was fully awake and looked to the other side, Ye Chen was dumbfounded. Immediately, a scream rang out, loud enough to shake the building. Ye Chen was terrified and flustered, not knowing how to speak. Standing there was none other than Xia Ruxue. She was in thin pajamas, looking extremely panicked as she asked, You, why are you here? He tried to force a smile, his expression one of utter disbelief. That's exactly what I should be asking you. Why are you here? Before the two could even sort things out, Sun Di walked into the room and asked, Ye Chen, you're back? Didn't you say you wouldn't be back last night? Seeing the scene before her, she suddenly felt dizzy. You two. The atmosphere turned heavy. Sun Di's face changed as she said, Ye Chen, didn't you say you weren't coming back last night? The two of you didn't do anything last night, did you? Ye Chen and Xia Ruxue both thought for a moment before making excuses. I finished talking to Ye Langtian late, and Sun Di called to ask if I was coming home. I thought she wanted to wait for me, so I lied and said I wasn't coming home so she'd sleep early. That seems to be what happened. I drank too much last night, and my head still hurts. How could I not have noticed? Of course nothing happened. It was just an accident. Don't overthink it. Xia Ruxue was fuming, thinking about that man. Yesterday, her mother suddenly arrived in Jiangcheng, warning her that a crisis had emerged for the Xia family, and she had to return within a week. If she really went back, she would definitely be forced to marry that man. Thinking back to last night, everything came rushing back, so she ran off to find Sun Di and drank herself into a stupor. After that, she returned home and, in her drunken state, fell asleep. Glancing at Ye Chen, she suddenly remembered this guy was just staying at Sun Di's house. She couldn't believe she had slept with this good-for-nothing slacker. Her virginity, just like that, was gone. Ye Chen raised his hand, trying to explain. Look, since it's already happened, I'll take responsibility. He thought with a reluctant expression. I didn't do anything excessive. Is crying really necessary? But all in all, we did cuddle all night, so we have been intimate. I suppose I should take responsibility. With teary eyes, Xia Ruxue clutched her arm and retorted resentfully. Take responsibility? With what? You're just an ordinary person. You have no idea what burdens I carry. We aren't from the same world. He stood up and scoffed. Ha! We really aren't from the same world. He stormed outside and slammed the door shut. Just then, his phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. He answered, Hello, Shen Haihua. What's going on? The voice on the other end gave him a surprising update. We have leads on the Tianjung Group. His eyes widened, and a dangerous smile crept across his face. He asked about the situation. Shen Haihua, holding a stack of papers, said, Mr. Ye, our legal team has found evidence that Tianjung Group was maliciously seized, but we've run into some procedural issues that are hard to solve. The reason is, he cut him off decisively. No need for details. I trust you. Just tell me what I need to do and what the outcome will be. He continued. I have a document here, Mr. Ye. You need to find a way to make Zheng Jingming sign it. Before he finished, he added, Furthermore, Tianjung Group, now known as Huamei Group, is currently controlled by a sinister force called the Qingmen. That needs to be dealt with. Ye Chen replied calmly. Anything you mentioned, I can handle, he said excitedly. If these two issues are resolved, you can reclaim Tianjung Group within 3 days. Not only that, as long as Mr. Ye can pull this off, I will take it back in 3 days. Ye Chen replied. Good. This left the other man stunned. He thought, if Mr. Yi can truly do this, his capabilities are far beyond anything I imagined. Staring at the phone for a long time, he whispered, my goodness, what kind of person have I actually decided to follow? Scene shift to the Qinghe building. Ye Chen stood before the structure clutching a folder. This is the headquarters of the Qinghe Group, he thought. Based on the intelligence from Ye Lingtian, Zheng Jingming is in there conducting business right now. A flame of fury burned in his eyes as he walked in. I'll make him spit everything out. Entering the elevator, he hit the button for the 29th floor. Ding. Looking around, he thought, it matches Ye Lingtian's intel. The building has 33 floors in total. The elevator only goes up to the 29th floor. The remaining floors require special clearance to access. Thinking of that, he became even more pensive. The 29th to 31st floors are just offices to fool people. The 32nd floor is where the Qingmen's thugs handle illegal transactions. Looking toward the top of the building, he knew Zheng Jingming was on the 33rd floor. To get up there, I need a special method. He radiated energy. While breaking through directly would be easier, it wouldn't be right if falling glass debris hit innocent bystanders. He touched the glass, opting to use his qi to dissolve it. Once that section of glass melted away, he grunted and leaped out into the air. Using his power, he flew up toward the 32nd floor. Those thugs heard a commotion, and a goon called out. What was that noise? What's going on? Did someone attack us? Or did some idiot accidentally fire a shot? One of the leaders ordered his underlings. Go check it out, quickly. Yes, sir, Ye Chen spoke up. Stop looking. I'm right here. The group was shocked. They shouted, who the hell are you? Do you know where you are? He gave a cruel laugh and radiated his energy. I am the last person you will ever meet in this lifetime, Ye Chen said arrogantly. I am the last person you will ever meet in this lifetime. The guy was furious. Are you crazy, kid? He swung his blade, and the man was sliced in two. The others behind him screamed in terror. Murder. He committed murder, Ye Chen thought. According to Ye Lingtian's intel, these Qingmen thugs do everything smuggling, selling narcotics and weapons, human trafficking, and contract killing. To them, this is just a daily routine. He raised his left hand, preparing to strike. People like you, even letting one of you live is a sin. Scene shift inside a room. 2 men were discussing business. The blonde man spoke first. Mr. Zheng Jingming, there seems to be a commotion downstairs. Shouldn't you go check it out? He replied, it's probably just some of my boys gambling and arguing. It's not a big deal. Besides, this floor is protected by Qingmen experts. They are all martial arts masters. Nothing will happen. The other man replied, very well. They continued their business deal. This time, the Mo Kingdom brings our sincere intentions. As long as you provide the map of the Jiangnan military airfield, all future Mo Kingdom business at the Jiangcheng port will be represented by you. 2 of Zheng's underlings spoke up. What? The military map? If we hand that over, the safety of Huaxia will be threatened. That's treason. He sighed with a calm expression. Treason. So what? He turned to his subordinates. At most, it's just a death sentence. The narcotics and weapons you've been smuggling have already been enough to execute you countless times over. Why worry about this now? The 2 men behind him turned pale with fear and didn't dare to speak. The blonde man continued. Mr. Zheng, I'll add one more condition, he explained. The Mo Kingdom is willing to provide 10 sets of high-precision automated equipment for your group. You must know that a single machine is worth 50 million in the market. Mr. Zheng stood up and laughed heartily. Ha ha, your country is very sincere. We have no reason to refuse. Both sides prepared to shake hands on the happy partnership. The wall behind them suddenly exploded, interrupting them. Both men looked in that direction, looking bewildered. Who's there? He stepped inside with eyes blazing like fire. A decent Huaxia citizen, and you choose to be dogs for the Mo Kingdom? You pieces of trash, dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Mr. Zheng trembled and spoke up. This kid looks so familiar. Could it be Ye Chen? Impossible. That little loser should have died long ago. There's no way he's still alive. He screamed, where are the guards? Where is the security? Ye Chen replied with an evil look in his eyes. They're asleep. They'll never wake up again. Back in the hallway, it was filled with bodies. Mr. Zheng couldn't believe it and shouted, how is that possible? Among those men, there were several high-level experts. He calmly stuck his hand into his jacket and scratched himself. acting like he didn't care. He threw the folder into the man's face. Smack! Mr. Zheng trembled, wondering, what is this? He ordered, sign it, he stammered. An unconditional share transfer agreement? Kid, you're crazy. You even dare to take the shares of the Huamei Group? The blond man snapped his fingers and ordered his subordinates. Kill him. The thug replied, yes, boss. He saw this and suddenly froze slightly. He didn't expect that henchman to pull out a heavy-duty weapon. Mission start. Eliminate the target. After activating, bullets were fired like rain. He used a barrier to gently block them. After the bullets hit the barrier, he manipulated them to fly right back toward them. He smirked. I've seen plenty of firearms, but I don't like using them. I'm returning them to you. The bullets flew past and blew the thug's head off. The blond man was terrified and trembling. What? He narrowed one eye and opened the other, speaking gently with a look of disdain. Is that it? Seriously? The remaining thugs, fearless, rushed forward. Humph. You think training in ancient martial arts for a few years makes you big shots? He stood still and said, Bansho Huajin in Jiangcheng? I guess you count as local experts. He chuckled lightly. But, unfortunately, after finishing, he rushed in to attack the two of them. Compared to me, you're still far behind. Mr. Zheng trembled. A martial arts grandmaster? How can someone so young be at the grandmaster level? He asked in panic. Who are you? The man standing next to him looked at the gun lying on the ground, terrified. He looked at Ye Chen, and he was so scared he turned pale. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Then, he immediately changed his expression. With a very bright smile, his hands placed in front of his chest, and bowing slightly, he respectfully said, I won't be participating in your business anymore. You two please talk among yourselves. If you'll excuse me, I must be going. Ye Chen glared at him, his sharp eyes showing he was extremely annoyed. He stomped hard on the ground with one foot, and with the other, he kicked straight into the chest of the man in the white vest. He cursed, Die. After Ye Chen's kick, the man's shirt was soaked with a spray of blood. His face turned ashen and gray, and beads of sweat rolled down his fearful face. Zheng Jingming watched what just happened and yelled, Da da da. Too terrified, the old man couldn't stand and slumped to the floor. Ye Chen looked at the trembling old man, coldly waved his hand, and said, Come here. His face became extremely terrifying. He looked at the old man and said, Sign it. He hurriedly obeyed. Yes, yes. The old man's face was deathly pale. He picked up a pen and hurriedly signed the stack of contracts. While signing, he trembled, tears welling up in his eyes. I'll sign. Please, just don't kill me. After signing, he respectfully handed the contract to Ye Chen with both hands. He took it, reading the contract while saying, Well, then, you don't need to be alive anymore. The old man's eyes popped out in a panic. What? Seeing that he didn't seem to want to spare him, the old man hurriedly threatened him. You want to push me to the edge? Do you know that behind the Huamei Group is the Qingmen? If you dare to kill me, the Qingmen won't let you off. He smirked and clicked his tongue. Tisk, tisk. He squatted down with a mischievous smile, raised his finger in a sign in front of the old man, and said, Actually, I only intended to target the Huamei Group, but now I've changed my mind. Tonight, the Qingmen will be wiped out. After saying that, immediately, his face turned terrifying. He coldly said, Do you have anything else to say? The old man flew into a rage. He was so angry his face turned red, and he shouted, Don't be so arrogant. You really think you're invincible? So, what if you're a grandmaster? The Qingmen master is at the grandmaster level. Kill me. Not only will you die, but your entire family will face retribution from the Thon Monday. His expression turned grim. It seemed this wretched old man had touched a nerve. My family, they all died 5 years ago. They died at the Van Ho Mountain Villa. He spoke as if a memory had just resurfaced. Terror-stricken and stammering, the man said, You are really Ye Chen? He looked at the young man standing before him, his heart racing with panic. He thought to himself, This brat is still alive? To save his own skin, he immediately changed his tune, dropping to his knees to clutch at Ye Chen's legs, begging for mercy. The man now looked utterly pathetic, fawning over him. Ye Chen, listen to me. It was all a big misunderstanding. I was your father's best friend. How could I possibly harm any of you? Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Chen drove his knee hard into the man's face. Blood sprayed from his nose as Ye Chen spoke in a chilling tone. You're worthy of speaking of my father? You're worthy of being called my uncle? Clutching his nose? The man wept and pleaded. Ye Chen, please, spare me. Think of all these years. It was as if he'd heard a joke. Ye Chen let out a loud, mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha. His laughter left the old man bewildered. Not knowing what he would do next, Ye Chen kicked him hard in the stomach. His eyes flashed with hatred as he hissed, "Spare you? Back then, why didn't you spare my Ye family? Why didn't you spare my parents? What did my parents ever do to you?" Finished, he landed another heavy punch to the man's face. The sound of strikes echoed, mingled with groans and pleas. Ye Chen continued, "Why betray them? Was it not enough that you took my home, everything I had? Do you really think I enjoy killing? Who is born wanting to kill? I wanted to go to school and live like a normal person. I used to look at the carnage and feel." He stopped, taking a deep breath to compose himself. "But now, the only thing keeping me alive is this hatred." Ye Chen sat back against the wall, weary. "I will keep killing until every last one of these animals meets the king of hell." With that, he adjusted his clothes. Walking while gazing at the moon, he sighed. "Jiangnan Wang is quite thoughtful. He saved me a lot of trouble. Not only did he clear the path and clean up the scene, but he even prepared new clothes for me." His eyes flickered with a murderous intent. "Next, I'll head over to deal with Thon Monday." As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Ye Chen, why are you here?" Ye Chen didn't expect to see her here. He shrugged and replied, "Officer Bailey Bing, that's a question I should be asking you. Why are you near a crime scene?" She gave a teasing smile. "Classified mission. Can't tell you." He waved her off, turning to leave. "Well, I'm under no obligation to answer you either." Suddenly, he sensed something. At the same moment, massive chunks of stone began falling from the building where they stood. A large boulder suddenly hurtled toward Officer Bailey Bing. She looked up, her heart sinking. She knew she couldn't dodge in time. The policewoman's face turned pale. "Am I about to die?" Ye Chen lunged toward Bailey Bing, pushing her to safety. Once the dust settled, he turned to check on her. "Are you all right?" She blushed, stammering, "Ye Chen, thank you." Ye Chen held Bailey Bing, comforting her. "It's all right now." She shyly pushed Ye Chen away, muttering, "Thank you." Ye Chen turned his head back, as calm as if nothing had happened. "Don't mention it," he thought to himself. "Regardless, this whole thing is tied to me." Ye Chen watched the explosion unfolding. Inside the building just as he had walked out, he frowned in thought. Even if they wanted to wipe their tracks, was there any need to blow up the entire building? This must be the work of the Thon Dao master. People inside the building were scrambling to escape, but only Ye Chen and Bailey Bing remained standing still. Just then, two men ran past Ye Chen. Both were muscular, bald, and covered in tattoos. Their expressions were frantic. As they hurried along with the crowd, Ye Chen had a hunch. He glanced over and saw a very familiar tattoo on the neck of one of them. Officer Bailey Bing also noticed the two men. She turned and frowned at the tattoos on their necks, thinking, "This tattoo, they're from Thon Monday. Could they be responsible for this explosion? I've been investigating Thon Mon for days. That group is a tumor in Jiang City." The police hadn't found any evidence yet. She immediately raised a hand to say goodbye to Ye Chen and hurried off. "Sorry, I have some business to attend to. I'll find you later." She thought, "Now, I finally have the evidence." Watching Bailey Bing's back as she rushed off, Ye Chen wasn't surprised. Lin was right. She's definitely impulsive. Leaving doesn't concern me. Ye Chen raised his hand and began to channel his spiritual energy. He gave a sinister smirk and said, "Better take this opportunity to clear out the weeds." The two bald, tattooed men were scrambling toward an abandoned factory. They entered inside. Bailey Bing followed close behind, hiding behind the walls to track them. She watched their backs, thinking, where these two went must be some sort of stronghold for Thon Mon, maybe even their headquarters. Choosing an abandoned factory, how clever. If I can just get the evidence, I can call in the team to raid this entire nest. She crept toward a window where a faint light was glowing and observed them from the side. Suddenly, relying on her excellent martial arts, she leaped up and landed lightly on top of a shipping container. She stood there, observing. She saw many people inside a room. They seemed to be manufacturing or moving something. "Just as I thought," she mused. From the window, she saw people moving goods and others holding firearms. She pulled out her phone to report to her unit, but there was no signal. She frowned and cursed under her breath. "No signal here? That makes it really hard to call for backup." She tapped her foot against the shipping container underneath her, thinking, "I wonder what's in these crates. I should find a way to open them and take photos as evidence." Suddenly, a sharp, angry shout caught her attention. "Ah!" Inside the room, a tall, burly, bald man was grabbing the head of a subordinate. The subordinate was trembling, saying, "Master, please spare me. I don't know what happened, but the building just suddenly exploded." The master widened his eyes, his face contorted with rage. He roared, "I stationed so many people. In Thon Hoa. And all I get are two losers like you? The master's eyes darted elsewhere. He hissed. What's worse is that you two didn't even notice you were being watched. He crushed the subordinate's skull. He looked toward Bailey Bing, who was hiding near the window, and spoke loudly on purpose for her to hear. That's a capital offense. She was startled. She gritted her teeth and thought, oh no, I didn't expect this master to be an ancient martial artist. His strength might even exceed mine. She leaped off the container. She tried to run, but it was too late. The master lunged toward her. He grabbed her by the shoulder and said, since you've already arrived, you think you can just leave the Thon Mon's front door? As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed her hard against the ground. Thud! Dust filled the air. He lifted her up by the neck, looking at her with cold indifference, then remarked, oh? To think it's a little beauty, I'll have to enjoy this first. Enduring the pain, she revealed her identity to threaten the master. I'm a police officer. My colleagues already know about this place. You better stop now. If anything happens to me, your Thon Mon is as good as dead. As soon as she finished, he threw her several meters away. Arrogantly, he sneered, the crimes I've committed are enough to be executed 1,000 times over. Do you think a woman like you can threaten me? His voice turned perverse and lewd. My brothers and I are going to have a little fun today. Hearing him, her face darkened. She shouted, you're dead. Let me tell you the truth. My father is Bailey Jiang from the Southwest Military Region. If anything happens to me, you and everyone in Thon Mon won't have enough lives to pay for it. The master paused for a beat. He thought, Bailey Jiang? That's a figure at the command level. Even the great families in the capital have to show him respect. How did his daughter end up as a police officer in a tiny place like Jiang City? His subordinates circled around the fallen Bailey Bing. The master took off his fur coat, flexing his massive muscles. Now wearing only his underwear, he walked slowly toward Bailey Bing with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, so what if it's Bailey Xiong? His eyes were filled with lewdness. After we're done, we'll get rid of you without a trace. She struggled to sit up, regretting her choices. I shouldn't have acted alone. I shouldn't have come here. Why didn't I just stay in the family and be obedient? She felt helpless, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm definitely going to die. Rather than being humiliated by these animals, I might as well end it myself. The master chuckled obscenely. I'm not holding back anymore. Just as he prepared to pull down his pants, a figure suddenly appeared on top of the shipping container and called out from above, Hey, if someone doesn't consent, why force them? Don't you feel shameless? The person standing there was Ye Chen. The master pointed at him and yelled angrily, Who the hell are you? Daring to set foot on Thon Mon territory? You looking to die? Ye Chen channeled his spiritual energy. Purple flames surrounded his body. He laughed with contempt. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't just want to set foot in Thon Monday. His face was grim, his eyes burning with vengeful, murderous intent. He looked coldly at the master and said, I'm here to kill every single person in Thon Monday. Ye Chen stood atop the container, his voice clear. A strange power radiated from his hands. The bald man, wearing only his underwear, stood below with his minions, staring up at Ye Chen. Having heard Ye Chen, the bald man asked, You want to kill all of us? His expression was incredibly ugly, and then, suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. After that, the bald man yelled out, He says he wants to kill all of us. Ha ha ha. Do you have any idea how many experts our Thon Mon has? Even a martial arts grandmaster wouldn't dare to say such a thing. The bald man's lackeys also joined in the laughter. Immediately after, the bald man flexed his muscles, showing off his power. With an arrogant look, he ordered them to turn him into a honeycomb, so he would realize the extent of their power. Upon hearing the command, the head-shaven man's henchmen opened fire on Ye Chen. They kept spraying bullets at the shipping container, even though they couldn't see a trace of him. In reality, Ye Chen was using his abilities to leap toward them. His face darkened, a smirk curled at the corner of his lips, and his eyes glowed red as he charged at his enemies, using his hands to swat their weapons away. Two of the sect disciples holding weapons stood there. The blonde one remarked that the kid actually had some skill. The other, standing beside him, added that it was impressive to dodge so many bullets. Despite their words, both of them were pale with fear. Just then, another man appeared, adjusting his glasses. He wore a sinister smile and said, It seems you know nothing. That's just a child's game. Any internal force warrior can do that. You're quite brave to come to the Thon sect all by yourself. He then lunged forward, winding up a punch at Ye Chen, shouting, Let me test you. Suddenly, Ye Chen's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, and he smirked. Not waiting for the man in glasses to do as he pleased, Ye Chen struck first. He punched the man directly in the throat, sending him flying backward. Ye Chen just watched him and muttered, Too slow. The henchmen were terrified and screamed, "Brother Ji, no, Deputy Hallmaster Ji has been killed." What followed was a gruesome, bloody scene. The head-shaven man's henchmen were shaking with fear, screaming, "Ah, what is this guy? He's a murderer!" Ye Chen continued to retaliate against them. A powerful aura still swirled around him, and his eyes were stark white. The men he struck howled in pain, crying, "You bastard, help me!" The policewoman, who had been sitting to the side in a daze, watched the entire scene unfold. She thought to herself, "Every strike he lands is a killing blow. There's not a single wasted movement. He's like a combat machine." Her expression changed instantly. She thought, how can someone this terrifying exist in Jiang City? Suddenly, the head-shaven man's face darkened, though a sly smile remained on his lips. He spoke up. "I didn't expect to find a powerhouse like you in Jiang City. You have the strength of a peak internal force warrior. I'll have to handle you myself." He flexed his muscles and glared at Ye Chen with contempt. He continued, "But before my perfect body, you won't be able to hurt me. Of course, if you kneel now and surrender, I might consider sparing you." Before he could finish, Ye Chen delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin, causing blood to spray everywhere. The blow was so strong it sent the man flying into the air. The policewoman sat nearby, her eyes wide with shock. After landing, the head-shaven man rubbed his jaw and growled, "You're dead." Ye Chen stood behind him with a slight smirk. Suddenly, the man had a thought, and his face turned pale. He realized, "No, this person is extremely dangerous. I have to risk it." With that thought, the head-shaven man stood up, swung a punch at Ye Chen, and roared, "I'll take you down with me." Not letting him act, Ye Chen punched him straight in the gut and said, "Too slow." After landing the hit, Ye Chen laughed. Heh. Liver exploded. Unlike Ye Chen, who was calm and composed, the man was in so much pain he couldn't speak. Suddenly, Ye Chen spotted something. He said, "Wait." Having said that, his body emitted a massive surge of power. His face darkening, the man looked up and asked, "How about we make a deal? Whatever you want, I'll agree to. Firearms, human trafficking." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes flared. He said, "Your words." Then he delivered a lethal slash toward the man, adding, "Too many." When Ye Chen attacked, blood poured from them like a waterfall. It was a gruesome, visceral scene, corpses, weapons, and pools of blood everywhere. The injured policewoman could only sit there, thinking, in just a moment, he destroyed the entire Thon sect by himself. She was terrified and bewildered. Suddenly, Ye Chen turned toward her. He spoke calmly, "Next." Terrified by his sudden attention, the policewoman shouted, What do you want to do?" Suddenly, Ye Chen reached his hand toward her. She thought in fear, "He's going to silence me." She could only squeeze her eyes shut and plead, "No, please." Tears welled up in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen didn't kill her. He reached down and pulled her leg. She cried out in pain, "Ah." After settling down and thinking, the policewoman blushed with embarrassment. She clutched her chest, face as red as a tomato, and scolded, "You opportunistic, despicable villain. And here I thought you were a good person. How could you do that?" Ye Chen just knelt down gently and touched her injury. A wave of energy, like fire, spread around, and he said, "Your leg bone is dislocated, and you're bleeding quite a bit. Do you want to end up crippled?" The policewoman stared at him blankly and asked hesitantly, You want to save me?" Ye Chen said nothing. He channeled his power, and a light like a flame engulfed him. The intensity of that fire grew, spreading everywhere. Ye Chen channeled his energy into the policewoman. The captain felt it and thought, it feels so good. There's a current of air moving through my body. Is this his internal energy? By the time night fell at the factory, the policewoman was walking with Ye Chen. She said excitedly, "It's healed. Ye Chen, thank you. If you were a doctor, you'd definitely be a master healer." Hearing this, Ye Chen simply replied, "Not interested. You go clear out their phones. There should be evidence. I'm leaving." The policewoman asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" Ye Chen's face darkened as he said, "There are still a few remnants to deal with. After tonight, I'm afraid the Thon sect won't exist in Jiang City anymore." Corpses lay scattered on the ground, a bloody and grim scene. The policewoman approached one of the bodies, her expression uncomfortable. She said, "This is the sect, Master of Thon sect. He was a martial arts master, and he's dead too. And look at his expression, as if he saw something terrifying before he died." Alongside the death of the sect master, the scene was gruesome. He had a massive hole shot through his head and right over his heart. The Thon sect has turned into hell. The policewoman opened her phone and called someone, her expression grave. She said with a trembling voice, Sir, Jiang City is about to change. On the other end, the man anxiously asked, Bailey Bing, junior sister, are you saying the martial arts master and all these people were killed by Ye Chen? A ping sound echoed from the phone. A photo was sent from the scene, showing the hall master's subordinates lying motionless on the ground. Bailey Bing continued, Yes, I'm afraid he did it alone. And he even saved me. The man slammed his desk and stood up, shouting, I'm coming to Jiang City immediately. Remember, do not make contact with this person ever again. This person is extremely dangerous, Bailey Bing said. But the mission? Senior brother. He cut her off before she could finish, storming out while saying into the phone, It doesn't matter. I want to see what kind of monster this Ye Chen really is. The next morning, the weather was clear, and birds were singing. In stark contrast to the beautiful day, Ye Chen stretched lazily, cracking his neck. He sighed tiredly and muttered, Killing people, that sort of thing is easy enough. It's just a waste of clothes. I'll have to get rid of the bloodstains. As he walked down the street, he noticed something. He looked into a nearby cafe where a girl and her mother were chatting happily. He thought, Xia Ruxue, the lives of rich people are something else. Still having afternoon tea, he didn't know what the two were talking about, but suddenly Xia Ruxue looked annoyed. Ye Chen shoved his hands into his pockets, deciding not to care anymore. He hurried out of her sight, thinking, I'm too lazy to deal with her. I'll just pretend I didn't see her. Xia Ruxue caught a glimpse of a familiar figure passing by. She asked suspiciously, Ye Chen? She quickly stood up and ran toward the door, calling out, Mom, wait for me a moment. Xia Ruxue chased after Ye Chen, shouting, Hey, stop. Ye Chen, wait. Why are you walking so fast? He turned back, looking calm as if nothing had to do with him. He asked, What is it? I'm just passing through. Do you want to buy me coffee? Xia Ruxue's face turned bright red, like a tomato. She stammered, About what happened before you slept, I haven't settled that with you yet. Now is my chance. Help me with something as compensation. Ye Chen was speechless at her actions and words. He helplessly retorted, You were the one who slept on me. That was my bed. While the two were whispering and arguing, Xia Ruxue's mother approached. She crossed her arms, looking annoyed, and asked, Ruxue, who is this man? Ruxue was a bit surprised by her mother's appearance. She quickly grabbed Ye Chen's arm and leaned close, looking shy, and said, Mom, why are you out here? As for his identity, she spoke with feigned hesitation. Her mother's face darkened, her eyes flashing with anger. She sternly warned, Ruxue, do you know the consequences of doing this? If that young master finds out you have a relationship with another man, the Xia family will be in danger. Xia Ruxue looked dejected and stammered, but, she sent a desperate look toward Ye Chen, but he pretended not to see. Her mother approached them and shouted, Let go! You're coming back to the Xia family with me today. Your family's Hoa, my group will be taken over by the family. From now on, you are not allowed to take a single step out of the Xia house. Hearing that, she panicked. She replied with a hurt voice, No, please, Mom. I'm a person, not a bargaining chip. Her mother continued to reel off one excuse after another. Don't tell me you want to go against your father's wishes? Hearing the word father, her eyes flickered with fear and a hint of sadness. Trembling, she slowly loosened her grip on Ye Chen's arm. With a shaky voice, she whispered an apology and slowly stepped back toward her mother. Ye Chen stared at Xia Ruxue, unable to even blink. Unwilling to let her fall into such a predicament, he grabbed her arm and pulled her back, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. With a brazen, unbothered expression, he calmly spoke up. Ma'am, I'm afraid that's not possible. Ruxue can't go with you. She is already carrying my child, and I am fully prepared to take responsibility for her. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruxue froze completely. In her mind, the only thing echoing was, pregnant, pregnant, pregnant. Flushing red, she pulled Ye Chen closer and whispered, Ye Chen, did you really do something to me that night? He glanced at her and replied coldly, Are you not even aware of what's happened to your own body? Liar, liar. You don't even know what's happened to your own body? Liar, liar. Xia Ruxue caught his drift and played along, running a hand over her stomach as she feigned embarrassment. It was just kicking earlier. Watching her act, Ye Chen was left speechless. He thought to himself, She's overdoing it. Xia Ruxue's mother turned black with rage, pointing at the two of them, too furious to speak. You, Ye Chen sighed to himself. Regarding this woman, Xia Ruxue, he didn't have any affection or concern, but she had begged for his help. He recalled her pleading face and decided to play along. More importantly, this was the condition she agreed to for returning to the Xia family. A flash of bloody light appeared on her forehead. The old man had told him, at all costs, protect Xia Ruxue. If she truly returns to the Xia family, that blood-red light will accelerate and expand until she dies. Xia Ruxue's mother had to take several deep breaths to cool her rage and the shock brought on by her beloved daughter. Her father asked her with a stern face, "Ruxue, is what this brat says true or false?" Since she was already acting, Xia Ruxue decided to play the part to the end. She spoke with a firm, convincing tone. "Mother, father, what Ye Chen and I have is real. If the family finds out I've lost my innocence, they will surely cast me aside." Her mother's fury reached its boiling point. Her face twisted in disgust. She cursed, "Damn it, damn it. The daughter I protected so carefully has been dirtied by some bottom-tier nobody." She lunged forward, grabbed Ruxue's shoulders, and shook her hard. "We are going back to the Xia family immediately. I will arrange for a doctor to terminate this pregnancy." The pain was too much. Ruxue protested. "No," the mother continued. "From now on, you are forbidden from stepping out of the house. That is an order." Ye Chen grabbed her hand and shoved her away from Xia Ruxue. He said coldly, "Ma'am, that's not a very polite way to behave." She barked at him, looking at him with eyes full of contempt and disgust. "What kind of thing are you to even touch my Ruxue?" She yanked her hand away from Ye Chen, looked at Ruxue cowering behind him, and exploded even further. "Do you even know who the Jiangnan Xia family is? That is an existence you cannot even reach. You aren't even worthy of looking up at us. Even if the head of the Zuo family in Jiangcheng met our Xia family, they would have to kneel." Hearing her mockery, he lowered his head, his pride clearly bruised. His body began to be shrouded in purple spiritual energy. He muttered darkly, "Not worthy of looking up, you say?" He raised his head, locked eyes with her, and asked again, "You say I'm not worthy of looking up?" He looked terrifying now, like a monster. She stepped back, the surrounding atmosphere becoming heavy. Clutching her chest, she struggled to breathe. Looking at Ye Chen before her, she wondered, "Kid? What is this? Why does he have such a terrifying aura?" He continued, "The Zuo family, the Xia family, whatever. I don't know who they are, and I don't want to. But if you give me, Ye Chen, 6 months, I will make you understand what it means to be truly unreachable." He turned to Xia Ruxue and said, "Let's go." He pulled her away. She watched their departing backs, lost in thought. She pulled out her phone, dialed a number, and spoke, "Investigate someone for me. His name is Ye Chen. He's from Jiangcheng and seems to be close to Ruxue." Xia Ruxue felt guilty and spoke up. "I'm sorry. I apologize for what my mother said earlier. Though she prioritizes interests, she isn't a bad person at heart. Actually, you really didn't need to do that." Ye Chen replied with 3 parts coldness and 7 parts indifference. "Don't overthink it. I didn't do it just for you," he thought to himself. "After all, it's the mission the old man entrusted to me." Xia Ruxue suddenly felt a spark of attraction, thinking, "Suddenly, this guy looks kind of handsome." Just then, Ye Chen hailed a cab. He said, "I'll be going first. Goodbye." Xia Ruxue let out a surprised sound, then just watched silently as the car drove off. The Xia family's hidden legacy spans 100 years. Ye Chen doesn't know the extent of their power. I can't let him get hurt. Regardless, I have to deal with the immediate issues first. The car sped down the road. Inside the car, Ye Chen was lost in his own thoughts. To fight these forces, relying on physical strength alone isn't enough. I need my own power. I have Ye Lingtian's support, but the Jiangnan king is best suited for working in the shadows. I still need a force that can operate in the light. Ye Chen then decisively said, "Driver, to the Long Yue Bay Villas." Upon arrival, Shen Haihua exclaimed, "A distinguished guest indeed. Mr. Ye, what business brings you to me so suddenly?" Ye Chen tossed a folder onto the table with a thud. He said, "It's done." Shen Haihua asked, his face turned ghostly pale. He actually got Zheng Jingming to sign? How long has it been? How could he resolve this so quickly? How did he get someone like that to concede? Looking at Ye Chen, Shen Haihua began to overthink. Did Ye Chen take out Zheng Jingming? Zheng Jingming has the experts from the Qingmen sect protecting him. Could he really have done it? Is this guy even human? Suddenly, Ye Chen said, "I wiped out the Qingmen sect last night. You're next." Shen Haihua went stiff with terror. "Even the Qingmen sect?" "Mr. Ye, rest assured. I, Shen Haihua, guarantee that within 3 days, I will fully revive the Tianzheng Group." Ye Chen replied, "Good. By the way, President Shen, what is your take on the Jiangnan Xia family?" Shen Haihua looked fearful. "The Xia family? They are a behemoth at the provincial level in Jiangnan. The Xia financial group has terrifying assets that even the Qinghe group cannot compare to. Don't tell me you want to unify them too?" Ye Chen laughed. "Look at how scared you are. I was just asking. Shen Haihua forced a laugh. I thought so. How could that be? Ye Chen's expression darkened. But if I gave you a sword, would you dare to take all of China? Shen Haihua was shocked. My God, this is even more terrifying. He asked, Mr. Ye, this sword, isn't it the Tianjung Group, is it? To be honest, my company is much stronger than that, Ye Chen said with a blank face. Then let's talk about something simpler first. If I gave you a force like the Qingmen sect, but 100 times stronger, and provided you with many hyper-profitable products, in half a year, could you make the Tianjung Group unify the Xia family? Shen Haihua replied, If you are serious, Mr. Ye, I will treat it seriously. But those things alone aren't enough. I also need the support of the state. And I'm old now. I'm afraid I don't have enough time. Ye Chen thought. Bailey Bing's father seems to have significant authority. Maybe I can get her involved. Ye Chen replied, I'll handle the state side of things. As for your age, that's easy. This elixir can extend your life by 55 years. Shen Haihua was startled. 55 years? 55 years, that's what countless people dream of. Although it sounded a bit exaggerated, Shen Haihua felt Mr. Ye could absolutely pull it off. He changed his tune. I'm willing. Of course, I'm willing. As long as what Mr. Yi says is true, I can definitely make the Tianjung Group an existence no one can shake. Ye Chen stood to leave. Good. We'll meet at the Tianjung Group in 3 days. Shen Haihua responded. Safe travels. Shen Haihua felt like his blood pressure was about to bottom out. Everything has changed. My destiny is about to change. Originally, I could only retreat into the tiny city of Jiangcheng, but now I might be able to go with him and step toward the entirety of Jiangnan, China, and perhaps even the world. That night, the moon was very bright. Ye Chen walked into the house and said, I'm back. He noticed Xia Ruxue, who spoke up. You're here? Ye Chen replied, Xia Ruxue, why are you here? Sundi called out to Ye Chen. Ye Chen said, You have your own villa, why come to our house? Xia Ruxue retorted, What do you mean our house? This is my house. The Huamei Group was seized by the Xia family, and my villa is also an asset of the Xia family. I can't stay there. My bank cards were frozen. I have nowhere else to go but here. Ye Chen asked, So, you're sleeping here? Let me say this first. I'm not sharing a bed with you. Xia Ruxue responded indignantly. Who wants to share a bed with you? Dream on. Sun Di saw the tension and tried to mediate. It's fine. Xia Ruxue will sleep with me, Ye Chen said. How can that be? Sun Di, you're the owner, and she's a freeloader. And she still dares to crowd you? Sun Di thought to herself. Aren't you a freeloader too? Xia Ruxue replied. I don't want to be a freeloader either, but I don't have a job. Do you expect me to work for you? Ye Chen said. Actually, that might work. Xia Ruxue was outraged. Then give me a job. Xia Ruxue thought to herself. Right. I almost forgot. This guy once took out a priceless elixir. He might actually be a hidden tycoon. That same night, Xia Ruxue said, Regarding work, I've never yielded to anyone. As long as I'm in charge, I guarantee your company will flourish. The condition is, with a probing look, she added, You must dare to use me. After all, given the current situation, if you really hire me, the Xia family will absolutely suppress your company in revenge. Before Ye Chen could even finish, he said, Of course I dare to use you. Xia Ruxue was excited. Really? That's great. Quickly, tell me, where is your company? What's the registered capital? What kind of business is it? Does it have any government support policies? Ye Chen was momentarily stunned. It hasn't been established yet. It's probably soon. As for the type of business, I haven't decided yet. Xia Ruxue was disappointed. I'm such a fool for believing you. She began to feel apprehensive and sighed. What kind of business are you registered for? What support policies do you have? Ye Chen was momentarily stunned. It's not established yet. I guess it will be soon. As for the industry type, that's not decided either. Xia Ruxue felt disappointed. I'm such a fool for believing you, she sighed, beginning to feel genuinely concerned. This guy is probably only acting tough to fulfill the 6-month promise to his mother. But he knows too little about this world. He should know that even if he gave the Bailey Dada of Ma Jianyun to him, in terms of economy, wanting to surpass the Xia family is absolutely impossible. The Xia family is indeed the top financial group, but they are all hidden in the shadows. Switching scenes, Mrs. Xia asks about the situation. The minion reports, Madam, according to the medical report on the young lady, she is likely not pregnant, he says nervously. But some time ago, the young lady went drinking with her friend, Sun Di, and stayed the night there. And in Sun Di's house, there was a man that was Ye Chen. The possibility of them having a relationship cannot be ruled out. Mrs. Xia is instantly agitated. If that brat really tainted Xia Ruxue, I want him gone, she says. I know his background. The minion replies, the background of Ye Chen is very strange. With my methods, I couldn't find any information at all. It's like he fell from the sky. But I suspect he is very likely the young master of the Ye family who survived the Yunhu Mountain Villa incident 5 years ago. Mrs. Xia is shocked. What? She thinks to herself. That incident happened in Jiang City, but it shook the entire Jiangnan province. After all, the Ye family offended a big shot in the capital. Mrs. Xia sneers. So that's how it is. That brat is surely unwilling to accept his family's destruction and wants to cling to our Xia family, using our power to avenge his parents. Mrs. Xia exclaims, a clever scheme indeed. If that's really the case, he shouldn't have made a 6-month promise. The minion guesses, perhaps he really has some strength. Mrs. Xia huffs, then turns away, laughing as she says, fine, then I'll give him 6 months. I want to see how he manages to reach a level where our Xia family can't touch him. The next day, Ye Chen has practically turned into a savage boy. Having an extra person in the house brings quite a lot of trouble. All night long, just bathing and using the restroom resulted in constant collisions. Xia Ruxue screams, don't you see I'm bathing? Get out. Ye Chen replies, well, I see you now. Xia Ruxue kicks Ye Chen out. You damn pervert. Get out. Ye Chen retorts, who knew there was someone inside? Ye Chen grumbles to himself, forget it. Let's think about the main point. The conditions promised to Shen Haihua regarding the forces behind him. Having Ye Lingtian is enough. Profitable products are also easy. My pill formulas can handle it. The problem lies in government support. After all, Bai Li Bing and I aren't close. She might not necessarily agree to help me. Ye Lingtian might have connections in this regard. Suddenly, Ye Chen detects a gaze and turns to leave, muttering with contempt while walking. Ha, playing hunter with me? Then let's see who is the hunter. A pair of eyes is watching Ye Chen. That black shadow perched on the roof of the building, Yingqing, thinks to himself, it doesn't look like there's anything special about this kid. He even let a woman chase him away twice. I wanted to see what was superior about him, but he looks like someone who eats well. Is he really a master of ancient martial arts? Just as he ponders, Yingqing is stunned. What? He disappeared? Suddenly, Ye Chen lunges in front of Yingqing, who is completely bewildered. This is an 80-meter-tall building. He was able to climb up in such a short time? A true master. At this moment, Ye Chen gains momentum and lunges, his whole body engulfed in flames. Yingqing doesn't even have time to react before being shocked. The collision creates a massive tremor. Yingqing thinks, this kid's strength is terrifying. He's about to crush my left arm. I can't fight head-on. I must reduce the force and maneuver. Ye Chen seems to be able to read Yingqing's thoughts, reducing the force while sweeping with his leg. Ye Chen unleashes a wind-tearing kick, looking as if he wants to eliminate the opponent. You try to reduce this. Finally, only a cloud of thick smoke remains. The smoke clears, and Yingqing has vanished. Ye Chen thinks to himself, you can dodge? You have some skill, but unfortunately, you can't beat me. As soon as Yingqing approaches, Ye Chen immediately pins him down. Yingqing is extremely surprised. This intelligence is wrong. Ye Chen, he isn't an ancient martial artist at all. He's clearly a cultivator. Realizing the truth that he has bumped into a cultivator, Yingqing immediately jumps away. Afterward, he thinks to himself, no wonder this guy is so strong, easily suppressing many martial artists. Junior sister has little experience and couldn't see it. Looking at the young man exuding an oppressive aura in front of him, Yingqing concludes that the person isn't a martial artist, but a cultivator. He is sweating all over, comforting himself, but a cultivator isn't necessarily stronger than an ancient martial artist. At the very least, in the realm of martial arts, grandmasters, the strongest can still defeat the weakest cultivator. Perhaps While Yingqing is still lying to himself, he notices that the person in front of him has disappeared. Ye Chen appears right beside Yingqing like a ghost, delivering a precise knee strike to his chest. The pain is so intense his face swells, and he screams for his life. Yingqing is sent flying like a ball, crashing straight into a wall. After the impact cracks the wall over a large area, he lands on his butt. Ye Chen stands in front of Yingqing, looking down and observing him calmly. Yingqing looks at the god of death in front of him, wanting to wet his pants, and screams hurriedly, brother, that's not how we play. I don't have bad intentions. I just wanted to spar with you a little. But do you really want to kill me? Can we talk first? You hit me? You hit so hard. His answer is a pair of shoes slamming straight into his chest. Ye Chen stands under the moonlight and asks coldly, "Who are you? Why are you monitoring me? Who sent you? Was it the Xia family?" Ying Qing bears the pain and hands a green notebook to the male lead, saying sincerely, "I really didn't come to kill you. We have no grudge, no enmity. If you don't believe me, look." He opens the booklet and reads aloud, "Captain of the Dragon Soul Assault Team, Ying Qing." The person who was just named finds a life buoy and hurriedly replies, "Yes, yes, yes. Important things must be said 3 times. I am a member of the Dragon Soul Assault Team. Can you let me off this time?" Contrary to his expectations, the male lead raises his hand, preparing to continue the attack. He says, "What assault team? Never heard of it. If you dare to monitor me, you must pay the price." Ying Qing is startled, his mind racing, and he screams, Don't! We have a mutual acquaintance. That person knows you. Her name is Bailey Bing." Hearing this name, Ye Chen stops. "Bailey Bing? What relationship do you have with her?" Ying Qing, like a criminal confessing, says, "I am her senior martial brother. She told me about you, and I was curious, so I came to find you. The purpose was also to see if you were powerful. I wanted to recruit you. I had no intention of harming you." In his mind, he feels lucky. It's this year, and my junior sister's name works better than the Dragon Soul Assault Team. Truly haunted. Ye Chen thinks, "This brat has strength. It's best to nip the threat in the bud." Then he waves his hand and yells, "Want to recruit me? You can find me. But that's no reason for you to monitor me." Ying Qing feels the affectionate call of his ancestors approaching. He raises both hands in defense, saying in one breath, "I'm sorry. Monitoring you was my mistake. I apologize. At the same time, I use the honor of the Dragon Soul Assault Team of Huaxia. From now on, if you have trouble, I can use state power to help you." Hearing the conditions, Ye Chen thinks to himself, if the Tianjin Group wants to develop, it must have the support of state leadership. Bailey Bing was the first choice, but now this guy is coming to the door. It's perfect. He grabs the opponent's collar and questions, "What status does the Dragon Soul Assault Team have in Huaxia?" Ying Qing speaks in one breath as if it's the last time he'll talk. The Dragon Soul Assault Team is the 3rd branch of Huaxia's mysterious global forces. If we talk about status, we only listen to the orders of the number 2 leader and those above. The male lead thinks, if it's the 3rd branch, I suppose the 5th team exists and is even stronger, but for the Tianjin Group, this is enough. Ye Chen lets go of the opponent and declares, "I can let you off. As long as you are willing to build a relationship with a business in Jiang City, we are even." Ying Qing is surprised and fearless, asking back, "Huh? The dignified Dragon Soul Assault Team acting as an umbrella for a tiny business in Jiang City?" He continues, "Are you sure?" He thinks indignantly, "Don't even mention the embarrassment if this gets out. This is really using a butcher's knife to kill a mosquito." The male lead, with his hands in his pockets, replies calmly, "That's right." Ying Qing responds, "If I'm not mistaken, the business you're talking about is your father's Tianjin Group. I can't make the decision on this. After all, our nature is special. But I will help you contact my superiors. Even if they don't agree, I will use other ways to help you." Ye Chen replies, "All right," then takes out a small yellow pill and tells Ying Qing, "Eat this, it can heal your injuries." Ying Qing grabs the pill and stammers, Alchemy pill?" He thinks to himself, "Oh, what is this kid's background? Not only is he a cultivator, but he also has alchemy pills. I've only heard of these. It's my first time seeing one." He holds the pill with both hands like a treasure, acting cute as he asks the male lead, "Do you have any more of these?" Ye Chen, being a show-off, takes out several more, juggling them in his palm and answering, "You call these things treasure? These are just the most basic ones. There are plenty." Looking at the handful of pills in his hand, Ying Qing tries to lure him. "How many of these do you have? If you hand them over to the national military, are you willing?" Before he can finish, Ye Chen coldly cuts him off. "What are you thinking? These aren't some treasure. Why would I hand them over?" He turns and walks away, waving goodbye and throwing back a sentence. "If you really want to do things well, fulfill the request I made earlier. Once you have the authority to speak, come find me to talk." Seeing the male lead jump off the 80th floor so casually, Ying Qing sighs softly to himself. That great man, with 1,000 things to do, how could he possibly come find her himself? He sighed with his eyes closed, muttering that for all his talk, Jiangcheng had truly produced a talented individual. At Sundi's home, a no-peeking sign glowed prominently, against a background of pink and floating hearts, while the shower ran at full blast. Sundi's voice rang out, Ha ha ha. Not only does it look good, it feels even better. Following that, Xia Ruxue replied, so annoying. Stop messing around. These two really made one's imagination run wild. Ye Chen, having just handled major affairs, was half sitting against the wall. He muttered to himself, ugh, living with two women, the bathroom and the sink are constantly occupied. I have to wait in line for everything. It's so frustrating. He took out an ancient magic stone and decided to ignore them. His power had been growing steadily lately, so he decided to try entering the reincarnation mausoleum. Ye Chen closed his eyes, and a light slowly spread out. His figure gradually faded into a phantom. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes. He had entered the space of the reincarnation mausoleum. Ye Chen stood on a path in the dark space, surrounded by endless rows of tombstones. He marveled that this time, he didn't feel any headache or discomfort at all. The graveyard no longer rejected him. Could it be because his strength had grown? Suddenly, he noticed a tombstone right beside him. Engraved on it were 6 characters. Shattering Fist Sect, Luo Yantian. The atmosphere in the reincarnation mausoleum was incredibly gloomy, with rows of graves interspersed with thousands of swords stuck in the ground, and black mist floating about, making the scene look truly bewitching. Ye Chen stood lost in thought before the tombstone engraved with Shattering Fist Sect, Luo Yantian. He thought to himself, according to the voice in the reincarnation mausoleum earlier, it seems that as long as my strength reaches a certain threshold, I can trigger the lingering obsession of a powerful master. The protagonist was certain that the one he could trigger right now was this Shattering Fist Sect master, Luo Yantian. He channeled his power and slowly reached out toward the tombstone. Suddenly, Ye Chen remembered something extremely important. Damn it, but how do I actually trigger it? In the end, he arrogantly decided to try every method imaginable through 7749 attempts. Returning to the real world at the Metropolis apartment, warm sunlight poured down on the high-rise building. Xia Ruxue told Sundi, I have things to deal with today, so don't bother cooking for me. Sundi happily replied, remember to bring back some snacks on your way home. Ye Chen stood to the side, clutching a glass of water, watching in silence. Exhausted, he flopped onto the sofa. The protagonist thought to himself, I've tried everything for 2 days, and I still can't trigger that tombstone. Could it be that my cultivation realm isn't high enough? Knowledge is power. The protagonist thought of the alchemy furnace, calculating that to increase his strength, he needed the help of pills. The ones refined using a microwave were useless to him. He needed a real alchemy furnace. Ye Chen recalled what Zhou Rende had said about the auction being today, but he had no news, and he didn't even have the man's phone number. Should I go find him? Suddenly, his phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. He looked at the notification. It was a familiar number. Shen Haihua is calling. Maybe he's looking to report on his work. As soon as he answered the call, Shen Haihua's voice came through. Mr. Ye, I have now taken full control of the Qinghe Group. I've also replaced all the staff. He boasted happily. I'm currently in the process of renaming the group, and in 2 days, I can hold the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen replied happily, Good job. You didn't break your word. He hung up the phone and laughed smugly. Heh heh. By then, everyone in Jiangcheng will know. Sundi looked awkwardly at the guy standing in front of her, looking like a goof, holding a glass of water, and said, The Tianzheng group is back? Suddenly, the protagonist remembered something. And as for Ying Qing, there's still no word from him. He didn't run off, did he? Outside the door, 3 rapid knocks sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Both Sundi and Ye Chen were surprised. As Ye Chen opened the door, he said, Oh, Zhou Rende? Seeing the protagonist, Zhou Rende blurted out, as if afraid he would run away. Mr. Yi, I've finally found you. I waited all morning at Shongshan Yipan and couldn't find anyone. So I had to use some connections to track you here. Seeing how eager old man Zhou was, Ye Chen thought, no wonder I haven't heard anything for so long. He replied apologetically, Sorry, I forgot to give you this address. My apologies. Zhou Rende. Hurry in and sit. Zhou Rende handed him a sea blue invitation card and said with a magnanimous air, No need for that. Something came up at home recently that requires my presence. This is an invitation to the auction. Just take it, and you'll be fine. Ye Chen took the card and said, Ah, thank you. What happened at your place? Let me know if I can help. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man had vanished like a gust of wind. He thought, he just left? It seems something truly big has happened to the Zhou family. At the Tianshui Hotel in Jiangcheng, Ye Chen was present in a dapper suit. Looking at the girl beside him, he asked, Zhou Ziwan? The girl replied with a look of worry, Mr. Ye, you're here. He also noticed something unusual about her and asked with concern, "What's wrong? You don't look so good." Zhou Ziyuan avoided the question, saying, "It's nothing. Since you're here, just come in with me." In the luxurious auction hall, a few guests had already arrived, and the food was laid out lavishly. Zhou Ziyuan explained, "This time before the party starts is what we call the social hour. It's mainly for acquaintances to mingle and relax. The real auction will be held upstairs later. Let's get some food." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Zhou Ziyuan? So, you're here." A guy with greased back hair, with a girl on each arm, mocked, "You showed up? Why didn't you say a word?" A girl with short purple hair chimed in, "What's there to say? The fact that she could even come is a surprise." The young man jeered. After all, the Zhou family is barely hanging on. Zhou Ziyuan's face darkened, and she pulled Ye Chen to leave quickly. She said, "Ignore them, let's go." He asked, "What exactly happened at your house?" But she remained adamant, denying it. "There's nothing. You can certainly handle it well. You're a guest. Just focus on the auction." Ye Chen looked at the girl beside him and thought to himself, since it's their family business, if she's not willing to talk, I shouldn't pry to the end. Suddenly, a female voice called Ye Chen's name with surprise. Xia Ruxue appeared, looking stunning in a purple dress, and asked affectionately, "How come you're here?" Ye Chen replied coldly, "I should be asking you that." Zhou Ziyuan, standing beside them, marveled, "What a great beauty." Zhou Ziyuan quickly coughed and said, I'm going to the restroom. You two talk, I won't play the third wheel." Xia Ruxue glanced at him and asked, "Who is this girl? How do you know her?" He patiently explained, "The daughter of the pharmacy owner who guided me. What about you? Why are you here? Your bank card was frozen, so you can't be here to participate in the auction, right? Are you here just for the free food?" She shamelessly replied, "That's also part of it. Changing things up. Who told you I haven't started my company yet? I have to find work too. I got an invitation earlier. If you're here to bid, how much money did you bring?" "Just here to watch," Ye Chen replied confidently. 90 million. Hearing this, Xia Ruxue sputtered, spitting out the sip of wine she had just taken. She was truly impressed by the confidence of this guy who didn't know fear, and asked, 90 million? And you dare to come play at an auction? Xia Ruxue thought of the terrifying people behind the scenes and kindly explained, "This auction isn't as simple as it looks on the surface. The people in power behind it are existences you can't afford to provoke. In this world, aside from normal people like you, there's a special type of person. Martial artists. They are so powerful that they can kill you in the blink of an eye." He replied dismissively, "Oh, and then what?" Xia Ruxue asked in surprise. "Ah, why aren't you surprised?" The protagonist feigned amazement. "Wow, martial artists are so powerful, that's so scary." She flew into a rage, dissatisfied, and exposed him. "Ye Chen, you're acting too fake." In the lobby of the Tianshui Hotel in Jiangcheng, Xia Ruxue was kind enough to tell Ye Chen, "I'm telling you, on the surface, the strongest in Jiangcheng are the four great families. But in reality, there are more terrifying existences." She revealed, "That is the martial arts world." Ye Chen pondered, "The ones pulling the strings behind an auction like this must be the martial arts family, the Jin family." In his head, a pile of stuff associated with ancient martial artists appeared: books, tripods, pills, and so on. Xia Ruxue continued, "Just like this auction, it's divided into two stages. The first stage is for antiques and arts for ordinary people. The second stage is for things related to the martial arts world, could be cultivation manuals, pills, weapons, or medicinal tripods. Anything of the sort. The prices can go up to at least 100 million. Ye Chen thought to himself. According to Xia Ruxue, the price of an alchemy furnace surely isn't low. My current funds really aren't enough. I have to think of a way to get more money. He asked her, "Can I bring my own items to be auctioned?" Ruxue replied happily, "Of course you can. You must have realized you don't have enough money and want to sell some medicine, right? The upper floor is where they do inspections. You can go try." The protagonist calculated that, based on the reaction of the Jiangcheng alchemist, let alone all of China, there certainly weren't many alchemists. Pills would definitely sell for a high price, he decided. In short, I have to go check it out. He stepped up the stairs. Ye Chen stood before a door with the sign inspection room. Inside the room, it was noisy. A mahjong game was in progress. An old man with white hair laughed joyfully and said, "Ha ha ha, I won. Pay up. Pay up. Each of you owes me 10 million. Don't even think about welching." The other three shouted in a clamor. "It's just this little bit of money, and you think we'd welch? Who are you looking down on? Nobody understands mahjong better than me." Ye Chen stood behind. watching this scene, speechless. He thought to himself, these people are actually playing mahjong, and for such high stakes 10 million around. The white-haired old man noticed his presence and asked the protagonist, "Little brother, what brings you here? Do you want to appraise an item?" He took out a small yellow pill and replied, "I want to auction this." As the pill neared, the white-haired old man said in terror, "This scent, it's just like a real medicinal pill, but I don't know about its quality." A crowd gathered, gossiping. "Oh, speak of medicinal pills these days, there aren't any real ones left. Most of them are just fake pellets. They're just shaped by internal energy. Don't be so loud. No one here understands pills better than me." A curly-haired woman with a cigarette in her mouth urged, "Hurry up and verify it. We still need to finish 2 more games." The white-haired old man used a magnifying glass, prepared to examine the pill in his hand, concluding, "That's not right. The aroma is different from that trash." After a meticulous inspection through the lens, he discovered something extraordinary and shouted, "Pill patterns. It has pill patterns. This isn't a fake pellet. This is a genuine medicinal pill." The others reached out, trying to grab the pill to get a better look, disbelievingly asking, "What was that? Pill patterns? You aren't lying to me, are you? Let me see." Ye Chen watched from the sidelines, silently sneering. The white-haired old man held the pill high, confirming, "No mistake. It's definitely a pill pattern. Plus, the medicinal fragrance is rich, and the patterns are clear. It looks like it was freshly crafted." The crowd started gossiping again, wondering, could a real alchemist have appeared? One asked, "Little brother, where did you get this? Did your master give it to you? Could he be an alchemist?" Ye Chen silently wondered. "Huh? There isn't even a single alchemist here? Could I be the last alchemist in Huaxia?" Ye Chen replied, "That's not convenient to discuss. Why don't you step aside and let the people in charge speak with me?" The white-haired old man happily said, "Little brother, please follow me to the chairman's office." He knocked on the door, announcing that an honored guest had arrived. A female voice called out, "Come in." The two walked into the room. The old man spoke up, "Miss, this young man has an item for auction. It's a medicinal pill." Jin Lingyun, sitting in her chair, asked with interest, "An old man? Are you sure it's a medicinal pill?" The old man hurriedly showed the glittering golden pill in his hand, insisting, "Yes, it's correct." The pill radiated a golden light, surrounded by a faint, white mist. Jin Lingyun reached out to take it, examining the pill carefully before praising, "It really is a medicinal pill. Judging by the color, it was crafted less than a month ago." Jin Lingyun's mind raced, thinking, could it be? The old man understood the hint and said, "The rest is not for me to interfere with. I shall take my leave now." Jin Lingyun gestured to the seat, saying to Ye Chen, "Little brother, please, have a seat. I am Jin Lingyun. May I ask your name?" He replied coldly, "Ye Chen." Then, he impatiently added, "No need for small talk. Can my pill be auctioned?" Jin Lingyun smiled and replied, "Of course it can. How many does little brother plan to sell?" She thought to herself, "He's too young. He can't possibly understand alchemy. Alchemy requires years of deep study formulas, medicinal herbs. The potency every batch takes so much time. And this pill was made so recently." The protagonist held up 5 fingers and calmly replied, "I brought 5 to sell." Jin Lingyun's jaw dropped in shock as she asked, 5? 5 pills? She speculated that with such a quantity, there must be a genuine alchemist behind him. Jin Lingyun negotiated, "Mr. Yi, if all 5 sell, they would be worth at least 1 billion. Naturally, rare items command high prices, but I suggest we auction them one by one." "Just auction one this time." Ye Chen, appearing satisfied, replied, "If that's the case, give me a price for the other 4, Miss Jin. Your Jin family can earn however much you want. I just need a satisfying number." Jin Lingyun was absolutely stunned by the protagonist's level of confidence and wealth. She broke into a cold sweat, wanting to give him a thumbs up in her heart, thinking, "My God, if we drag this out and sell them slowly, the profit would be astronomical." She stammered, "Mr. Yi, you are truly generous." Jin Lingyun handed over a card, explaining, "There is 1 billion on this card. The password is the last digits of the card number. It's all the cash I have on hand." She raised a finger, saying, "Naturally, this amount isn't enough to buy 4 pills, so I'd like to add a condition. From now on, my Jin family owes Mr. Yi a favor. No matter what happens, my Jin family will help pave the way for you." Ye Chen looked at the card in his hand, deep in thought. Jin Lingyun secretly smiled to herself, calculating, "This boy's value is immense. No, the alchemist behind him is of immense value. As long as I keep this connection, I'll have the chance to interact with him later." The protagonist spoke up, The price is acceptable. The auction is about to start. I'm going ahead. Jin Lingyan suddenly tossed a phone toward him. Ye Chen caught it by reflex and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Miss Jin replied with a knowing look. "A big spender like you, Mr. Ye, always likes to hide their identity." The protagonist sneered inwardly, thinking, "Probing me. Are you? So what? Based on your level, you can still probe my background?" He waved his hand, leaving behind 2 words. "I'm off." Jin Lingyan happily replied, "Safe travels, Mr. Ye." The door slammed shut immediately. Jin Lingyan analyzed, his movements earlier prove he really is a martial artist. "I just don't know how strong he is." She pressed the call button, ordering the person on the other end, "Help me investigate someone. His name is Ye Chen." In the auction hall, it was now packed. Seeing Ye Chen sit down in the seat next to her, Han Ruxue happily asked, "Did you raise enough money?" He smiled and replied, "I got 10 billion. That should be enough." Zhou Ziyuan, sitting nearby, let out a ha of pure shock. Han Ruxue looked skeptical. "Who would believe that? Look, even Zhou Ziyuan doesn't believe you. That treasure in your hand is valuable, sure, but not enough to sell for 10 billion. Stop spouting nonsense." The auctioneer raised his gavel and loudly announced, "The final item in the first stage is a piece of jewelry named Tears of the Spirit, a necklace featuring a jade teardrop." As it was brought out, Han Ruoxue's expression changed instantly. The auctioneer described the origin. This was the final piece created by the late master Ding Yuanchuan, the gemstone king of Jiangnan, but it remains a semi-finished product. Rumor has it that old Master Ding wanted to finish it in his final moments, to gift to his granddaughter, but unfortunately, he couldn't. He continued enthusiastically. After that, Tears of the Spirit was stolen, passed through many hands, and finally arrived in Jiangcheng today. Bidding starts now at 60 million. Each increment must be at least 2 million. Han Ruoxue listened in horror as the crowd shouted bids. 65 million, 68 million, 71 million. She clutched her dress in despair, wondering, why did I have to encounter the Tears of the Spirit at a time like this? "Grandfather, I'm sorry. I can't buy back the Tears of the Spirit that you sacrificed your life to make for me." Tears welled up in Han Ruoxue's eyes. She clutched her chest in pain, thinking, if I hadn't broken ties with the Han family, even if I had to sell the Huamei Group, I would have bought it back. But now, I have nothing. "I'm sorry, grandfather." Ye Chen noticed something was wrong with the girl beside him. He looked at the phone Jin Lingyan had given him and sent a text message. Jin Lingyan read the content, frowned, and grumbled, "Ah, that boy is crazy, bidding such a high price just to buy a necklace that has no spiritual energy at all. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this." She thought to herself, "Humph, he probably wants to give a gift to some woman. Forget it, it's not my money being spent. Let him bid." At the auction floor, Tears of the Spirit had been driven up to 81 million, 88 million, 90 million. The crowd was boiling over with no signs of stopping. Chu Mingkai, with an arrogant attitude, spoke up. 96 million. "This, Tears of the Spirit, is mine for sure." He switched into gossip mode, laughing. "Others might not know, but I know very well that the young lady is the heiress of the Han family and has a deep connection to this necklace. Getting it will definitely make Han Ruoxue fall for me. I can also use the Han family to advance my status. That's why I prepared 140 million. I can definitely buy it." Ha ha ha. Han Ruoxue, hearing this, could only stay silent in indignation. Suddenly, the auctioneer's voice sounded like a bucket of cold water poured on Chu Mingkai. He announced, "A gentleman who prefers to remain anonymous has bid 2 billion. Chu Mingkai shouted in rage. "Who? Who bid 2 billion? That's insane. Where is that person?" The auctioneer patiently explained. "That gentleman wishes to remain anonymous. It is the event organizer bidding on his behalf." Chu Mingkai lost control, barking, "Bidding on his behalf? Are you kidding me? Are you playing us for fools? How can anyone bid 2 billion for jewelry? You auctioneers must be pulling a scam. I only have 140 million. A pair of high heels appeared in front of Chu Mingkai, cutting off his frenzy. Jin Lingyan walked up with bodyguards and asked coldly, "Are you doubting my Jin family?" The crowd, seeing the drama, started whispering. A male guest said, "That's the auction house's representative. Behind them is indeed the martial arts powerhouse, the Jin family." He said excitedly, "It's finally appearing." Someone nearby echoed, "Tisk, tisk, tisk." That kid is finished. Chu Mingkai was scared out of his wits, stammering, No, I didn't mean that." Jin Lingyan didn't care what he said, warning, The reputation of the Jin family cannot be insulted. Drag him out and break his limbs. Seeing the two bodyguards approaching, Chu Mingkai begged, "Please spare me. I am Chu Mingkai. You can't touch me. You can't touch." A sickening crunch echoed as he was immediately dragged away. Jin Lingyan turned away in disgust, leaving behind one final command. From this day on, anyone of the Chiu family in Jiangcheng is not allowed to step 1 foot into this auction house. Disobey and die. Chu Mingkai was dragged away by the bodyguards. One person said, "This is the aura of the Jin family. The aura of a martial arts clan. Ordinary families simply cannot compare." A friend standing nearby mocked Chu Mingkai, daring to provoke a martial arts clan? He deserved it. The auction immediately returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The auctioneer excitedly shouted, 2 billion, going once, going twice, sold. Xia Ruxue thought gloomily, "I intended to ignore it, but since this AI bought the item I was after, I'll spare no expense to get it back." She worried, "I don't even know the buyer's name or what he looks like. How am I supposed to find him? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack." The auctioneer slammed the wooden gavel down and said excitedly, "Sold. The next part of the auction will be hosted by Jin Lingyan." She continued, "We are now moving to the second stage. Due to unexpected circumstances, the final item will no longer be the 100-herb cauldron. As for what it is, please stay tuned." A shimmering golden robe appeared on the auction table. Miss Jin announced, "Moving on, let's start with the first item, the Golden Maiden Robe. Starting bid, 90 million. The auction dragged on, and by the 7th item, the Mack Family Golden Method, the starting bid was 150 million. Immediately, voices shouted from below, 160 million, 180 million. Zhou Ziyuan sat below, astonished, and cried out, "Wow, they've already sold so many items, and each one is worth a fortune." She clenched her fists to control her excitement and added, "There are even cultivation manuals. This is such an eye-opener." Ye Chen heard this but remained silent. He cursed under his breath, a pile of trash. The protagonist crossed his arms, indifferent, while his mind was filled with dissatisfaction. A pile of trash, and they're fighting over it like it's gold. The martial arts world is so vastly different from that place. These martial artists think they are high and mighty, completely unaware that in that place they are nothing more than a speck of dust. Xia Ruxue, sitting next to him, saw him frown. She felt confused. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyuan's attention was entirely focused on the auction items ahead. Jin Lingyan continued to introduce the next item. This one is top quality. This time, when the cloth was pulled back, a golden cauldron appeared majestically. That was the 100-herb cauldron. Miss Jin explained, "This is the 100-herb cauldron, which my Jin family happened to find at Mount Shenong. It can be used for both refining pills and as a collection piece. It was originally meant to be the final item of this auction, but now it's the penultimate one. Starting bid, 300 million. Each increment must be at least 10 million. Ye Chen muttered 2 words. "Interesting," he thought to himself. "The grade of this pill cauldron is higher than I expected." The auction hall erupted as the 100-herb cauldron appeared. They bid frantically. One person held up a sign offering 350 million, while another raised a super sign. "I bid 400 million. Another with a sign that read, "Land Grabber bid 430 million. Jin Lingyan suddenly heard her phone chime a message. Ye Chen, whom she had saved as the idiot with money, messaged her, saying he didn't care about the price and wanted the 100-herb cauldron. Miss Jin thought smugly, "Ha, you really were aiming for this. If I'm not mistaken, this cauldron must be for the alchemist behind you." Just then, Jiang Wenlin arrogantly bid 450 million. His servant held up an extreme sign, and the crowd in the hall began to whisper in a stir. It's the 3rd young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Wenlin's bid was serious. Among the 3 great martial arts families in Jiangcheng, both the Jiang family and the Jin family were major players. One couldn't compete with him. It would likely bring disaster upon oneself. They said Jiang Wenlin's methods were ruthless. If he wanted something, he wouldn't stop at anything to get it. Ye Chen read the message Jin Lingyan had sent. "Mr. Ye, Jiang Wenlin is not someone to be trifled with. He has a martial arts family behind him. It's best to give up on the 100-herb cauldron and not fight him." He firmly replied with one word, "Buy." Upon receiving the protagonist's message, Jin Lingyan pondered, 1 billion? I'm already making a huge profit on your pills. I suppose I should give a little back. I'll help you out this time. Jiang Wenlin frowned when she announced, "An anonymous gentleman has bid 500 million. The crowd loved the drama and excitedly gossiped. Someone actually dares to challenge Jiang Wenlin? Someone's going to die tonight. He's so reckless. Even if he hides his identity, so what? With the Jiang family's reach, they can definitely find out who he is. Jiang Wenlin suppressed his anger and bid 530 million. Jin Lingyan repeated, 530 million. Number 138 bids, 530 million. He gritted his teeth, smiling smugly to himself. That's it. At 530 million, the 100 herb cauldron is as good as mine. No one will dare challenge me now. Miss Jin quickly slapped him down, announcing, an anonymous gentleman bids 700 million. At this point, Jiang Wenlin couldn't hold it anymore and screamed, what? He listened furiously as those around him whispered, adding fuel to the fire. Is this guy here just to cause trouble? He's clearly provoking the Jiang family. 550 million was already the peak for the 100 herb cauldron, and he's bidding 700 million. Jiang Wenlin slammed his hand onto the table. This is infuriating. He pointed a finger at the sky and declared, I don't care who you are, but by provoking the Jiang family, even if you hide, I will find you and make you regret what you did today. Jin Lingyan suddenly felt worried. Oh crap, he's actually lost it. She regained her professional demeanor and happily called out, 700 million, going once, 700 million, going twice, 700 million, third time. No one else spoke up. She tapped the wooden gavel and announced, sold. Ye Chen smiled happily, thinking, with the pill cauldron, I can finally raise my cultivation level quickly. Next, Jin Lingyan pointed to the box held by the silver-haired old man from the appraisal room earlier, and said happily, next, this item is something my Jin family just acquired. To say it's worth a fortune would be an understatement. It is the final item of this auction. The box opened, revealing a shimmering golden pill. She continued, a true medicinal pill. A guest remarked, what Miss Jin says can't be fake. It's a real pill, another guest said. This is just, people standing nearby whispered, adding rumors that the pill could not only heal wounds but also quickly raise one's cultivation. Miss Jin announced a starting bid of 400 million. Each bid increment must be at least 20 million. The guests shouted frantically. 500 million, 560 million, 680 million. Xia Ruxue felt strange and wondered, no way. Is this thing really worth that much? This is the first time I've seen an auction go so crazy. After a period of intense bidding, Jin Lingyan declared that the auction had concluded successfully. Next, you are all welcome to join the evening banquet and enjoy a good time. Ye Chen looked at the two girls beside him and suddenly smiled. Ha! Looking at the arrogant Jiang Wenlin in front of him, the protagonist thought, who would have thought that, in the end, Jiang Wenlin would spend 800 million to buy that pill? If he knew that the pill was refined by the person who snatched his cauldron, I wonder what he would think. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a message, a buzzing sound. Jin Lingyan messaged him, Mr. Ye, please come see me. After my father learned about you, he asked me to offer you some compensation. Xia Ruxue said to him, Ye Chen, we aren't going to the evening banquet. Let's head back. By the way, didn't you say you had 1 billion? Why didn't you buy anything the whole time? The protagonist brushed it off, saying, there wasn't anything I took a fancy to. She chatted with Zhou Ziyuan. I'm going to the restroom. He thought to himself, I wonder what kind of compensation Jin Lingyan will give me. At the Tianxi Hotel, in room 001, Jin Lingyan happily held out a black card and said, Mr. Ye, there is 1.5 billion on this card. My father told me to compensate you. After all, the sale price was a loss for you. Of course, the favor from the Jin family still stands. He took the card from her hand. After putting it in his pocket, the protagonist said, I came to find you not to ask for money, but just to get the 100 herb cauldron. She replied, to ensure safety, please leave an address and phone number, Mr. Ye. I will personally send someone to deliver it tonight, Jin Lingyan asked happily. By the way, Mr. Ye, will you be staying for the evening banquet? My father would like to invite you for a meal. He immediately replied, no need. Miss Jin asked in surprise, but Ye Chen had already turned and waved goodbye. I won't be staying for the banquet. My friend at home has already cooked, and I'm not used to eating out. He left 2 words, goodbye, and walked straight away. Jin Lingyan stood behind, confused, not knowing how to explain. She thought to herself, does this kid not see that my father inviting him to dinner was entirely for his own protection? He offended the Jiang family. Without a powerful force backing him, he will surely die. Watching the young man's back as he walked out the door, she sighed softly. Sigh, the Jin family gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. If something happens, don't blame us. Inside the Tianxi Hotel surveillance room, the scene looked like hell. Security guards lay in pools of blood. A young man was working on a computer screen, with blood splattered everywhere on the floor, a sign of a horrific murder. Elsewhere, Jiang Wenlin was admiring the pill in his hand and said happily, "Who would have thought I'd get such a pleasant surprise today? This pill is incredibly pure, unlike any pill my Jiang family has collected before." Interesting, the sorcerer told Jiang Wenlin. "Young master, according to the pill patterns, it was likely refined within the last 10 days. He was surprised and asked, "Oh? I don't know where the Jin family got it, and they were willing to auction off such a good pill. Could it be they have a source for these pills?" The sorcerer replied, "It's very possible. If the Jin family truly has a source for these pills, they will surely skyrocket and surpass our Jiang family in one move." The young man who had been in the surveillance room earlier ran in and reported, "Young master, the surveillance footage is out." Through the screen, the man revealed that today, Jin Lingyan met with this man alone. He must be the one who snatched the 100-herb cauldron, and the Jin family's pill likely came from him as well. Young Master Jiang gritted his teeth and replied, "He even dares to touch the Jiang family's things?" A cruel smile spread across his face as he declared, "I'll show you who doesn't know how to write the word death." Outside the hotel, Zhou Ziwan said to Ye Chen and Xia Ruxue, "Well, the two of you, goodbye for now." Ye Chen called out, "Ziyu, wait a second." He thought to himself, with the prestige of the Zhou family, Ziyu should always have a chauffeur when going out. Yet now she's reduced to taking a taxi. He placed his hand on her shoulder and asked gently, "What exactly happened to the Zhou family?" She looked away in confusion and replied, "Mr. Ye, no nothing." Ye Chen said, "Give me your phone." Ziyu looked surprised, let out an "oh," and obediently complied. She watched, puzzled, as he typed something on the screen. A moment later, he handed the phone back and instructed, "I've saved my number. If anything happens, call me. I'll help if I can." He thought to himself that Ziyu's grandfather had helped him a lot. The Zhou family is in trouble. I can't just ignore it. Afterward, Ye Chen said, "Let's go," and turned to walk away. Ziyu, moved to tears, hugged the phone to her chest and whispered, "Thank you." After walking a short distance, Xia Ruxue teased Ye Chen. "Why does that girl keep calling you Mr. Ye? Sounds so stiff, it's awkward." He replied, "Whatever, they all call me that." Then, Ye Chen felt something was off. Seeing him stop suddenly, Xia Ruxue asked, "What's wrong?" He pointed at a cafe across the street and said, "I suddenly really want some coffee." "Go in, order a cup, and wait for me there," she asked. "Wait for you? Why?" Xia Ruxue wondered. "You're going in there to wait for me, so what are you doing?" Ye Chen replied evasively, "I'm going to the restroom. Go on, don't worry about the cost. Order whatever you want." Xia Ruxue found it strange and asked, "Doesn't the cafe have a restroom?" He retorted, "That one? Too gentle, not forceful enough." She felt something was wrong and thought, "Not forceful enough? What is he talking about?" He reached for his tie, his expression full of excitement. Ye Chen ripped off his tie and declared, "Any threat must be nipped in the bud." A few minutes later, he appeared on the rooftop of a building. Wenlin and his master, the deaf man, were there. Wenlin spoke up, "Found you." The deaf man reminded him, "Young master, that brat seems to have discovered us." The arrogant Wenlin replied, "So what if he found us? He still has to die." He calculated in his head, "The woman goes to the cafe to wait. Then I'll deal with that brat. Reclaim the 100 herbs cauldron, force the secret of the medicinal pill out of him, and take her to play with." Suddenly, a hand with the force of a thunderbolt appeared right next to him. Ye Chen, who had snuck up on them, slammed one hand directly onto Wenlin's head and asked, "Is that so?" The deaf man screamed in fear, "An ambush! How shameless!" He immediately struck a Wing Chun pose and yelled at Ye Chen, "How dare you lay a hand on the young master? Today you die!" The deaf man leaped into the air, shouting, "Lightning strike!" Ye Chen, quite amused, pressed Wenlin's head down, causing him to howl. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the deaf man felt a surge of terrifying killing intent coming his way. He thought to himself, "Oh no!" Ye Chen's fist landed squarely on his head. The deaf man's final thought was, "I underestimated him." Wenlin saw his subordinate sent to the afterlife with a single blow and was terrified out of his wits. He thought, the deaf man, he was a half-step Huajin master. He was killed in an instant. Seeing the master, he respected lying face down on the ground, Wenlin screamed, "Master!" Ye Chen glared at him with bloodshot eyes and hissed, "Now, it's your turn." Even though he was terrified, Wenlin still tried to threaten him. "You brat! You dare kill my servant? Have you thought about the consequences?" He relied on his family status to shout loudly. Kneel down right now and agree to be a dog by my side. Ye Chen didn't say a word. He just raised his hand, gathering a powerful purple energy. Wenlin, still delusional, blustered, I can spare your life. Before he could finish, Ye Chen's strike slammed down onto his head. Looking at Wenlin, lying sprawled on the ground, Ye Chen muttered mockingly, Idiot. Once finished, he turned and asked, How much longer do you plan on watching? A man with brown hair immediately bowed. Mr. Ye, spare me. I am Kim Tiem from the Kim family. Kim Tiem thought to himself, Protect him? What a joke. This guy's strength is at least 10 levels above mine. Am I worthy of protecting him? He explained the situation. The young lady discovered the security system was breached, so she sent me to protect you. Ye Chen sneered with satisfaction. Jin Lingyun. She has good intentions, but I don't like others interfering in my life. Ye Chen turned away coldly and warned, Go back and tell her not to do useless things. Kim Tiem hurriedly replied, Yes, yes, I will definitely pass on the message. He hesitated and called out after him, But there is something I don't know if I should say. Ye Chen tilted his head and said, Speak. Kim Tiem began, Mr. Ye, your strength is likely at the Grandmaster level, but the Wen family is powerful. The family head, Wen Baoguo, is ranked 514th on the Huaxia Grandmaster list. Wenlin is Wen Baoguo's son. Killing him might bring disaster upon yourself. Ye Chen wondered, What is that Grandmaster list? And there are over 500 people ranked ahead of Wen Baoguo? It seems the martial artists of Huaxia aren't as simple as I thought. He waved goodbye and said, Thanks for the heads up. Farewell. Ye Chen thought to himself, No matter what, for the safety of Zuni and Xia Ruxue, Wenlin could not be spared. Leaving a future threat is the stupidest choice. At the same time, the young lady had called. Kim Tiem reported the situation anxiously. Miss, something big has happened. Wenlin is dead. Jin Lingyan hurried to the scene. Kim Tiem explained, Wenlin, the third young master of the Wen family, is truly dead. Jin Lingyan thought worriedly. This is a disaster. This is huge. Wen Baoguo's rage will shake all of Jiangcheng. She asked, Are you sure they were all killed by Ye Chen alone, with no chance to resist? Kim Tiem replied, Definitely. That old man had the strength of a half-step Huajin master. Only a grandmaster could do this. Jin Lingyan worried. A grandmaster that young. Plus he might have an alchemist behind him. And the death of the Wen family's third son Jiangcheng is about to fall into chaos. Thinking this, Jin Lingyan signaled to handle the body. Send someone with a clean background to take it to the Wen family. Wait for people to leave, then erase all evidence, including the people who transported the body. She told herself, This is not something our Kim family can control. If the Wen family still discovers it was Ye Chen, we can only stand by and watch. At the same time, the Dadu apartment complex was lit up in the silent night. Inside Zuni's apartment, all kinds of delicious food were spread across the table. Zuni asked, Ruxue, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? Having just had a conflict with her family, Xia Ruxue was not in the mood to enjoy the meal. She replied, Oh, a little bit. At that moment, Ye Chen wondered about the Grandmaster list that Ye Lingtian mentioned regarding the Wen family. It seemed a bit complicated. The ranking system at the time was divided into many levels. The most transcendent were the Spirit Traveler realm. Below that, in order, were the True Essence, Li He, Qi Movement, Kai Yuan, and Body Tempering realms. Ordinary cultivators were divided into Grandmaster Hua Jin, Grandmaster Hua Jing, Internal Force, and External Force. Ye Chen thought, but the truth isn't like that, because the ancient martial arts lineage of Huaxia is incomplete, making it so that after the Grandmaster level, no higher realms are defined. In reality, there are strengths and weaknesses among Grandmasters, but since no higher realm is defined, they made a Grandmaster list to rank them. I don't know where my strength would rank on that list. Only by fighting can I know. Ye Chen popped a shrimp into his mouth and continued to sink into his thoughts. If Wen Baoguo is ranked 514th, after a fight with him, based on his strength, I can roughly deduce my own power among the Huaxia Grandmasters. At that moment, Zuni spoke. Ye Chen, our great beauty has her birthday next week. Do you have any ideas for a gift? Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. At this age, why give a gift? Isn't sending a red envelope of 250. Hearing this, Xia Ruxue couldn't help but be annoyed. She kicked Ye Chen in the leg. Xia Ruxue pouted and said, You definitely mean to send 250. Ye Chen teased. No, I misspoke. 520, how about that? Hearing this number, Zuni was surprised. Sending 520? So the relationship between the two of them is that good? Having no other choice, Ye Chen said, 502. I'll send 502. Is that okay? Suddenly he received a message. Ziyu had contacted Ye Chen. Mr. Ye, please, I beg you to save my grandfather. He was a bit confused. At the Zhou family compound, a luxury car was parked right in front. Below were a group of men in black, their expressions all serious. They wore black suits and military-style hats. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen felt a brief moment of anxiety. The situation was not good. He just approached the main gate when 3 guns were already aimed at him. What on earth happened to the Zhou family? Why is the military involved? He thought to himself. To get inside right now, I can only use connections. I don't have Yingqing's number. Let me call that number. Ye Chen took out his phone and dialed. When the other side picked up, he quickly explained the situation. Hello, Bailey Bing. Do me a favor. I want to enter the Zhou compound, but I'm being blocked by the military. The night had fallen, but things were still the same. Ye Chen felt anxious and gripped his sleeves tightly. He exclaimed impatiently, why aren't they here yet? At that moment, Luo Zhongguo slowly walked up and said, Mr. Ye, Miss Bai Li told me to come. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir. Le Chin Kwok reached into his pocket and took something out. He presented his credentials and said in a stern voice, We want to go inside. Is my rank high enough? Seeing this, the group of men in black immediately saluted. Yes, sir. Finally, Ye Chen got inside. Ziyu said happily, Grandfather, I found someone to help. Zhou Nyandak said wearily, It's useless. He held his head and told his granddaughter, Stop wasting your time. It's already like this. Looking for anyone is useless. Just then, Ye Chen arrived and spoke up. That's not necessarily true. Zhou Rende, anxious, turned to his granddaughter and scolded her. Why did you call Mr. Ye here? Aren't you just making him run here for nothing? Zhou Ziyuan whispered, But he is the most capable person I know. Ye Chen asked softly, Old man Zhou, what exactly happened? Zhou Rende held his head in his hands and said, Mr. Yi. Zhou Ziyuan is young and ignorant. Sorry for bothering you. Don't get involved in this. I'll bear the burden alone. He began to recount the events. A few days ago, a prominent figure came to Jiang City. He wasn't feeling well and got some prescriptions from our Dechen pharmacy. It turns out that after taking the medicine, something went wrong. Because there was a trace of heavenly poison grass in the medicine. Zhou Ziyuan quickly added, But those medicines were checked by him personally several times. There shouldn't have been any heavenly poison grass. Hearing this, Ye Chen thought to himself, the Zhou family had no motive to poison a mysterious high-ranking official. It's obvious. The medicine was tampered with. He asked, So, what is his current condition? Zhou Rende replied helplessly. He's still in emergency care at the hospital. If something happens to him, it's not just the Zhou family in Jiang City that's doomed. Even the Jiangnan branch will be implicated. Ye Chen said calmly. Which hospital? Take me there. As long as he still has a breath left, I can save him. Hearing this, Zhou Rende's eyes widened in shock, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. He can save people? Zhou Rende thought. Mr. Yi is a martial arts grandmaster, truly impressive. But martial arts masters are good at killing, not saving lives. Ye Chen said impatiently, This is the Zhou family's only chance. I'll say it one last time. Take me there. After a while, they arrived at the hospital. The operating room lights were still on, and military personnel were waiting outside. A man, seemingly of high rank, stood with his arms crossed, looking very stern. Just then, Luo Zhongguo said loudly, Make way. We need to get inside. Behind him was Zhou Rende. The man exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Rende? The old man, who had spent his whole life dispensing medicine, was terrified and didn't dare to make a move. The man roared angrily. You damn old man, you hurt my father, and you still dare to come here? Do you really think I'm that easy to bully? I'll kill you right now. Ye Chen timely blocked his attack. Ye Chen reminded him sternly. Before the person inside wakes up, you have no right to lay a hand on him. Then, Ye Chen flicked his finger. He pushed the man back. The man sneered with disdain. So that's why you dared to come. You found a grandmaster to back you up? So what? There's no shortage of grandmasters in Huaxia. Relying on him alone won't save your Zhou family. Just then, the door to the operating room opened, and 2 doctors walked out, looking pale. The man asked loudly, How is my father? The doctor trembled and said, I'm sorry, Commander. The poison has spread. We truly did our best. The commander's son grabbed the doctor by the collar and shouted, Useless! You're all useless. Ye Chen brushed past them and remarked sarcastically, People who can only shout and do nothing are the real useless ones. The commander's son shouted angrily, What did you say? Stop right there. Luo Zhongguo stepped in to plead. Give, Mr. Yi a chance. Maybe he can save the commander. If he can't, I'll answer to a military tribunal. Seeing a man of his stature step up, the commander's son was surprised. Luo Zhongguo, why are you here? The commander's son crossed his arms and said, Fine. I'll trust you this once, but if he fails, not even Bailey Xiong will be able to protect you. He thought to himself. Luo Zhongguo has always been cautious. If he said that, maybe the kid really does have some skills. The operating room fell silent again. Ye Chen began to observe the commander's vital signs. He noticed the life force was fading. Looking at the situation, Ye Chen thought, this old man's willpower is incredibly strong. Anyone else would have died already, yet he still has a breath left. Ye Chen decided, running into me is your luck. He clenched his fist, then opened his hand and began to channel his skills. A green healing aura immediately enveloped the room. Ye Chen shouted, Energy into needles. He pushed the energy into the patient to detoxify him. The green energy quickly covered the commander's body, seeping into his internal organs. 5 minutes later, the lights in the operating room were still on. Ye Chen let out a sigh. Phew. Detoxification complete. He thought the commander would wake up soon. He observed for a moment and said, Well, regardless. Ye Chen turned to leave, whispering to himself, I guess I did a good deed for the country. Suddenly, a voice called out, Miracle Doctor, wait! Ye Chen was startled and turned around. What? He hadn't expected the commander to recover at such lightning speed. He woke up too fast. The commander struggled to sit up and whispered, Miracle Doctor, please tell this old man your name. Ye Chen replied, No need. I only saved you for someone else's sake. I didn't come here for you. Just remember 2 things. He turned his back and said, First, the poisoning has nothing to do with the Zhou family. You must clear up this misunderstanding. Ye Chen added, Second, the poison you were hit with is a chronic one, and you've been taking it for over a month. With your status, outsiders couldn't have pulled this off. Clean up your internal affairs, the commander whispered. Thank you. After finishing, Ye Chen confidently opened the door. Seeing him, everyone called out, He's out! The commander's son yelled angrily, I thought you actually had some skills. It turns out you only went in for 5 minutes. Are you messing with me? The commander walked unsteadily out of the operating room and said, Stop. Seeing his father, the son was shocked and exclaimed, Father! The doctors couldn't believe their eyes. The commander had come back to life. My God, he's really back. Luo Zhongguo sighed with relief from behind. He's that strong. The surgeon stammered. Am I dreaming? Didn't he just, and now he can stand up? The commander smiled and said, If it weren't for him, you guys would have truly been preparing my coffin. Unexpectedly, the son turned to Ye Chen and said softly, Young man, no. Miracle Doctor, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Before he knew it, Ye Chen had already slipped away. The commander's son looked around frantically. Hey, where's the Miracle Doctor? Just then, the commander called out, Zhou Rende. He replied, Yes, yes. The commander bowed his head slightly and said, I'm sorry. The Zhou family is innocent. My son misunderstood you and made things difficult for your family. I apologize. Zhou Rende hurried to say, No trouble at all. No trouble. Please, don't say that. I couldn't bear it. The commander placed a hand on Zhou Rende's shoulder and asked, That Miracle Doctor, he was invited by your family, right? Do you have a way to contact him? Zhou Rende replied, Commander, his name is Ye Chen. He's a friend I coincidentally met. As for how to contact him, Mr. Ye doesn't like to be disturbed. I know the name of the benefactor. The commander smiled, satisfied. Haha, is that so? Meanwhile, although it was late, the Zhao family mansion was still lit. The head of the Zhao family, Wen Baoguo, leaned on a coffin, grinding his teeth in fury. Who is it? Who dared to kill Wen Baoguo's son? The young Master Zhao said softly, Father, we are currently investigating. We only know that while Wenlin was at the auction, he had his eye on an alchemy cauldron, which was stolen by a mysterious person. Not long after, Wenlin died. Wen Baoguo ordered, You investigate every single person at that auction. Every single one, remember. Young Master Zhao replied, Understood. When Baoguo clenched his fist, his eyes burning with a flame of hatred, Even if I have to turn Jiang City upside down, I will find the culprit. I want him dead. I want him to watch every single person by his side die a miserable death. Late at night, as Ye Chen was on his way home, his phone rang. Ye Chen answered, Shen Haihua, what is it? The other end got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, everything at Tianjung Group is basically settled. Should we list you as the legal representative or set up someone else? Also, By tomorrow at the latest, news about Tianjin Group will spread throughout Jiang City. Will this affect you? Ye Chen smirked calmly. Why worry about that? I don't need to hide anymore. Just use my name. I want to tell everyone in Jiang City, he said confidently. I, Ye Chen, am back. After a while, Ye Chen stopped by the villa. Kim Tiem happily said, the 100 herb cauldron and the spirit essence liquid have arrived. Please check them, Mr. Ye. Ye Chen examined the treasures and smiled contentedly. Very good, he thought to himself. With this alchemy cauldron, my refining efficiency will increase at least 100-fold. Just then, Kim Tiem whispered worriedly, Oh, Mr. Ye. The young lady asked me to tell you that the Zhao family's level of rage is beyond our expectations. They have started investigating everyone who attended the auction. Soon, they will get to you, he added. The young lady has arranged a private jet. As long as you agree, we will take you to the southeast immediately. We have businesses there that the Zhao family can't reach. Ye Chen replied, I appreciate the kindness of Jinling Yun, but I won't go. If they come to deal with me, that's actually a good thing. Hearing this, Kim Tiem couldn't help but be shocked. My God! Does Mr. Ye want to take on the Zhao family head-on? How can that be done? Ye Chen quickly shooed him away. You go back first. I have my own plans for the Zhao family. I won't see you out. Kim Tiem replied, Yes. Left alone in the villa, Ye Chen put his hands in his pockets and muttered, Next. Could it be that he wants to go head-to-head with the Tuang family? How could that even be possible? Ye Chen quickly dismissed the guests. You go back first. I'll handle the Tuang family myself. No need to see me out. Kim Tiem replied, Yes, sir. Alone in the villa, Ye Chen put his hands in his pockets and muttered, What's next? Let's test the efficiency of this Baikao cauldron for refining spirit pills. He reached out his hand to begin channeling the herbs. Then, Ye Chen placed the medicine into the treasure he had just acquired at the auction. Ye Chen spread his arms wide and shouted, Ignite! A powerful surge of his energy caused the flames inside the spirit cauldron to roar to life. Whoosh! Ye Chen continued refining, thinking to himself, Pills are divided into 9 grades, and each grade has 9 levels of pill patterns. The higher the grade, the more patterns, and the better the effect. This is draining quite a bit of energy. I'm getting a little tired. The spirit pill is a 3rd-grade pill used to refine spiritual energy and speed up cultivation. I wonder if this Baikao cauldron can produce pill patterns. After a moment, a powerful green light erupted, forcing Ye Chen to shield his eyes with his arm. He cheered with joy. What an intense light! Success! A pill flew out from the spirit cauldron. Ye Chen excitedly shouted, The spirit pill is refined! He waved his hand, pulling the pill toward him. It zipped through the air. Holding it in his palm, Ye Chen realized, this is a 3rd-grade, 7-pattern pill. The quality is excellent. I thought, with my current abilities, I'd get 3 grades and 3 patterns at most. This is completely beyond my expectations. After all, the herbs I used aren't top tier. It's impossible to produce a 7-pattern pill. Ye Chen looked at his new treasure and mused. Could it be this Baikao cauldron? He whispered. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the Baikao cauldron enhancing the herb's properties. It has to be. Ye Chen happily hugged the spirit cauldron. Looks like I hit the jackpot this time. No matter where this Baikao cauldron is placed, it's a legendary treasure. What a steal. Ye Chen popped the spirit pill into his mouth and said, Time to start cultivating. As soon as he swallowed it, a massive surge of power flooded his entire body. Startled, he reached out to check his cultivation status. After a short period of meditation, Ye Chen realized he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Just then, a stone flew out from his pocket. Ye Chen kept his focus, and a powerful, golden, pulsating energy enveloped the room. Ye Chen roared, Break! Immediately, energy surged from his eyes and mouth. A blinding light washed over him. Ye Chen cheered. Breakthrough to the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm. He checked his strength and smiled with satisfaction. Haha, the effect is incredible. Let's keep refining. Let's keep going. And so, Ye Chen continued his cultivation. By the time the sky began to brighten, he had been engrossed in refining pills in his room. Surprised, he muttered to himself, I broke through 2 realms in just one night? How is that possible? Even a 7-pattern spirit pill shouldn't be this effective. Only then did Ye Chen notice the stone hovering above his head. Wait, is it because of you? He quickly reached out to touch it. Ye Chen whispered, Holding it now, it feels a little different than before. Let's enter the reincarnation tomb to take a look. With that, Ye Chen quickly entered the tomb palace. It was surrounded by a deeply bleak atmosphere, and a tombstone glowed with fierce energy. The 6 characters, Slayer Sect, leader Luo Yantian, were clearly engraved on it. Ye Chen thought, It must be because my cultivation realm has risen, and this time, I can see something different. I can now feel that whenever I want, I can draw power from this tombstone. When the time comes, this Luo Yantian will appear, Ye Chen continued. At the same time, I can feel that he will only appear once. After invoking his tombstone, it will be destroyed. This is a final trump card, incredibly precious. It can only be used when there's absolutely no other choice. Meanwhile, the sun had reached the top of the hill. In the Dadu apartment, Sundi screamed in shock. Xia Ruxue, having just finished her bath, ran over anxiously. What's wrong? What happened? Sundi handed her the phone and said, Look at this. It's a news flash from the central news station, Domestic News. The headline read, The Tianjung Group, which went missing 5 years ago, is set to return. Xia Ruxue murmured, Tianjung Group? I think I've heard of that somewhere. Sundi was so stunned that sweat was pouring off her like rain. The Tianjung Group was founded by Ye Chen's father years ago. Then, for some reason, it vanished. Now it's returning. Could it be? Xia Ruxue suddenly shouted. Wait! The news says the legal representative is Ye Chen. On the screen, it clearly displayed, Legal Representative, Ye Chen. Xia Ruxue was a bit stunned. Is it the Ye Chen we know? He said he wanted to open a company, and it was true? She wondered. Could it be that he did this just to stand up to his mother? Oh my God. At the same time, the Su family was holding a very solemn meeting. Su Thuknian couldn't believe her eyes. Tianjung Group is coming back? And the legal representative is named Ye Chen? How is that possible? Could that guy still be alive? What is he planning? Just then, Old Man Su spoke up. We have the investigation results. The person who registered as the legal representative of Tianjung Group is indeed the trash of the Ye family from 5 years ago, the one who fell into the Dongting Lake. He projected Ye Chen's ID photo onto the screen. He added, This is his registration photo. Recognizing the familiar face, Su Thuk Nien exclaimed, No, it can't be. That martial artist is him? He is Ye Chen? He's truly the trash Ye Chen? How could he possibly have become a martial artist? Old Man Su said sternly, The emergence of Tianjung Group isn't what's scary. What's scary is that Tianjung Group was built upon the ruins of the Qinghe Group. Zheng Jingming of the Qinghe Group died just a few days ago, and even the Qing sect behind him was wiped out. He stood up, slammed the table, and said loudly, What does this mean? Tianjung Group is built on a mountain of corpses. It's enough to pose a threat to the Su family. We must find out who is protecting them. Su Thuk Nien fell silent, lost in her own tangled thoughts. Old Man Su suddenly turned to her. Shuran, I almost forgot. That Ye Chen fellow, he seemed to have feelings for you back then, didn't he? Don't worry, he isn't worthy of our Su family. Now that he's being pushed to the front, I fear he's just a puppet for someone else. Just then, a man stepped forward to report. We've just found the latest information. Behind Ye Chen is Shen Haihua of the Beiming Group. The entire Tianjung Group was built by Shen Haihua, but Shen Haihua previously had cancer. I don't know how he came back to life. Old Man Su sneered disdainfully. It seems he's senile, even daring to use the name Tianjung Group. I want to see how he manages to open for business tomorrow. In all of Jiangcheng, anyone with a brain knew not to support them. The Xia family had also quickly updated their information. Madame Xia said with contempt, Ye Chen, oh Ye Chen, do you think you can shake the status of my Xia family just by setting up a Tianjung Group? In your dreams. She sneered. It seems I have to make you see reality. Madame Xia ordered Xiajun issue a statement. Tomorrow, when Tianjung Group opens, anyone who dares to show support or send flowers, be it a company or an individual, will become an enemy of my Xia family. Xiajun immediately replied, Yes. He thought to himself, Madame intends to crush a business and push Tianjung Group into a dead end. With the authority of the Xia family, Tianjung Group's opening tomorrow will certainly be bleak. Even Shen Haihua's Beiming Group will likely be implicated. The night grew late. Ye Chen was still immersed in his cultivation in the villa. Golden energy covered his body. Suddenly, Ye Chen noticed his phone ringing. The screen showed a notification. Shen Haihua is calling. Ye Chen quickly answered, Shen Haihua, what is it? Shen Haihua said anxiously. It's over. It's over. The Xia family and the Su family are both spreading word that they want to cut off Tianjung Group's lifeline. He continued. Even the other 3 great families of Jiangcheng, the Zhao family, the Zuo family, and the Wan family, have all expressed their support. Tomorrow, no one will dare to show up for the opening, because that would mean offending the 4 great families, along with the Xia family of Jiangnan province. Even my Beiming Group will be implicated. The stock is taking a hit. Ye Chen replied calmly. Oh, this was all within my expectations. Shen Haihua shouted in shock. Why aren't you in the least bit worried? This isn't just about showing up to support or not. From now on, no one will dare to cooperate with us. Should we change the opening date? Ye Chen sneered. Why change it? If they want to oppose us, let them oppose us to the end. Everything is already in the palm of my hand. Leave the rest to me. I don't just want Tianjin Group to open. I want it to open with a bang. After a while, Ye Chen returned to Sundi's apartment. He opened the door and said, I'm home. Ye Chen thought. As for the current situation, it's basically all set. Although Ye Lingtian really wanted to show his face, I stopped him. He's better suited to stay in the shadows. Suddenly, he was startled to see his two wives anxiously awaiting news. Sundi asked softly, Where have you been for these 2 days? Why didn't you even send a message? Xia Ruxue still couldn't believe it. Is the Tianjin Group really opened by you? Ye Chen said shyly. You could say that. After all, it was my father's company. I can be seen as his successor. Xia Ruxue suddenly hugged him tightly, to Sundi's astonishment. Xia Ruxue was teary-eyed and said, I'm sorry. I didn't think my mother would use the Xia family to cut off Tianjin Group's lifeline. I made so many calls to plead with her. She wouldn't let go. She was lost in her own despair. Ye Chen worked so hard to build this business to stand up to the Xia family, yet now his lifeline is being cut off. I really feel guilty toward him. It's all my fault. Ye Chen stroked Xia Ruxue's head and whispered, There's no need to blame yourself. It's not your fault. He even teased, If you feel so guilty, then give me a kiss. That'll be comfort enough for me. Suddenly, Ye Chen was incredibly stunned by Xia Ruxue's action. She didn't hesitate to place a kiss on his cheek. Xia Ruxue asked bashfully, Does that comfort you now? Ye Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Wow, she really kissed me. Sundi, standing by, was teary-eyed. So that's the kind of relationship they have? Ye Chen gave a thumbs up and said, That's a very good comfort. Don't worry about it. Tomorrow, everything for the grand opening ceremony should go smoothly. Shen Haihua was extremely anxious. As expected, no one dared to show up. Those who did come were only there to watch the spectacle. Standing alone amidst the colorful floral baskets, Shen Haihua secretly hoped, Mr. Ye, please come quickly. At least don't leave me here to lose face all by myself. Just then, a man cleared his throat. So, this is where you are, Haihua? Shen Haihua greeted him with joy. Zhao Yucheng, I knew you'd give me some face. We've had a friendship for over a decade. Surely, that bond means something. Unexpectedly, the other man coldly shoved Shen Haihua aside. As if to sever their long-standing relationship, Zhao Yucheng said sternly, Haihua, we've been brothers for so many years, so don't blame me for not warning you. Withdraw your support from that trash from the Ye family immediately. It won't bring you any benefits. Shen Haihua was stunned and cried out, You! Just then, Ye Chen stepped forward. What's wrong? Shen Haihua was overjoyed, as if he had struck gold. Mr. Ye! Ye Chen placed a hand on his shoulder and said softly, You've worked hard. Shen Haihua happily exclaimed, Mr. Ye, you finally came. Zhao Yucheng, standing nearby, barked angrily, Shen Haihua, have you lost your mind? Why show such respect to a piece of trash? Hearing this, Shen Haihua no longer held back. He immediately retorted, Zhao Yucheng, if you came here to support me, Shen Haihua, I would be grateful from the bottom of my heart, but if you're here to talk nonsense, then get the hell out of here. Zhao Yucheng shouted, I'm trying to advise you out of the goodness of my heart, and this is the attitude you give me? If you insist on associating with this loser, be careful you don't even know how you died. If you continue to be so stubborn, I am canceling all 3 projects we were supposed to collaborate on this year. Shen Haihua, well aware of the situation, thought, Trying to kick me while I'm down, are you? You think I need those multi-billion-dollar projects? I don't need them. Get lost. Zhao Yucheng continued to hurl insults. You fool. Don't even think about keeping your beaming group. Just wait to be crushed by the 4 great families and the Xia family of Jiangnan province. He then stormed off angrily, not forgetting to cast a side-eye and snort coldly. Shen Haihua asked anxiously, The situation is exactly as you see. None of the people I called dared to show up. Mr. Ye, what should we do? Ye Chen replied calmly, It's fine. Things will get better. Meanwhile, Zhao Yucheng walked toward Su Thuk Nian, wore a flattering smile, and reported, Miss Su, it's almost 9 o'clock. I'm sure no one will come to support them. All the major and minor business leaders in Jiangcheng are too afraid to participate. Who would be suicidal enough to show up? Suthuk Nien smirked triumphantly. Ye Chen, oh Ye Chen, I want to see how you, a piece of trash, plan to revive a dead game. Over at the Zhou family estate in Jiangnan province, a mansion nestled amidst blue skies, Patriarch Zhou Zhengde was busy practicing martial arts. The people around him looked visibly nervous and anxious. Finishing his breathing exercise, Zhou Zhengde let out a long breath. Ha ha, he wiped his sweat and smiled. It's almost time, isn't it? The Patriarch's son reported anxiously. Father, the Tianzheng Group's opening is about to start, but still, no one dares to support them. The intention to cut off their path to survival is very clear, Zhou Zhengde said irritably. Humph. Blocking their path to survival, blocking the path of the families in your area, that is truly impressive power. Tell me, what did the Tianzheng Group do wrong? Hearing this, the #1 official in Jiangcheng hurriedly replied, No, nothing wrong. The second official in Jiangcheng also chimed in. No, we will definitely find a way to save them. They looked at each other with worried faces. The second official was sweating bullets. He never expected the old patriarch to summon him early in the morning, just for the Tianzheng Group. The #1 official was a bit confused. What did the Tianzheng Group's survival have to do with them? Who knew the old patriarch was backing him? Seeing them stalling, Zhou Zhengde shouted angrily, If you want to save them, why are you still standing there? Go now! The two of them scrambled, nodding repeatedly. The patriarch's son then asked, Father, is that Ye Chen really worth all this effort? If we support the Tianzheng Group, it means our relationship with the Xia family will break. Zhou Zhengde smiled. Fulu, why hasn't your ability to judge people improved at all? You fought him that day. You confirmed he was a martial arts grandmaster, right? The son replied, That's correct. Zhou Zhengde said in a low voice. You witnessed his martial arts strength. I witnessed his godlike medical skills. A genius who masters both martial arts and medicine. How could his background be simple? If we don't pick a side today, I'm afraid we won't even have the qualifications to do so later. He placed a hand on Zhao Fulu's shoulder and continued. In terms of wealth, the Xia family of Jiangnan province is the biggest. Zhou Zhengde smiled confidently. But when it comes to power, the Zhou family is unmatched. What does the Xia family matter? From ancient times until now, what merchant has ever stood a chance against the state? Hearing this, Zhou Fulu replied, Father, I understand now. Zhou Zhengde said, Everything is ready. Let's go. At 9 a.m., the Tianzheng Group still didn't have a single person in sight, only Ye Chen and Shen Haihua standing alone amidst the rows of floral baskets. The reporters took the opportunity to mock them. Ha ha. The opening time has arrived and still no one has dared to come. One person said excitedly, I've already thought of the headline for today's report. Tianzheng Group, the shortest-lived business in Jiangcheng history. Another reporter chimed in, I've thought of mine too. Tianzheng Group's opening. A desolate scene. Not even a single floral basket received. Another person spoke up mockingly, Look at mine. The disgrace of Jiangcheng business. How did the Tianzheng Group manage this? Zhao Yucheng and Suthuk Nien stood outside, observing the scene before them. With expressions of great enjoyment, Suthuk Nien said triumphantly, No need to waste any more time. No one is coming. Zhao Yucheng, let's go. Suddenly, she noticed something was wrong. From a distance, two beauties, Qin Di and Qin Cheng, were walking side by side to attend the opening of the Tianzheng Group. Suthuk Nien was a bit surprised. Zun Di and Xia Ruxue of the Xia family? She bit her nails in frustration. Why did she come too? Isn't the Xia family trying to cut off the Tianzheng Group's path to survival? Just then, the reporters shouted in surprise, Oh my God, why are those two beauties here? This charisma, this beauty, this figure, you couldn't find a third person like them in Jiangcheng. Even if you told me they were stars, I'd believe it. Stepping in front of Ye Chen, Zun Di said softly, The flowers are beautiful, but I've been sent here. I risked getting fired to come here, you know? Xia Ruxue smiled proudly. Aren't you touched? Ye Chen had to reply to, Please the two beauties. Touched. I'm about to die of emotion, he thought to himself. What good does it do for the two of you to come? At most, it's just to liven things up, but it counts as you having good intentions. Just then, Xia Ruxue said, Hey, we'll go stand in the back. There are many more people coming. A luxury car parked right in front of the gate. Everyone shouted, Someone else is here. Seeing a big shot appear at the opening, the reporters were so shocked, their jaws dropped. They couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my God. What is happening? The top figure in Jiangcheng, the person in charge of the Yuhao Club, has actually come to show support. And they wanted to cut off Tianzheng's path to survival? Besides the number 1 and number 2 of Jiangcheng, who dares to offend them? Even Shen Haihua gasped. The Da family. That's the Da family. He even came in person. Oh my god, how did Mr. Ye manage to do this? I don't dare to imagine. Only Ye Chen remained calm because he had already anticipated this. Approaching him, Dara bowed and greeted him. Mr. Ye, congratulations, congratulations. From now on, the Tianzheng Group will surely have money flowing in like water and abundant blessings. Ye Chen smiled contentedly. Thank you. Xia Ruxue, standing behind, could only stare in amazement. This is the Da family, the patriarch of the 4 great families of Jiangcheng. Even seeing him, one would have to bow. Zundi was extremely curious. How could Ye Chen possibly invite him? How did he do it? Just then, Zhao Yucheng asked anxiously, Miss Su, the person behind the Tianzheng Group, could it be the Da family? Su Thuk Nien still hadn't processed the current situation and stuttered, I don't know. Su Thuk Nien recalled that he had appeared at the Yuhao Club that day. Suddenly, the reporters shouted again, Someone else is here! Observing the 2 cars, they gasped in shock. Oh my god, those license plates are the number 1 and number 2 of Jiangcheng. The reporters were so shocked they couldn't even hold their cameras properly. Could it be? They couldn't believe it. They saw the 2 high-ranking officials happily walking in. Everyone gasped, damn it, it really is number 1 and number 2. My god, am I dreaming? How did the Tianzheng Group manage to invite them? Can someone explain this to me? It didn't stop there. A jeep parked in front of the gate. The reporters shouted to each other, Oh my god, that's a military vehicle from the Southwest Field Army. It's the army responsible for combat missions and interregional operations for the nation. Why are they here? Looking at the big shot stepping out of the vehicle, everyone was stunned. It's Luo Zhangguo. What exactly is the background of the Tianzheng Group? Even people from the military region have come. With this kind of power, what are the 4 great families of Jiangcheng, anyway? Just then, another white car arrived. The reporters who had previously despised Ye Chen were now so shocked they couldn't even catch their breath. Oh my god, another luxury car. Who is it this time? A pair of heels stepped out of the car. The Xia family mistress said irritably, Humph. These people are truly bold, daring to defy the warning of our Xia family. Investigate who they are. A subordinate next to her replied, Yes. Through the radio, the subordinate gasped in shock. What? He's here too? Who else? The Xia family mistress lost patience and shouted, Have you investigated yet? Who are the people coming to show support? The subordinate reported anxiously. Currently, there is the Da family of the Yuhao Club, the number 1 and number 2 of Jiangcheng, along with Luo Zhangguo, who has a military background. There is news that behind the Da family is the king of Jiangnan, and behind Luo Zhangguo is the general, Commander Bailey Xiang of the military district. I just don't know if this support comes from them or from someone even higher up, Lady Xia mused. She pondered the situation. The king of Nanjiang and Bailey Xiang, I know them. There is no way they would care about a small business in Jiangcheng based on the influence of Ye Chen and Shen Haihua. They aren't even qualified to meet them. Yet to make the Da family and Luo Zhangguo support Tianzheng Group, that actually shows some skill. I underestimated this, Ye Chen, Lady Xia said, stroking her chin gently. But if he dares to defy the Xia family, he must pay the price. The Da family and Luo Zhangguo are not easy to touch, she muttered. But the number 1 and number 2 in Jiangcheng, it's time for them to retire, she added. The subordinate immediately obeyed. Understood, my lady. Lady Xia headed toward the opening ceremony, not forgetting to instruct, bring our gift. Give Tianzheng Group a big surprise. The subordinate obediently followed. Yes. Seeing the new guests arrive, the reporters were stunned, their jaws dropping. Isn't that the Xia family? Are they actually here to show support? What is going on? They whispered. Did the Xia family get scared by this lineup? Reaching Ye Chen, Lady Xia spoke with a slight sneer. CEO Ye, you really are a talented young man. I intended to send a flower arrangement, but the shops were all sold out, she continued, masking her malice. I had no choice but to begrudgingly share a gift I had collected myself and give it to you. Seeing the gift Lady Xia had prepared, everyone was absolutely shocked. When the fortune-dispelling boy was revealed, the reporters couldn't help but chuckle. I knew it. How could the Xia family be scared? Someone noted, sending a fortune-dispelling boy to an opening ceremony? That's a huge taboo. Suddenly, Xia Ruxue shouted angrily, Mom, you're being too despicable. Zun Dai, standing nearby, chimed in. Exactly. How could you gift something so unlucky? Lady Xia glared at her beloved daughter. Xia Ruxue, Is the Xia family still in your eyes? Or are you standing on the outsider's side now? She snapped. She then turned her threat to Zun Dai. And you, Manager Zun. As the general manager of Huamei Group, instead of working, you're appearing here? Don't bother coming to the office tomorrow. Hearing this, Zun Di remained firm. If I'm fired, so be it. Who wants that rotten company of the Xia family? How dare you put on airs? I'm done with you, Lady Xia fumed. Girl, teach her a lesson. The subordinate lunged forward. Yes, he threw a punch toward Zun Di. She was so terrified her face went pale as a sheet, but Ye Chen stopped him just in time. He growled, if you dare touch her, don't blame me for making this opening ceremony bloody. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out, drawing Lady Xia's attention. Ha ha ha, the Xia family is so imposing, isn't it? Zhou Fulu stepped forward with a stern voice. Does the Xia family think they can cover the sky of Jiangnan with one hand? The Da family was stunned. It's Zhou Fulu, as expected of a palace master, to be able to invite him. Luo Zhengguo, standing on the side, smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, Xia Ruxue whispered, how do you know Zhou Fulu? He is the son of the head of the Zhou family. He came here personally. Having received information from her, Ye Chen simply replied, so he's Zhou Fulu. I almost fought him last time. Zhou Fulu greeted them warmly. The Zhou family congratulates Tianjung Group on its opening. Ye Chen replied, you're too kind. Suddenly, Zhou Fulu glared at the Xia family's gift. He demanded sternly, you gifted a fortune-dispelling boy? The subordinate was so terrified he could only stutter, unable to speak a word. This Zhou Fulu impatiently brushed him aside and scoffed. He swung his hand forcefully toward the statue. Immediately, the gift hit the ground and shattered into tiny pieces. Lady Xia screamed in a fury. Zhou Fulu, what do you think you're doing? You dare touch a gift from the Xia family? Is this your intention? Or the intention of the Zhou family? Suddenly, someone stepped forward and said, what? Does Fulu not have the authority to represent the Zhou family? His appearance made Lady Xia jump in shock. Zhou Zhengde asked in a low voice, do I really have to step out personally, old woman? Seeing the big shot, Lady Xia could only stutter. Zhou Master Zhou, she thought to herself, it's over. Why did even he come here? Zhou Zhengde placed his hand on Ye Chen's shoulder and announced, Ye Chen is my friend. If the Xia family dares to make things difficult for him, the Zhou family won't mind making some moves, that is, if your husband, Xia Hongye, has the guts to go against the Zhou family. Lady Xia looked as if she couldn't believe what was happening. She could disregard the city governor or the Da and Luo families, but not the Zhou family. She was forced to take the risk. With the Xia family's focus on business, they couldn't possibly fight the Jia family, who held real power. Calculating the odds, she clicked her tongue. Lady Xia turned around immediately. Let's go! The subordinate nervously followed her. At that moment, Ye Chen cupped his hands in respect. Thank you, Master Zhou. Zhou Zhengde laughed heartily. Ha ha! You, Mr. Yi, pulled me back from the gates of hell, so I should be the one thanking you. Watching the bustling, lively scene, Su Thuknian was frozen in place. She worriedly thought, the dignified Xia family of Jiangnan province and they lost? That loser, Ye Chen, is still here. Even the Zhou family is backing him. Relying on the Su family, I have no qualifications to touch him anymore. Seeing her patron turn and leave, Zhao Yucheng hurriedly chased after them. I, Miss Su, don't leave. What am I supposed to do? Su Thuknian coldly kicked him away. Get lost. Zhao Yucheng flew back and landed heavily on the ground, wailing silently. He trembled in fear. The Su family has abandoned me. It's over. Everything is over. Suddenly, Zhao Yucheng remembered something. No, wait. I still have hope. He shamelessly ran up to them. Hai Hua, brother. I'm sorry. Let me tell you everything. Zhao Yucheng hugged the leg of his old friend and cried his heart out. Hai Hua, I always treated you like a real brother. You wouldn't blame me, right? Everything I did was under the Su family's orders. It was all the Su family's scheme. Shen Hai Hua, who had long known his true colors, kicked him away. A petty man like you, kicking people while they're down, thinks you deserve to be called brother by me? Get lost. Seeing Zhao Yucheng fall flat on his face, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Watching Zhao Yucheng run away in tears, Shen Haihua just scoffed. Ye Chen placed his hand on his shoulder and said, Haihua, well done. After that, he looked up and shouted, next, let's start the ceremony. Fireworks launched into the blue sky. To celebrate the group's grand opening, the reporters whispered to each other, the rest of the guests are all big shots. We aren't qualified to enter. One thought, but witnessing this historical moment isn't a loss. Another, greedy for fame, said, "Heh, with so many big figures attending, these photos will definitely sell for a high price." Suddenly, a group of stern-faced people arrived. The head of security spoke firmly. "Please stop. We have received orders from the superiors of the National Security Bureau. Every device you have must be checked for information security. Please cooperate." At the Jiangcheng International Airport, a big shot suddenly appeared. The staff whispered and chatted. What's going on over there? Are they filming?" One reasoned. "Must be. Otherwise, why would they be dressed so oddly?" The target of their judgment was Chen Yuanli and his friends. Since they wore traditional robes in the middle of the city, they inevitably drew stares. At this moment, a man with a mustache and prayer beads around his neck greeted them happily. "Master Chen," he bowed respectfully. "Master Chen, you've finally arrived. I have already prepared a dinner banquet to welcome you." He nervously thought, "Good heavens, I wonder what level Chen Yuanli has reached after training in the Wudang Mountains all these years." Such terrifying momentum. Back when Chen Yuanli was the head of the Chen family, they were truly the #1 family in Jiangcheng. Later, after he went to the Wudang Mountains, his top position was stolen by the Su family. The energy radiating from Chen Yuanli made him somewhat shocked. If the Chen family hadn't been wiped out, they might have already returned home. Now that he has returned, his face is full of rage. From today on, Jiangcheng is sure to face a great storm. After returning to the building, the mustached man said, "Master Chen, please, let me toast you." He held a wine glass in his hand and said warmly, "After all these years, Gui Yuzhong only respects you." Contrary to the jovial attitude, Chen Yuanli asked in a stern voice, "How is the investigation I asked you to do? Who killed the descendants of my Chen family?" "My Chen family was, at the very least, a major family in Jiangcheng. Who has such guts?" The mustached man was startled and replied, "Well, my Gui family has been investigating," he added worriedly. "But I don't know why. All information related to the annihilation of the Chen family has been sealed. Clearly, the killer of your descendants has a very powerful background." Hearing this, Chen Yuanli slammed his hand onto the table in fury. The table shattered into pieces under his strength. Chen Yuanli roared, "Gui Yuzhong, I don't want to hear nonsense." The Gui family hurriedly said, "No nonsense, no nonsense." Although the information was deleted, I still managed to find some clues and identified the person with the highest suspicion. Gui Yuzhong brought out a photo of Ye Chen and continued, "Currently, this kid is the prime suspect. His name is Ye Chen, but I don't have concrete evidence." Looking it over, Chen Yuanli thought to himself, "This kid looks barely 20. How could he kill a martial artist of my Chen family? Could there be a martial arts family behind him?" After that, he crushed the photo in his hand. Chen Yuanli's face was filled with killing intent. Regardless of whether it is him or not, even if there is only a slight clue, he must die. At the same time, Tianjin Group was holding a meeting. Ye Chen took the initiative to speak. Regarding the development of the group, does everyone have any ideas? Xia Ruxue thought. First of all, the most necessary thing is the product. Without a product, how can we develop? Shen Haihua nodded in agreement. This is also the problem I am most worried about. He added, "If Mr. Yi doesn't have a direction, I suggest going down the path of investment or networks. But just relying on that, in half a year, we won't be able to catch up to the Xia Group." Ye Chen leisurely put his feet up on the chair and said, "Tianjin Group doesn't need to join any network, nor will we focus on investments. We're strictly in the business of real industry, highly profitable. Real industry." He pulled out a sheet of paper and continued, "This is the formula for the middle-grade cleansing elixir. I guarantee that with one cycle, it can make any woman at least 5 years younger." Ye Chen pulled out another formula. "This is the blood-condensing longevity pill, which can extend an elderly person's lifespan by 3 years." Hearing this, everyone cried out in alarm. "Oh my God! This is too insane. If this really works, this isn't just medicine, it's a divine elixir. That's impossible. Something like this absolutely shouldn't exist in this world." At that moment, Shen Haihua spoke up. "I bet my life on this. Everything Mr. Ye says is absolutely true. He has performed the impossible before, which is how he saved my life." A member of the group cheered excitedly. "If this is real, our Tianjin Group will have the top product in the world. Surpassing the Xia family's group in 6 months won't just be a dream." Those nearby were also overjoyed, seeing the promising future of the group. "Ha." Ye Chen stood up and spoke in a stern tone. "Regarding the formulas I've provided, I only have 2 requirements. First, start mass production and distribution immediately. Second, keep these formulas strictly confidential." He didn't forget to add a warning. If anyone dares to leak the secret, I guarantee they won't make it out of Jiangcheng alive. Shen Haihua immediately replied, Mr. Ye, give me 1 month. I will definitely make you see the day Tianjung Group shakes all of Jiangnan. Ye Chen nodded. Good, I trust you. Now, go distribute the roles to everyone. Sun Di stepped forward. I can take charge of the market. I'll guarantee there won't be any issues with sales. I just wonder if President Ye trusts me. Xia Ruxue, standing nearby, thought to herself with a smirk. Finally, the roles are being assigned. Given my talent, it wouldn't be too much for this guy to make me a CEO. Ye Chen replied, Sun Di, all right then, the business operations are yours. Haha. Suddenly, Xia Ruxue's phone buzzed. She received a message. After reading the content, Xia Ruxue was momentarily stunned. It was a message from Elder Xia. Just then, Ye Chen asked, Where is Xia Ruxue? Xia Ruxue smiled and said, I don't need a high position. Just hire me as an employee and pay me 10,000 a month. I'll do my best to contribute everything I can to Tianjung. After everyone left, Xia Ruxue spoke with Ye Chen privately. He was a bit surprised. Part-time? Why? Ye Chen found it hard to understand. 10,000 a day isn't bad. But you were the CEO of the Huamei Group. Why don't you want a position? I actually thought you'd want to continue being a CEO. Xia Ruxue replied, looking troubled. I'm sorry. Honestly, I really want to work with you and become your support. But unfortunately, Xia Ruxue hesitated. There isn't much time left. In her phone was a message from her father. A.K.A. Elder Xia, the wedding date has been set. 5 months from now, Ruxue, you have no right to refuse. Marrying into the Qin family, the top martial arts clan in Jiangnan province, is the honor of the Xia family, and it is your honor as well. That night, even though it was very late, the light in Xia Ruxue's room stayed on. She sat on her bed, deep in thought, tears welling up in her eyes. She felt aggrieved. Why don't I have the right to refuse? I'm a human being, not an object. Why can't I refuse all of this? Why? Outside in the living room, Ye Chen and Sun Di were enjoying some fruit. Ye Chen asked, By the way, he asked softly, what's wrong with Xia Ruxue? Sun Di said, worried. I don't know. As soon as she got home, she locked herself in her room. She won't say anything when asked. It's so strange. At that moment, Sun Di's phone buzzed. She quickly answered, Hello, Aunt Zhang, why are you calling me at this hour? Though the conversation was unclear, Sun Di's expression suddenly changed. Don't panic, Aunt. Take it slow. After hearing what Aunt Zhang had to say, Sun Di jumped up and worriedly told Ye Chen, Something big has happened. Do you remember Wang Yuheng? Ye Chen said softly, Yuheng? Of course I do. He's Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang's son. Ye Chen continued. Back then, when I was ostracized by everyone, only he and you were willing to hang out with me. Even though that kid is a bit naive and kind-hearted, I have to say, he's my best brother. Ye Chen added, I spoke with Uncle Wang last time. He's probably studying at Jiangbei University right now. What happened to him? Sun Di said, concerned. Aunt Zhang said Wang Yuheng had his arm broken by someone. The other party seems to have connections. They've locked down the school, and they're even blocking the ambulance from entering to treat him. Hearing this, Ye Chen. He gasped in shock. He gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, Ye Chen roared in a rage. Those dogs want to die, don't they? When they arrived, it was exactly as Aunt Zhang had described. The school was completely locked down. Ye Chen and Sun Di stood outside, incredibly worried. Sun Di put on a smile and said gently, Hello, officers. We are students of this school. We left our IDs behind. Could you please be lenient and let us pass? The two guards twisted their bodies, acting all full of themselves, and replied, No way. This is a special time. The school leadership has ordered that no outsiders are allowed. You must have student cards. Not caring about them at all, Ye Chen reached out and grabbed the iron gate. The guards screamed in panic. Hey kid, what are you trying to do? Without saying a word, Ye Chen snapped the gate off and tossed the scrap metal aside. The guards stuttered. Oh my god, they hugged each other in shock. Damn it, is he even human? Ye Chen said in a low, threatening voice. School is a place for teaching and learning. How can you help villains bully others? To tell you the truth, I'm here to save someone. If you try to stop me again, I won't hesitate to break your pathetic legs. The two guards immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. No. We wouldn't dare. Please, go ahead. Such is the glory of a protagonist. Only with a buff can one act like this. At the men's dormitory, Building E2, Jiangbei University, some rooms were still lit. Below, a crowd had gathered. The students outside were blocked by barriers and couldn't intervene. Uncle Wang, wearing a Pikachu shirt, stood tall, protecting his family. "Don't come any closer." His face showed pure determination to protect his son. Seeing his son beaten to a pulp, Aunt Zhang cursed. "Beasts! You're all just a bunch of beasts." She couldn't hold back her tears as they streamed down her face. Even so, the bullies just laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha. Principal, this old woman says there are beasts here. Who could she be talking about?" The principal, being a bootlicker, spoke in a low voice. "Young Master Yu, look at who she's asking. Her son's arm is broken. Doesn't that make him a beast? Who can't even take care of himself?" Wang Yuhang gritted his teeth in a rage. He shouted, "You Chadong, and you dog of a principal, say that one more time. Even if I die, I'll kill you all." At that moment, young Master Yu sneered mockingly. "Ha ha. Even if you're dead, you want to kill me?" He swung his baseball bat and threatened, "Then I'll beat you to death right now. Let's see how you'll kill us once you're dead." Young Master Yu roared. "Die!" Uncle Wang stepped in, using his bare hands to protect his wife and child. He shouted angrily, "You brat! Don't go too far. I've already called the police. If you dare touch my wife and son again, I'll take you down with me even if it costs me my life." Under the dim lights of the apartment complex, the atmosphere became tense as the surrounding crowd simultaneously criticized and threatened Yu Chadong. However, instead of feeling scared or repentant, he faced them calmly. His gaze was cold and laced with arrogance as he asked, "Called the police?" "Huh?" He didn't stop there. He pointed at the crowd and mocked them. "Look at you, all acting like I'm some great villain, bullying you." Yu Chadong suddenly pulled his girlfriend close, his expression turning dark. His voice filled with accusation and rage. "It's clearly your brat of a son who touched my girlfriend. When the police arrive, the one who's going to be locked up is him." Beside him, his girlfriend acted fragile, her eyes filled with feigned fear, covering her chest with her hand as she nodded. "That's right, he touched me." Hearing their determined stance, Wang Yuhang's face went pale, his eyes showing clear fear. However, he couldn't stand this blatant slander. Angry, he shouted, "I did not. It was 3 days ago. Yu Chadong, you assaulted a female student behind the mountain, and I stopped you. Now you're fabricating this lie to take revenge on me." Hearing Wang Yuhang say that, Yu Chadong curled his lips into a mocking smirk. He then casually wrapped his arms around his girlfriend and burst into laughter. His laughter, full of sarcasm and contempt, echoed through the crowd. He mocked, "If I, young Master Yu, want a woman, would I need to force her? You're killing me with laughter." It seemed Wang Yuhang's words were nothing but a joke to him, making him laugh incessantly. Yu Chadong's laughter finally faded. He pointed his hand back. "That is the girl he's talking about. She was wearing a simple purple shirt, her face pale. Behind her, thick glasses with one lens broken sat on her face, her eyes filled with anxiety." Suddenly, he sneered provocatively. "The girl you're talking about is her, right? Ask her yourself, did I really force myself on her?" As soon as Yu Chadong finished, the girl behind him fell into a desperate situation. Beside her, a large, burly man had his arm around her shoulders, as if to control her every move. It was as if he was warning her to say only what she was supposed to say. Her voice was weak and trembling. No, he didn't. With the girl's denial, Wang Yuhang stood there as if struck by lightning. He couldn't believe this turn of events. In front of the crowd, he quickly became the target of mocking laughter. A person in the crowd sneered, their voice full of sarcasm. "Wang Yuhang is just spouting nonsense. Young Master Yu couldn't possibly be that kind of person." Another person spoke up, making the atmosphere even more chaotic. "He's a good person. He's donated so much money to our school." Some people started laughing and mocking him. Looking at Wang Yuhang's state, it was clear to them he had never been with a woman. They sneered that he must be so desperate that he decided to take advantage of Yu Chadong's girlfriend. After enduring enough of these taunts, everyone started sucking up to Yu Chadong, and nobody believed the truth in his words. Wang Yuhang shouted furiously, "Are you all blind? Can't you see the injuries on her? She was clearly forced to lie." His gaze swept over the crowd with disgust and resentment, a bunch of pathetic sycophants. However, not everyone in the crowd lacked a sense of self-respect. Two men laughed contemptuously, saying, "As long as we can cling to Yu Chadong's status, I don't care who lives or dies. As long as he tosses us some scraps, we'll be set for life. We must make a good impression." Meanwhile, Yu Chadong, with his usual arrogance and conceit, stepped forward, holding a thick wooden stick, looking highly provocative. "So what if they're sucking up to me? I have power and influence. Even a poor guy like you dares to meddle in my business? Wang Yuhang could no longer tolerate Yu Chadong's threats and stepped forward, warning him angrily, "Don't you dare touch him, you little bastard." Suddenly, an enraged voice roared. Before the old man could react, one of Yu Chadong's thugs lunged out of nowhere and landed a powerful punch on his back. The strike was so fast and heavy that the old man stumbled, unable to defend himself. Seeing the situation escalating, Wang Yuhang panicked and screamed, "No! Stop it!" Seeing his distress, Yu Chadong laughed gleefully and mocked him. "Worry about yourself first." As soon as he said that, he raised the stick high, his eyes full of murderous intent. "I'll tear your mouth apart first, so you can't scream anymore." But just as the stick was about to swing down, a voice rang out, "You want to die?" The words were like a chilling warning, making Yu Chadong instinctively stop, his face pale with sudden panic. The crowd suddenly stepped aside, making way for the person who had just spoken. The swinging motion of Yu Chadong's stick stopped instantly as Ye Chen emerged from the crowd. He rushed toward him, fists clenched, approaching with determination. His eyes sparkled with irrepressible fury. Seeing Ye Chen's expression, Yu Chadong felt a sudden wave of fear. Who are you? Don't come any closer." But Ye Chen didn't stop. With a single powerful punch, he struck Yu Chadong's stick, snapping it in two. The momentum of the punch also caught Yu Chadong on the nose, causing blood to stream down instantly. Not stopping there, he shoved him to the ground and rained blows upon him. One of the thugs, seeing Yu Chadong defeated so easily, shouted, "How dare you hit the young master? Do you want to die?" As soon as the guy finished, Ye Chen lifted him high with just one hand and growled, "Get lost." With a forceful motion, he threw the guy aside. After dealing with the two men, Ye Chen turned to look at Wang Yuhang. "Wang Yuhang, I'm here." Seeing Ye Chen, Wang Yuhang was so moved his eyes welled up, his voice trembling. "Thun, brother Thun, is it really you? You're here." Hearing Wang Yuhang's question, Ye Chen didn't answer immediately, but quickly gave him a pill from his hand, his voice urgent. "Wang Yuhang, don't talk. Swallow this quickly. The wounds will heal very fast. Your arm will be fine too. Trust me." He nodded gently without another word and swallowed the pill. After taking it, Wang Yuhang's body suddenly contorted unusually. He panicked and gasped, "This medicine." But Ye Chen softly reassured him, "Don't move. Leave the rest to me." He could feel Ye Chen's good intentions, but since this was his own trouble, he tried hard to stop him. "Brother Thun, no! This is my problem. Please don't get involved, don't worry." Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder, softly saying, "He can handle everything just fine." At the sudden appearance of Sundi, he was a bit startled. "Sister Sundi, you're here too?" "No, this isn't the time to talk about this. The other side has so many people." Brother Thun. Seeing his worry, Sundi squinted and smiled gently. "Don't worry about him. Right now, in all of Jiang City, no one dares to touch him." On Yu Chadong's side, after he sat up, a well-dressed middle-aged man walked over and asked, "Young Master Du, are you all right?" But Yu Chadong just sat there holding his face, his voice full of resentment. "Do I look all right to you?" He lifted his face, drenched in nosebleed and tears, his expression filled with rage and humiliation. He gritted his teeth and said, "I was nearly beaten to death." At that moment, when the man glanced over and saw Ye Chen approaching Yu Chadong, he quickly stepped forward to block Ye Chen, shouting, "You, what are you trying to do? This is a school." Then he yelled, "Security! Where is security?" Seeing him keep making such a fuss, Ye Chen lost his patience, raised his hand, and slapped him, shutting his incessant mouth. "Calling for what? Calling, calling, calling." As he spoke, he slapped him across the face, causing his wig to fly off. Being hit repeatedly, the man sniffled, tears streaming down. "How dare you hit me? My father hasn't even hit me." Ye Chen didn't care about his wailing, and coldly replied, "Are you even worthy of being a teacher? Get out of the way, I'll deal with you later." He then turned to the crowd and roared, "Including you, sycophants, all of you, men and women." His body radiated killing intent as he threatened, "Whoever runs, I'll break their legs." Night had already fallen over the dormitory building. Ye Chen, with a look of pure rage, stood between Wang Yuhang and Sun Di. Yu Chadong panicked, backing away while shouting, "Don't come over here." He pointed to Yu Chadong's girlfriend and asked coldly, "I'll only ask you one thing. Did Wang Yuhang really harass you?" Ye Chen threatened, "If you dare to lie, I'll break your neck right now." Seeing this, she hurriedly replied, No, he didn't." She pointed to Yu Chadong to expose his guilt. "It was the young master who told me to frame him. It was all his idea." Yu Chadong immediately panicked and shouted, "What are you doing?" Ye Chen decisively slapped her, then irritably scolded. You slut. Haven't you knelt down before Wang Yuhang yet? Yu Chadong's girlfriend obediently knelt before Wu Wang Yuhang, stammering, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, boo-hoo-hoo. Ye Chen looked toward Yu Chadong and said in a low voice. As for Yu, seeing this, he was terrified, backing away and trembling. You, what do you want? Don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the Du family. He stepped forward, punched him hard in the face, and asked casually, The young master of the Du family, is it? Ye Chen then kicked him hard between the legs and calmly said, The young master of the Du family, is it? Yu Chadong just kept taking blows from Ye Chen without any way to fight back. After venting for a while, he landed one last powerful blow, making Yu Chadong sprawl onto the ground, then yelled angrily, Speak! Are you the young master of the Du family? He weakly raised his hand, trembling as he begged, I was wrong. Yu Chadong sobbed, I was really wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. The thugs behind them, witnessing the scene, were terrified, thinking, Oh God, does he want to kill the young master? How terrifying. What will he do to us next? Ye Chen, still not satisfied, kicked him in the groin again, making him howl in pain. He lay on the ground, stuttering, Don't hit me anymore. If you don't, I won't forgive you. Ye Chen pulled out his phone and said coldly, I almost forgot. You're so arrogant because you're relying on your father, right? Fine. Tell your father to come here. He'll pay back everything Wang Yuhang suffered, down to the last detail. He picked up the phone. Diep Long Thin, bring the head of the Du family in Jiang City here immediately. I'm at Jiangbuk University. A while later, a luxurious car slowly pulled up to the dormitory building. A group of people quickly stepped out. Ye Chen glanced over and asked in a low voice, The person is here, right? Hada led 2 bodyguards toward him and said, Yes, he's here. He brought the man over. The Du family head was extremely surprised to see who was in front of him. Yu Chadong? Yu Chadong cried pitifully, screaming, Father, save me. He hit me. Save me. Suddenly, Ye Chen threw a long iron rod onto the ground. He coldly ordered, Show me how you educate your son. Ye Chen threatened. If he has all 4 limbs intact, then no one in your Du family will survive. The Du family head, hearing this, reluctantly picked up the rod and said in a low voice, You unfilial son, you brought this on yourself. Yu Chadong begged. Father, no, don't. The Du family head acted as if he didn't hear the pleas and struck him repeatedly, then shouted, Do you know who you provoked, you idiot? You bastard. Who were you not supposed to offend? And you dared to offend Ye Chen? Do you know who he is? Even the Da family has deep ties with him. I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son. Ye Chen softly called for Da, and Hada said respectfully, What are your orders? He coldly commanded, Remove the principal for me. Everyone hearing this was stunned, looking at the principal, who was standing there frozen. Ye Chen continued in a serious tone, Furthermore, except for the student Wang Yuhang, who saved the others, all the students here must kneel and use all their strength to slap themselves 100 times. If anyone doesn't use enough strength, break a tooth. If you lie even once, cut off a finger. No exceptions. Hada heard this and immediately snapped his fingers loudly, ordering his guards, Do as Mr. Deep says. In just a moment, loud slapping sounds erupted, accompanied by cries, Boo-hoo-hoo, I'm sorry, we won't do it again. Mom, I want to see my mom. Boo-hoo-hoo, Wang Yuhang timidly called out. Brother Thun. Ye Chen smiled gently and said, Wang Yuhang, let's go home. He thought to himself, 5 years ago, you protected me with your kindness. 5 years later, I will repay you with my strength. The next morning, in another place, a desk was covered in stacks of documents. Chen Yuanli looked at the papers and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that brat to be the son of Ye Zhentian. He frowned and asked skeptically, The Ye family was just a small clan in Jiangcheng. How could they produce someone like this? Gui Yuzong replied, The Ye family has already been destroyed, so there is nothing to fear. The real trouble lies in the power behind the Tianzheng group. If we kill him, we will certainly face retaliation from the power behind him. The National Security Bureau might also be watching over him, Chen Yuanli said, with a burst of rage. Humph. So what if it's the Zhou family or the National Security Bureau? This man killed people in my Chen clan. It is only natural for me to take revenge. Not only that, but I will kill the people around him right in front of his eyes, so that he can experience true despair. Gui Yuzhong spoke up timidly. Master Chen, actually, we don't need to take such a risk. He began to scheme. If the brat is a martial artist, why not use a deathmatch challenge to force him onto the arena? On the arena, life and death are up to fate. No one can intervene. This way, not only can we kill him in front of everyone, but we can also establish your prestige. Even the National Security Bureau or the Zhou family won't be able to do anything about it. Chen Yuanli said irritably. If I could kill him easily, I would. But if he has any brains at all, he won't accept a martial arts duel. Gui Yuzhong put on a sinister smile and said in a low voice, whether he accepts it or not is not up to him. If Master Chen uses the girl by his side to threaten him, he wouldn't dare refuse. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted from the doorway. Are you planning to deal with Ye Chen? How about you add me to the mix? Wen Baoguo suddenly appeared and asked with a smile. Chen Yuanli, upon seeing who had arrived, was extremely shocked. He thought to himself, Wen Baoguo, this old man arrived, and I didn't even notice. His strength cannot be underestimated. He bowed politely and asked, So it is, Master Jiang. What brings you here? Wen Baoguo did not answer, but only stared at the table, then moved his hand with lightning speed. He punched the photo of Ye Chen on the table with great force. Wen Baoguo had now pierced right through the photo, held it up, and gritted his teeth, saying, Of course, I came because of this man. Chen Yuanli asked suspiciously, Does Master Jiang also have a grudge against him? He replied angrily, The grudge of killing my son is irreconcilable. Upon hearing this, Yuanli laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha. Excellent. If that's the case, then from today on, the Chen family and the Jiang family are allies. Master Jiang, please, take a seat. Wen Baoguo sat down and spoke slowly. Just now I heard that to avoid the National Security Bureau and the Zhou family, you want to force him onto the martial arts arena. I have a better way. He continued with a sinister smile. I investigated and found that there are 2 young women who have an ambiguous relationship with him. We can send someone to kidnap one of them. First, this move is more stable. We can test his real strength. Second, I want him to suffer. Just killing him on the arena is letting him off too easily. Wen Baoguo continued in a deep voice. Therefore, the Jiang family is willing to send 3 experts out. Chen Yuanli laughed with interest. As expected of you, your thinking is meticulous. Very well. I will also send out my 4 strongest disciples to see what that brat does against us. At the same time, at Sundi's house, Ye Chen asked while eating, How is Xia Ruxue doing? What exactly happened? Sundi replied worriedly, I'm not sure. Her eyes were swollen last night. She must have cried a lot, she said gently. I asked her, but she didn't say anything, just slept. She still hasn't woken up yet. I'll leave some breakfast by her bedside later. Ye Chen stood up and said in a deep voice, Forget it. If she doesn't want to talk, there's no need to push her. I'm going to school to see Wang Yuheng. He turned back and reminded her in a low voice, You remember to go to work too, or I'll dock your pay if you're not careful. Suddenly, Sundi timidly pulled his sleeve. Ye Chen looked at her with a puzzled expression. Sundi hesitated and said, Are you still the same Ye Chen from before? We haven't seen each other in 5 years, and I feel like you're so distant now. You've almost become a different person. Your personality and your methods, I can't wrap my head around them. It's like we're in 2 different worlds, Ye Chen said calmly. After all these years, I've realized one truth. There are only 2 ways to live. Either you let the rules change you, or you change the rules. I choose the latter. Afterward, he smiled slightly and instructed, Don't overthink things. No matter what happens, I will always be me. Everything I do is my own choice. A while later, at the school dormitory, Ye Chen was sitting there, checking in on Wang Yuheng. Male students outside the door peeked in and whispered, Yeah, that's him. He's Wang Yuheng's big brother, the meanest of the mean. Ye Chen noticed this, turned around, and asked coldly, Is it that interesting? Do you want to come in and watch? Hearing this, they ran away in a panic, stammering, Sorry, we were rude. Please don't kill us. He said happily, It seems after what happened yesterday, no one dares to bully you anymore. Wang Yuheng scratched his head and replied, Bully me? They see me and bow their heads or walk the other way, as if I'm the one bullying them. Ye Chen put an arm around his shoulder and said in a low voice, That's because they are afraid of me, afraid of my power. That is how the world is. Everything is based on strength. Rules are just tools used to bind the weak. To the strong, they have always been mere decorations. He reached slowly into his shirt, then said softly, And now, Ye Chen quickly pulled out a manual and said gently, You also have a chance to become strong. I won't force you. How you choose is entirely up to you. Wang Yuheng immediately reached out to receive it and replied firmly, There's no need to choose. I will never allow anyone to bully me or my parents ever again, Ye Chen said excitedly. Very good. This is the Ziyun Thunder Arts. It will give you the answer to becoming strong. You must memorize everything in here today, and after that, destroy it with your own hands. You must never let anyone else discover it." Wang Yuhong asked in surprise. "Brother Ye, how can this be? Is this?" Ye Chen answered enigmatically. "Yes, it is exactly what you think it is. Finally, I must remind you, the path of martial arts is extremely treacherous. The most important thing is to maintain your moral compass. Anything you don't understand, you can ask me," he continued sternly. "Next, I will tell you a few things about the martial arts world. You must listen clearly." Ye Chen thought to himself, "I cannot take care of you for the rest of my life. You need to have the ability to protect yourself." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang loudly. Ye Chen quickly answered and asked, "Ye Lingtian, what's wrong?" A frantic voice came through the phone. "It's bad. Palace Master, Miss Xia has been taken. The men I arranged to protect Miss Xia have been killed," he shouted in panic. "What?" Ye Lingtian said fearfully. "From the wounds on my men, I suspect the person who did this is a martial arts master. I'm sorry, Palace Master. I, Lingtian, am willing to accept punishment." Ye Chen gritted his teeth and threatened, "Now is not the time to talk about punishment. Ye Lingtian, use all your strength to find her. If you don't find her, you will have to answer to me." He quickly obeyed. "Yes." Ye Chen rushed off, not forgetting to remind, "Wang Yuhong, I have an urgent matter to deal with. Don't forget what I told you." Wang Yuhong called out blankly. "Brother Ye! Brother!" Ye Chen rushed out through the window. Yuhong saw this and yelled, "Oh my God! Brother Ye! This is the 5th floor." He looked outside and saw that Ye Chen had already bolted away, leaving only a blur. Wang Yuhong exclaimed in shock, "My God! Is he still human?" When he stepped into the room, the scene before Ye Chen made him feel somewhat guilty. In the room, Xia Ruxue's mother, having heard that her beloved daughter had been kidnapped, was furious and lashed out at the objects in the house, leaving it in a chaotic mess. When Ye Chen stepped in, she didn't ask a single question. With a dark expression, she turned back and raised her voice as if to dump all the blame on him. "You're back!" When he first entered, he assumed that the one who orchestrated this kidnapping was her family, and the initial intent was to scout them out. But upon arriving and seeing this, Ye Chen also began to have extreme doubts. He frowned and said, "I even thought it was your Xia family members doing this. It seems it was someone else." Hearing Ye Chen blurt this out, she was extremely dissatisfied with the accusation of blaming her. She grabbed his collar and shouted, blaming him. "How could I possibly lay a hand on my own daughter? Where is that guarantee you gave me? The signal from Xia Ruxue's life bracelet has been cut off. Is this how you protect my daughter?" Listening to her vent her anger, he couldn't do anything because, in part, he hadn't kept his own promise, so he just remained silent and let her shout. After she had vented for a while, he finally put up some resistance, grabbing the hand on his collar and bringing it down. At this moment, Ye Chen's face was extremely serious. He wanted to establish his credibility with the other party, then asserted, "Give me 1 day. I will definitely bring her back." Seeing his face, one could tell he was reliable. After promising, Ye Chen turned and left, leaving Xia Ruxue's mother behind, anxious. Before leaving, he left her a word of assurance, promising that he would rescue her daughter. If he couldn't do it, he would let her decide his fate. She also placed her trust in Ye Chen, but didn't want to get involved in the business of deciding his fate. She put on a grimace and said with a don't-care look, "Who wants this life of yours?" And Xia Rushue's mother also laid out a few methods that she had taken to be more effective in finding her precious daughter. "I've already accessed the cameras and used even more of my resources. I will absolutely find my daughter. A mother who is even prettier than her daughter. May I ask one question? Is she single? Could I apply for the position of Xia Ruxue's father?" The conversation between the two of them quickly ended. Ye Chen had to get to work finding the hot family's daughter. Sitting on the edge of the large bed in Xia Ruxue's apartment, he seemed lost in deep thought. Focusing his breathing and observing his surroundings, Ye Chen discovered several key clues. There was still the lingering aura of a martial artist, likely a grandmaster, in the room. The culprit who kidnapped Xia Ruxue was clearly targeting him. He knew that acting rashly would lead him right into a trap. Ye Chen began searching for a suitable tactical formation, needing more manpower to rescue the young lady of the hot family. "I need outside help. Bailey Bing, Jin Lengyan, Chu Zhengde, their networks should be able to help." While he was deep in concentration, his phone suddenly started vibrating on the table. An unknown number appeared on the screen. He picked it up. Answering the call, he heard the disgusting voice of the enemy. The person holding the hostage was looking to get himself killed early. You Ye family trash? Feeling nervous yet? The voice mocked. Ye Chen immediately realized this was the kidnapper. His face hardened, looking as if he wanted to tear the person on the other end apart. Understanding the enemy's intent, Ye Chen didn't panic, plead for mercy, or scramble to pay a ransom. He simply replied, "So, it's you pieces of trash causing trouble. I don't know who you are, nor do I care about your motives. I'm already annoyed about losing my mission chain with the Hot family, and here you are showing up on your own." Ye Chen calmly warned him, "Release Xia Ruxue immediately and consider this over. Otherwise, you'll meet a miserable end." After saying what needed to be said, he hung up, having no desire to threaten them further. On the other end, the kidnapper was stunned by the response, not even sure if he was the one in control. The guy started to speak again. "Looks like you don't understand," but before he could finish, Ye Chen hung up without a second thought. After the call, Ye Chen found a strand of blonde hair on Xia Ruxue's bed and began to channel his arts through it. A surge of energy, bright as fire and laced with sparks of electricity, rose around his body. This was the hair of Hat, Xia Ruxue, found in the room. He shouldn't have had to use this technique, but he had no other choice. Once the spell was called, Ye Chen began to cast it. He used 2 fingers to trace strange, talisman-like characters in the air while chanting. "Heaven and earth flow, all things are born. The pure is the source, the still is the foundation." After writing the characters, Ye Chen continued to mutter, "Energy flows in constant purity. Heaven and earth return to balance." Suddenly, a night sky appeared above the golden characters, illuminating what he had written. He continued his incantation. "Clear the heart. The spirit clears itself. Naturally, no chaos arises. All 3 poisons are extinguished. Clear the inner heart, heart without desire." As he reached the end of the technique, he finished, "Pierce the life force. Find the person." He flicked his 2 fingers, creating a long line from which a large golden arrow appeared, pointing toward the string of golden characters. This was effectively a tracking device. At the long string of characters the arrow pointed toward, it began to glow, creating arcs of electrical light. White smoke filled the room, and the position of Xia Ruxue appeared, a shipping container at the Bolin docks. The location made Ye Chen exclaim, "A shipping container at the Bolin docks?" Having exhausted his energy to perform this technique, Ye Chen spat out a significant amount of blood. He covered his mouth, his face deathly pale, feeling relieved that he hadn't failed. "Damn it, this tracking spell has such a heavy backlash on the body. Luckily, nothing went wrong, or else my cultivation progress would have stalled. But wait, why didn't I just let them say the address in the first place? Would have been faster. Why do I always have to be so dramatic?" Well, what was done was done. His goal now was to roast the rats that dared to kidnap his future wife. Ye Chen was burning with rage. "Now I know where you are." Scene shift to the Bolin docks in Jiangcheng. Standing in the middle of the dock, the kidnapper who had just finished the call with Ye Chen stood frozen, terrified. "Oh my God, this isn't right." Contrary to his flamboyant outfit, his face had gone pale. He was trembling. "I'm holding the hostage. Shouldn't I be the one threatening him? Why is it the other way around?" And he hung up on me. What kind of monster is this guy? The sun had risen high. The 2 masterminds behind the kidnapping appeared. The bald one asked the young man, "Jiangtong, is that brat panicking yet?" The young man replied smugly, "He'll be here soon to throw his life away." Whose life? The kidnapper's peaceful days were numbered. Jiangtong acted cowardly. He scratched his head and recounted the event to the 2 masters. "He threatened me, then hung up. I didn't even get to tell him the address. I doubt he even wants to save her." "What do you mean? He doesn't want to?" "It's his wife. For heaven's sake, you old man." The old man, Chen Yuanli, was skeptical. What game is Ye Chen playing? Could he really not care about the woman's life? The mere threat from Ye Chen had thrown them all into a confused frenzy. Old man Chen Yuanli frowned at the new problem. Compared to the guy's attitude, there was a more difficult issue. He shifted his gaze toward Xia Ruxue, who was tied up in the warehouse, looking displeased. He had intended to capture Sun Dai, but that idiot had brought Xia Ruxue back instead. Tied to an iron chair deep in the warehouse, Xia Ruxue looked toward the kidnappers, observing their strange behavior. From their actions, it's clear they have a careful plan, yet they haven't harmed me, and even give me water periodically. Her jade-green eyes narrowed. She had guessed the kidnappers' hidden agenda. This proves they might know who I am and are afraid something might actually happen to me. But she still couldn't understand why she was being held hostage. Was it to threaten the Hot family? No. No one in Jiangcheng would dare do that. Just then, Jiangtong approached to give her water. She grew defiant. Why use me as a hostage? Threaten them. When he held the water bottle to her face and ordered her to drink, Xia Ruxue refused, turning her head away. She defiantly threatened him. I won't drink unless you tell me your identity. If you don't, you'll suffer the consequences. Do you know what it means to offend the hot family? Here we go again. The princess' attitude is acting up, Jiangcheng grumbled. He was annoyed that his kindness was being thrown back in his face, so he threw the water bottle away, face turning red with rage. I don't care if you drink or not. The bottle fell, forcing Xia Ruxue to dodge her head in fear. He was triggered and vented all his frustration on her. I'm giving you face by serving you, and you're acting like a spoiled heiress? Even if I kill you, what of it? At worst, it's one life for one life. Suddenly, the alarm on Jiangtong's device began to beep loudly, flashing a bright green light. He recognized the signal immediately and shouted, "The sensor is triggered. Someone's here." He prepared to order an ambush to overwhelm Ye Chen, but the sight before him made him jump in fear. Ye Chen had actually found his way here without needing an address, which already shocked him. But now, Ye Chen stood there, and the ground was littered with his subordinates, all taken down. Ye Chen was even holding one of them by the neck. This was what shocked him most. Ye Chen's face was filled with fury, his eyes glowing red as he turned toward Jiangtong. That sharp, piercing gaze made Jiangtong tremble uncontrollably, his face drained of blood, biting his lip with cold sweat pouring down. Even God can't save me now. It didn't take long for Ye Chen to reach the kidnapper's den. He single-handedly took down the guards. Every time one charged at him, they were knocked down. Grabbing an old man by the neck, Ye Chen spoke proudly to warn Jiangtong. Ha! Another one. Seeing this, Jiangtong was stunned beyond belief, unable to process what was happening. Jiangtong's jaw dropped. At the sight of his power, he had single-handedly taken down 4 grandmasters. Impossible! This is impossible! Although the 4 disciples of Chen Yuanli had only recently reached the grandmaster realm, they were still grandmasters. How could they be killed so quickly? Absolutely impossible. Nothing is impossible, especially when you have the main character's halo. Though he wouldn't admit it, he knew he had to protect his own skin first. He scrambled to abandon the grandmasters and flee. No! I have to run! His cowardice was worse than a child's, and it was all captured by Ye Chen's keen eyes. How could Ye Chen let this troublemaker escape? As soon as he had run a short distance, Ye Chen quickly caught up and blocked his path. With glowing red eyes and a cold judgment, he said, "You must die too." As the words left his mouth, his palm slammed directly onto Jiangtong's face, catching him completely off guard. Now, as Ye Chen applied his hand of judgment to this treacherous villain, he combined it with magical energy, pressing his head hard into the ground. Jiangtong's face was pinned, causing the floor to crack. Around Ye Chen's arm, purple magical energy formed a wave of pressure. Realizing he couldn't fight back and couldn't withstand the onslaught, his eyes bulged, veins throbbing in his neck as pure terror took over, yet his foul mouth still tried to act tough to intimidate Ye Chen. Don't kill me. If you do, the consequences are more than you can handle." The moment he spoke, Ye Chen realized he was the exact person who had called to threaten him. He was furious that he had shown mercy to such an ungrateful wretch before. "So, you're the one who was on the phone with me? I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't appreciate it. Now, you don't get to choose." Without another word, Ye Chen's own hands snatched the life away from this fool. With that done, he quickly moved on to his main mission, rescuing Xia Ruxue. Soon enough, Ye Chen found the place where she was being held captive. His imposing silhouette appeared through the blinding sunlight, his voice booming with authority. "I'm here to save you." Hearing his voice, the young lady of the Xia family instinctively lifted her head. She had collapsed onto the ground, but the moment she saw Ye Chen's silhouette, Xia Ruxue was stunned. He didn't say much else. He did what had to be done. With one hand, Ye Chen sliced through the thick ropes, binding the girl's wrists. Once freed, Ruxue immediately threw herself into his arms and hugged him tight, clearly astonished. "Why is it you? I never expected. I'm the one who came to save you." Capturing the embrace of the beautiful girl, Ye Chen said softly, "Haha. If not me, then who? Anyway, as long as you're not hurt, that's what matters." Not just comforting her with a hug, Ye Chen even started acting a bit flirty. He gently cupped her cheek with his warm hands and asked caringly, "Can you still walk? Let's go home." Could this be a rare side of him? Touching his hand with her own, Xia Ruxue noticed his hand had been injured during the fight. She asked with concern, "What happened to your hand? Didn't you come here alone to save me? Where are the kidnappers?" "Huh? Look at the two of them, caring for each other. I thought this was their private date." Seeing the girl in front of him worried for his sake, Ye Chen calmly pulled out a white handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hand, replying, "They're all dead. Nobody survived. So cool, it's insane." Xia Ruxue was startled, unable to hold back her surprise as she cried out, "Oh my God." Her expression was still so vivid. She covered her mouth with her hand, thinking to herself, "Even though I haven't trained, I've met plenty of martial artists. I could feel how powerful those guys were, but even together, they were no match for Ye Chen." Seeing that the man her sister is meant to marry is this impressive, she fell into deep thought. She recalled her father's previous words. "I heard father say he wants to marry me off to a genius from the Tan family, a martial arts powerhouse." Originally, she thought the other guy was incomparable, but now it seems Ye Chen isn't any worse. If he's strong enough, maybe her father will change his mind. Thinking about living under the same roof with Ye Chen, her face turned bright red. To suppress her feelings, she slapped her own flushed cheeks. Wait, change his mind? Do I actually want Ye Chen to marry me? But thinking about it, that wouldn't be such a bad thing, would it? She's clearly smitten but trying to act coy. While her soul was floating on cloud nine, Ye Chen suddenly placed his large hand on her round hips. She didn't know what was happening. Being touched by Ye Chen made Ruxue blush all over. "Oh my, I'm drooling." Drooling? It wasn't quite what we were thinking. It turned out Ye Chen was just afraid the delicate young lady couldn't walk, so he had hoisted her onto his back. Ruxue felt incredibly embarrassed, lightly punching his back as she yelled, "What are you doing all of a sudden?" Earlier, Ye Chen saw her, lost in thought, standing still like a zombie, so he acted. "I watched you for a long time, and you didn't react, so I thought you were scared stiff and couldn't walk. So I carried you. Isn't that right? Or should I put you down?" This guy is definitely a smooth operator. Though she was a bit irritable and stubborn, how could Ruxue refuse the chance to be carried by her future husband? She pouted. "Fine, since you're carrying me, I'm too lazy to walk anyway." Ye Chen just chuckled helplessly. "Haha, why are these two so adorable?" Sitting on his broad back, Xia Ruxue, like a young girl in her first love, blushed furiously. She kept her eyes fixed on Ye Chen, silently feeling that, although this guy is very strange, he still gives off a sense of safety. Maybe he really could be her support. On that day, the scene shifted to the Tan family compound, where the two men behind the kidnapping were relaxing. These two old men were watching a video playback from the harbor, showing the moment Ye Chen single-handedly took down their entire team of masters. One of them spoke up, expressing shame for those defeated by Ye Chen. "What a joke. 4 grandmasters and 3 half-step grandmasters couldn't kill a kid over 20? Truly embarrassing. Try it yourself and see. Stop acting so tough." Chen Yuanli stood to the side, feeling a bit smug about his strategy. "It's a good thing we held back. Otherwise, even if we had joined in, we might have been able to defeat him, but killing him would have been difficult." The bald old man leaning on his cane seemed to agree, voicing his own suspicion. "Now it seems Ye Chen's strength is at least on the level of the Grandmaster rankings, but I still find it hard to believe. To reach this level after only 5 years of martial arts training, that shouldn't be possible. Just because some pond fish got a little seawater, they think they're seafood." The bald man turned to his companion, asking for a plan to challenge Ye Chen. "Grandmaster Chen, what should we do next?" "Continue to use the martial arts arena to challenge him." Chen Yuanli said it as if it were obvious. "Naturally, he ruthlessly killed my clan members. My grudge is deep. He won't be advancing any further in my arena. So stingy. What about the two of you assisting in the kidnapping? People should look at themselves before judging others." Looking back at the screen and seeing Ye Chen's devilish smirk, the bald old man wavered. He didn't know why, but looking at him made him feel uneasy. "We need one more insurance policy. If he dares to accept the challenge, I will invite Elder Yuan to be the referee." This name shocked even Chen Yuanli. He gasped. "Elder Yuan? Could it be the Yuan Lai who once ranked 400th on the Grandmaster list? The 400th? Is he the 4th best? Or just, perhaps you're the one without the capability, which is why you feel that way?" Responding to Chen Yuanli's doubt, the old man looked disdainful. "Yes, I want to see how this kid wins. Trash acting like they can flow with the ocean. How can a crow ever become a phoenix?" Night slowly descended, blanketing the city. Stars twinkled in the sky, while the streetlights below shone brightly. The scene shifted to the Tong residence. It was a large estate, showing that Xia Ruxue's family background was no small matter. Hearing the news that her precious daughter had returned safely, Madame Xia rushed out, anxiously asking about her child. "Ruxue, are you okay?" A lady acting like a teenager, dressing way too young for her age, running to her daughter, who was lying exhausted on the sofa, Sundi kept asking, "Why were you taken away all of a sudden? Are you hurt?" To avoid worrying her mother, Xia Ruxue just said, "Mom, it's nothing. It was all just a misunderstanding." That word, misunderstanding, made her mother furious. She shrieked, "Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding leads to people kicking down doors, knocking my daughter out, and taking her away? Tell me that." She even turned to mock Ye Chen. "If someone can't protect you, then come home with me now." Hearing this, Ye Chen let out a gloomy aura. He was furious but couldn't retort. She took her daughter's hand and said, "Dad has already ordered 3 experts from Jiangnan province. They are much more reliable than some people." But at this moment, it was as if Ruxue was under a spell. She resisted her mother. "No, I'm not going. I want to stay here." Seeing Sundi start to use excessive force to drag her away, Ye Chen pointed and warned her, "Talk if you have something to say, but if you lay a hand on her, I won't just sit back and watch." Sundi was extremely uncomfortable, silently fuming. This kid is weird. The energy around him feels like it's crawling with dead bodies. No need to get physical with his kind. Afraid he would actually make a move, she obediently sat back down and spoke in a soft, measured tone to Ruxue. "Ruxue, it's not that Mom is forcing you. Have you forgotten your birthday is in a few days? Come home with me for a few days, and after your birthday, you can come back whenever you want." Hearing Sundi say this, Ruxue seemed hesitant, but quickly, her mother put on a pitiful act, making up every excuse. "Your grandmother came back from abroad just to celebrate your birthday. You know she's old. She has fewer days ahead than behind. Don't you want to see her?" Grandmother was the one thing that could sway Ruxue. She turned to her mother. "Grandma is back?" Using her small hand, her mother gently stroked Ruxue's head and confirmed, "That's right. Why would Mom lie to you?" Ruxue didn't want to believe her anymore. How many times had her mother lied to her over the years? Then she turned to consult Ye Chen. Ye Chen sympathized with her, so he agreed quickly. "Go ahead. On your birthday, I'll come too, and personally bring you back." Ye Chen's promise made her trust him more than her mother's oaths of eternal love. Xia Ruxue smiled brightly and held out her pinky, wanting him to guarantee it 100%. Okay. When the time comes, you must show up. If you don't, I will never forgive you." To reassure her, Ye Chen also held out his hand to pinky swear and promised, "Don't worry, I keep my word." Xia Ruxue held out her hand, accepting Ye Chen's pinky promise with a playful huff. "I'm sure you wouldn't dare to trick me," Ye Chen said elegantly, tucking his hands into his pockets with a calm smile. "If I were to deceive you, I'd become your pet dog." Upon hearing this, Xia Ruxue suddenly remembered something. She pondered for a moment and said, "Oh, that's right. I almost forgot." With her fair, slender hands, she took out a thick stack of papers and handed them to Ye Chen. "I've drafted a development plan for the Tianjin Group. It's vastly superior to anything that Shen Haihua could come up with. You really must seize this opportunity." Receiving the heavy document, Ye Chen felt as if he had struck gold. He couldn't help but feel delighted. Haha. If I'm not more capable than him, then my salary would be going to waste, right? After chatting for a little longer, Xia Ruxue's mother urged her to leave. "Hurry, come with me to get ready, or we'll miss our flight." Xia Ruxue left in a hurry but didn't forget to say goodbye. "Bye-bye. You must come, okay?" Ye Chen politely waved his hand to say goodbye, offering his promise. His handsome, sharp-featured face showed an air of reliability as he affirmed, "Rest assured." Watching the mother and daughter walk away, Ye Chen calculated in his mind, it's no longer safe for the Sun family's house. Sending Xia Ruxue back was the best choice, and I can see how much she cares about her grandmother. Of course, the more important thing is thinking this. The expression on Ye Chen's face became serious and sharp. "I need to clean up a few things over the next couple of days. Any threats must be eliminated as soon as possible." Outside, the sun was setting, but Ye Chen's thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Who could be knocking at this hour? Ye Chen wondered. He called out, "Ruxue, did you forget something?" He opened the luxurious, modern hotel door, but saw no one in front of him. Then, a small voice came from below. "Are you Uncle Ye Chen?" Ye Chen was surprised but replied, "That's me." A young boy with green hair, still wearing his school scarf, politely handed Ye Chen an envelope with both hands, his face beaming. "Uncle Ye Chen, a man asked me to give this to you." Receiving the strange letter, Ye Chen went back into his room to open it. He tore the envelope open, tossed the paper aside, and quickly unfolded the letter. He muttered something under his breath, but before he could finish, Ye Chen stared at the challenging words inside, his hands clenching tight. "The killer of my Tran family. After the fight at the martial arts arena tomorrow, do you dare to accept?" If you don't fight, can you protect the people around you? Signed, Chen Yuanli. After reading the threats, Ye Chen was furious, clenching his fists as if wanting to punch the person who wrote the letter. So that's how it is. It seems this Chen Yuanli is the old man from the Tran clan. The very person who attacked Xia Ruxue. Good. It saves me the trouble of hunting him down. Another knock at the door knock. Knock cut through Ye Chen's surging emotions. He irritably went to open the door, his voice sharp. Who is it now? A red-haired girl stood at the door. Mr. Ye, she called out. Seeing the girl in a chest-revealing cheongsam, Ye Chen was surprised. Jinlingyan? She asked hurriedly. Ye Chen, have you received the challenge from the martial arts arena? Having just received the letter, Ye Chen replied with a bit of hesitation. How did you know I just got it? He then handed her the letter that had been delivered moments ago for Jin Lingyan to see. He thought to himself, this woman gathers information fast. Jin Lingyan, with a serious expression, raised her fan to cover the lower half of her face. The martial arts arena posted it early today. Now, all the major forces in Jiangcheng know about this duel. The martial arts arena is a place for warriors to resolve disputes, and once you step on that stage, it's a fight to the death. As she spoke, she hurriedly grabbed Ye Chen's hand, leaning in close, and continued urgently. Chen Yuanli obviously wants to kill you in the arena. Mr. Yi, you must decline this challenge. As long as you ignore it, Chen Yuanli won't dare to touch you. Every word from Jin Lingyan showed clear anxiety and worry, but Ye Chen was indifferent. Why should I decline? I was just worrying about not being able to find Chen Yuanli. If he wants to deliver his life to me, I'll just kill him. Jin Lingyan grew even more panicked, leaning in closer to warn him. Mr. Ye. 10 years ago, Chen Yuanli reached the Grandmaster stage. His strength is terrifying. Ye Chen saw her panic but only gave her a puzzled look, saying nothing. Jin Lingyan continued. Back then, he obtained an extremely powerful martial technique. Afraid of others coveting it, he fled to the martial mountains to cultivate. Even my father wouldn't dare provoke someone like him. These words of advice meant nothing to Ye Chen. He turned away, looking bored. Stop trying to persuade me. I must go to the martial arts arena. He thanked her for her good intentions and said goodbye. Then, slam! Ye Chen shut the door hard, not letting Jin Lingyan speak further. She wanted to add something, but only managed to say, this. She must have felt powerless against his cold dismissal. After being rejected by the masculine man, Jin Lingyan looked dejected and anxious as she picked up her phone to make a call. I couldn't persuade Ye Chen. What should I do? On the other end of the line, an older man's voice roared in anger. My Kim family has already been more than generous to him. If he wants to die, no one can stop him. The voice on the phone was furious and mocking. Contact the funeral home and prepare a good coffin for him. Since he can't be saved, give him a grand funeral when he dies. After saying this, the father hung up angrily, leaving Jin Lingyan with a troubled expression. She stared at her phone screen in silence, not knowing what to say. Back on his side, Ye Chen was sitting in his room, still irritated at being bothered and feeling looked down upon. He grumbled, couldn't that woman, Jin Lingyan, say something pleasant? A mere old man. From the Tran family? What is he? I could kill him with one hand. The phone on the table rang. Ring, ring, ring. It was Ye Lingtian calling. Ye Chen answered coldly, speaking briefly. Ye Lingtian, what is it? On the other end, a voice spoke with extreme urgency. Palace Master. Chen Yuanli's strength is immense. I fear he could easily rank in the top 600 of the Grandmaster list. Shall I send men to assassinate him? Ye Chen, once again having his strength doubted, remained calmly annoyed. No need. I can handle it. What I care more about is the harbor. How are the bodies being handled? Don't cause a panic among the citizens. Hearing such compassionate words for the people, it was clear just how righteous Ye Chen truly was. On Ye Lingtian's side, he quickly reported, it has already been cleared away. Ye Lingtian continued to urge him, Palace Master, I must tell you, Wen Baoguo studied a special kind of martial technique. They say its power is immense. It is absolutely dollars. Before the other party could finish, Ye Chen hung up the phone. He sat down on the chair, exhausted. I already said I could handle it. They're like naggy parents. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. Ye Chen looked at the number in frustration. Again? The screen showed a number. For Chuzhengde. Seeing this number, Ye Chen paused for a moment. As time passed, it grew darker. In the room, Ye Chen was now at his boiling point. Good grief, why does everyone keep calling me? Yi Lingtian, Chuzhengde, Bai Libing, Zhou Rende, everyone who knew about this had called him. Even, I don't have a single person supporting me. Do you all look down on me that much? Ye Chen tossed the phone onto the table in anger. What is all this? Go to your death talk. Everyone is too much. Do I really look that weak? Once again, familiar screen. The caller was Shen Haihua. Ye Chen picked up, not thinking twice, and let out a torrent of frustration. What? You want to advise me not to die too? Let me tell you all. It's useless. I am definitely going tomorrow. On the other end, there was surprise. What, going to die? Hearing the other party ask, Ye Chen finally calmed down and realized, oh, right. I forgot that Shen Haihua and Sundi haven't reached the world of ancient martial arts yet. Shen Haihua's voice came through the phone, reporting urgently, Mr. Ye, there's a major problem. The medicine we produced is a bit special. The Provincial Drug Supervision Bureau won't approve it, and the pressure is currently huge. We need Mr. Ye to find a way to help. Ye Chen replied, all right, I understand. He hung up the phone and began to think intently. This is easy to solve. Finding the Chu family to help shouldn't be a problem. No sooner than 30 seconds after hanging up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another call. It was Ye Chen. His day must have had over 100 calls. Receiving another one made Ye Chen's face darken. Is there no end to this? Does everyone want to tell me not to die? Ye Chen answered. A respectful voice came through the phone. Mr. Yi, I am Yingqing. I hope you can come out and meet the chief with me. I am already waiting in the car. The content of this call was different from the previous ones, making Ye Chen quite satisfied. He replied happily. All right. He continued to think, although the Chu family can help me a lot, their scope of power is only in Jiangnan province. The Dragon Soul team is a national-level special force. Building a good relationship with them would also be very beneficial in Jiangcheng. At a certain location, an area filled with goods and transport trucks, a conversation took place inside a building. Sorry to contact you so late, but due to the special mission, I am at the latest a few days. In the building's hallway, Yingqing walked while handing Ye Chen a piece of paper. This is for you. It's our pass. Later, when you meet the leader, I hope you can temper your temper a bit, regardless of whether it's for the Tianzheng group or for yourself. Ye Chen accepted the card, looking at it in silence, then turned to him, annoyed. Do I look like the type who likes to cause trouble? Yingqing rubbed his head awkwardly, but replied very frankly, pretty much. The two of them stopped in front of a large door. Yingqing stamped his feet, stood at attention, and reported loudly, per protocol, reporting, Chief, Ye Chen has arrived. In the room, a voice sounded out, good, let him in. The door slowly opened. Ye Chen walked in alone, slowly. He walked into the vast room, where a man was standing, gazing out the window. He must have been waiting for Ye Chen for a long time. Hearing footsteps, the man began reciting his information. Ye Chen, male, from Jiangcheng, Southwest Province. Father, Yi Zhentian. Mother, Jiang Beirong, a family of 3. 5 years ago, you met with tragedy in the Yunhu Mountain Villa massacre. 5 years later, Ye Chen returned from the dead, reaching the Grandmaster realm. To seek revenge, you killed the Chen father and son, then wiped out the Jin family and over 100 people of the Qing sect, and killed the son of Xiang Baoguo. Watching the man before him recite every detail about his life, Ye Chen thought cautiously, this person is a martial artist, and a very strong one at that. He gives me a sense of danger. The man turned around. His face wore a sharp expression. Your recent background is enough to overwhelm others for a lifetime. I'm very curious. Where did you go these past 5 years? Not even satellite surveillance could find you. The chief then took out a tea set, poured a cup, and said, what I'm even more curious about is, where did you get the nerve to accept Chen Yuanli's challenge? He wore a strange smile while looking at Ye Chen. Let's drink some tea and chat, shall we? After speaking, the chief gently used his energy to make the teacup hover, to Ye Chen's surprise. He launched the cup toward him in an instant. Ye Chen's hand moved quickly, catching the incoming teacup with precision. The speed of his movement was such that the tea inside the cup rippled against the walls, but not a single drop spilled out. Ye Chen held the cup to his lips, chuckled slightly, and said, you talk too much. The chief seemed very satisfied with Ye Chen's reaction to catching the cup. He praised him inwardly. This teacup, when I fired it out, was infused with my Grandmaster's energy. It's very hard to catch. Even if one were lucky enough to catch it, the cup would likely have cracked. This kid didn't just catch it, not a drop of tea spilled. It seems I underestimated him. A moment later, the chief began to introduce himself. My name is Lei Shuwei. I heard from Yingqing that you want to cooperate with the Dragon Soul Strike team. What kind of cooperation do you have in mind? Of course, if you are willing to join us, I can do a lot for you. Your strength is worth it. Hearing these proposals, Ye Chen didn't seem particularly interested. He replied calmly. Join you? No way. I'm used to being free and unfettered. Right now, the Tianjin Group wants to produce medicine. The procedures are not easy to handle. I want to ask if you can give me the green light. If not, I'm leaving. Ye Chen used an extremely firm tone to negotiate, as if he knew that the other side saw his strength and would be willing to help. Chief Lei Shui smiled and asked back, That's simple. I can handle that for you, but the question is, what do we get in return? Ye Chen didn't beat around the bush. He threw something toward Lei Shui. As he caught it, Ye Chen continued in a firm voice, I can give you 200 of these. Take it or leave it. No bargaining. Lei Shui caught the pill, which radiated power in his hand. He picked it up to look, and couldn't help but be amazed. Pill patterns? This is a healing pill of the highest quality. He just produced 200 of them. He must have a terrifying amount in his possession. Deep down, Lei Shui began to calculate the profit. Pill patterns are worth a fortune. I must try to get more and maximize the benefit. Lei Shui held out his hand with a cunning look. 500 pills, and I'll help you with this. Hearing this, Ye Chen turned to leave. I said it. No bargaining. Seeing the profit about to slip away, Lei Shui panicked and called out, Wait, 200 it is, 200. Haha, this situation is truly amusing. What was Lei Shui thinking, trying to bargain with the most stubborn person? Seeing the other man panic, Ye Chen immediately used a tactic to lower the opponent's profit. He said coldly, Now I've changed my mind. 100 pills. If not, I'm leaving right now. Looking at Lei Shui's expression, he must have been desperate. He whispered, Fine, it's a deal. Inside, Lei Shui was annoyed. This kid really doesn't leave any room for others. The negotiation was successful. Ye Chen headed toward the door without looking back. Have Yingqing come find me tomorrow to pick up the pills. Goodbye. Ye Chen walked out and slammed the door shut, leaving Lei Shui in deep thought. This kid, I thought he was someone who valued profit, yet he's willing to give things away? It's truly hard to understand. Seeing Ye Chen had left, Yingqing cracked the door open. Chief? Seeing Chief Lei Shui standing in the middle of the room, Yingqing ran in. According to my understanding of Ye Chen, he will absolutely go to the martial arts arena. Should we think of a plan? Lei Shui calmly gave an order. Prepare the plane. I'm going to request instructions from the leadership today and try to get the permit quickly. He looked out the window, grinding his teeth. If Chen Yuanli and Xiang Baoguo dare to try and kill him, use the permit to protect this kid. It seemed Lei Shui had a good impression of Ye Chen. Late at night at the villa, the lights were still on in Ye Chen's room. Standing before the furnace, Ye Chen muttered, The 100 herbs cauldron is truly something I never get tired of looking at. With it, 200 pills won't be a problem. Ding ding ding. As he was chilling, his phone rang. Ye Chen picked up, Tong. On the other end, a voice sounded flustered, almost scolding. Hello? Ye Chen? Where did you run off to? Why haven't you come back yet? And another thing, where is Ruxue? Why don't I see her? Ye Chen replied, confused. Ruxue went home with her mother. I bought a villa nearby and am staying here. On her end, Sundi was astonished and skeptical. Don't kid me. The price of a villa nearby is more than the company you started. Can you afford it? Being doubted again, Ye Chen shouted, annoyed. If you don't believe me, come see for yourself. I'll give you the address. The door isn't locked. Just come in. After shouting, he hung up just like usual. Beep. Sundi puffed out her cheeks for being hung up on. I want to see if he's telling the truth. 10 minutes later, Sundi, wearing a tight white outfit, arrived at the villa according to Ye Chen's address. She opened the door. Excuse me, sorry to bother you. I'm a friend of Ye Chen. Hitting her. Eyes was the scene of Ye Chen refining pills, looking incredibly cool. Sundi was still skeptical. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Is this really something that can happen in real life? Sundi stood watching as Ye Chen sat floating in the air, creating fire to heat the pot. From the mouth of the cauldron, round, black, sparkling pills emerged along with a light, mystical smoke. Ye Chen quickly brought out a plastic bag to catch all of them. He looked down, looking satisfied. Great. At this speed, it should be enough. Sundi hesitated for a moment before asking, Ye Chen, is this place really your house? He suddenly grabbed Sundi's hand, making her blush. Then, he turned around and, while pulling her along, said, As long as you are willing, it can be our home too. Let's go in and take a look. As soon as Sundi entered, she couldn't help but let her eyes roam around with interest. She exclaimed, Oh my god, the house is luxurious and everything is top quality. Ye Chen continued to pull her along. Sundi couldn't hide her adoration and instinctively said, This is truly my dream home. The bedroom door opened. Sundi didn't hesitate, jumping onto the bed and shouting excitedly, "Ha ha ha! The bed is so soft, so comfortable. I don't want to get up once I lie down." Ye Chen stood there, looking at her, confused. He crossed his arms and watched her roll around on the bed with delight, laughing as he said, "If you like this house, I'll give it to you. Tomorrow I'll arrange for someone to transfer the title." Hearing this, Sundi sat up in a panic, waving her hands to refuse. "No, no, no! What are you joking about? Why would you give me a house? I don't want the title transferred." Hearing this, Ye Chen responded with a serious face. "I owe you more than just a house." She bowed her head, stammering. This is over," she thought to herself. "Just because of what happened 5 years ago? It's not worth you treating me this way out of a sense of repayment." Then Tong Di suddenly lunged, grabbing Ye Chen's shoulders, which made him blush. She said, "To be honest with you, I'm very angry because you brat, dared to sneakily stay in such a nice house by yourself." Her face turned bright red with shyness, but she said excitedly, "You are not allowed to enjoy it alone, you hear? To ensure fairness, I want to live here too." Saying that, she flopped back down on the bed, beaming. Ye Chen chuckled, rubbing his forehead. Sundi continued happily, "Ha ha ha, there are plenty of rooms here. When Xia Ruxue comes back, there's no need to squeeze into one bed with her anymore." Hearing this, Ye Chen turned and walked away, calling back, "Fine, fine, fine. Do whatever you want. As long as you're happy, it's fine." He walked away, closing the bedroom door without a second thought. Sundi froze for a moment, then quickly regained her smile, hugging the pillow and thinking to herself, "If you only approached me because of repayment, that won't do." Outside the house, the sunshine was beautiful. Looking at the 2 bags full of round, black, sparkling pills, Ye Chen said in a relieved voice, Finally finished." Sundi walked out carrying a tray with a glass of water. "Ye Chen, tomorrow is Ruxue's birthday. Have you decided what gift to give her yet?" she continued. "By the way, I brought breakfast. Come and eat quickly." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen turned back and asked, "Xia Ruxue's birthday is tomorrow?" In his heart, he thought, "The martial arts arena challenge is also tomorrow." After thinking, he stood up straight and continued, "2 things on the same day, it seems it's finally here." Ye Chen went to the door and saw Yingqing standing there. Seeing him come out, he said, "Mr. Ye, I'm here to pick up the pills." Ye Chen handed over the bag full of pills and replied, "Oh, Yingqing." He raised both hands to refuse. "Mr. Ye, you're too kind. We already had breakfast at the headquarters. You can have it yourself." Ye Chen, hearing this, frowned and replied, his tone clearly showing that he couldn't accept it. "What breakfast? These are the 200 pills I talked about. All in there. Do you want them or not?" Hearing that, he panicked and snatched the bag, clutching it to his chest, and started to complain. Who put such precious medicine in a plastic bag? What if it gets contaminated? What should I do? Ye Chen didn't reply, just stood by, casually picking his nose. Yingqing turned to the person who came with him. "Quickly, bring the protective equipment from the car, the one without oxygen. Quickly." The other guy scratched his head and replied, "Captain?" But in the bag containing the blood sample collected for this mission. "Yingqing, why are you shouting and telling him to throw it away? If we lose the sample and can't get the medicinal pill, what will we do? Who will we find to refine it?" The guy stammered as he scrambled into the car, replying, "Yes, Captain." Ye Chen heard this and spoke up. "The pill I refine isn't that fragile. No need for a plastic bag. It's enough as is. If there's any problem, just find me. I'll compensate you 10 times over." Yingqing replied, "Well, then I can rest easy." He suddenly remembered something and added, "Right, Mr. Ye. The chief told me to tell you that no matter what tricks Chen Yuanli and Wen Baoguo pull tomorrow, we will intervene if necessary." Hearing this, Ye Chen calmly replied, "Thank you." Scene shift to Jiangcheng tea house. 3 imposing men sitting facing each other. The man wearing a brown vest sitting in the middle is named Yuan Jingfu. Wen Baoguo sat on Jingfu's left side, glanced at him, and thought to himself, "No matter how many times I meet him, he always makes me feel afraid." This is a top-tier powerhouse, ranked in the top 400 of the Grandmaster ranking. Even if I, Wen Baoguo, risk my life and train for many years, I still can't compare to him. Recently, Yuan Jingfu has been active in Jiangnan province, building his foundation, not to mention being the vice president of the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Association. That is a provincial-level martial arts association. Not only are there many grandmasters who can't get in even if they break their heads. Suddenly Yuan Jingfu spoke up, asking, The two Jiangcheng martial arts grandmasters invited me here, surely not just to drink tea, right? In front of Master Yuan, how could we deserve to be called grandmasters? We can only be considered juniors. He lifted a box and continued, this is a small tribute from us juniors. Inside was something that looked like a small ginseng root, but it looked whiter and more solid. He pushed it slightly toward Yuan Jingfu and continued, this item has a powerful effect on consolidating a martial artist's realm. It should be able to help you. Yuan Jingfu held the gifted box in his hand and said, 1,000-year spiritual ginseng? This item is too valuable. This gift is a bit too precious. Chen Yuanli held his cup in his hand and said sweet words in response. It's not precious. It's not precious. Only this is worthy of you. Yuan Jingfu laughed upon hearing this and said, haha, you are quite good. Keep practicing for another 2 years, and you might be able to try applying to join the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Association. Chen Yuanli replied, thank you, Master Yuan. Wen Baoguo also spoke up, saying, Master Yuan, tomorrow Grandmaster Chen will duel a junior named Ye Chen at the martial arts arena. I wonder if Master Yuan has any expert opinions? Yuan Jingfu turned his head to look at Chen Yuanli, puzzled, saying, it's just a junior, and you lack confidence? It seemed Yuan Jingfu was doubting his strength. Chen Yuanli hurriedly explained, no. Although that kid's strength isn't that great, a few days ago at the auction, he obtained a forbidden pill. After using it, his strength skyrocketed. I'm afraid that when the time comes, he'll use the drug, which wouldn't be fair. Hearing this, Yuan Jingfu slammed his hand on the table, frowned, and angrily said, he dares? With me, Yuan Jingfu, here, if he dares to use a forbidden pill to win against you, I will definitely make him kneel before you and pay with his life. Wen Baoguo, hearing this, was still not completely at ease, worrying, but Master Yuan, that Ye Chen is very bold. It is rumored that he wants to slay Grandmaster Chen at the martial arts arena, and even arrogantly said that even if you, Master Yuan, are there, you won't be able to stop him. Understanding their intentions, Yuan Jingfu asked, all right, stop embellishing the story. You guys must have some deep blood feud with this kid, right? As if their dark hearts were exposed, Chen Yuanli said, that kid killed my nephew, leaving the Chen family without an heir. This feud must be settled. Wen Baoguo followed up, saying, furthermore, his personality is brutal. He kills without blinking. He schemed to steal the pill belonging to my son, Jiang Wenlin, then ruthlessly murdered my son. Yuan Jingfu, hearing them both say this, sighed and said, people like that are truly the scum of the ancient martial arts world. Haha, he even dares to kill the descendants of 2 grandmasters? That kid named Ye Chen is quite arrogant. Rest assured, leave tomorrow's matter to me. Even the Heavenly King himself can't save him. Hearing Yuan Jingfu say this, Wen Baoguo and Chen Yuanli stood up, bowed respectfully with cupped hands, and said in unison, thank you, Master Yuan. Suddenly, Wen Baoguo looked out the door, smiled, and said, Master Yuan, there is one more thing I'd like to ask for your help with. Wen Baoguo clapped his hands to signal and said loudly, come in. No sooner had he finished than 3 girls entered. The girl in the middle spoke up. Hello, Master Yuan. Wen Baoguo saw the 3 girls enter and smiled, saying, the 3 of them are students from Jiangbei University, who have always admired you and want to go with you to the room to ask for some pointers. I hope you can help and guide them a little. Hearing this, Yuan Jingfu's face darkened, and he hesitated, saying, this. After that, he revealed a look of interest and laughed slyly, smirking, ha ha, easy to talk about, easy to talk about. College girls these days are all well educated. As an elder, I should of course guide them for a while, especially that tall one. On the second day, at Ye Chen's villa, the stone was surrounded by a layer of golden energy. Ye Chen, at this moment, was floating in the air, meditating. After a while, Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a golden light radiated from his body. Ye Chen had broken through to the 8th level of the opening origin realm. After the breakthrough, Ye Chen stopped meditating and slowly sat down, as the stone also descended. Ye Chen brought his hand to his chin, puzzled, saying, logically speaking, spiritual energy in Huaxia is rare now, far inferior to that place. My cultivation speed didn't decrease, it increased. Could it be because of this stone? The stone suddenly moved a little. Ye Chen saw this and thought to himself, it moved? Could this stone be alive? Was it answering me just now? He leaned down, bringing his face close to the stone to look for a moment. After that, Ye Chen picked up the stone and said, this stone is truly mysterious. I have enough confidence to participate because of the reincarnation tomb inside me. Now I can stir the first great power. I wonder how strong this ancient figure really is. Then Ye Chen took out a turtle shell and 3 coins. He thought, forget it, overthinking is useless. Ye Chen tossed the turtle shell and coins down and said, good or bad, this is the first martial arts arena I'm participating in. Let's calculate the ominous fate first. Ye Chen looked at the turtle shell and wondered, it's standing up. Now how do I calculate? The turtle shell and the 3 coins Ye Chen threw down had now formed a formation. The turtle shell stood upright in the middle, and the 3 coins fell to 3 different sides of the shell. Ye Chen stared intently at them, thinking to himself, is it the same as before? No matter how I look, I can't read it. The old man said, my destiny, even the world, doesn't have the qualifications to intervene. Could it be true? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. It was Kim Leng Nan. She called out, Mister, yeah, I'm here to pick you up. Ye Chen replied, okay, thank you. Scene shift to the martial arts arena. Ye Chen and Kim Leng Nan walked through the crowded flow of people, arriving to compete and cheer. Ye Chen looked around, thinking to himself, I didn't expect the number of ancient martial artists in Huaxia to be so large. It seems they are all people here to watch the battle. Furthermore, there are quite a few familiar faces. Looking over, he could count Chu Rende, Chu Zixuan, Tan Yuanming, and those 2 men. There was also Bailey Bing and Ying Qing. Ye Chen looked over once and thought to himself, Chu Rende and Chu Zixuan, Bailey Bing, La Chen Zheng Guo, Chu Zhengde, and Chu Fulu have all arrived. Haha, there's even Su Thuk Nien. After that, Ye Chen saw 2 more familiar faces. He thought, wait, that person is Ye Lengshen. That guy, even if he doesn't want to expose himself, doesn't need to pretend to be a lackey for the Da family. In any case, he is also a Jiangnan king. Ye Lengshen also saw Ye Chen and thought, Hallmaster, if your life is in danger, we will stop at nothing to intervene. Someone pointed in a direction and suddenly said, they're here. They're here. The 3 referees are here. Everyone saw them and exclaimed, oh my god, is the person in the lead the legendary Master Yuan? There are also the 2 great masters, Wang Zitian and Wu Hongming. Yuan Jingfu spoke up, I, Yuan Jingfu, am one of the referees for this martial arts arena. I will certainly try my best to maintain order. If anyone breaks the fairness, regardless of their status, I will kill without mercy. Kim Leng Yan stood from afar and also said, these 3 referees are Yuan Jingfu, Wang Zitian, and Wu Hongming. All are in the top 500 of the Grandmaster list. Among them, Yuan Jingfu is the most terrifying, having once entered the top 400. As for what his ranking is now, no one knows, but many people speculate that he is very likely to have entered the top 300. Ye Chen frowned and thought, the old man Yuan Jingfu is very strong and extremely dangerous. It's likely he has entered the Qi condensation realm, a realm higher than mine. It seems I have underestimated the ancient martial artists of Huaxia. He is also considered a true expert. Everyone was already seated in the stands, waiting for the first match to start. Kim Leng Yan said to Ye Chen, being able to serve as a martial arts referee, their strength naturally goes without saying. What's more important is their status, and the influence behind them. She added, you have to know, Yuan Jingfu is also the vice president of the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Association. Looking at all of Jiangnan, not many people dare to offend him. If you have the chance, try to curry favor with this person. This is very important for you. Ye Chen didn't care in the slightest and replied, who is he? Why should I rely on anyone? Kim Leng Yan frowned and warned, don't talk nonsense. If he hears you, what will you do? That Wu Hangming, you should also be careful. The influence of the Wu family is very strong. If you can build a good relationship with him, even Chen Yuanli wouldn't dare to touch you. Suddenly, a loud drumbeat sounded, signaling that the first duel was about to begin. Yuan Jingfu stood on the arena and shouted loudly, Ye Chen, Chen Yuanli, please take the stage. Hearing the order, Chen Yuanli gathered strength in his legs. Ye Chen was also in a preparatory stance. The 2 of them jumped onto the arena at the same time. Chen Yuanli revealed a hateful expression, looked at Ye Chen, and said, I'll kill you. Ye Chen just smiled provocatively. A spectator. Standing on the viewing platform, they scoffed with disdain, saying, that pathetic nobody from the Ye family dares to stand on the same ring as Grandmaster Chen? Does he even deserve it? Another laughed along, adding, Grandmaster Chen, just slaughter that Ye family trash so he can see he's digging his own grave. Hearing this, Wu Dingming found it incredibly grating and, His expression darkened as he snapped, "Quiet!" Then, with a murderous aura, he turned toward the three who had spoken and growled. "Anyone else who dares spout nonsense and disrupt this martial arts duel, don't blame me for being ruthless." The group turned pale and recoiled in fear. Wu Dingming then sighed, muttering, "What a shame for a grandmaster so young to be a genius, only to have to die here." On the ring, Ye Chen was bursting with vitality, his body glowing with a fierce purple aura. Ye Chen glared at Chen Yuanli with a provocative gaze. Chen Yuanli was no pushover either. Yuan Jingfu stepped in between them, raised his hand, and said, "This battle is officially sanctioned, proving that both of you have signed a life-or-death agreement. Even so, I hope you both know when to stop and avoid unnecessary casualties." He waved his hand forward and shouted, "I now declare the battle. Begin." Chen Yuanli glared at Ye Chen and demanded, "How did my descendants offend you? That you had to kill them?" Ye Chen replied calmly, "They brought it upon themselves. It's fitting that I kill you today. From now on, the Jiangcheng Chens will become history." Hearing this, Chen Yuanli roared in fury. The tiles on the floor beneath him shattered from the sheer force of his rage. Chen Yuanli lunged forward, taking a massive stride, intending to kick Ye Chen. He shouted, "I want to see what kind of dog spawned a dog like Ye Gentian." Ye Chen, of course, easily dodged Chen Yuanli's strike, lightly leaping high into the air. Ye Chen looked down at Chen Yuanli, taunting him coolly. "Is that sluggish kick really all you've got?" Chen Yuanli was driven mad with rage and began unleashing a flurry of strikes at Ye Chen, roaring, arrogant, tenfold tyrant fist. Chen Yuanli swung his fists wildly, but Ye Chen moved like lightning, easily evading every single strike. Ye Chen moved gracefully, parrying one of Chen Yuanli's arms, and asked, "Is that really your tyrant fist?" Then, he easily blocked the other arm and continued, "I'd call it more of a fool's fist than anything else." Several people on the viewing platform who had just been mocking Ye Chen were now stunned. Logically speaking, even if Old Man Chen didn't kill him with one hit, he should at least have severely injured him. Instead, he's being led around by the nose. It's like Ye Chen is just playing with him. Chen Yuanli was deeply frustrated by Ye Chen's casual, disrespectful attitude and screamed, "You trash! If you've got guts, stop dodging." Ye Chen replied seriously, "I've been playing with you for this long just to see how trashy you Chen family grandmasters really are. Now I see." Chen Yuanli turned red with fury and yelled, "Humph, daring to trade blow for blow? You're looking to die." With that, they both lunged at each other. Ye Chen smiled coldly and said, "Weaker than I thought." No sooner had he spoken than Chen Yuanli was sent flying by Ye Chen's strike. He pulled his arm back, unable to believe what had just happened. Chen Yuanli stammered, "What?" Then he collapsed onto the floor. Everyone who saw this was left in shock. Yuan Jingfu spoke up. "Grandmaster Chen has practiced martial arts for 50 years, yet he was nearly defeated by a junior in one move." Wu Dingming was also taken aback, saying, "How is that possible?" Jin Lingyan was equally surprised, exclaiming, "Is he really that strong?" Ye Langtian curled his lips into a proud secret smile, thinking, as expected of the palace master. Ye Chen then casually mocked Chen Yuanli, saying, "With only this much strength, you still let your descendants run wild and act like tyrants. It serves your family right to be wiped out." Chen Yuanli was beyond furious and deeply humiliated. Gritting his teeth, he said, "This is what you forced me to do. I didn't want to use this technique unless I absolutely had to, but now I have no choice." Chen Yuanli, unable to stay calm any longer, exerted all his force. He roared, "Even if it costs me everything, I will kill you with my own hands." Wen Baoguo, watching the fight from the outside, thought to himself, "This aura, I fear it's not just archaic martial arts. No wonder he had to hide in the mountains. So, he managed to get his hands on such a treasure." Ye Chen also realized it and thought, "This familiar feeling, it's a technique used by true cultivators, and it's not a low-grade one either." Ye Chen thought this because, in principle, archaic martial artists and cultivators were completely different. The former's dantian was relatively weak and struggled to contain the methods of a cultivator. Once he uses this kind of technique, it will cause immense damage to his internal organs. That's why he said he had to pay a heavy price. Now, Chen Yuanli just tapped the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. He took a stance for the heaven-shattering demonic thunder palm. The killing intent surrounding Chen Yuanli changed, as if he intended to tear someone to shreds. The sky suddenly darkened. Clouds gathered, creating flashes of lightning. Bolts of lightning struck the altar one after another. The atmosphere turned gloomier than usual. The thunder and lightning gathered in one place, merging into Chen Yuanli's body. Chen Yuanli was filled with rage at Ye Chen's actions. Chen Yuanli was using a cultivator's technique. He was sacrificing himself to gain power, as the technique damaged his internal organs. However, even though Ye Chen knew what Chen Yuanli was attempting, he just stood there, without a shred of fear, standing tall and proud. Chen Yuanli raised his hands, and took a stance, then channeled all his force into both palms and shouted, "Ah, ah, ah!" A blue aura surrounded Chen Yuanli, symbolizing his profound internal energy. At the same time, it created a surge of power that radiated from his body. Yuan Jingfu, Wu Dingming, and many others standing below the altar stared wide-eyed at Chen Yuanli. Everyone was surely stunned by Chen Yuanli's martial technique. Yuan Jingfu wiped sweat from his brow, looking up at the altar, and said, "If he gets hit by that, I doubt there'll be anything left of him." Wu Dingming, standing next to Yuan Jingfu, was just as shocked. Wu Dingming kept his eyes locked on Chen Yuanli in awe. He's even causing a strange phenomenon. A phenomenon in mid-air. Chen Yuanli leaped up, his legs tucked in close while his arms stretched high above him. He stared straight into Ye Chen's eyes, preparing to strike. Ye Chen stood directly beneath Chen Yuanli. Watching Chen Yuanli's movements, Ye Chen mused, "Could this be?" So, he had already guessed the skill Chen Yuanli was about to unleash. Chen Yuanli changed his posture. He aimed himself directly at Ye Chen and thrust his hands forward. As he thrust his hands forward, Chen Yuanli screamed, "Die!" Chen Yuanli lunged straight at Ye Chen. The strike unleashed by Chen Yuanli created a massive blue hand, just like that of a giant. That giant hand followed Chen Yuanli's trajectory, heading straight for Ye Chen. Chen Yuanli's descent was as fast as lightning. Ye Chen still stood firmly in place without moving an inch. He looked straight up at Chen Yuanli and began channeling internal energy throughout his entire body. A reddish-orange aura appeared, surrounding Ye Chen. Ye Chen stood firm, clenching his fists, and said, "This move?" After saying that, Ye Chen showed a look of contempt. He wasn't the least bit shaken by Chen Yuanli's attack. Even though many were still cheering for Chen Yuanli, Ye Chen remained completely relaxed. He dropped a cold, harsh remark. "Child's play." Chen Yuanli launched his attack, and a pillar of light erupted with tremendous force. It caused a massive explosion, shattering the stage. Only seeing this could one understand why the grandmasters below were so awestruck. The red-haired girl with her hair in a high bun, holding a fan, stood outside the altar, looking up anxiously, saying, "Ye Chen." Standing to one side, Ye Chen's own people were also stunned and shouted, "Palace Master." A girl with short blonde hair, sharp eyes, and a petite face standing below the altar saw Ye Chen get hit by Chen Yuanli's strike and sneered, "Ye Chen, you're dead for sure this time." The elder of the Jiang family stood below the altar, and also looked up, shaking his head. To die so easily, it's truly too cheap for this kid. As expected of the head of the Chen family, Chen Yuanli. The head of the Jiang family stood far from the altar, looking up. Below the altar were rows of people from various martial arts families. The white smoke had not yet cleared, so it was unclear what had become of Ye Chen and Chen Yuanli. After a while, the dust and white smoke gradually faded. The head of the Jiang family looked up, but he had discovered something. The head of the Jiang family narrowed his eyes, curious. That was after looking more closely for a moment. It seemed the head of the Jiang family had seen something astounding. His eyes went wide, his skin tightened, and he blurted out, "How is that possible?" Oh, so Ye Chen was still perfectly fine. Amidst the white smoke, Ye Chen still stood tall and proud. Ye Chen smiled coldly. The white smoke gradually dispersed. On the altar, a development no one expected was unfolding. Chen Yuanli was beaten until his entire body was bruised, lying face down right in the middle of the altar floor. Ye Chen was completely normal, without a single scratch. He stood tall, looking down at Chen Yuanli with both hands in his pockets, standing high above. Everyone around the altar was left in shock. The head of the Jiang family saw this and shouted, "Why is he still alive?" Yuan Jingfu saw it and stood there stunned. Yuan Jingfu was the one officiating the match, so he had seen the scene up close and had the clearest view of Ye Chen's strike. Yuan Jingfu remembered the moment he unleashed his move and began to tremble all over. When Chen Yuanli struck down, Ye Chen didn't even have to move. He just stood still, raised his hand, and waited for him to come down to take the hit. Yuan Jingfu thought to himself. Just now, Ye Chen didn't even have to channel his energy. Yuan Jingfu imagined that image again, and was still trembling with fear. Yuan Jingfu thought to himself. He just raised his fist and waited for his opponent to deliver himself. How on earth? When Chen Yuanli struck, Ye Chen had simply stood still, waiting for him to land the blow. Vian Kanfuk thought back to that moment. Ye Chen hadn't even focused his energy. Remembering that scene still made him tremble. He thought to himself. He just raised his fist and waited for his opponent to hit it. How did he do it? Breaking through the powerful gale, Ye Chen countered with arrogant confidence. Spreading his arms wide, he laughed and shouted, "Die, Chen Yuanli." Just as he prepared to deliver the killing blow, suddenly a voice rang out, "Stop! No killing." Ye Chen glanced toward the source. It was Yuan Jingfu, the tournament official, launching a blast of light and wind at him. Ye Chen dodged it effortlessly. Despite evading the attack, he watched the move carefully, thinking, so, that's a lethal strike. Yuan Jingfu leaped onto the altar, shielding Chen Yuanli, and declared, "The duel ends here." While channeling his energy, he glared at Ye Chen and threatened, "If you want to kill him, you'll have to get past me first." Ye Chen was annoyed, thinking to himself, if you really wanted to stop the fight, why use a lethal attack? This old dog talks about fairness, but where was he when Chen Yuanli tried to kill me? His cold gaze turned murderous as he fixed his eyes on Yuan Jingfu. Ye Chen raised his hand and said, "It looks like you'll be dying along with Chen Yuanli today, you old dog." The head of the Jiang family, standing below the altar, watched the scene unfold, plotting something as he stealthily moved forward. Thinking he could strike while the old man distracted Ye Chen, the Jiang family head leaped onto the altar, appearing right behind Ye Chen. He prepared to strike, thinking, "There's no way he can dodge this." His palm, filled with internal energy, closed in on Ye Chen's back. Ye Chen was distracted, but his subordinates below the altar screamed in alarm, "Master, watch out!" One of them panicked, thinking, "Oh no, I didn't think these people would be so despicable as to ignore the rules and launch a sneak attack. It's too late to save him." And just like that, Ye Chen was struck by the Jiang family head. The old man thought, "Got him, this hit will definitely leave him crippled." With an arrogant look on his face, the Jiang family head pulled his hand back, planning to follow up with a lethal strike to the head. But Ye Chen moved with fluid grace. He slowly brought his elbow back with a secret smile. The Jiang family head thought he had succeeded, but then his eyes widened in shock as he looked down. Ye Chen's elbow shot backward with speed faster than lightning. He struck the old man, saying, "You old geezer, love to sneak attack, don't you?" Stunned after taking the blow, the Jiang family head gasped, How? How could you still counterattack after taking my full force palm?" The old man coughed up blood. Not stopping there, Ye Chen changed his stance, gave a cold smirk, and said, "If you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant your wish." Ye Chen flicked his wrist, and a barrage of golden light beams shot forward, piercing the old man's body from multiple directions. Then, channeling force into his hand, he threw a heavy punch. With just that single strike, the body of the Jiang family head was completely obliterated. Ye Chen's smile turned more twisted than ever, as if celebrating a new trophy. Wu Dingming, standing below with a brown-haired elder, trembled, sweating profusely. O Dingming gasped. He turned the head of the Jiang family into shreds in an instant. The person beside him was equally stunned. That man was ranked 514th among the Huaxia grandmasters. Yuan Jingfu's mouth hung open in shock, thinking, "I didn't even react, and the Jiang grandmaster was already blown to bits. What kind of black magic is Ye Chen using?" Chen Yuanli collapsed on the ground, looked up and stammered, "Brother Jiang, you were blown up? How is this possible? Yuan, save me. I don't want to die." Seeing Chen Yuanli's pathetic, humiliated state, Yuan Jingfu replied, "Rest easy, Chen Yuanli. I'm here. He won't be able to kill you." But as soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot forward and pierced Chen Yuanli's face. Yuan Jingfu couldn't react in time, looking down in a daze, completely stunned. He could only whisper in fear, Chen Yuanli?" Ye Chen's face looked terrifying at this moment, his bloodlust reaching a boiling point. "Today, even the heavens couldn't save him," he declared. The blast that hit Chen Yuanli's face was unleashed by Ye Chen with minimal effort. Standing in the distance, Ye Chen looked at Chen Yuanli's body on the ground and smirked. Seeing that he had killed him, Yuan Jingfu shouted in shock, "Chen Yuanli!" Ye Chen just stood there, a stone surrounded by divine energy in his hand. Ye Chen retorted, "Didn't you say don't kill anyone?" O Dingming, standing below the altar, muttered, "He's provoking him." The brown-haired martial arts master beside him added, "He's lost his mind." Since Chen Yuanli was already dead, Yuan Jingfu, unable to accept it, turned to Ye Chen and shouted, "The victor was clearly decided. Why did you have to kill him?" Ye Chen showed no remorse, proudly spreading his arms and sneering, "Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Because you're biased? Or because you tried to assassinate me, you low-life dog?" hearing these insults directed at him. Yuan Jingfu was furious, his desire to kill Ye Chen erupting. His face flushed red with rage, and a murderous aura enveloped his body. Yuan Jingfu continued, "How insolent! Are you tired of living, brat?" Ye Chen remained, unfazed, adding fuel to the fire, determined to provoke Yuan Jingfu into attacking him. Ye Chen laughed and said, "The one who wants to die is you, old man." Each of Ye Chen's sharp words hit Yuan Jingfu's ears. With arrogance, he pointed at Yuan Jingfu, summoned spiritual energy to surround his body, and continued, "If you're not satisfied, then challenge me. Don't tell me you're afraid of me, Ye Chen." He was stoking the flames so intensely that the spectators began to fear for his life. The pink-haired girl looked on with worry. Her face turned pale, her heart racing. Is this kid trying to commit suicide? Daring to speak to Elder Yuan like that, even if Elder Yuan kills him now? No one would say a word. A handsome young man with slicked-back hair standing below the altar trembled as he watched, thinking, Yuan Jingfu isn't someone that Grandmasters Jiang or Chen could compare to. Another Grandmaster thought, offending Yuan Jingfu means offending the entire Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, regardless of his background. If we're just talking about martial arts cultivation, I'm afraid Master Ye won't survive this. Yuan Jingfu couldn't wait any longer and began to strike. He raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy into one palm, transforming the energy into a sword of immense power. Ye Chen immediately countered, focusing his true energy into his hand to form a sword chi. "You're better than those two trash who just died," Ye Chen said, activating his killing mode. A monster-like aura of spiritual energy swirled around him. He walked forward majestically, saying, "Let me see what you're really made of." Just as the battle between Ye Chen and Yuan Jingfu was about to break out, someone shouted, "Hold it!" Hearing this, both turned their eyes toward the speaker. It was Ao Dingming. He stepped forward, blocking Yuan Jingfu's path, and raised his hand, saying, "Grandmaster Yuan." In the middle of the tension, Wu Dingming was interrupting. What would happen next? Standing right in front of the Grandmaster, Wu Dingming said, "With your illustrious reputation, how can you be so serious about a junior?" Wu Dingming was desperately trying to convince Yuan Jingfu not to kill Ye Chen. Yuan Jingfu, seeing Ao Dingming getting in his way, shouted angrily, "Grandmaster Ao, can you not see that this kid is killing indiscriminately and doesn't respect the referee at all? Shouldn't he be killed?" Wu Dingming gestured with his hands and explained, the two of them were on the martial arts stage, meaning their lives were up to fate. Even if Ye Chen wanted to kill him, it was within the rules. When Bao Guo attacked from behind, that broke the rules, so he deserved to die. Ye Chen stood behind Ao Dingming, not understanding what he was up to, so he just listened. Ao Dingming continued, his tone shifting, now scolding loudly. "But Yuan Jingfu, you are the referee. Why are you participating in the duel? You are the one who truly isn't following the rules." Yuan Jingfu, hearing this, retorted angrily, "Ao Dingming, what do you mean? Do you dare doubt me? Do you really think you can represent the Wu family? If you doubt me and want to protect this brat, I'll have to take this up with the association president." Upon hearing the mention of the president, Ao Dingming hesitated, filled with fear. Yuan Jingfu continued, raising his hand. "You had better make it clear. Does this person have any connection to the O family? If I kill him, why do you need to protect him?" Ao Dingming stood still, thinking after Yuan Jingfu's words. "Even though I appreciate his talent and can't bear to watch him die, he is ultimately an outsider. Yuan Jingfu is using the president to pressure me. If I don't have a legitimate reason, it will be hard to handle." Ye Chen, standing to the side with a blank face, said, "Are you done yet?" On the altar, Ao Dingming turned to Ye Chen and asked, "Ye Chen, let me ask you." Ye Chen replied, "Hmm?" Ao Dingming continued, "Are you willing to join the O family?" Ye Chen didn't understand Ao Dingming's intention. Thousands of questions swirled around him. Confused, Ye Chen said, A crowd of people sitting in the rows above, hearing Ao Dingming's offer to Ye Chen, began to clap and cheer. People erupted in cheers and shouts of admiration. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Is he joining the Wu family? The Wu family is a 1,000-year-old martial arts powerhouse in Jiangnan province. Old Master Wu is one of the top-tier grandmasters. The Wu family is actually extending a hand to help him. Ye Chen is about to skyrocket to the top. Everyone is left speechless by that offer. The blonde girl who had previously rejected him now wore a look of regret. She bit her lip, thinking, I never expected. If I had accepted Ye Chen earlier and had the Wu family backing him, he would definitely be peaking right now. Why didn't I see his potential back then? Yuan Jingfu heard Wu Dingming's words and pointed at Ye Chen, shouting, Are you crazy? Why would you want to take this maniacal murderer into the Wu family? Aren't you afraid of what people will say? Yuan Jingfu turned pale, thinking, I didn't expect him to be this determined. If he really joins the Wu family, I won't be able to do anything to that brat. Wu Dingming turned to Ye Chen and said, Ye Chen, let's go. You are now a member of the Wu family. No one here dares to touch you. Ye Chen coolly retorted, Who is a member of your Wu family, old man? Hearing that, Wu Dingming shouted, What? Wu Dingming turned back and said, continued from previous. This is the only way to save your life. Ye Chen replied with a blank expression. Save my life? Who needs their life saved? In an instant, Ye Chen's attitude shifted. He summoned a surge of spiritual energy around him and said firmly, Sorry, but I don't plan on joining any faction. Besides, isn't that Yuan guy still doing just fine? I can't just leave like this. The blonde girl standing outside the arena changed her expression upon hearing this. He rejected the Wu family? Did he get kicked in the head? Is he stupid? This is the dream of every martial artist, and he turned it down without a second thought. If he wants to die, he doesn't have to be this stupid. Thinking that, the blonde girl breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he's talentless and not worth supporting. Turning him down was the right choice. Wu Dingming shook his head, closed his eyes, and said, If you are so determined, then your life is your own responsibility. Wu Dingming slowly stepped down from the altar with a somber expression, and muttered, Although I don't want to admit it, this is a mistake made by a young man. Ye Chen and Yuan Jingfu watched Wu Dingming's retreating back with serious expressions. As soon as Wu Dingming was far enough away, Yuan Jingfu turned his rage back toward Ye Chen. Yuan Jingfu's face twisted, his eyes bulging as he gritted his teeth in hatred. You brat! You just cut off your only path to survival. In all my life, I have never met someone as stupid and arrogant as you. Ye Chen didn't back down. He stood tall and said, Shut up, you fool. If it weren't for that person earlier, you wouldn't have even lasted another few minutes. Ye Chen's words were incredibly cold and sharp. Yingqing stood outside the arena, looking up and thinking, Oh my god, he really wants to fight him. Master Ye, please don't be reckless. Your life is what matters. Ye Chen's people were also worried, saying, What should we do? Should we stop him? But this is the Hallmaster's order. What should I do? The battle between the two began. Yuan Jingfu opened the fight by raising a finger high, gathering energy, and saying, Die. Once Yuan Jingfu gathered enough energy, he swiped his hand downward, creating a net of light, and continued. 3 moves are enough. Ye Chen stood his ground, focusing all his internal energy into his index finger. Yuan Jingfu's voice echoed, You little mongrel, watch this first move carefully. In front of Ye Chen, a flurry of red light intertwined to form a net, not a flat one, but one that was crisscrossed, scattered everywhere around him. Ye Chen anticipated that the light would strike him, so he leaped high off the ground. Not only did he dodge Yuan Jingfu's attack, but he also landed right on top of the threads of light Yuan Jingfu had created. He thought to himself, He's definitely strong, not in the same league as the Tangs or the Chens. Let me get a feel for your power. Ye Chen showed excitement for the upcoming fight. He grinned menacingly. Let's see what kind of trash this rank 400 Grandmaster really is. Seeing the ground being sliced apart by a blast of red energy, Wu Dingming slowly muttered about the heavenly blade technique. He looked at that power and hesitated, clearly recognizing one of Yuan Jingfu's signature techniques, using surplus internal energy in the air to form countless invisible blades that slice everything they touch. To use such a technique against a junior, but watching Ye Chen dodge those attacks with such ease, Wu Dingming couldn't help but question reality. That Ye Chen he was able to dodge Yuan Jingfu's attacks in midair so easily. I've never seen footwork like that before. At this moment, Ye Chen was dodging while muttering, Not bad. Old dog, try flying a few more times. Ye Chen planted his feet on the ground to steady himself. If you can't hit me, it's pointless. He then nimbly dodged the energy blasts and charged straight at the man behind it all. Die! Yuan Jingfu saw him charging and wore a menacing smile. No wonder Chen Yuanli lost. This brat really has some skills. Shaking off that thought, he raised his hand to activate his power. Ye Chen's eyes widened, sensing something unusual. The red energy from Yuan Jingfu's hand had transformed into a thread that tightly coiled around his body. Yuan Jingfu also charged forward, intending to attack. Even if you run faster, you've been caught by the net. Having successfully restrained Ye Chen, Yuan Jingfu smiled like a madman. Found you. Looking at that triumphant expression, Ye Chen felt a hint of disdain. This kind of energy thread is far inferior to the blade energy from before. I just need to channel my energy and I can break free. Just then, Yuan Jingfu spoke. Second move. Hearing those 3 words, Ye Chen realized in shock. Oh no, Ye Chen could only hunch over to take a direct punch to the stomach. How do I break free from these energy threads? I was careless. I shouldn't have let him. Yuan Jingfu leaped from below and threw a punch at him, a flying dragon in the sky. After that hit, Ye Chen quickly collapsed, but he managed to use one hand to support his body. Witnessing this, Yuan Jingfu ground his teeth in frustration, the veins on his forehead bulging. This brat is so strange. How can he not be dead even after that? If it were anyone else, their chest would have been blown open long ago. Wu Dingming, standing outside, quickly assessed the situation. Yuan Jingfu's energy manipulation has improved again. Even though Ye Chen managed to survive that previous hit by luck, he must be seriously injured. This is a fatal situation. Back to Ye Chen. A mouthful of bright red blood spilled from his mouth. However, Ye Chen quickly channeled his energy to stabilize his body. It seems that even with an advantage in cultivation techniques, it's hard to defend against a peak stage expert. Shaking off the thought, he smirked and took out a black jade stone. I have no choice but to use this. Finishing his sentence, Ye Chen raised his hand, and a wave of black energy radiated from the stone, spreading everywhere. Seeing this, Yuan Jingfu quickly realized what was happening and panicked. Oh no, I don't know what that brat is trying to do, but I must kill him before he finishes. Thinking it, he charged forward, shouting, "Don't even think about it." But Ye Chen had already successfully enveloped himself in that black energy. The black smoke grew thicker and thicker while Yuan Jingfu continued to charge. A moment later, the scene shifted to a dark, desolate graveyard. Looking at the surroundings, Ye Chen peered around, unable to believe it. This is the reincarnation grave? Realizing where he was, he hesitated and grew alert. I was transported from the martial arts altar to the reincarnation grave space. Just then, Ye Chen looked up and noticed a tombstone beside him. On it were 5 characters: Killing Fist Sect, Luo Yuntian. As soon as he read the name, the figure of a man appeared, crossing his arms and asking, "How can someone with your low cultivation level grasp the reincarnation grave?" Challenged like that, Ye Chen didn't answer immediately, but instead asked back, "Are you Luo Yuntian?" Deep down, he was silently amazed. So strong, so strong. Just looking at him, I feel like an ant. Is this an ancient powerhouse from the grave? Luo Yuntian quickly sensed what he was thinking. So, that's how it is. I thought you could lead the 100 powerhouses under the 100 tombstones, but it turns out it's just me. He spoke to himself, denying his own assumption. No, is it possible that I, Luo Yuntian, am not as good as those guys? Oh, it seems I really am not as good as them. Witnessing this, Ye Chen was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts speechless. He voiced his own question. What on earth are you talking about? To that question, Luo Yuntian raised a hand to his chin and replied, "If you can grasp the reincarnation grave, then my legacy as Luo Yuntian won't have to vanish. It's just a pity that the spiritual energy in the outside world is too weak. My time here is very short." Finishing his sentence, he smiled cunningly and reached out as if to grab him. Learn as much as you can from what comes next. Ye Chen's eyes then quickly transformed into black irises with golden pupils. After a few seconds, he returned to the present, facing the incoming attack from Yuan Jingfu. But this time, Ye Chen was no longer afraid. Ant. Saying that, he raised 2 fingers and successfully blocked the attack. This sight left Yuan Jingfu unable to believe his own eyes. How is that possible? Without stopping there, the surge of power instantly dissipated, leaving him even more shocked. Why my full-force blow, he blocked it with just 1 finger, not letting Yuan Jingfu think of anything else. His whole body was twisted and bound by a mysterious force. Yuan Jingfu collapsed in front of him with a thud. This sight left Yuan Jingfu reeling. He looked up in shock. "Impossible. Brat, what on earth did you do to me?" Questioned like that, Ye Chen didn't hold back and spoke honestly. "Honestly, tell me, aren't you quite skilled at controlling internal energy? I merely followed your own technique to make your energy flow in reverse. I didn't expect you to be this weak." Thinking it would end there, he raised his hand. "Let's finish this fight." With that, a massive, giant hand appeared behind him. "Ye Chen, you terrifying monster, go join your ancestors." Following that declaration, a surge of blue power began to form behind Ye Chen. A moment later, a massive, giant hand materialized. Under his control, that hand transformed into a giant fist. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Jingfu was no longer afraid. Instead, his eyes welled up with emotion. How could there be someone who can utilize internal energy to this extent? Not only him, but everyone who had been watching the fight from the beginning couldn't help but be stunned. To be able to manifest internal energy into a physical form like that, who on earth is this kid? At this moment, Yuan Jingfu realized in horror, and he screamed internally, "The gap between him and me is like mountains and seas. No, I don't want to die." Thinking is doing. He put on a pathetic display, weeping and begging, "Ye, Grandmaster Ye, I was wrong. I had eyes but failed to recognize a true master." However, life isn't a dream. A massive surge of blue energy appeared above Yuan Jingfu's head. He still desperately begged until his very last breath. "Please, Grandmaster Ye, spare my life. I'm willing to become your servant." Just as Yuan Jingfu finished speaking, that surge of blue power descended and swallowed him whole. His body simply vanished into thin air. With the power of Luo Yantian, Ye Chen chuckled mockingly and taunted him without mercy. "Serve me? A lowly ant like you is worthy?" Everything that happened caused the spectators to doubt reality and feel a shiver of fear. Yuan Jingfu was killed by a mere junior. What just happened? The martial arts arena exploded. Who is that guy? Ye Chen, Chu Zhengde and Chu Fulu, standing outside witnessing everything, whispered among themselves. The whole martial arts arena was destroyed by him. Does Huaxia really have such a top-tier expert? I have a feeling that man isn't the real Ye Chen. I have that same feeling. Not only the Chu father and daughter and the spectators, but even Ye Lingtian was equally shocked. Although he didn't know how the Hallmaster did it, this battle was enough to go down in the history of Huaxia martial arts. It seems I have to speed up my progress. With the Hallmaster having such strength, his path of conquest is not just in Jiang City, nor just in Jiangnan, but the entire Huaxia. Grandmaster Ji Xin, noticing these things, also felt something was off. "Oh, Grandmaster, is that person really a martial artist? I feel like something isn't right." Wu Hongming disagreed with that opinion. He thought for a moment and then voiced his own speculation. "He is a cultivator." Hearing these words, Grandmaster Ji Xin couldn't believe his ears and asked repeatedly, "How could that be? Cultivators who can destroy heaven and earth actually exist? In legends, the Transcendent Realm Grandmaster is only the beginning. Could it be true?" Being asked this, Wu Hongming frowned and hesitantly stated his own opinion. Ye Chen has caused such a huge commotion this time. Once it spreads out, he will definitely become the common enemy of Jiangnan province, and perhaps even the entire Huaxia martial arts world. Major powers will absolutely not tolerate such great strength that refuses to be constrained by the rules. He paused for a second before continuing. "And based on the rules, there are experts from the Martial Arts Association hiding in the shadows. If this person leaves and spreads the news, the powers of all of Huaxia might surround and kill Ye Chen." Every word left those present speechless. Just then, a masked man spoke up. "Ye Chen, you dared to kill the vice president of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. Just wait for your death." After finishing, the man felt something was wrong. Hearing the declaration, Ye Chen laughed mockingly. Luo Yantian and Ye Chen both had grim faces and sinister smiles. "So, there's an accomplice, huh?" These words successfully made the masked man start to panic. "Is there a weird smell? Was I discovered? I need to retreat immediately." Suddenly, he widened his eyes, realizing something. Next to the masked man, a massive, giant hand had appeared out of nowhere. Thud! Just like that, he was crushed by that hand. Seeing that person collapse on the ground with blood spilled everywhere, the crowd gathered to ask, "Hey, buddy, are you okay? Why did this guy suddenly vomit blood and fall down?" Observing the crowd gathering, Ye Chen stood alone and whispered to himself, "So powerful." Right after that sentence, Luo Yantian appeared beside him with his arms crossed. Impressive, right? If I want someone dead, they die even if they are 1,000 miles away. Hearing what he said, Ye Chen was speechless and pointed out, "Now, the annoying thing is, since you made such a scene, I'm going to be targeted by a bunch of people." Hearing that, Luo Yantian calmly dropped a bombshell. "Then I'll help you fix their memories." This made him freeze up completely. "You can do that?" Luo Yantian put his hand to his chin, smiling proudly as he boasted, "I used my internal energy to lightly tap the heads of everyone here." Roughly that. This made Ye Chen feel helpless. "Don't tell me you want to kill everyone here?" After saying that, he enveloped Ye Chen, controlling his actions, and explained, "Changing memories doesn't mean deleting everything. One day, someone will follow the clues and figure out what happened today. What you need to do now is to constantly grow stronger and quickly meet the experts of the second tomb." Before Luo Yantian did that, he reminded him, "Don't touch Ye Lingtian. You can do whatever you want with the others." He accepted without hesitation. "Fine. There is one person I'm quite interested in. Before I disappear, I want to talk to him. After saying that, Ye Chen raised his hand. A surge of blue power covered everything. From that power, countless arrows appeared, and those arrows pierced straight into the center of everyone's foreheads, except for Ye Ling. Tian, who was unaffected, feeling confused. This light, how is the Hall Master doing this? Not only him, but Wu Hangming was also unaffected. Grandmaster Wang watched what was happening, and Wu Hangming couldn't help but wonder what on earth had transpired. Not letting him wait long, Luo Yantian appeared in his mind and offered two choices: serve me or forget everything and continue to be your little ant. After speaking, he vanished. Ye Chen also slowly walked over. Wu Hangming had not yet recovered his senses and was filled with chaotic thoughts. Ye Chen, no, he must be the existence of some higher power. That request made Wu Hangming unable to believe it. Serve a junior? Me, Wu Hangming? However, very quickly, he hypnotized himself. No, martial artists practice martial arts for nothing other than to become strong. Even if I practice martial arts for 100 years, I still couldn't. Envision what I saw today. Ye Chen is the most powerful person I have ever met in this life. Being his servant is a great opportunity. Thinking of this, he bowed his head and accepted the request. I, Wu Hangming, am willing to be a servant to Grandmaster Ye. Receiving the answer he wanted, he raised his hand to transfer energy into him. I have injected internal energy into your sea of consciousness. Once you betray me, you will explode and die. After finishing everything, Luo Yantian reminded Ye Chen, I still have some time. Find a quiet place for me to complete my final mission. After saying that, he turned and left. Let's go. Time flies like a dog running across a field. Before long, the next day arrived. At Ye Chen's villa, he sat there face to face with Luo Yantian, looking at the young man sitting opposite him, and spoke slowly. I know you have many doubts in your heart, but I don't have enough time to answer them. After speaking, Luo Yantian smiled brightly, pointed his finger in a certain direction, and continued, I know you have many doubts in your heart, but I don't have enough time to answer them. Hearing these words, Ye Chen's face darkened, his eyes full of murderous intent as he gritted out every word. A question. Why were you locked in the stone? Why help me? Being asked this, Luo Yantian retorted firmly, but still, honestly answered each question one by one. These are two questions. First, we weren't locked in the stone, but in the reincarnation grave. That stone just happened to contain the reincarnation grave. Second, the reincarnation grave chose you. You are the master of the reincarnation grave, the master of 10,000 eras. After saying that, Luo Yantian turned his head and narrowed his eyes, looking at Ye Chen with a slightly judgmental gaze. Observing him up and down a few times, he continued by stating his purpose directly. The only thing we need to do is help you clear all obstacles and help you become an immortal expert. Hearing this, Ye Chen didn't quite believe it, and narrowed his eyes to ask a critical question. The final question. How can I trigger the remaining 99 graves? Being asked this, Luo Yantian froze, crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and then replied, Your strength needs to be enough for them to feel you are qualified. Of course, then you can trigger them. However, when mentioning this issue, he became noticeably hesitant, stammering as he offered another solution. Or you do something that makes them actively affirm you. Besides, something worth mentioning is, although it is very uncomfortable, I am the weakest person in the grave. This statement made Ye Chen widen his eyes, his face full of sweat, his heart doubting reality a little bit. Luo Yantian is so terrifying, yet he is the weakest? Could it be that the remaining ancient beings can all tear through the void and destroy spirits? But Luo Yantian's existence makes me think of Kunlun ruins. That state didn't last long, and he calmed down again. In his mind, the image of a misty, snow-capped mountain emerged. It lies deep in the Kunlun Mountains. I only stayed there for 5 years and already have the strength I have today. Thinking about this issue, the image of a man standing in the middle of a snow mountain made him feel quite terrified. If these are beings that have spent all year deep in the Kunlun ruins, then how terrifying would they be? Knowing what Ye Chen was thinking, Luo, it lies deep within the Kunlun Mountains. I only stayed there for 5 years and already attained the strength I have now. Thinking about this, he pictured a man standing in the snowy mountains, feeling a sense of dread. If such beings exist year-round deep in Kunlun, how terrifying would they be? Sensing Ye Chen's thoughts, Luo Yantian interrupted and commanded, I only have 1 hour left. I will pass on everything I've learned in my lifetime to you. How much you can comprehend depends on your destiny. Without hesitation, Ye Chen sat down, ready to accept. Good, let's begin. Waiting for no one, Luo Yantian pressed a finger directly against the center of Ye Chen's forehead. Following that touch, a surge of golden power billowed forth, enveloping the spot where Ye Chen and Luo Yantian were sitting. It wasn't just the outside that was changing. Inside his mind, images of two men fighting appeared vividly. In an instant, a vast amount of information flooded his brain, powerful martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. There were even countless combat sequences. It was difficult for him to absorb it all at once. Seeing Ye Chen had completely absorbed the essence of the knowledge. Luo Yantian smiled with satisfaction and began to fade away. You are the master of the reincarnation tomb, which means you have 100 great masters guiding you. Ye Chen remained with his eyes closed, unresponsive to those words. Luo Yantian didn't mind much, and smilingly suggested, "Now, are you willing to call me master? I don't want everything I've learned to vanish from this world." Hearing this, Ye Chen opened his eyes and softly called out, "Master." This single word made Luo Yantian feel he had no more regrets in life. He looked up and laughed. Good, good, good. Luo Yantian has lived a life without regrets. I hope we have a chance to meet again. With those words, he completely vanished into that golden surge of power. After Luo Yantian disappeared, the energy all rushed into Ye Chen's forehead. As the power entered, Ye Chen winced and reached up to rub his temples, recalling those words about meeting again. The tombstone cracked. Did that mean he had vanished from the world and entered reincarnation? Feeling like he was on the verge of a breakthrough, Ye Chen shook off the thoughts and used all his strength to channel the power. After a few minutes, Ye Chen stood up, face full of determination. His power exploded as he broke through to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. Right after that, a beam of light appeared behind Ye Chen, making him exclaim, "Oh, the sensation of breaking through hasn't peaked yet." After exclaiming, Ye Chen became even more determined. "Very well. Today I will leap over an entire major realm." Thinking and doing, he used all his might, and his power erupted, shattering the ground. The commotion at the Qi refining stage level below successfully affected the villa above. This massive disturbance caused the people walking outside to panic. What's happening? An earthquake? Did something explode? Hurry, call the police." Below, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes and then shifted his attention to his own hands. Unbelievable. I really entered the Qi condensation stage. He smirked, smugly thinking about something. If Yuan Jingfu were standing in front of me now, I could kill him easily. More importantly, inside the graveyard, a tombstone lit up, catching his attention. In the reincarnation tomb, another tombstone can be sensed. Even though the resonance was weak right now, as long as his strength grew a little more, he could surely activate it. Just then, his phone rang. Ye Chen picked up the phone. The person on the other end immediately shouted, "Hello, Ye Chen, where are you now?" Being asked like that, he replied with a serious face, "At home." Hearing this, the person on the other end yelled as if they had never yelled before. "There was a local earthquake at your place just now, didn't you see it? Are you an idiot? You're going to be the death of me." Being scolded like that, Ye Chen chuckled, defending himself. "What earthquake? I've been home the whole time, and nothing happened." That answer satisfied Sun Di. Oh, as long as you're okay. Now hurry and get to Xia Ruxue's place. She's looking her best today and has been waiting for you at the door for ages." Every word stunned Ye Chen. "Oh no, how could I have forgotten this? I'm going right now." In another corner, a man spoke in disbelief. "You're saying Ye Chen sent 3 grandmasters to their graves in a row? Even Yuan Jingfu ended up in pieces? How is that possible?" Before the question, the man behind him replied honestly, "Yes, Chen Guobao and Zi Yuanli were completely overwhelmed because Ye Chen's strength was too great. But Yuan Jingfu's death is a bit strange. My only impression is that Yuan Jingfu's body exploded. I don't know the reason." This made the other man narrow his eyes and focus. "Only impression?" Not letting himself be puzzled, he asked directly, "What do you mean by using that phrase?" After hearing the strange term, the man didn't hesitate to voice his inner doubt. "What do you mean by only impression? Why use that to describe it?" Being asked that, the red-haired guy smiled helplessly and scratched his head, replying, "I can't really explain it. When I look closely, that part of my memory feels like no matter how I think about it, I can't remember the details. It's just a vague impression." This term made the other man excitedly jump up in disbelief. Memory erasure? The man couldn't believe his ears. He left his seat and questioned his subordinate continuously. "Is it possible there's an Esper on the scene? I've met a mental-type Esper before. They can indeed erase people's memories." Every word left the man with the spiked hair frozen in place, not knowing how to answer. The man walked up to him and asked a question full of hidden meaning. Is the outfit you're wearing today the same one you wore yesterday? Before the question, the red-haired guy replied in a tone of, "You're the boss." "Yes, Chief." Waiting just for this moment, he shouted excitedly. "Then take off your pants for me." This request made the red-haired man panicked and deftly refused. Chief, I don't have that kind of interest." Realizing he had misunderstood, the veins on the man's forehead twitched, and he angrily roared, "Your belt! Give me the belt, you idiot!" Being scolded like that, the guy scrambled to comply. Soon, the man was holding the belt in his hands. He opened it up and looked at the tiny camera placed in the center. The man said excitedly and contentedly, "Very good. It will tell us everything." Having finished, the man turned back to the desk and connected the camera to the computer. The red-haired guy also walked over to watch the whole process, admiring it with awe. "There's such a sophisticated camera inside this belt? My God, who could have guessed this? No wonder you're the chief." Facing the praise, the man, while typing on the computer, explained, "This is my ace in the hole. Compared to the privacy of a national security operative, this is obviously more important. I hope you understand." Soon, the face of Ye Chen, with Luo Yantian behind him, appeared on the screen. "The footage is up. You come look too." The two walked over to watch together. They saw him standing there, and in front of him, a massive, super-large surge of power smashed straight into the ground. This scene made the man doubt reality for a moment. My God, is this still a human? Is this something a person can do? Watching for a while longer, the man became even more shocked. He hesitated as he voiced his internal speculation. "I suspect that only an existence ranked in the top 50 of the Grandmaster list could do this. But Ye Chen is only 20-something. Everyone ahead of the top 50 is an old pro who has been famous for years. The concept of the two is completely different." The red-haired guy on the side watched what was happening on the screen and was also flustered. "Chief, with the strength Ye Chen is showing in the footage, even if our Dragon Soul assault team used every tactic, I'm afraid we couldn't stop him." Every word left the man frozen in place. Unable to watch anymore, for some reason, the man slammed the computer shut. After closing it, he stood up, his face dark and expressionless. "Warning, Ying-kun, you've been with me for many years. You must know the gravity of this. Remember, what you saw today must never be revealed to anyone, or I will charge you with treason." Ying-kun understood and raised his hand in a salute. "Yes, sir." Receiving his response, the man wrapped up the belt and said, "Besides, even though the martial arts arena has jamming equipment and cannot be recorded, it doesn't mean others don't have special anti-jamming gear like us. These images could have been captured by someone on the scene." After finishing with the belt, the man placed it into a briefcase along with 2 strange wires and issued a command. "Now, drop all your current tasks and organize all the people at the martial arts arena. Once you find any similar material in anyone's hands, I give you the authority to use any means necessary to erase the documents and the person. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." Having finished assigning the mission, the man turned his head and voiced his own requirement. "Arrange an SSS-level military aircraft for me. I must immediately fly to Zhongnanhai to report this to number 1. Ying-kun saluted and replied immediately, "Yes, great chief." Meanwhile, at a beautiful villa, a countless number of people were gathered in the main hall. Sun Di stood among the crowd, holding a wine glass and secretly assessing her surroundings. This place wasn't just gathering high-level figures from Jiangcheng. Even dignitaries from Jiangnan province were attending. There were many people she had only seen on TV. While she was deep in thought, Xia Ruxue walked over from afar. "Sun Di, where is he? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Seeing who had arrived, she hesitated and replied, "He should be here soon. I just urged him." This answer made Xia Ruxue pout in dissatisfaction. "He clearly promised me, and he still needs people to urge him? Really, he doesn't." Before the two could add anything else, Xia Ruxue's mother rushed over in a panic. "Xia Ruxue, there's an important guest who has arrived. We both need to go and greet him personally. You need to get acquainted a bit." This statement left both girls stunned. She then pulled her and ran off, saying, "It's your fiancé." These words left Xia Ruxue in disbelief. "He's here." She quickly replied that he hadn't arrived yet, but the Qin family had sent a grandmaster to pay his respects, which was a show of face for their Ha family. The person mentioned was Qin Yuangui, currently standing stiffly in the center of the hall. She enthusiastically introduced him. "That man is Qin Yuangui. He's ranked 600th on the Grandmaster ranking. His strength is terrifying. Our Ha family focuses on business and lacks the protection of martial arts powerhouses." Before long, Xia Ruxue appeared before him. "Master Qin, Thank you for coming from afar to attend my birthday party. I am truly honored. Facing these words, Qin Yuangui returned the greeting with proper etiquette. Miss Ha, you are too kind. Recently, the young master has been in secluded cultivation, so he couldn't come out and could only send me as a representative. I hope you can forgive us. After the party ends, the young master wishes to invite you to the Qin family estate for a visit. I hope you will do him the honor. Hearing this, Xia Ruxue responded with a strained smile. I appreciate the young master's intentions, but I have quite a lot to deal with lately. Let's save it for another time. These words left the crowd at the party in utter disbelief. What? Xia Ruxue rejected the Qin family's request? In all of Jiangnan, who would dare to do such a thing? Even if the Ha family is wealthy, they are just a merchant family. How dare they provoke the martial arts powerhouse that is the Qin family? On the other side, Xia Ruxue's mother wore a flattering, ingratiating smile. Master Qin, my daughter is just joking. She will definitely go. She will definitely go. These words made Xia Ruxue unhappy. Mother, didn't we agree that I would stay in Jiang City for a while longer? I am absolutely not going to the Qin family. Following those declarations, Qin Yuangui became visibly displeased, his voice dropping to a threatening tone. My young master does not like to be refused. He really doesn't like it. Once he is unhappy, the consequences are very serious. Right after he spoke, a loud burst of laughter rang out across the hall, drawing everyone's attention. The source of that laughter was Wu Hongming, who calmly delivered a sharp retort. Qin Yuangui, you're acting pretty bold, aren't you? Recognizing who had arrived, Xia Ruxue's mother was agitated. Wu Hongming? My God, why did he come here? We clearly invited the Wu family, but they refused. After mocking Qin Yuangui, Wu Hongming walked up to the host to greet them, introducing himself warmly. It's Miss Ha's birthday, so our Wu family naturally had to come and congratulate her. Not stopping there, he smiled broadly, raised his hand, and stated his true purpose directly. First, I would like to wish Miss Ha a happy birthday. Every word, along with Wu Hongming's sudden appearance, left the crowd questioning reality. Many were astonished. The Wu family is famously conservative. They rarely interact with other families. Wu Hongming also held a very high position within the Wu family. His appearance here was enough to show the Wu family's stance. The Wu family is showing such respect to Xia Ruxue? That sounds strange. On Xia Ruxue's side, receiving these words, she also responded with proper etiquette. Thank you, Master Wu. Wu Hongming smiled back. No need to be so formal. We are all on the same side. After saying this, Wu Hongming tilted his head slightly, looked at Qin Yuangui behind him, and sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I heard Miss Ha wants to stay in Jiang City for a few more days. Is that right? Isn't that great? These words made Qin Yuangui furious. Wu Hongming, what do you mean by that? Who doesn't know that Xia Ruxue will become a person of our Qin family in the future? Facing those words, Wu Hongming didn't hold back, folding his arms and refuting him right away. Don't speak so soon. Who can know for sure what will happen in the future? These words successfully caused Qin Yuangui to explode in rage, shouting like he had never shouted before. How insolent! You Wu family people are no longer the Wu family of 1,000 years ago. The Jiangnan region is no longer a place where you Wu family members can do whatever you want. You should know the consequences of offending the Qin family. Even though he had been mocked so severely, Wu Hongming wasn't angry at all. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, looking at him with disdain, thinking to himself, the Qin family is nothing at all. Ye Chen, whom I follow, is someone truly terrifying. He can erase people's memories at will and even cause terrifying celestial phenomena. You dare to snatch a woman who belongs to him? The Qin family is about to be reduced to dust. Escaping his thoughts, Wu Hongming pointed at himself, acting arrogant. He shouted his declaration, Qin Yuangui. The Qin family may indeed be stronger than the Wu family, but I, Wu Hongming, can represent the Wu family, and you, Qin Yuangui, are nothing but a dog of the Qin family. Compared to me, you're nothing. Right after those words, Qin Yuangui successfully reached his breaking point. Enraged, he raised his hand, intending to unleash his power. You've gone too far. Witnessing this scene, Wu Hongming darkened his expression, gritted his teeth, and waved his hand to initiate his own power to block him. Humph. He unleashed his energy outward. Who do you think you can scare? The stream of power from Qin Yuangui, after colliding with Wu Hongming's power, quickly dissipated until there was nothing left. This scene left him stunned. However, things didn't stop there. That stream of power, before disappearing, didn't forget to leave a mark on Qin Yuangui's face. Knowing he couldn't win, he acted. Haughty, turned, and left, not forgetting to declare, We'll see about that. Wu Hangming just clicked his tongue in annoyance. When Qin Yuangui was gone, Xia Ruxue's mother approached from behind, wearing an awkward smile, rubbing her hands together, her voice desperate and pleading. Right, Master Wu, there is something I would like to ask you to look into. I remember you are one of the referees for this martial arts tournament. May I ask what the result of the competition was? And what about that person named Ye Chen? Is he still alive? Her words left Xia Ruxue confused and worried, and she hurriedly stepped forward to ask, what martial arts competition? Why didn't I hear anything about that? Could it be that something happened to Ye Chen? Before her question, Xia Ruxue's mother laughed contemptuously, her voice dripping with disdain. That is because Ye Chen sought his own death. Who would have thought he'd dare to accept a challenge from Grandmaster Chen Yuanli? He didn't know his own limitations, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. By this point, she was even more worried, and hurriedly sought information from Wu Hangming. Master Wu, is Ye Chen still alive? This question successfully caught his attention. Before Wu Hangming could answer, a voice from behind made Xia Ruxue lift her head. Xia Ruxue, you've gone too far. The owner of that voice was Ye Chen himself. He had appeared wearing a decent suit, even on your birthday. You still haven't forgotten about me? Do you hate me that much? Ye Chen's appearance successfully made Xia Ruxue's mother's eyes go wide, and her mouth drop in astonishment. He's still alive? Impossible. The people he had a grudge with were the two top-tier grandmasters, Chen Yuanli and Wen Baoguo. How could they have let Ye Chen walk off the stage alive? Suddenly, from another corner, a figure flew over. Wu Hangming, from who knows when, had appeared and knelt before Ye Chen, who was casually tucking his hands into his pockets. Wu Hangming of the Wu family pays respects to Master Ye. This scene successfully made the party guests widen their eyes in shock, whispering to each other, what is going on? Wu Hangming is a dignified grandmaster of the Wu family, ranked in the top 500. Yet he is performing such a grand greeting to a young man? My God, am I dreaming? It wasn't just the crowd that was shocked to their core. Xia Ruxue's mother also had her eyes wide and mouth agape, with 1,000 questions in her heart. Insane. Everyone is insane. Wu Hangming must have lost his mind. On what grounds is he kneeling before that kid? If the Wu family finds out about this, it will surely cause a wave of fury. Contrary to her mother's mood, Xia Ruxue was visibly happy and excited. Not just the Chu family, but even the Wu family cared about Ye Chen this much. With their help, Ye Chen could truly stand against the Qin family. Although the Qin family was indeed terrifying, Ye Chen was still young. He still had a bright future ahead of him. In another corner, Qin Yuangui hadn't left yet but stood by a table, his face darkened, silent. He stared at her, then silently assessed her in his heart. Xia Ruxue's gaze is the look one has when looking at someone they like. No one has the right to taint the young master's woman, not even someone backed by the Wu family. Returning to reality, Ye Chen smirked and commanded, stand up. You kneeling like that suddenly makes me the center of attention for everyone. After all, it's someone's birthday. Wu Hangming slowly stood up. Yes, Master Ye. After dealing with everything, Ye Chen walked over to her. Happy birthday, Ruxue. I arrived a bit late. You won't blame me, will you? Before that question, Xia Ruxue put her hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks, and replied pettishly, blame? Of course I blame you. If you don't give me a gift today that makes me happy, this young lady will definitely be very angry. Hearing those words, he smiled confidently, patted his chest, and declared, don't worry, for you. Nothing is as valuable as what is in my pocket. This gift will definitely make you happy. Ye Chen's declaration made the party guests scoff and laugh. This kid really knows how to talk big. Everyone here is either extremely wealthy or holds power in their hands. How could they not give a nice gift? And yet, he dares to say that? Not letting the two talk further, Xia Ruxue's mother interrupted. Ruxue, the time has come. You should get on stage. Then, the three people appeared and stood under the stage lights. She picked up the microphone and took the initiative to speak. Thank you all for taking the trouble to travel so far to attend my granddaughter's birthday party, especially the presence of the Qin family, which makes us feel extremely honored. Ye Chen stood at the very back, quietly evaluating the three people on stage. That must be Xia Ruxue's grandmother. She picked up the microphone and spoke. Thank you all for traveling such a long way to attend my granddaughter's birthday. Especially the presence of the Tan family, we are truly honored. Ye Chen stood at the back while Sun Di assessed the three people on stage. That must be Xia Ruxue's grandmother. She looks quite healthy. The Ha family is truly filial. While the speech was happening, Sun Di took the opportunity to ask the question that had been on her mind all day. Where did you run off to? I couldn't find you anywhere. He smiled enigmatically. Just handled a little trouble, not worth mentioning. After hearing his response, Sundi shifted her attention to Xia Ruxue on stage. Ye Chen, look, the gift-giving segment is starting. Someone is already going up. As she spoke, a chubby man, with blonde hair stepped forward, fawning. This is a jade emperor statue I spent 50 million to acquire. It took 2 months of dedicated craftsmanship to carve this jade Guanyin statue. I hope you like it, Miss Ha. Watching this scene, the people below laughed. Is this guy an idiot? The Ha family controls the economic lifeline of the entire Jiangnan province. Money is the last thing they lack. Giving. Something like this is just embarrassing himself, isn't it? The crowd's disdain made Sundi doubt her own perspective. No way such a precious gift is considered nothing. What do I do now? I'm afraid the gift I prepared is even more ordinary. Seeing her anxiety, Ye Chen smiled comfortingly. Don't worry. Compared to the price, Xia Ruxue cares more about the sincerity behind it. Your sincerity is definitely not inferior to anyone else's. Sundi was left speechless. You sure have a way with words. I like hearing that. Having been mentally boosted, Sundi held the gift box, determined. All right, it's my turn to go up. The further back she was, the more she felt she couldn't take her gift out. It was better to just get it over with. After steadying herself, Sundi walked up. Xia Ruxue happily reached out to accept it. You're my best friend. I won't let you off if you try to trick me. Don't worry, I can't say if it's precious, but it's absolutely full of sincerity. Hearing this, she happily reached out to untie the ribbon on the box. Then, Xia Ruxue saw something and became incredibly excited. Wow, this is inside. The gift box was a delicate little house. Sundi pointed to it, introducing it enthusiastically. This is our house, a miniature model to scale. I made it by hand. In the living room, there are 2 little models of us. Looking through the window, Xia Ruxue saw 2 small figures sitting on a tiny sofa. Seeing all this, she became even more excited. Wow, it's so detailed. I love it. After looking at it, she couldn't help but run over and hug Sundi tightly, nuzzling her face against hers, saying happily, Sundi, how can you be so talented? I love you so much. Sundi was also delighted. Of course, you have to cherish it. Okay? Watching this scene, Oh Hangmin also walked over with a smile to join the fun. Truly a sisterhood that moves people, he continued. Next, it's my turn to present a small gift. Having said that, he slowly approached where she was standing. I was in a rush this time, didn't have much time to prepare. He then pulled out a red string connected to a green jade pendant and held it out in front of Xia Ruxue with a warm, congratulatory smile. Please accept this jade pendant, Miss Ha. I hope all your wishes come true. Seeing what it was, Xia Ruxue's mother couldn't help but gasp in shock. What kind of jade pendant is this? That's clearly the O family token. Holding the O family token meant receiving the direct protection of the O family. Its value was unimaginable. Snapping out of her thoughts, the mother turned pale and immediately declined without a second thought. Mr. O, please take this back. Xia Ruxue cannot accept such a gift. In the face of those words, Oh Hangmin chuckled playfully. Why couldn't she accept it? Miss Ha is no ordinary person. After saying that, he insistently placed the jade pendant into Xia Ruxue's hand and slowly spoke. This object is negligible compared to the relationship between Miss Ha and Mr. Ye. After handing it over, Oh Hangmin smiled meaningfully and offered his heartfelt congratulations. I hope to drink to your happiness soon. When that day comes, I will surely prepare an even greater gift. Every word left her and her mother completely stunned. Xia Ruxue, once she came back to her senses, blushed and curled up, whispering, Happy wedding toast? Contrasting her bashfulness, Tan Wenquang stood below, his face darkening, without a word, while the crowd whispered around him. Oh, big trouble now. Everyone knows about the engagement between the Ha family and the Tan family. Oh Hangmin dares to pair that kid up with Xia Ruxue in front of everyone? That's just asking for a confrontation. These words successfully made. Tan Wenquang exploded with anger. He marched over to Oh Hangmin, his voice heavy with blame. Oh Hangmin, you'd better be clear about your place. When the time comes, no one will be able to save you. Ha, I've always been very clear about my place. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, Tan Wenquang pulled out a similar jade pendant and scoffed. What? The O family token? Miss Ha, this is the protection token of my Tan family, the true supreme authority. Not stopping there, he pulled a small wooden box from his pocket. Besides that, the Tan family has prepared a separate gift for Miss Ha. Not letting everyone wait, Tan Nguyen Quang opened the box, showing off until the very last breath. This is the soul-spirited pill. Anyone without a cultivation foundation who consumes it won't just instantly become a martial artist, they can leap straight to the peak of internal strength. The appearance of the pill left everyone present in awe. I'm truly impressed. The soul-spirited pill is indeed far superior to other gifts. Young Master Tan is certainly generous. Don't talk nonsense. The Tan family ranks third in Jiangnan province. Their martial heritage is terrifyingly deep. Of course they're generous. Contrary to her previous rejection of Wu Hongming's gift, Xia Ruxue's mother, now, smiled warmly and stepped forward to accept it. Oh, young Master Tan, you are so thoughtful. I will accept this on her behalf. I'll make sure to have Ruxue pay you a visit another day. However, before she could take it, that person snatched it away. Not stopping there, he even threw the two items onto the ground and stomped on them hard. Under Ye Chen's feet was the Tan family's jade pendant. He gritted his teeth and questioned, "Is this piece of trash worthy of being gifted to Ruxue?" His actions left Xia Ruxue's mother panicked, screaming like never before, "Ye Chen, what are you doing? Are you insane?" The only one angry wasn't just her, Tan. Yuanqiang also channeled his power, ready for battle. "You dare destroy the gift from the young master? You want to die." Faced with that attitude, Ye Chen smiled confidently and pulled out a handful of pills, the scent spreading everywhere. "That expired pill will only give Ruxue a stomachache. If Ruxue wants some, she can come to me. My pills will fill her up, and she'll stay healthy." Looking at the handful of pills and the fragrance drifting around their noses, the crowd was utterly stunned. Good heavens, the pill fragrance is so thick. Look, there are even pill patterns on that guy's pills. They are top-tier, incredibly precious treasures. Compared to these, the Tan family's pill is basically trash. That wasn't an exaggeration. Xia Ruxue's mother heard this, looked at the pile of pills, and was completely shocked. "I know he's an ancient martial artist, and I know his strength, but how could he have so many top-tier pills? Plus, considering Wu Hongming's attitude, could it be that there's a terrifying power backing Ye Chen?" Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Ye Chen walked over, handed the pills to her, and teased her a little. "Why are you just standing there? Take them." After Xia Ruxue took the pills, he pulled out another small box. "The pills are just a little extra. Actually, what I really wanted to give you is this. Open it and see. If you don't like it, I'll wash your and your aunt's clothes for a whole year." Seeing this, Xia Ruxue became brimming with excitement and unwrapped the gift. "Is that so? This lady is very picky, you know." As soon as she opened it, a delicate blue pendant caught her eye. The crowd below, not understanding, jumped to conclusions. "What is that? I waited in suspense for half a day just for a piece of jewelry? I was expecting something more." Shaking the necklace lightly, "Ha." Ruxue couldn't hold back her emotions. 2 lines of tears streamed down. "The tear of spirit, it's the tear of spirit from my grandfather. It's back," she cried as she took the pendant out and held it toward her grandmother. "Grandmother, look, it's real. It's really the tear of spirit." Before the old man passed away, he had made it for Ruxue by hand. Xia Ruxue's mother, who was flustered just a moment ago, was now also quite moved. It really is her father's tear of spirit. Where on earth did that kid find it? Observing all these reactions, Ye Chen was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts doting, gently asking, "Do you like it?" Being asked that, Xia Ruxue replied between sobs, "I like it. I love it so much. This is the best gift I've ever received in my life." Seeing this, Ye Chen chuckled and scratched his head. "As long as you like it. At least I don't have to wash clothes for a year anymore." Right after he said that, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him lightly on the cheek, leaving him unable to believe his eyes. The sight of Xia Ruxue standing on her tiptoes to kiss Ye Chen's cheek caused a stir among those present. "Oh my God, what did I just see?" Xia Ruxue is one of the 3 golden flowers of Jiangnan. Regardless of family background, beauty, or figure, she was called perfection. The more they talked, the more horrified the crowd became when they remembered a certain situation. The important thing is that she is the fiancée of the Tan family's young master. Now, kissing another man in front of everyone is like wearing a green hat for the young master. For the 2 protagonists, Xia Ruxue was currently stunned and shocked, pulling away. However, that dazed state didn't last long. She turned shy, her eyes gentle, and she softly thanked him. Thank you, sir." Not wanting to reveal his identity, looking at the harmonious state of the two, Tan Yuanqiang was so angry that he gritted his teeth, summoned all his strength, and shouted loudly, "Xia Ruxue, do you know what you're doing?" Unable to swallow his anger, he was furious and hateful. He appeared in front of Xia Ruxue and swung his hand, intending to attack. You shameless slut. Today, I will replace the young master. She was also terrified and stepped back. Just as she was bracing for the pain, Tan Yuanshan's movement suddenly halted. A fist appeared from nowhere, slamming directly into his wrist. It turned out Ye Chen had moved with blinding speed to block Tan's attack. Tan Yuancheng was so furious he ground his teeth. You're crossing the line. How dare you humiliate me? Tan Yuancheng's face darkened, his eyes glaring at Ye Chen as if he wanted to devour him alive. Before he could utter another word, Ye Chen swung his hand and slapped him right across the face. After that slap, Tan Yuancheng was sent reeling backward, completely out of control. He crashed straight into a nearby table. With just one slap, Tan Yuancheng's face was bruised and bleeding. Staring with hatred, he spat. You bastard! Before he could finish, Ye Chen rushed over, intending to deliver a lightning-fast kick. Instantly, the table flew up, and a small collision kicked up a cloud of dust. Ye Chen stepped on Tan Yuancheng, his expression cold and disdainful. What is the Tan family anyway? Even if your head of household came personally, the result would be the same. After the brief skirmish ended, the onlookers present turned pale, their eyes wide with shock. My God, is Ye Chen insane? How dare he say such things to the Tan family? If the head of the Tan family really came here, he'd surely be spitting blood. Ignoring the whispering crowd, Ye Chen, on the other side, remained fearless and threatened him without hesitation. You should be thankful that today is Ruxue's birthday. Otherwise, you'd be dead already. I don't want your blood dirtying this place. Finishing his sentence, Ye Chen paused briefly before barking. Get lost! As soon as he spoke, he lifted his foot. In Tan Yuancheng's terrified eyes, before he could even recover his senses, Ye Chen swung his foot, kicking him straight out of the room. After that strike, Tan Yuancheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward uncontrollably until he collapsed onto the ground. Even after hitting the floor, Tan Yuancheng scrambled to sit up, stubbornly declaring, You little brat, just you wait. I will report this to the head of the family and make sure you die a painful death. Hearing this, Ye Chen closed his eyes, snapped his fingers, and ordered, Wu Hangming, get this dog from the Tan family out of here. Make it quick and clean. I don't want Ruxue to see blood. Wu Hangming didn't hesitate to agree immediately. Having received his orders, he vanished in a blur. Looking excited, he prepared himself and then shot out like an arrow. Very quickly, Tan Yuancheng's shrill screams echoed everywhere. Hearing those cries, the crowd was filled with questions. Did he really not fear the Tan family's revenge? To think Wu Hangming would actually make a move, this was pushing the Wu family to the edge. They knew full well that the Tan family's fury wasn't something he or the declining Wu family could handle. Xia Ruxue's mother, having witnessed the entire process, began to waver, no longer as opposed as before. For someone so young to possess such formidable strength, and with such significant backing, it wouldn't be the worst thing for Ruxue to be with him. However, she still harbored concerns in her heart. It was a pity he was about to perish in the Tan family's wrath. Shaking off her thoughts, Xia Ruxue's mother spoke calmly. Ye Chen, follow me for a moment. Upon receiving this request, he hesitated for a moment before following. Later, the two appeared in a living room. She bowed slightly, poured tea for him, and didn't forget to ask, Would you like some tea? This is a special black tea from our home. Outsiders can't drink it. Oh, you're pouring tea for me again? This remark made Xia Ruxue's mother feel a bit helpless. Why? Are you afraid it's poisoned? Sensing something amiss, Ye Chen smiled and replied, Why would I fear poison? Even if you could find it, you couldn't kill me with it. Hearing this, she looked at the steaming cup and sighed helplessly. You certainly have confidence. After both had settled down, Xia Ruxue's mother spoke seriously. I have to admit, what you've done recently has really opened my eyes. I acknowledge that I misjudged you before. You truly are a talented young man. In response to this, Ye Chen crossed his arms and said blankly, You called me here just to say this? Realizing he had seen through her, Xia Ruxue's mother didn't hide it and went straight to the point. Of course not. It's about the engagement between Ruxue and the Tan family. Do you know about it? Being asked this, Ye Chen bowed his head slightly and answered truthfully. Engagement? I have never heard her mention it. That answer left her frustrated. She brought her hand up to rub her temples a few times before explaining, That was arranged a long time ago. The Xia family is a major clan in Jiangnan province, but we only control a portion of the province's economic lifeline. You must know that for any family to grow large and survive for long, they must have martial arts experts to protect them. Not stopping there, she pondered for a moment and added, But this is the Xia family's greatest weakness. Although we have a few Grandmaster-level experts, it's not enough. For the past few years, Ruishui's father has been trying to arrange a marriage with a martial arts family. Only the Tan family agreed. You could say the Tan family is the Xia family's only way out. After explaining, she paused, using all her persuasion skills to convince him. I know you hate me. After all, I've done many things that make people dislike me, but everything I've done has been for the Xia family and for Ruxue. If we didn't have the engagement with the Tan family, then based on the Chu and Wu families backing you, would they be willing to let you and Xia Ruxue be together? Fearing Ye Chen wouldn't agree, she used every argument possible to find excuses. But it's too late now. Next, the Tan family will surely launch a crazy retaliation. If the Chu and Wu families don't want to be destroyed, they absolutely cannot help you. Having said this, she lifted a hand to her face and sighed. I'm saying this for your own good. Leave Ruxue. While the news hasn't reached the Tan family yet, hurry up and leave Jiangcheng. Go somewhere where no one can find you. That is the only chance you have to survive. Faced with all this information, Ye Chen crossed his arms, tilted his head, and asked a completely clueless question. Is the Tan family of Jiangnan province very powerful? Compared to the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association, who is stronger? Being asked this, she raised a hand to point to both sides. The nature of the two is different. The Martial Arts Association is a special organization involving many interests of martial arts families. The Tan and Wu families are both involved in it. There is absolutely no comparison. If you're talking about influence, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association is far stronger than the Tan family. After receiving the full explanation, he let out a breath. Ah, I see. With that, Ye Chen didn't say another word, stood up, and turned to leave. Watching his back disappear, she took the initiative to suggest, if you want to leave, I can arrange a private plane for you. To this offer, Ye Chen delivered a cold retort. The world is vast, but there is no power qualified to make me, Ye Chen, bow down. If the Tan family dares to come looking for death, I wouldn't mind pulling them up by their roots. Saying that, he slammed the door and left. Witnessing the whole thing, Xia Ruxue's mother couldn't recover for a long time. After the birthday party ended, Ye Chen returned to his familiar villa. In his usual room, he sat, wearing simple clothes, lost in thought with his eyes closed on the bed. Ye Chen maintained that state for a while, and then brought his hand up to rub his forehead, grimacing, I'm really tired lately. I need a good sleep. Just as he finished speaking, someone slowly approached. Hearing the footsteps, Ye Chen opened his eyes and looked up. Sun Dai was wearing a seductive pink nightgown, looking worried as she knocked on the door and looked at him. You haven't slept yet? To this question, Ye Chen answered honestly, just getting ready to sleep. Couldn't you sleep? Hearing the reply, she didn't say a word, walked over, sat down next to him, and said something cryptic. Ruixue said, she isn't coming back tonight. Ye Chen was bewildered and didn't fully understand, but still replied, I know. Seeing this, Sun Di spoke softly, I want to talk to you about what happened today. Mentioning this, she opened her eyes, her face flushing, and she asked Ye Chen a lethal question. Ruixue kissed you today, didn't she? What were your thoughts? Asked this, Ye Chen noticed something was wrong, quietly glanced in the other direction, and chose to evade. It was okay, nothing special. As soon as the answer was given, Sun Di immediately leaned in and kissed the corner of his mouth lightly. The kiss didn't last long before she pulled back. Then, in the midst of Ye Chen's stunned silence, she asked a bold question. Compared to Ruixue, who is better? Once again, placed in a difficult position, he lowered his head, choosing to evade and replying hesitantly, how should I put it immediately after? Under Sun Di's intense pouting stare, Ye Chen brought his hand up and gave a standard answer. The two of you kiss differently. It's hard to judge. Why don't you kiss me once? And I'll think about it. These teasing words made Sun Di a little angry. She leaned in, hugged him, and gently chided, you jerk! Don't be a smooth talker anymore. Tell me quickly, who is better? At this point, Ye Chen had to lay his cards on the table, smiling and flattering her. Of course, you are the best. In Ye Chen's mind, he thought blankly, what a foolish thing to do, praising another woman in front of one woman. How could I do such a stupid thing? Realizing what he was thinking, Sun Di collapsed onto the bed, laughing loudly until she was exhausted. After laughing enough, she sat up, reached out to touch his face. Not stopping at just stroking his face, Sun Di wrapped her arms around his neck and shyly declared, this lady has decided to conquer you tonight. Suddenly, Sun Di was startled, feeling something as she leaned back. Ye Chen smiled playfully, leaning on his arms on both sides of her. He asserted firmly, I won't give up control. With that, he leaned down slightly, raised Sundi's chin, and provoked her. If you want to conquer me, you'll have to show me your skills. Before they could act, the phone rang. Ye Chen then, without a word, used his strength to crush the phone. Sundi sat up, her face flushed red, while Ye Chen's eyes were red, the veins on his forehead pulsing, his hand still glowing with that familiar golden power. Humph, how could such a good moment be interrupted? Once finished, Ye Chen excitedly grabbed his shoulders to continue, but the phone rang again. Frustrated by the constant interruptions, he swallowed his anger, channeled his power, and shouted, "What? More interruptions? Smash this damn phone." However, Tongzi quickly held him back. "That's my phone." Ye Chen's veins popped as he accepted the reality and watched her answer. "Fine, just a phone call. It's whatever. I'll buy you a better one later." Seeing his frustrated, unwilling look, Tongji smiled and comforted him. "If both our phones are ringing, it must be important. Just listen." Convinced, he reluctantly accepted it. Fine. It was so hard to set the mood, only to get it cut short. Once finished, Ye Chen picked up the phone. "What is it?" Shen Haihua's familiar voice came from the other end. Panicked. "Mr. Liu, Master, something's wrong. The medicine formula. Someone stole the medicine formula." In a flash, he appeared at the Tianzheng Group. In a room, an empty box was displayed. Ye Chen, hands in his pockets, looked at the box with a dark face and demanded an explanation. What happened? As soon as he asked, Shen Haihua looked grim and reported hurriedly. Around 8 p.m., a group of thugs broke down the doors and forced their way in. The guards were all killed, and the medicine formula along with important documents were stolen. Hearing this, Ye Chen's expression darkened, doubting reality for a moment. The safe was broken? That's impossible. I set up a barrier myself. Unless they had the key, they couldn't possibly break it with pure force. Even if they forced it, I would have sensed it. This safe looks like it was forced open, but it's clearly a disguise. Shen Haihua looked utterly hopeless. He continued the briefing. After that, Lu Zuan disappeared. He must be the traitor. Otherwise, they couldn't have killed the guards and taken the formula so easily. Hearing this, Ye Chen understood everything, his aura becoming sharp. These robbers aren't ordinary thugs. In his mind, an image of an army appeared, led by the elite guards of Ye Langtian, the top warriors who helped the king of Jiangnan conquer the world. Given that no one survived and they breached it so easily, observing his silent demeanor, Shen Haihua felt guilty, placing a hand on his chest and apologizing. "Mr. Liu, this is my oversight. Lu Zuan was my man. Please punish me." But Ye Chen immediately objected, his face dark as he spoke calmly. "Now is not the time to assign blame. Let's look at the victims first." Soon, the two appeared in a dark, quiet corridor where many had fallen, blood pooling everywhere. He observed the entire scene with bodies strewn about. He remained grim, silent, and deep in thought. Then, Ye Chen walked over to a man lying nearby, touched him, and analyzed the situation. They were tortured to death. As he touched the man's face and moved down, Ye Chen analyzed the situation professionally. The methods were extremely brutal. They seemed to enjoy the process of torture. Facing those words, Shen Haihua felt pained and hopeless. What should I do? The important thing is that even the precious prescription was also stolen. Contrary to the old man's panicked anxiety, Ye Chen calmly dropped a bomb. The prescription isn't important. He paused, his face darkening with a murderous aura as a golden light surrounded his body, his voice dropping low. Every single word. If the prescription is lost, we can rewrite it. But if their lives are lost, we can't get them back. Each word he spoke made Shen Haihua's eyes widen in shock. "I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. I spoke out of turn." Brushing that issue aside, he stood up and stared at the security camera. "Check the surveillance footage?" Before being asked, Shen Haihua answered honestly. "The cameras were destroyed. I've arranged for people to recover the data, but the success rate is very low." Even though the news seemed unfavorable and hopeless, Ye Chen persisted to the last breath. He didn't forget to order, then find leads elsewhere. Comfort the victims' families. Besides the insurance, give each family an extra 10 million. Shen Haihua understood and nodded. Without overthinking, he replied, "Yes." After answering, he looked at Ye Chen, and combined with his previous words, he couldn't help but sigh. 10 million? Mr. Liu really considers his subordinates as family. While observing, he suddenly froze, noticing something. Ye Chen leaned over, reaching to touch the clenched hand of one of the fallen men. From that hand, he retrieved a strange badge and was shocked. Realizing what it was, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Not bad, a subordinate of Ye Longtian. Even at the last moment, you left a clue for us." With this, we'll know who did it. Shen Haihua heard this and could only ask blankly, "Who is it?" In another corner, Yingqing's phone rang incessantly. The constant ringing forced him to answer. "I'm Yingqing. How could you call this number?" Before the question, Ye Chen on the other end answered calmly, not forgetting to make up an excuse. "It's Ye Chen. My phone is broken, so I'm using Shen Haihua's to call you." The person on the other end accepted the reality and asked directly, "Fine. What is it?" Upon receiving confirmation, he quickly sent the photo of what he just found, then made his request. "Investigate this item for me. I've sent the photo." Yingqing on the other end saw the image and immediately had an answer. "Isn't this the family crest of the Martial Emperor Society?" Hearing the strange name, Ye Chen couldn't help but ask. Knowing what he was curious about, Yingqing immediately provided more info. The Martial Emperor Society is a shadow force from overseas. Not only is their influence spread across their country, but they have repeatedly reached into Huaxia. The head of the Martial Emperor Society is named Beya. In his homeland, he is unrivaled, with 100,000 disciples. Not stopping there, he paused and continued explaining. "In our country, Beya's existence is almost like a god." Mentioning the issue, an image of himself facing a crowd appeared in his head. Yingqing paused, then added, "He and I once fought in the country. Although we drove them away, we also lost 77 men. The people of the Martial Emperor Society are no small fry. Not long ago, there was news that a group of people from the island nation arrived by sea. If my guess is right, they must be people from the Martial Emperor Society." Mentioning this, an image of a luxurious hotel appeared. Yingqing gently added more info. "They are currently staying at the Kangri Hotel in Jiangcheng City. I heard it has investment from the Martial Emperor Society." Hearing this, Ye Chen smiled enigmatically and made a request. "Send me the hotel address." The person on the other end didn't think twice and agreed. "Sure." Shen Haihua, listening to the whole conversation, couldn't help but worry. "Mr. Liu, do you want to go to the Martial Emperor Society?" Facing the question, he gave a wicked smile. Quietly channeling his power, he replied evasively, "The nation is the foundation of everyone's survival." This group was living well, yet they ran all the way from afar to Huaxia to throw their lives away. Well then, I'll give them a hand. Meanwhile, in a familiar building on the top floor, a crowd was gathered. The leader was a bald man. In his arms was a beautiful girl, smoking a cigar and laughing triumphantly. "Shuda Jun, I didn't expect our trip to Huaxia this time to have such a great harvest. It must be the Emperor of the Empire blessing us." As soon as these words were finished, the blond man next to him immediately opposed. "Shang Yuan Jun, these words of yours are wrong. The Emperor can only bless commoners. We must thank Lord Beya." However, the bald man wasn't one to give in, switching targets entirely. "Shuda Jun is right. We must thank Lord Beya." Sensing an opportunity, the bespectacled man there spoke up fawningly, hesitating. "Two lords, I think I played a part in this. So, about what we talked about before?" Facing the hesitation and the hidden question, the bald man laughed loudly, confirming, "Lu Zuan, don't worry. For servants as loyal to the Empire as you, we have always been generous." Interrupting, he stood up, hugging the other man's shoulders, and declared, "Isn't it citizenship in the great Japanese Empire and 30 million USD? I'll fulfill that later." The words made the other man unhappy. He gritted his teeth and said what he wanted. "Can't you do it right now? Even just a portion is fine. I betrayed the Tianjin group and can't stay in Huaxia anymore. At least give me enough money to run." These words angered the bald man, who placed a hand on his head and shouted, "Are you lecturing me on how to do my job?" Unable to swallow his anger, the bald man grabbed his head, shoved him down, and shouted, "A slave has no right to bargain. Do you think we'd lie to you?" Successfully knocking the man down, the other man pressed his advantage, scolding him mercilessly. "Besides, so what if we don't give you money? Serving the Empire is your honor." Hearing these words, the man gritted his teeth in unwillingness. "Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted these two islanders. Now that I've betrayed my country, there's no place for me in all of Huaxia. My life is ruined." Observing that unwilling expression, the blond man laughed scornfully. "Ha! You still dare to harbor resentment? A dog with that kind of slave mentality isn't worth keeping. Get rid of him." Immediately after that command, two men stepped forward, making him recoil in fear. Wait! Fearing the two men would show no mercy, he crawled, trembling, and begged, I don't want anything else. Please, have mercy, don't kill me." Watching this display, not only did he show no pity, but he looked even more disgusted. "You lowly Huaxia trash, you deserve to die." A voice suddenly spoke up, correcting him. That voice made the other two alert. The owner of that voice, Ye Chen appeared by the window, seemingly out of nowhere. The lowly one is the person kneeling there. Don't drag Huaxia into this. Finished speaking, he lifted his head, eyeing the group with a mocking gaze. And as for you lot, you're smaller and filthier than vermin. Just then, at the Jiangcheng hotel, Ye Chen landed with a cool, grounded stance, then shouted, his voice brimming with power and killing intent, his cold gaze seemingly piercing through everyone facing him. Who gave you the guts to cause trouble here in Huaxia? The whole group looked at each other. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, as if his appearance were an impossibility, defying common sense. Akita-kun gasped, his eyes filled with shock. Kid, how did you get up here? Looking around, he frowned, his voice full of suspicion. This was the 18th floor. How could he have gotten up here? When Lu Wenze saw Ye Chen, his eyes instantly lit up like he'd found a lifeline. He stumbled forward, screaming in a panic. Mr. Ye, save me. Please, save me. Uehara-kun stepped forward aggressively, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer. Mr. Ye, so, you're just some guy from Huaxia. His voice was full of provocation, his sharp eyes sweeping over Ye Chen as if to overwhelm him with arrogance. Uehara-kun growled, his eyes cold and murderous. Cut off that kid's limbs and bring him here to me. The command echoed like thunder. The underlings immediately lunged forward, the flash of blades cutting through the air. Ye Chen stood there, his cold eyes sweeping over the crowd, his lips curving into a faint smirk. He spoke calmly, his voice low but commanding. You want to die? Akita-kun trembled, his eyes filled with fear as he faced Ye Chen's terrifying aura. His whole body felt frozen. He didn't dare move. Cold sweat ran down his spine. Uehara-kun saw his underlings being decimated, a look of shock mixed with anger flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward, his voice cold and low as he asked, Are you the boss here? Uehara-kun gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing as he glared at Ye Chen. He shouted, When did you get behind me? What kind of person is this guy? Ye Chen looked coldly at Uehara-kun and his underlings, his voice gravelly and low. Forget it. Regardless, you're all going to die today. The declaration was absolute, carrying a cold certainty, like a stern warning about their fates. Ye Chen grabbed Uehara-kun by the mouth. He looked at Uehara-kun with a frigid gaze, his voice low and mocking. Seems like you talk too much. Without another word, his gaze as sharp as ice, Ye Chen yanked his hand back. A dry, crisp cracking sound echoed as several of Uehara-kun's front teeth were knocked out of his mouth. Fresh blood stained his lips. Uehara-kun's face instantly twisted in pain, his eyes wide with confusion. He collapsed to his knees, his face ghostly pale from the agony, blood dripping from his mouth, his eyes full of fear and helplessness. Akita-kun warned him in a nervous tone. Be careful, that guy is a martial arts practitioner. The others didn't sense the danger and still charged forward recklessly. Ye Chen stood there, observing calmly. His hands were relaxed but filled with internal energy. He didn't say a word, just quickly grabbed Uehara-kun's arm to the astonishment of everyone around. With powerful force, he threw him into the middle of his own cohorts, creating an unexpected and forceful scene. Uehara-kun crashed into the others, causing them to stumble back in panic at Ye Chen's strength and decisiveness. The room became silent, tense enough to choke. Akita-kun was sweating profusely, his eyes wide with shock. He thought to himself, with just one hand, Ye Chen lifted Uehara-kun, who weighs nearly 300 kilograms. This is his. Voice faltered in confusion. Realizing Ye Chen's extraordinary strength far exceeded anything he had ever known. He stepped forward with a sinister smile, his eyes full of defiance. He bared his teeth, his voice filled with contempt. Fantastic. I've been in Huaxia for so long, and the opponents I've met have all been mediocre. I heard there were some powerful grandmasters, but I've never met one. He stared at Ye Chen, sizing him up. But you are different. You are undoubtedly a Huaxia grandmaster. He continued in a mocking tone. Mr. Ye, please excuse my subordinate's behavior. Akita-kun walked forward with his sword, continuing to taunt him. I am of the Empire's sword Dao. Toyota Ryu. Menkyo Kaiden. Toyota Ito. Your skill has opened my eyes. As a sign of my respect for you, I will personally see you off to the afterlife. Ye Chen's entire body radiated an aura of anger, like a burning fire. He looked at him and smiled coldly. Stop the small talk. You're the one who stole the pill formula and killed my people, right? He hurriedly denied it. It was Lord Xuanqi who took action. Besides, that lord is very interested in how much pain a human can endure. But I won't leave you for Lord Xuanqi. He boasted arrogantly. You shall be a ghost under my blade. While he was still bragging, Ye Chen had already leaped high into the air. His foot made contact with his golden hair, Then he stomped down hard, causing his nose to bleed instantly. His face was still confused, not knowing what was happening. Ah! Ye Chen gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes full of resolve. Call that guy, Xuanqi, here, right now. If not, I'll let you experience what is known as extreme suffering that a human can feel. Akita-kun lay on the ground, trembling, and said, You treacherous Huaxia pig, you caught me off guard because I was careless. Wait, what are you doing? Without a word, Ye Chen reached out and grabbed his hair. His face bruised, he screamed, Ow, ow, wait, stop pulling my hair. I'm a diplomatic envoy visiting the Huaxia state, a guest of you people. Don't do this. But Ye Chen didn't pay any mind to his words. He pulled hard, ripping out a chunk of his hair. Suddenly, at the door, someone forcefully impacted it, causing it to shatter with a loud bang. A man with teeth like a shark spoke up, annoyed. Ugh, so annoying. The person who arrived was Kawasaki, with a tall, muscular build. He was very annoyed and continued. You guys disturbed my sleep, you know that? Akita-kun turned to look at him with a pitiful expression. Lord Xuanqi, save me. Ye Chen put one hand in his pocket, the other tightly clutching the hair of the guy he was holding. He asked indifferently, You're Xuanqi? Is it you who killed the people under me? Kawasaki wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed in amusement and replied, So that's how it is. You must be Ye Chen, right? He frankly admitted, That's right, your people were killed by me. He didn't stop there, saying, Oh right, let me tell you something interesting. At this moment, he had no idea that Ye Chen's face had gone dark. He replied coldly with an O. Kawasaki's expression turned nasty. He found it extremely entertaining to have killed his men. Actually, before I killed them, I wanted to chat with them about you. But the strange thing is, no one would talk. It made me suddenly want to play paper folding, so I slowly crushed their bones. As he spoke, he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. It's a shame. Still no one would talk to me. Ha ha ha. Even to their deaths, they protected you. I didn't expect you to come here yourself, Ye Chen. They died all because of you. Hearing this, Ye Chen relaxed his hand, letting the tufts of hair fall from the guy's head. He slowly, steadily approached him. Ha! Akita-kun stood to the side, happy. Even with a mangled face, he still held on to hope, thinking, That's great. Lord Xuanqi is here. So this Huaxia guy is definitely going to die. He glanced at the two of them, seeing the difference in height and build, and began comparing them. The giant Xuanqi was 240 centimeters tall, with the strength of a demon and agility that defied physics. With that massive body, he could use his fingers to tear through iron gates. His personality was extremely brutal. He was a killing machine for the martial god society. Except for Lord Bei, no one could suppress him. While Akita-kun was busy gloating, Ye Chen had already sprung up high. He raised his knee and slammed it into Kawasaki's face, not forgetting to curse at him. You really like being stepped on, don't you? It was enough to make someone as large as Kawasaki. Unable to brace himself, his whole body began to sway. Ye Chen crazily beat him to a pulp. One by one, I'll crush your bones, you disgusting island monster. Can you take a beating? Or are you full of dirty, nuclear-tainted water? Watching the whole scene, Akita-kun sat to one side, his face blank and bewildered. Sweat kept pouring off him in terror. Kawasaki, the supergiant, was now just like a large cow lying at Ye Chen's feet. He lay still on the ground, with no strength left to resist. Ye Chen loudly urged him, Hey, get up for me. He curled his lip into a sinister smile, and said, I suddenly want to try playing that paper folding game too. Seeing Kawasaki stand up, Ye Chen seemed to go insane. His face turned dark as he praised him. Ha ha ha, you can take a beating. Ha ha, then let's play for a while longer. As soon as the words left his lips, he attacked him repeatedly, using him like a punching bag and beating him to his heart's content. Kawasaki couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Akita-kun was agitated, his face full of confusion. He stared at Ye Chen, his mouth mumbling, How is this possible? Lord Xuanqi has absolutely no strength to fight back. His voice faltered, the horror and doubt clearly written on his face. His eyes no longer held their previous confidence, and were now filled with fear at Ye Chen's strength and determination. Kawasaki's massive body flew past Akita-kun. He stammered in shock. Who exactly are you? Ye Chen's hand reached out, grabbing Akita-kun by the neck and lifting him up. He said coldly, It's your turn. Terrified, he hurriedly pleaded, Wait, it's all just a misunderstanding. He put on a smiling face and began to feign, Everything that happened before was just a test for you. Any damage caused to you, we will compensate you for it. The Wu Huang Society has always been looking for a powerful force in Huaxia to collaborate with. Clearly, Mr. Ye, you are exactly that kind of person. Hearing this, he darkened, his face chilling as he asked, "You mean to offer compensation?" Akita-kun noticed his focus and nodded frantically, replying, "Yes, exactly. We will certainly make you satisfied, Mr. Ye." No sooner had he finished speaking than small flames suddenly appeared. Only then did he feel the danger. Screaming in terror, "Wait!" Ye Chen didn't want to compromise with such evil, so he used the fire to incinerate him directly. Then, take your life as compensation instead. He didn't even have time to react before his whole body was engulfed in a sea of flames, screaming miserably until the very end. In just a moment, the group was dealt with, leaving only Lu Wenza, the subordinate who had betrayed him. He trembled, tears welling in his eyes as he fearfully called out, "Ye, CEO Ye." He was on pins and needles, muttering to himself, "It's over. Everything is finished. This kind of absolute power, is this why the Haihua organization obeys him?" Ye Chen maintained a cold expression as he spoke. Lu Wenze, just that alone, made him turn pale and drop to his knees, sweat pouring down his face as he begged, "Please, CEO Ye, forgive me. From now on, I will risk my life for the company, devoted and diligent. I won't even take a salary, or work for free. I'm the second in command of the Ha family. I can definitely be of use. Let me make amends for my sins." He kept his hands in his pockets, not saying a word. He just kicked him hard in the stomach. "Make amends?" Ye Chen glared at him, his voice gravelly with reproach. "That's a human life. What are you going to use to make amends?" Lu Wenza lay sprawled on the ground, trembling as he stammered, "Mr. Ye, please don't," but he didn't want to kill an innocent person. Since he hadn't been the one to kill his people, it wasn't enough to warrant death. He shouted loudly, "Get out, I won't kill you." Hearing this, Lu Wenze was overjoyed, kowtowing repeatedly. Thank you." Ye Chen turned his back and walked away coldly, reminding him, "You followed the Tianzheng Group to rise to become one of the top powers in Huaxia. But now, you will never be able to turn things around. You will carry the resentment of the families of the dead, living forever in regret and oppression." After handling everything, Ye Chen took out his phone to call Ye Lingtian, telling him to send people to clean up the scene. But suddenly, his eyes froze and widened. As if seeing something terrifying, Kawasaki was still able to stand, his body emitting black smoke, limbs twisted, asking, "Who are you?" Ye Chen was startled, standing frozen. He panicked, turning around to stare at his opponent, thinking, how is he still alive? Kawasaki, like a soulless corpse, muttered, "Dead, everyone is dead." Seeing his strange behavior, he observed closely and suddenly realized, no, he's not alive. Behind Kawasaki was another soul. Someone had used some kind of sorcery to possess the corpse. He angrily shouted at him, "Do you know what the outcome will be for opposing our Wu Huang society?" Only then did he understand that someone was controlling the body from afar to speak. Ye Chen regained his composure, smirking, "What are you? And what on earth is the Wu Huang society?" Deep down, he was still surprised. He hadn't expected someone from the island nation to know such secret arts. But just when he was worried about not finding their leader, the man growled, introducing himself. "The Wu Huang society, Master Beye." Ye Chen showed no respect, pointing his finger with a small flame right at the man's face and saying, "Get lost, Beye." The flame he created shot straight at him, causing the man to scream in rage. "You ignorant brat." Before Beye's projection vanished, he didn't forget to threaten him. "I will only say this once. If your people dare to step into Huaxia, even half a step." His voice was strong and resolute. "I will kill anyone I find." The flames also fiercely engulfed his own body. In another place, with a strange and mysterious emblem, Beye was recovering his soul. His eyes rolled back, cold sweat covered his face, and he spat out fresh blood. The nearby ninjas panicked and asked, "Master Beye, what's wrong?" He gritted his teeth in anger and hissed, "Ye Chen." Then he quickly stood up, his fury erupting. "I will definitely make you pay for your arrogance." This left his other subordinates confused and terrified, causing them to kneel to the ground. Cutting to the Tianzheng Group, blood-stained documents were scattered across the table. A board meeting was held in an incredibly tense atmosphere. Ye Chen sat at the head of the table, loudly declaring, "The recent attack has already been resolved." His face was serious as he asked, "Does anyone here have anything to say?" The people below began to whisper, "How long has it been? Mr. Ye already brought the documents back?" Some were even horrified to notice the blood on the documents, making them wonder what methods he had used. Ye Chen kept his hands in his pockets, his voice stern as he reminded them. From now on, anyone dissatisfied with me can leave the Tianjung group at any time. His eyes sparked with fiery rage as he threatened, but if anyone dares to betray me, I guarantee the consequences will be extremely brutal. Everyone was too afraid to speak, completely overwhelmed by his aura. Yes, Mr. Ye. After a long, exhausting day, Ye Chen returned to his warm home, where beautiful girls were waiting. Seeing the look on his face, Sundi guessed, "Still angry? Now that you're home, leave the company troubles behind." Ye Chen replied sadly, "I regret it." Seeing him unhappy, Sundi reached out to stroke his cheek, comforting him. Ye Chen furrowed his brows, annoyed, and continued, "If I had chosen people more carefully before, it wouldn't have caused such a tragedy." She gently wrapped her arms around his shoulders and whispered, "Then don't be sad anymore. Look at me. How is it now? Do you feel better?" The two shared an unspoken understanding, their cheeks flushing as they exchanged a passionate kiss. Ye Chen seemed bewitched by Sundi's beauty, infatuated, saying, "That's not enough. Please give me more." After a wild night, Ye Chen's clothes were scattered in the living room. Outside, the sun had already risen, and the morning light shining through the window made the room bright. Their clothes were even strewn across the stairs leading upstairs. The bedroom door hadn't even been closed yet. Ye Chen had been awake for a long time. He looked affectionately at the beautiful Sundai lying beside him, her face tired from the night's exertion. He gently asked, "Sundai, are you still in pain?" She blushed, pressing against his chest, and whispered, "After you treated me, it doesn't hurt anymore." Ye Chen smiled, gently stroking her cheek. "That's good." He doted on her, cautioning, "Next time, don't try to push yourself so hard. Let me take the lead from now on." His words were quite suggestive, but Sundi puffed out her cheeks in a pout. "No, I want to take the lead." Seeing her so energetic, he didn't refuse, and smiled, nodding happily. Okay, whatever you say." Sundi shyly buried her head in his chest, her heart racing as she continued, "Ye Chen, I want to tell you a secret, but after I'm done, you have to tell me a secret too, okay?" Ye Chen agreed without hesitation. "Sure." Her eyes sparkling, she looked up at him. "Actually, I like you. I've liked you for 5 years. I'm happier than anyone else that you could come back. I really missed you." Ye Chen was incredibly happy hearing that. He touched her head gently and replied, "Me too." Her eyes suddenly darkened, her tone self-reproachful as she said, "Later, when I found out about your family, I was very angry, but I couldn't do anything because my ability was too small, too small. Even now, I feel like I'm only a burden to you." Suddenly, she turned, looking at him lovingly. "But I like cooking for you, even though I don't cook as well as you do. I like it, and I like being with you even more. So, I want to be your first woman, so that you'll remember me for the rest of your life." Ye Chen really knew how to please a woman. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her hair, sweet-talking her. "Don't worry, your position in my heart, no one can ever replace. No one." Sundi was incredibly satisfied. Ye Chen slowly asked, "You're done? Now it's my turn. What do you want to ask?" Sundi's face turned red. She wiped her face and said, "I suddenly realized one isn't enough, because there are too many secrets about you. I don't know which one to ask. You choose." Ye Chen's eyes saddened as he began to tell her, "I'll tell you where I've been these 5 years." He recalled an unhappy memory. 5 years ago, he fell into a lake and was saved by an old man who led him to a place called the KUNLUN ruins. The entrance was deep within the KUNLUN mountains. That place is full of powerful masters, and their techniques are incredible. The law has no effect there at all. Speaking up to here, he frowned, looking very angry. There is only one rule there. The strong prey on the weak. I spent 5 difficult years there, but it was all very real. Sundi was very curious and suggested, "Then can you take me to see it sometime? I want to know the places you've been." Ye Chen was embarrassed, hesitating slightly. His face clearly showed his concern. He furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, "The KUNLUN ruins are really very dangerous. Even I would find it hard to protect myself there, let alone bring someone else." Thinking this, he suddenly gained confidence again. But that was before. Now, I hold the reincarnation cemetery in my hands, and I have 100 ancient experts backing me. What is there to fear? A moment later, Ye Chen gently tapped Sundi's nose and happily agreed, "Okay, when the time comes, I'll take you for a tour." She cheered excitedly. "Great." Saying that, like a hungry tiger, he pounced on Sundi, preparing to go a few more rounds, considering it a reward. "Let's do it one more time." Switching scenes to the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. In one of the association's rooms, everyone was gathering to discuss something. The atmosphere was deathly quiet and tense, with every face showing signs of strain. Sitting regally in the center was the president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, the head of the Tang family, and ranked 189th among the grandmasters of Huaxia. He declared loudly, "Yuan Jingfu's death. Who is going to take responsibility for this? And then there's Jiang Luozhen, whom our martial arts association sent out in secret. His death, too, must be accounted for." The people below grew anxious, breaking into a cold sweat as they stammered this. After waiting for half the day, they still hadn't heard a satisfactory answer. Tang Ao barked in anger. "Are you all deaf? Is no one going to take responsibility for this? Or do you think this is Tang Ao's, fault?" Hearing this, Ma Weiqi stood up abruptly and replied, "President Tang, we believe the person who truly needs to be held accountable isn't us. It's that brat, Ye Chen. We've investigated the incident at the martial arts stage. Though we don't know the specific details, it is certainly linked to Ye Chen." Tang Ao scowled, his face twisted with suspicion. "That's the core of the problem. Ye Chen is nothing but a piece of trash from the Ye family who somehow learned a few tricks. He entered the Grandmaster realm, and I'm not surprised he killed Chen Yuanli and Tang Guobao. But how could he have killed Yuan Jingfu?" Su Yuanchu also stood up to analyze the situation. "This really is highly suspicious. I heard from eyewitnesses that Yuan Jingfu self-destructed, as if he had suffered a cultivation deviation. The martial arts stage exploded because of that." Tang Ao, hearing this, slammed his hand onto the table in a rage and roared, "Self-destructed? Nonsense." He stood up and pointed at the crowd, questioning them. "Yuan Jingfu was our vice president with a limitless future. Faced with a piece of garbage like him, what reason would he have to self-destruct? And there's Jiang Luozhen. He always operated in the shadows. Why did he die?" Su Yuanchu couldn't make sense of it either. He stammered, "It's very difficult to say. We've asked many people, and they all gave the same answer. They clearly weren't lying, but for some reason, when asked for details, they didn't know anything. This is what puzzles us the most." Tang Ao's expression darkened. He was silent for a long time before suddenly looking at them and saying, "Ma Weiqi, Su Yuanchu, Xu Zhentian, the strength of the three of you is among the top in the association. 2 of you are even vice presidents. I am now ordering you to go to Jiangcheng and investigate the cause of Yuan Jingfu's death." He opened his hand, his 5 fingers spread, and commanded, "Do not overlook a single clue, and if you find no leads, bring Ye Chen to me. This matter absolutely has to have some connection to Ye Chen. I, Tang Ao, don't need evidence. What if I kill a piece of trash? We cannot let a vice president die in vain." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, President Tang." Meanwhile, at the Longhun assault team headquarters in Jiangcheng, the members of the assault team were training diligently. Every one of them had rippling muscles. They looked incredibly impressive. The sound of their shouts echoed throughout the military base. Ye Chen walked over with Yingqing. With his hands in his pockets, he said appreciatively, "Yingqing, thanks for yesterday." He replied calmly, "Mr. Ye, you are too kind. It was my duty." After a few words, Ye Chen asked the main point, "What did you ask me here for today?" Yingqing smiled and replied, "The chief invited you. He wants to see you." The chief was already standing ahead, waiting for them. Upon arriving, Yingqing announced, "We are here." Hearing that he had arrived, the chief turned around warmly. "Ye Chen, you're here." Standing before the crowd, he suggested to him, "I invited you here because I want to ask for your help to train Longhun." Ye Chen didn't hesitate to raise his hand in refusal. "Absolutely not." The chief smiled patiently. "Let me finish first. I'm not asking you to join us. I want you to be the chief instructor of Longhun." Ye Chen glanced at the people there and asked, "Is this the Longhun assault team?" Someone denied it. "Not exactly." The chief explained clearly, "This is a mysterious force in Huaxia, codenamed Longhun. As for Yingqing's assault team, they are just a small unit within it. Longhun only takes orders from the chief of Huaxia, vowing to protect the soil and the people of Huaxia, and handling all special problems within the country." Ye Chen scratched his head, looking at him skeptically, and asked, "A force this important, are you sure you want to hand it over to an outsider like me to train?" The chief frowned and answered with absolute certainty, "Of course I am." He even praised him to the high heavens. "I dare to guarantee that with Mr. Ye's strength, no one in all of Huaxia is more suitable than you." The chief moved closer, placing both hands on his shoulders to reassure him. "Of course, I know Mr. Ye doesn't like to be tied down, so you only need to come and train when you are free. As long as Mr. Yi agrees. I guarantee that the people around you will receive protection from the military. With such a lucrative promise, he asked in surprise. Oh? To what extent would the protection go? The chief quickly explained. For instance, in the shadows where Sun Yun and Xia Ruxue cannot see, there will be top-tier snipers. If they encounter unavoidable danger, the military will take them out directly. He spoke with great confidence. Of course, that is just one part of it. Longhun will also station experts nearby. As long as there is any suspicious movement, it will be reported to the Longhun system. That way, Longhun can react as quickly as possible. At the same time, we will notify you immediately. Ye Chen rubbed his chin in thought. This treatment was basically equivalent to a high-ranking official. Even though he didn't expect them to handle a Grandmaster-level threat, at least they could help him buy time, which was still very useful. The chief continued to manipulate his psychology, saying, "To be frank, Mr. Ye has made too many enemies lately. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, the Tan family, the Island Nations Martial Arts Society, plus some hidden threats in the shadows. This might not be a threat to you, but it's different for Miss Xia and Miss Sunday. You can't be by their side every single day." Ye Chen pondered. He didn't agree right away, but suddenly asked, "What does the chief instructor of Longhun need to do?" The chief said firmly, "The method is entirely up to Mr. Ye. The key is to make them stronger. If they are strong, Huaxia is strong." Seeing that this was quite simple, Ye Chen didn't hesitate anymore, clenching his fist to show his determination. He agreed immediately. "Fine. If you trust me that much, I will give you the promise you deserve. As long as I come once, I can make this group kill 10 more powerful warriors on the battlefield." The chief was startled, thinking to himself, "That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Being strong oneself and making others strong were two different concepts." Then, Ye Chen stood before everyone and announced, "Everyone, you heard what I just said to the chief. From now on, Ye Chen, I am your chief instructor." Everyone looked at him with defiant eyes, each with their own thoughts. "Taking the back door, huh? What else could we hear?" Some were very curious. "What's this brat's background? How does he look like the vice chief is begging him? Is he even worthy? They should know we don't just know how to use firearms. We are also ancient martial artists. Who does he think he is?" Suddenly, one of them stepped out and said with a disdainful tone, "Chief, I don't accept this." The others also began to loudly protest in unison, "I don't accept this either. Why should he be the chief instructor? The lives of the brothers cannot be entrusted to a brat like this." Standing before them, Ye Chen was very excited. He eagerly accepted the challenge. "If you don't accept it, then let's fight. If you don't like the look of me, feel free to strike. You can all come at me at once, even." Hearing him say that, they looked at each other with angry eyes. "How arrogant," someone said. "He can be arrogant, but we can't lose face. We won't resort to ganging up on him." "How embarrassing," the person next to him snorted, lamenting, "Ignorant brat." The chief also stood up to announce. He was quite confident in Ye Chen's strength. He dares to say that, so he naturally has the skills. "You can strike without worrying about my opinion. If you can defeat him, I'll tell him to get lost immediately." Gu Dashi, hearing this, didn't know whether to live or die and rushed out first. He bared his teeth and smiled smugly. "Humph. Ganging up is for the weak. It loses the honor of Longhun." He stepped forward to take a stance and shouted, "Gu Dashi alone is enough." Ye Chen bent his legs and jumped high into the air. He didn't say much else, but eagerly advanced. "If that's the case, then let me teach you the first lesson." Internal energy in the toes, centered in the dantian. Their two legs met and collided with a loud crack. Ye Chen wasn't affected in the slightest and continued to teach. "This is how you use your strength properly." The fight became extremely tense, dust flying everywhere. The people outside couldn't help but gossip. Gu Dashi, sweating profusely, felt a worried look on his face, thinking, "My God, why is his internal energy so intense? There's no way I can block this." Ye Chen turned his body lightly but delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying quite a distance away. Gu Dashi let out a cry of, "Ah, ah," and slammed hard into the wall with a thud. He must have broken a few ribs. The others, seeing this scene, were completely shocked, their eyes and mouths wide open as they exclaimed, "God!" He defeated Gu Dashi at his own specialty of footwork. Some couldn't stop praising him. "He's strong, incredibly strong." Ye Chen stood proudly, his tone provocative. "With just this level of skill from you all, even coming at me together wouldn't change anything. If you want to keep any face for Longhun, then use whatever means necessary to defeat me first." The rest of the group, hearing this, flew into a rage and rushed forward. "You bastard! You've gone too far. We let you say a few words and you think you're flying now?" Some loudly declared. Today we brothers are going to open your eyes. Ye Chen didn't show a hint of worry. He dropped into a squat, stomped his foot hard against the ground, and said with a beaming face, "Not bad, you've got some fighting spirit. Well then, let me broaden your horizons." With that, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and braced himself to throw a punch. He charged forward and shouted, "Heavenly Slaughter Fist." His punch unleashed a terrifying force like a vortex, striking straight at them. Before they could even touch him, they were sent flying, one by one, landing scattered on the ground. Ye Chen frowned and gave a cold smirk. The outcome is already decided. They lay sprawled on the ground in agony. They no longer had the strength to resist or even stand up. Meanwhile, at the Longhun Special Operations Headquarters in Jiangcheng, the atmosphere was electrifying. Ye Chen moved like a tireless machine. With his incredible strength, he took down one opponent after another, leaving them battered and unable to get back on their feet. Only then did he stop. With a face full of confidence, he asked, "Well, do you surrender?" They lay flat on the ground, looking at each other with fury. "Damn it, how can so many of us not beat one guy?" Someone muttered in shock. "How can there be someone this strong in the world?" Their gazes softened, though they were clearly reluctant to admit defeat. He couldn't hear their faint voices, so he asked again, "What did you say?" Gudashi suddenly jumped up, startling him. The guy shouted loudly, "Gudashi, reporting to the chief instructor." Seeing this, the others stopped resisting, stood up, and began the roll call. Feng Chao reporting to the chief instructor, Li Hu reporting to the chief instructor, Zhang Yiwen reporting to the chief instructor, Zhang Aikun reporting to the chief instructor. Seeing the situation turning around, Ye Chen smiled. Truth be told, their foundation was quite good, and he wanted to improve their combat skills. The method was simple. Suddenly, he stroked his chin with a serious expression and asked, "Actually, do you all want to learn the Heavenly Slaughter Fist? I'll teach you." They were incredibly excited to hear this. "Really?" One of them didn't hesitate to reply. "Learn! We definitely want to learn." They enthusiastically added, "I want to learn from you, Master Ye. I want to take on 10 people at once just like you." Ye Chen stood there, posing coolly, and said slowly, "Don't be in such a hurry. I'll teach you 2 moves first to improve your real combat capabilities." He calculated in his mind. If he could gain their support, the foundation of his power structure would be considered complete. He began to link up with those he had collaborated with before. The king of Jiangnan was in charge of controlling the underworld forces in Jiangnan province, hidden within the Tianzhong Group, providing financial resources for him. Plus, with Longhun under the control of military leadership, he could handle the vast majority of situations. He was very satisfied with the current state of things. This way, he had the ability to protect those around him, and, at the same time, the capital to compete with the Long family, who had taken everything from him. Ye Chen frowned as he meticulously planned. Ye Longqian was helping him, but the Long family from the capital was being protected by another power. Even for someone like Lei Shuwei, he had no leads. The waters in the capital were very deep. Even high-ranking martial arts families in the capital had to show them respect just because they stood at the pinnacle of China. He clenched his fists, showing great determination. To stand against them, he had to accumulate his own strength. "I'll step on them one day." Meanwhile, a person stood before a pile of ruins. It seemed this place used to be a majestic and magnificent fortress. Ma Weiqi's group stood there, their eyes wide with shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. With a terrified face and cold sweat, he began to speculate. The destruction of the martial arts arena, it couldn't have been done by Yuan Jingfu, right? Tu Yuantu, standing beside him, agreed. These marks show it was shattered from the inside by an extremely powerful force. It's hard to imagine a martial artist being able to do this. Terrified, he continued. "Do you mean there's a master in Jiangcheng that we don't know about?" Tu was confused and looked at the two of them. "No way. Could it really be a cultivator who did this? Isn't that just a legend?" Ma Weiqi hung his head in helplessness. "I'm not sure. The possibility is very low." Tu Yuantu calmly interjected. "During the 5 years that Ye Chen disappeared, he must have obtained some kind of opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have the ability to kill a grandmaster." Ma Weiqi narrowed his eyes, meticulously laying out the plan. "There are too many questions about this. Association President Du has already instructed that without direct evidence, we shouldn't confront that brat. We'll start by investigating him." He moved to the scene. At Ye Chen's luxurious villa, a sumptuous feast with all kinds of flavors had been prepared. Ye Chen picked up his chopsticks and tried a piece of fish. He praised Xia Ruxue endlessly. "I didn't expect a refined young lady like you to know how to cook." Sundai, sitting across from him, chimed in. This is also my first time seeing Xia Ruxue cook. Being praised, Xia Ruxue beamed with pride. She winked at the two of them. You can praise me more. I've been learning from my grandmother these past few days. Ye Chen looked at her and teased. The taste, it's really hard to imagine this is your cooking. Ruxue frowned, annoyed. Can't you say something nice? So, how is my cooking? Sun Di suddenly remembered something and asked anxiously, Ye Chen, where did you go yesterday? Remembering the fighting from yesterday, he didn't want them to worry, so he said, I went to a base, I don't know the name, to help someone out. I'm going to visit Hengzi later. Do you want to come? Upon hearing this, Sun Di patted Ruxue's shoulder and said, I already made plans with Ruxue to go shopping. We'll go next time. Ruxue also smiled and played along. That's right. It's been a while since I've been back. Don't think about leaving me behind. Seeing this, Ye Chen didn't force the issue. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities later. I'll head out first. You two enjoy your meal. As he stepped outside, his gaze froze, as if he saw something. A strange supercar was parked there. He was very puzzled. Huh? There's a car I've never seen before in front of the house. The young man in front, seeing him approach, saluted and said in a solemn voice, Greetings, Chief Instructor. Are you looking to head out? Only then did he realize and thought of that boorish superior, the people from Longhun. It seemed that even though Lei Shuwei looked like that, he was quite thoughtful. Ye Chen didn't refuse this courtesy. He coolly got into the car and ordered the young man to drive to Jiangbei University. When we're outside, don't call me Chief Instructor. Call me Mr. Ye or Ye Chen. The man obediently followed the order. Yes, Chief Instructor. Very quickly, he arrived at Jiangbei University. Inside the male dormitory, he sat on the bed. Hengzi kept babbling. Brother Chen, the thing you gave me is so powerful. I've reached the first level now. I feel like my body is full of power, like it's about to explode. The guy was radiating a fiery aura, just like in the legends. Ye Chen was speechless, his face falling in helplessness. He had come to visit Hengzi. In Hengzi's room, Hengzi was unleashing the power that Ye Chen had taught him, marveling and thanking Ye Chen repeatedly. Hengzi seemed to be full of energy, moving continuously without pause, using the strange power that Ye Chen had bestowed upon him. Ye Chen sat on the lower bunk, watching Hengzi while smiling, then raised his hand. Ye Chen summoned some medicinal pills that floated in the air. He added, Take one of these pills every week. Ye Chen stood up from the bed and said, It'll be a bit uncomfortable the first time you take it, but you have to endure it. Then circulate that cultivation method, and you'll have a breakthrough you never expected. Every word of Ye Chen sounded rhythmic and went deep into Hengzi's thoughts. Hengzi was determined to master the pills. Hengzi raised his hand, clenched his fist, and said to him, Yes, Brother Chen, to protect my family, I will definitely become stronger. Ye Chen was stunned, his face stiffened, speechless. Thinking back to Hengzi's previous appearance, he smiled faintly and said, Before that happens, you should return to your normal self first. The scene changed. After the conversation with Hengzi at the dorm, Ye Chen left. Just as he stepped out of the building, walking smoothly down a quiet path in the dead of night, Ye Chen suddenly saw someone walking from afar, approaching him. That person was walking in the opposite direction. The stranger got closer and asked, Excuse me, little brother? Hearing this, Ye Chen stopped, looking puzzled, wondering what the person in front of him wanted. A man stood before him. It was the stranger from earlier. The man spoke up and asked, May I ask how to get to the male dormitory at this school? Ye Chen nodded upon hearing this. He looked at the path and just said, Follow this road and walk straight. You'll be there. After saying that, Ye Chen continued walking on his own path. The man stared at his back with a killer's gaze and said, Many thanks, little brother. Ye Chen waved his hand to signify it was nothing and added, No need to be so formal. But Ye Chen lowered his head and said in a deep voice, I feel like what you wanted to ask wasn't just that, right? Just as he finished speaking, the man who had just asked for directions jumped up, striking, preparing to assassinate him. So, it was Tu Yuantu from the South Jiang martial arts. Ye Chen had anticipated everything that would happen, so he calmly kept walking and said, You shameless old thief. Tu Yuantu's strike created a source of sharp light. A sharp sword swung down directly at Ye Chen's spot. Yet, Ye Chen had easily dodged it with just one move, a light, agile jump. The old man Tu Yuantu's strike made the ground shake, creating a large crack on the path. Dust filled the air. The old man, Tu Yuantu, landed and continued seriously. You were actually able to dodge that move? Little brat, you are certainly not simple. You are Ye Chen, aren't you? Hearing what the old man said, Ye Chen looked cold and showed his contempt. What business do you have looking for me? Old man Tu Yuan Tu. Listen here, you brat. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, the old man spat, his face flushing with rage. You're not leaving until you answer me one question. He narrowed his eyes, seething. What exactly happened that day at the tournament? And what was the true cause of death for the master? Ye Chen heard the mention of Yuan Jingfu, the very man he had already taken down. He chuckled coldly. Haha, so you're just some trash from the Martial Arts Association, huh? Hearing Ye Chen insult the association and himself so brazenly, the old man, Yuan Tu Yuan, grew even more furious. He pointed a finger right in Ye Chen's face. How arrogant. Even if Yuan Jingfu is dead, as members of the Martial Arts Association, we are not the type of people a punk like you can insult at will. Ye Chen remained unfazed, looking at him with disdain. Sorry, but the trash from the association I was talking about wasn't just that jerk Yuan Jingfu. He pointed directly at Yuan Tu Yuan and his crew. I meant all of you. You sorry dogs from the Martial Arts Association are all trash. The old man roared. Regardless of whether you tell the truth about that day or not, today, I'm going to make you pay. How dare a brat like you insult our Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association? With that, the martial artist's blood boiled. Fury surged to his head, and Yuan Tu Yuan's body seemed to radiate heat. Ye Chen replied, Isn't Yuan Jingfu dead? I killed him. So what? Yuan Tu Yuan stood frozen at the words. Ye Chen continued, And besides, you'll soon know something else. The martial artist Yuan Tu Yuan snapped back. Whatever it is, spit it out. But before he could finish, Ye Chen lunged forward, delivering a strike straight to Yuan Tu Yuan's head. His attack was lightning fast. No one could even react. The victim didn't even have time to feel pain before he was gone. Ye Chen's expression shifted, his gaze becoming bloodthirsty as he smiled. After killing him, I'm going to kill you too. Just like that, Yuan Tu Yuan was taken down, collapsing to the ground. Ye Chen calmly pulled out his phone and made a call. Little Deng, get over here. And while you're at it, help me take out some trash. Little Deng answered from the other end. Understood, Master Ye. Suddenly, Ye Chen noticed something nearby. He turned to look. It was the old man's phone, which had fallen to the ground and was now ringing. Curious, Ye Chen walked over and picked up the phone. He answered it. A voice came from the other side. Hello? Yuan Tu Yuan, how's it going? Have you found that piece of trash from the Ye family yet? Ye Chen stood up straight, listening in silence. If the target resists, absolutely do not kill him. President Tong wants him taken alive. Even hearing those orders, Ye Chen didn't move or respond, wanting to gauge the situation and see why they were after him. He figured out their intentions and chuckled to himself. When no one answered from the other end, the caller panicked. Hello? Yuan Tu Yuan? Why aren't you talking? Could it be? With that, the line went dead. Ye Chen held the phone in his hand, thinking, they sure act fast. Hung up already? But I have plenty of ways to find you. A blue car approached Ye Chen. Inside was Little Deng. Little Deng spoke up. Master Ye. As soon as the car stopped, Little Deng scrambled out and asked, Are you all right? Ye Chen stood there and replied, I'm fine. Help me track the location of the most recent call made from this phone. Saying that, Ye Chen tossed the phone toward Little Deng. Little Deng caught it, looking at it briefly. Although he only had a rough idea of the situation, he immediately replied, Yes, sir. As Ye Chen turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and said, Oh, right. Get me a dossier on the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. Back at home, it was already deep into the night. The streets were empty. Ye Chen sat on the floor and spread out the files Little Deng had brought. He looked over the documents on the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association again and again, murmuring, Centuries of existence. He picked up one of the pages and read, The sphere of influence is very complex, involving at least 12 martial arts families in Jiangnan Province. This association has some real power. He read the file carefully, thinking, Every term, the association president, is an incredibly powerful figure in Jiangnan Province. The current president is Tang Ao, the head of the Tang family, a high-level martial arts lineage. He's ranked 189th on the Grandmaster ranking. His strength is not something someone like Yuan Jingfu could ever hope to compare to. Reading through the file, Ye Chen fell into deep thought. This data is 2 years old. I wonder what Tang Ao's current strength is. My own strength is probably around the top 300 on the Grandmaster ranking. As for whether I can crack the top 200, it's hard to say. After thinking for a while, he held out his hand and summoned a strange object. It looked like a crystal, emitting an unnaturally beautiful glow. Ye Chen looked at the crystal and said, For me, the one I need to watch out for right now is this Tang Ao. I need to make another trip. He set off on a new hunting and cultivation journey. He stood before a graveyard in the middle of the night, the moon high and cold. Ye Chen approached a tombstone, deep in thought. The other tombstone hasn't awakened yet. Is Chen Qingtian my biggest trump card right now? But to meet him, my current realm isn't enough. He stood still, mulling it over. I must quickly raise my strength to lead the way for Chen Qingtian. The Martial Arts Association is already suspicious of me. I have to find a way to stall for time. A moment later, a notification chime rang from his phone. Little Deng had sent a message. Master Ye, this is Little Deng. The location has been confirmed at the Tianxi Hotel in Jiang City. According to our investigation, the three people staying there are Ma Weiqi, Yuan Tuyuan, and Ho Zhen of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. As soon as Ye Chen received the message, he pulled out his phone, called someone, and asked, "They're still waiting at the hotel? Have they not realized that one of them is already dead?" The person on the other end replied, "It seems they haven't, but they've likely found something and don't want to believe it." The person on the other end, worried for Ye Chen's safety, blurted out, "Master Ye, they are very strong. Do you need the dragon soul to get involved?" Ye Chen replied immediately, "No need. I can handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, he set the phone down beside him. Ye Chen folded his arms and closed his eyes, thinking, even if I kill those two today, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association will just continue to seek revenge. It might even make them more insane. I need time. I have to think of a way to stall. Ye Chen rested his chin in his hand, thinking, that's it. The information La Yuntian left for me, it just happens to include a cultivation method for enslaving others. If I can turn one of them into a slave, things will be much easier to handle. Outside, the night was pitch black, and the stars in the sky over Jiang City were shimmering brightly. At the Tianxi Hotel, inside one of the rooms, Hu Jin and Ma Weiqi were talking about Yuan Tuyuan. Ma Weiqi spoke up. Why hasn't Yuan Tuyuan contacted us? Could he really be in danger? Hu Jin replied, that's not right. How could a puny place like Jiang City have such a formidable character? Ma Weiqi felt a sense of unease. He touched the phone on the table and continued. Yuan Tuyuan's last coordinates showed him near Jiangbei University. You go check it out and see if there's anything unusual. Hearing Ma Weiqi's words, Hu Jin instinctively rested his chin in his hands, thinking, there's no aura from Yuan Tuyuan at all. Either he was taken out, or he left long ago. I suspect the former. Something must have happened to him. Hearing Ho Zhen say that, Ma Weiqi grew even more anxious. He picked up his phone and said, if that's the case, it means there's definitely a high-level expert protecting Ye Chen. Even we might not be able to handle it. We need to report this to President Tang immediately. Outside the building, a beam of orange-yellow light appeared, heading toward the two men in the room. The light lunged forward like lightning, straight toward them. This beam was unleashed by someone intending to cause destruction, unwilling to let Ma Weiqi make that report to Tang Ao. Therefore, the beam targeted the phone in his hand. Ma Weiqi was stunned to see the phone in his hand shattered into two pieces from such a distance. The phone was completely destroyed. Ma Weiqi screamed, "Ah!" So, the person who did this was none other than Ye Chen. He landed, sitting right on the balcony outside the room, and said, although I killed one, Yuan Tuyuan, you guys are still 2-on-1. Do you really need to call in external help in this situation? Ye Chen looked at the two old men with disappointment and continued, a bit lacking in martial virtue, don't you think? Ma Weiqi and Hu Zhen were shocked and stunned to see Ye Chen appear in Jiang City, stumbling back. They both shouted, Ye Chen, this guy, this brat. Ma Weiqi pulled back his hand, then thrust his arm out. A sharp blade flew from his sleeve. The knife was an assassination weapon. One hit, and it would be over. Ignoring Ye Chen's remarks, Ma Weiqi took action immediately. He drew his arm back, assumed a stance, and then lashed out with force, pouring his inner energy into the strike. The small blade shot forward with such speed that it was faster than the human eye could clearly track. As Ma Weiqi struck, he shouted, Die! Ye Chen stood directly opposite him, looking at the life-threatening situation. He stood there perfectly calm, eyes fixed on Ma Weiqi's incoming strike. With a wide-eyed gaze, he whispered that this was his technique. With just one look, Ma Weiqi's blade was completely blocked and stopped with absolute ease. Ma Weiqi had assumed his high-speed attack would strike Ye Chen, but Ye Chen treated it like a trivial blow, nothing more than a child's game. He didn't even need to move his hands or feet. His gaze alone was enough to bring that strike to a sudden halt. Next, Ye Chen used his focus to control the blade. He spoke, and the sharp little knife turned around, pointing directly back at Ma Weiqi. The speed at which it returned was even faster than before. The razor-sharp blade was close to Ma Weiqi again, But this time, the roles were reversed. Seeing the knife flying back at such incredible speed, Ma Weiqi screamed, "Oh no, I can't dodge it." Seeing Ma Weiqi in a pinch, Tuo Zhen immediately pulled out his ancestral weapon and gripped it tight. Soul-suppressing staff. Tuo Zhen swung his red staff, intercepting the knife's path. The blade struck the staff and was deflected away, causing no harm to either Ma Weiqi or Tuo Zhen. Feeling an ominous vibe, Tuo Zhen and Ma Weiqi whispered to each other, "This brat is definitely a cultivator. His methods are eerie, and he has plenty of trump cards. We must be careful." The two old men stood shoulder to shoulder, shivering in fear. Seeing that Tuo Zhen's staff had deflected the blade, Ye Chen looked intrigued. He stared at the weapon and said with a murderous tone, "That staff looks decent. If you two agree to become my servants and hand over that staff, I might just spare your lives." Both old martial artists gritted their teeth in anger. "Don't be arrogant. Just because you're a cultivator doesn't mean you can handle both of us at once." Ma Weiqi took a stance, pulling his fists back to his waist. He channeled his internal energy throughout his body, and a blue light erupted from him. He then shouted, "Attack!" Ma Weiqi unleashed a barrage of powerful, lightning-fast punches so quick that it was impossible to track where they were coming from. Yet, Ye Chen decoded them in an instant. He easily read and dodged those strikes. Ye Chen's speed was by no means inferior. As Ma Weiqi lunged forward, Ye Chen sidestepped effortlessly and moved to a different angle. Ye Chen grabbed Ma Weiqi's wrist, squeezing with immense force. He spun Ma Weiqi around like a spinning top, as if he were nothing more than a toy. Not stopping there, Ye Chen grabbed Ma Weiqi by the head and slammed him straight into the ground, raising a fist high. Rushing in from the distance was Tuo Zhen, wielding the very staff Ye Chen had his eyes on. Tuo Zhen leaped into the air, raised the staff, and shouted, "Ha!" Seeing this, Ye Chen reached out to block it. Tuo Zhen poured all his internal energy into the strike, shouting, "Soul-suppressing staff, dark soul." Suddenly, a series of terrifying spiritual spirit beasts appeared. Ye Chen was startled. He hadn't expected to deal with spirit beasts. His eyes widened in shock as the evil spiritual energy swarmed and invaded his body. He cried out in pain, "Ugh!" Seeing Ye Chen struggling, Tuo Zhen leaped up, holding the staff high, and brought it crashing down. "Ha ha ha! I told you, under our ancestral soul-suppressing staff, you're nothing." But then, a hand wrapped in spiritual energy reached out and grabbed the staff without hesitation. Tuo Zhen's eyes bulged in shock. Ye Chen smiled at him. "That was just me testing your move. I've seen far better weapons than this." With that, Ye Chen ripped the staff from Tuo Zhen's grip and launched a counterattack. He swung the staff, smashing it directly into Tuo Zhen's face, sending the old man spitting blood. The blow was brutal, and with the added power of the weapon, it was even more devastating. Ye Chen paused to look at the staff. A spiritual artifact, as expected. It requires spiritual energy to operate. While it's not top tier, it's a waste in your hands. Ye Chen channeled his internal energy into the staff and said, "Let me show you its true power." He gripped the staff with both hands and struck Tuo Zhen on the head. Tuo Zhen went flying, exactly as if Ye Chen were playing baseball with the staff as the bat and Tuo Zhen's body as the ball. One swing sent him soaring into the distance, slamming hard into the wall. A loud crash echoed as the wall shattered. Tuo Zhen flew straight into another room of the Tianqi Hotel, disturbing a couple's night. Tuo Zhen collapsed on the ground, coughing up blood, panting heavily. The two people in the room were terrified, fleeing in a panic without even getting dressed, screaming, "Murder!" Tuo Zhen lay shivering on the floor. Ye Chen approached, his footsteps making Tuo Zhen tremble in fear. Ye Chen stood before him and pointed the staff directly at Tuo Zhen's face. "Die with him or become my slave. You choose." Ye Chen then pointed at Ma Weiqi, coldly asking, "Slave or death?" Hearing this, Ma Weiqi broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "If I die, the Ma family will fall from grace. My life's work will be stolen by others, and my clan will be bullied by enemies. I have no choice." Thinking this, Ma Weiqi kowtowed desperately. "Master Ye, I choose the second option. I am willing to be your slave. Please, Master Ye, spare my life," Ye Chen said with amusement. "At least you know your place. Look up. I will plant a blood soul curse into your consciousness." He pricked his fingertip, drawing a drop of fresh blood, and began to chant. "From now on, if you ever dare to have a rebellious thought," Ye Chen flicked his hand, and the drop of blood flew out. He warned in a stern voice, "Your soul will scatter." As he finished, the blood soul drop quickly entered Ma Weiqi's forehead, leaving him terrified. He seemed to hallucinate, his heart jumping as he saw Ye Chen's cold, dark eyes staring right at him. Ma Weiqi kowtowed frantically. This old servant dares not. Since ancient times, the weak have always been servants to the strong. I, Ma Weiqi, am willing to follow you, Master Ye. He widened his eyes, thinking, I can feel it if I even think about betraying him. He can destroy my soul. This technique is truly terrifying. Ye Chen turned and left, his voice cold. For 1 month, I don't want the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association causing any trouble. You know what to say, don't you? Ma Weiqi trembled and replied, Yes, I know. He wondered to himself. Strange, why only 1 month? Could it be that 1 month is all he needs to ensure he can handle the association president? That night, at Ye Chen's villa, he examined the staff, excited. Unexpected harvest, today. Since I lack a proper weapon, this soul-suppressing staff will do for now. Ye Chen whispered to himself, After a month of cultivation, I will head to the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association personally. Lu Gao, ranked 189th among grandmasters. I want to see how strong you really are. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He wondered, who could it be this late? Ye Chen opened the door. Upon seeing the person before him, he was stunned. He whispered, Kim Lengyan? Lengyan's face was pale, trembling. Master Ye, may I come in? Ye Chen replied calmly, Come in. After she sat down, he asked with concern, What on earth happened? Did something happen to the Kim family? Kim Lengyan didn't answer, instead slowly taking off her feather coat. Beneath it, she revealed a jade pendant necklace with a dragon pattern, then whispered, Master Ye, you'll know once you see it. Ye Chen was shocked. Where did you get this jade? He stared intently at the glowing green pendant, thinking, This jade contains incredibly dense spiritual energy. Wearing it could triple one's cultivation speed. Even in Kunlun, this would be considered a treasure. Kim Lengyan explained, Master Ye, you know my Kim family handles special auctions in Jiangcheng. We occasionally receive strange auction items. She recalled the memory. The night before last, a friend of my father's came from Xiangjiang and gave us this. He said he wanted to auction it the next day, but yesterday he suddenly changed his mind, called us, and said he didn't want to sell it, he wanted it back. Lengyan continued calmly. My father agreed, but we waited all night and didn't see him. His phone was unreachable. Worried, my father went to his house. She panicked, shouting, His entire family was wiped out. Lengyan recounted with fear. The bodies showed the attackers' methods were brutal, the strength was terrifying. Even worse, everyone the father's friend had been in contact with these past few days has been dying one after another. The cause is likely this jade. She earnestly said to Ye Chen, Our Kim family's current strength is likely unable to protect this object, yet we cannot bear to hand it over to others. My father wants to entrust it to Mr. Ye for safekeeping. In all of Jiangcheng, you are likely the only one with the power to handle this. If anything happens to our Kim family, this object will belong to Mr. Ye. Please, accept it quickly. Ye Chen replied, I agree. Now, what do you plan to do next? Ye Chen thought to himself, Kim Lanyan has helped me a lot, and this object is of great use to me. I cannot pass this up. She picked up her feather coat and whispered, My father has already arranged for a plane. The Kim family will temporarily leave Jiangcheng. Lanyan stood up and gently reminded him, While it is in your care, Mr. Ye, feel free to use the jade pendant. Consider it the storage fee we are paying you. She spoke with a sad smile. Perhaps this will be the last time we meet. Kim Lanyan left with lingering feelings, saying, Goodbye, Mr. Ye. Ye Chen nodded and replied softly, Until we meet again. After seeing her off, he closed the door. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Xia Ruxue asked suspiciously, Was there a great beauty here just now? Zundi grumbled, It's the middle of the night. Are you cheating on us? Ye Chen quickly tucked the jade pendant into his pocket and replied with a calm smile, It's nothing, just a friend who came to ask for my help. Sorry for waking you both up. As Ruxue looked for snacks in the fridge, she said, That's right. You'll be going to the Tianjung Group tomorrow, right? You are going, right? Because the product press conference is coming up soon, and there will be many domestic and foreign reporters. She sipped her milk calmly and continued, We must build hype for the product launch. Zundi pleaded, You have to go, because I am the company representative speaking at the press conference. If you aren't there, I'll be worried to death. Ye Chen patted her head and said gently, All right, I'll go, okay? I'll even take some beautiful photos for you two. Zundi immediately smiled happily and nodded. Ye Chen's villa was still lit up at that time. Ye Chen observed the green jade pendant carved with dragon patterns intently. He whispered to himself, To think this could make the Kim family one of the top martial arts families in Jiangcheng so terrified that they would abandon their legacy and flee abroad. The other party's background is not small, Ye Chen muttered. But whether they really have the skill or not, I'll only know after a fight. This jade is quite interesting. Let me test it first. He then channeled his spiritual energy into the pendant, and it quickly emitted a strange light. The surrounding light also enveloped Ye Chen's body, leaving him extremely surprised. After a moment of testing, Ye Chen realized it was indeed a treasure. He looked at the jade pendant floating in midair with interest, thinking, this pendant can at least increase my cultivation speed tenfold. It's even more powerful than I imagined. Suddenly, a jade stone flew in from somewhere, and the power of the pendant was quickly sucked into that stone, leaving Ye Chen confused. He shouted, what is going on? The pendant gradually lowered and began to crack. In just a blink of an eye, it shattered into pieces due to the influence of the black stone. Ye Chen witnessed this scene and wondered, what is happening? The spiritual energy of the jade is being absorbed by this black stone. The stone gradually moved closer to him, making him stare in wide-eyed astonishment. He thought, the spiritual energy is so dense. Has the effect of the jade been transferred into the black stone? Ye Chen peered deep into the stone and saw a scene with hundreds of graves built side by side. He contemplated deeply. Even the reincarnation graveyard inside has changed. It's filled with endless spiritual energy. His face turned pale as he muttered. Speaking of which, Ye Chen picked up a small fragment of the green jade and sighed. This treasure has turned into debris now. How am I supposed to explain this to Kim Lenyan? Ye Chen immediately thought of a backup plan. I'll give her some pills later. She should be happier then. The next morning at the Grand Tianjung Group, the venue was bustling with people coming and going. The guests had already begun drinking and chatting happily with one another. The first and second heads of the Jiangcheng committee appeared and chatted with Xia Da. On this side, Chu Fulu was laughing and talking with Ying Qing. The paparazzi and reporters had also arrived in full force. Seeing this, Ye Chen happily said, there are quite a few familiar faces here. Good, very good, Xia Ruxue said excitedly. Since everyone has arrived, it's our turn to perform. He nodded and hummed in agreement. A while later, at the venue, Ruxue began the introduction. Today, Tianjung Group. We are officially launching 2 types of products. Zundi continued. They are the blood-condensing longevity pill and the intermediate beauty-preserving serum. She calmly continued. The blood-condensing longevity pill, after use, can improve the elderly's physique and restore their youthful vigor. The intermediate beauty-preserving serum can improve the skin, so from now on, you won't need high-tech filters for photos and videos anymore. The group of women below heard this and clamored to ask, may I ask if this has been tested? Are there side effects? Is it really that effective? Zundi said calmly, I can understand how you all feel. Next, we will use a lottery method to invite 5 reporters to the back to try it out and verify the product's effectiveness. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of hands shot up, shouting, me. I want to go up. I want to try it. The chosen ones quickly opened the product lids and applied a little to their hands. They slowly rubbed it onto their faces. After using it, the 4 women saw that their skin was glowing and rosy. They praised it endlessly. The wrinkles have reduced significantly. Tianjung is truly miraculous. Zundi smiled and continued. It seems everyone is satisfied with the trial product, so you must be very concerned about where to buy it, right? We have already set the specific launch date. She thought happily. Great. Everything is progressing very smoothly. Suddenly, a voice from below shouted, wait, I have a question. Zundi looked in that direction with a very confused expression. A woman in an orange kimono held a mic and asked calmly, hello, I am a martial arts reporter from the Nihon Royal Press. I have a few questions about your Tianjung Group products. If they are so magically effective, are the ingredients safe? To clear up doubts and verify safety, please give me a sample to take back for testing. Ye Chen heard this and thought angrily, you people have been living the good life. The products haven't even started selling yet, and you're already asking for samples. Are you afraid you won't know how to research them? These islanders have bad intentions. Zundi replied embarrassedly. Sorry, this involves trade secrets. We cannot comply. The reporter seized the opportunity and pressed with questions. Does your attitude prove that Tianjung Group is afraid of being tested? Or is there a problem with the product itself? Or perhaps even extreme side effects? Everyone below started whispering and gossiping. That's right. Is a miracle drug like this really safe? Tianjung is very suspicious. The effect is so good it makes people doubt it. Zundi awkwardly explained. This we have already passed the inspection by the Drug Administration Bureau. The safety is definitely not an issue. Please believe in us. Xia Ruxue saw that the situation was not looking good and thought, oh no, This is Zundi's first time hosting a press conference. She is likely to panic in an emergency situation. I have to go save the situation. Suddenly, someone stood in front of Zundi and said in a deep voice, "Leave the rest to me." The female reporter saw this, and her face darkened. "Who are you?" Zundi saw Ye Chen and shouted happily. "Ye Chen," he replied calmly. "Regarding your concern about the product's safety, I can explain it to you." Ye Chen spoke loudly. "Next, I will provide the answers for you all." The reporter said decisively, "Dare I ask who you are? If you cannot produce the real ingredient list today, we will not accept it." He picked up a bottle of lotion and replied casually, "Didn't I just say? The Drug Inspection Bureau has already tested it. Our product is absolutely safe. You want our ingredient list? Are you trying to steal our formula?" The reporter saw this and aggressively shouted, "I don't care. How can any skincare product be that magical? It must be special effects. Those people were models you hired, right? Otherwise, how could they all become young in a flash?" Ye Chen asked angrily, "Are you trying to act like a hooligan here?" She stuck out her tongue and challenged, "So what if it passed the drug test? I only care about the ingredients. If I'm not satisfied, come and hit me." As soon as she finished, Ye Chen jumped up. He took some cream from the bottle with his hand and smacked it straight onto her face. Not a single wasted movement. Zundi saw this and her face turned pale. She whispered, "Ye Chen is being too reckless." The reporter immediately covered her face and started making a scene. "He's hitting people. Tianjung Group is hitting people," Ye Chen said calmly. "Who wants to hit you?" "I just wanted to let this guest try our product. I just helped this guest apply the trial product to her face. Now, you can all see the effectiveness of our product more intuitively." The reporter took out her phone to check her right cheek. Where the cream was applied, it had become smooth and radiant. She was stunned and blurted out, "The side that was applied, it's like I've become a different person." Seeing this scene, the reporters rushed to take pictures and whispered, "This is too fake. Even in novels, they wouldn't make up this kind of effect. It works just by applying it randomly? Hurry, take pictures." "This is definitely the headline news today," a reporter anxiously asked. "Ye Chen, wait, only half of her face has been treated, so what about the right side?" He replied coldly, "What's that to do with me? Suit yourself." Ye Chen announced firmly, "By the way, let me clarify. The effectiveness of our product is permanent. Consider that half-healed face a gift from me," he said with a smirk, then continued, "Oh, right. Didn't a reporter ask about the sales regions? The first batch will definitely be in Huaxia. Other countries will get theirs a month later." Furthermore, Ye Chen emphasized, "Tianjung Group will never enter the island nation's market." The female reporter retorted loudly, "Discrimination. This is blatant discrimination. It's an insult and a violation of fair market competition principles." "I protest this," he asked arrogantly. "I am discriminating. So what? My products will be sold wherever I want," Ye Chen said coldly. This reporter from the Imperial Japan Daily is clearly ill-intentioned and disrupting the press conference. "Security. Throw her out." He quickly changed his tone and said happily, "All right. I've said what I needed to say. Next, I invite Miss Zun Yi to answer everyone's questions." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Mr. Ye." He turned around, recognized the person, and said softly, "President Shen." Shen Haihua asked, slightly worried, "Mr. Ye, are we really going to abandon the island nation's market? The island nation's media will likely smear us later," Ye Chen replied calmly. "Let them smear us. The product quality speaks for itself. What is there to fear? You go ahead and finish up." Shen Haihua quickly replied, "Yes," Xia Ruxue said happily. "Well done. That was so satisfying." He smiled and said, "You flatter me. You flatter me." She hesitated and continued, "Come to think of it, quite a lot has happened in Jiangcheng City recently. Even our press conference became headline news." Ye Chen asked curiously, "What do you mean?" She quickly recounted, "There's an urgent report saying a private jet in Jiangcheng City suddenly exploded." He was surprised. "A private jet?" He frowned and thought. Last night, Kim Lanyan mentioned wanting to take a private jet to leave Jiangcheng City. Could it be? Ye Chen immediately pulled out his phone. He said sternly into the phone, "Xiao Zheng, have the Dragon Soul investigate the private jet explosion today. Also, bring the car around immediately and take me to the Kim family estate." That same evening, at the Kim estate, Ye Chen sniffed the air and said in a low voice, "The smell of blood is too strong." He kicked the wooden door open and rushed inside, determined to see what happened. Suddenly, Ye Chen's eyes widened in shock. Before him lay over 10 bodies of the Kim family scattered across the floor. Xiaozheng, standing behind him, witnessed the scene and froze, gasping, "How could this happen? The Kim family has been wiped out." Ye Chen knelt down to carefully examine the wounds and said gravely, "The perpetrator was ruthless. Men, women, young and old all slaughtered. No one was spared. They clearly wanted to root out the Kim family entirely." Xiaozheng held up his phone and reported, "Mr. Ye, the Dragon Soul's investigation results are in." He asked, "What is it?" Xiaozheng continued, "The private jet incident indeed involved the Kim family, but the Kim patriarch and his daughter, Kim Lanyan, were not on board. It was an empty plane?" Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness Kim Lanyan is safe. Her father must have anticipated this and used a decoy plane to avoid drawing the enemy's attention." Xiaozheng added in a low voice, "However, the Dragon Soul found a body in the suburbs. It was confirmed to be Kim Lanyan's father, Kim Huamei. Signs of a struggle suggest he fought for a long time to stall the opponent. His limbs were all broken." Ye Chen asked anxiously, "Any sign of Kim Lanyan?" Xiaozheng replied, "Report. No. Her whereabouts are currently unknown. We are continuing the investigation." He calmly stepped further inside and whispered, "Understood. You head back first, Xiaozheng." Xiaozheng quickly obeyed. "Yes, Mr. Ye." Ye Chen revealed a sharp gaze and said in a low voice, "I'll handle the rest." Outside the Kim family courtyard, the scene was thick with the scent of blood. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Ye Chen frowned, looking at the scene, and sighed. To go this far for a piece of jade, is human life really that worthless? He opened his clenched fist. Inside his palm were shards of crushed green jade. Looking at the jade pieces in his hand, he said angrily, "Strictly speaking, I shouldn't get involved in the Kim family's affairs, but I have already accepted their benefits and consumed all the spiritual energy in the jade pendant they entrusted to me." Once finished, he crushed the remaining jade shards in his hand. His voice was resolute. "I must handle this." Golden spiritual energy radiated from his palm and slowly surrounded his body. He observed the radiating spiritual energy and mused for a moment. "The jade pendant was given to me by Kim Lanyan, and it still holds her aura. I can use it to perform a tracking spell." Ye Chen raised his hands to cast the spell, and the jade fragments hovered in midair as the spiritual energy intensified. He chanted the spell, "Boundless spirits, flow through all creation. The clear shall reveal the source, the still shall reveal the truth. See through the life force, find the person from 1,000 miles away." As the spell ended, an image formed by spiritual energy appeared before Ye Chen. It was an orange-colored lake. He looked at the lake and muttered, "Coral Lake." At Coral Lake, the water rushed violently. On a rock stood two figures. Getting closer, a young girl could be seen collapsed on the ground, with a tall, large man standing opposite her. The girl had tears in her eyes, her body covered in scratches. She was the Kim family's daughter, Kim Lanyan. Her face showed terror. She thought to herself, "It's over." The man, with messy, shaggy hair, wore a mask with two horns on his head. His eyes glared intensely as he looked at Kim Lanyan and said in a booming voice, "So even the pathetic martial arts of Jiang City dare to resist the abyssal sect?" He put his hands on his hips and continued, "If you want to live, there is only one choice." She panicked, thinking, "A pervert appeared behind me." Suddenly, the man reached out with his large hand, grabbed Kim Lanyan by the throat, and lifted her high into the air. Struggling for breath, her face turned pale. He didn't care, and threatened loudly, "Where is the jade pendant? If you don't tell me, I'll snap your neck." Kim Lanyan's face was devoid of color, but with a resilient and gutsy spirit. She smirked contemptuously and said firmly, "Our Kim family does business based on integrity. Not only did you fail to follow the rules, but you even slaughtered my entire family. Even if I die, I won't tell you the location of the pendant." She used all her remaining strength to spit on his head. Insulted and his ego bruised, he flew into a rage, threw her violently to the ground, and roared, "You filthy woman, are you tired of living?" Kim Lanyan had been thrown hard, but she endured the pain and struggled to sit up. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, tilted her chin, and challenged him, "Go ahead, kill me." The masked man suddenly let out a sinister laugh. He looked at her and said, "Do you think, just because you won't tell me the location of the jade, I wouldn't dare kill you?" He leaned down, performing some gesture, and said leisurely, "But killing you is too easy and lacks a challenge. I've decided. I will use my charm to conquer you." Kim Lanyan gasped, looking stunned, as if to say, "What are you doing?" After fumbling around, he produced a golden key. He showed it off to her, the invincible magic key. He took off his cloak, now wearing only his boxers. He held the key up while pointing at the locked iron belt around his waist, and laughed. As long as I use this key to open the seal on my belt, I will transform into a handsome man. Any woman will be captivated by my charm. His voice became increasingly lewd. I want you to be my woman. Kim Lanyan's face turned pale. Looking at the man's lewd grin, she felt disgusted. Exhausted, she muttered to herself, "Help! A pervert!" He held the key, ready to unlock the belt, standing be complete. But before he could finish the sentence, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Ye Chen leaped up and delivered a powerful kick to the man. He said angrily, "You damn pervert! Die!" The key slipped from the man's hand and flew away, clattering a few times before falling into the rushing water and vanishing. Kim Lanyan was stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She stammered, Ye Chen?" Ye Chen approached her and asked caringly, "Can you still stand?" She reached out her hand instinctively and said, yeah." The man rushed toward where the key had fallen, panicking. "My key! No!" Kim Lanyan blushed in embarrassment. She didn't dare look him in the eye and asked, "Mr. Ye, why are you here?" Ye Chen questioned her, "Why didn't you come find me? You must know perfectly well that only I can protect you in all of Jiang City." Kim Lanyan placed her hand over her heart, bowed her head slightly, and explained sadly, "This is the Kim family's tribulation. I didn't want to implicate you, Mr. Ye." Ye Chen thought to himself. She could have traded the location of the pendant for her life, but she didn't. She is a friend worthy of my sincerity. He sighed helplessly and said to her, "Why go to such lengths?" Ye Chen turned around. As he walked, he said, "How about we make a deal?" Kim Lanyan looked confused and tilted her head. He explained, "I'll take that jade pendant, and I'll avenge your family in your stead." She ran after Ye Chen and said, "My Kim family has been wiped out. According to the promise, the jade pendant already belongs to me." Before she could finish, he raised his hand to cut her off. I know. The masked man with the horn, seemingly pulling a razor-sharp blade out of thin air, blocked their path. He stomped his feet in a rage, shouting, "You little brat! Do you have any idea what you've done? Now the key has fallen into the sea. Not only can I not transform now, but I can't even go to the bathroom anymore." Ye Chen looked at him, speechless. "You really are a pervert," he said with disdain. He stepped into a combat stance, raising his massive sword high. "But now I know the jade pendant is on you, you brat. Since you've brought it right to my doorstep, you have no one to blame but yourself." He leaped into the air and swung his blade toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen stood perfectly calm. As the blade was about to strike, Ye Chen raised one bare hand to catch it. The masked man was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes, stuttering, "No, that's impossible. You caught my blade with your bare hands?" Ye Chen curled his lip in contempt. "You dare use this kind of trash to slash at me?" With a slight surge of strength, he shattered the man's blade in two. The man wailed, tears welling up in his eyes. "My blade!" Ye Chen pulled out his own weapon to show him. "Let me show you what a real weapon is." Seeing the object in his hand, the man was shocked. "The soul-shocking rod? Why is that in your hands?" he stammered, waving his hands frantically. Wait. Let's talk about this calmly. I surrender. You can't kill me. I'm a martial arts genius of the Yan family. Killing me means offending the entire Yan family. Besides, my uncle, Tang Ao, is the president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, and he's my master. If you kill me, you're just begging for death." Ye Chen gave a wicked grin and mocked. "Oh, Tang Ao, is it? Then I suppose I should give him some face." The masked man nodded hurriedly. Yes, exactly. In all of Jiangnan, no one has the standing to offend my uncle. You're smart to realize that. Giving him face is the wise choice. Just as he finished speaking, Ye Chen raised his soul-shocking rod and stepped into a fighting stance. He smiled. "Don't even think about dying easily this time." Ye Chen raised the rod high. His face darkened. He used his ethereal flash technique, moving at lightning speed, striking the masked man repeatedly faster than the naked eye could see. He moved like a storm, leaving the man unable to counterattack. He curled up, moaning in pain. "Oh, Mom! My uncle is Tang Ao. Stop hitting me. Oh, Mom, stop. If you keep hitting me, I'm going to awaken." After enduring the beating for a while, the masked man lost all strength to resist and slumped to the ground. Ye Chen pressed the soul-shocking rod to his face and mocked him. "Not bad. You're a martial arts genius. Indeed. You sure can take a beating." The massive masked man trembled, reaching out to beg. "Ye Chen, stop. Tang Ao is my uncle. You can't." He looked utterly miserable now. His entire body was covered in bruises, and one of his horns had snapped off. He raised his hands in supplication, the fur on his chest trembling with every word. Yes, Yes, that's right. That woman from the Jin family, and the jade pendant, I'll give it all to you. Just spare me now, and we'll pretend none of this happened. Ye Chen growled. You want to pretend none of this happened? The surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy. The masked man felt a chill run down his spine, breaking out in a cold sweat. He raised both hands in surrender, trembling as he stammered. Yes, yes, yes. I guarantee my uncle won't bother you. On the surface, he was trembling in feigned fear, but, deep inside, he was secretly scheming. Behind his mask, he gave a disdainful smirk. Hooked him, he thought. What's the use of being good at fighting? In the Jiangnan martial arts world, everything comes down to family influence. A fool like you, as long as I survive, with my uncle's backing, I'll find a way to finish you off. While he was calculating, Ye Chen suddenly raised the soul-shocking rod and delivered a crushing blow to the man's head. He let out a piercing shriek. The strike was so sudden he fell backward, unable to react. His mask shattered into pieces, revealing a portion of his face. Blood dripped from the top of his head down to his chin, then onto the ground. His eyes revealed sheer terror. He never expected him to go this far. After the blow, he was in so much pain that tears welled up, and he glared at Ye Chen, screaming, "Are you crazy? If I die, my uncle won't let you get away with this." As the sunset glow faded on the distant horizon, Ye Chen stood silhouetted against the light. He looked like the embodiment of truth itself. He stared coldly at the fat man on the ground and growled, "You want to talk about what if? What about the lives of the Jin family members you slaughtered? How do we account for that?" The masked man seemed hit in a sore spot. He slumped down, feebly arguing, I'm different from them. I'm a martial arts genius, and my uncle is Tang Ao Tang Ao." "Huh? It seems you're very fond of your uncle." As Ye Chen spoke, he raised the soul-shocking rod again. A powerful surge of spiritual energy engulfed both the rod and Ye Chen. He looked down at the fat man and continued, "It won't be long before I send Tang Ao to keep you company on the other side." He smirked, then used all his strength to slam the rod down onto the masked man. The impact created a massive shockwave. Rocks and dust flew everywhere in a violent gale. In the wake of Ye Chen's strike, only a few fragments of the shattered mask and a tattered iron loincloth remained. He looked at the cloud of dust before him and said coldly, "Stay at the bottom of the sea and repent for your crimes against the Jin family." After witnessing everything that had just occurred, Jin Lanyan collapsed, her knees hitting the cold stone floor. Ignoring the injury to her knees, she stared blankly at the sun setting behind the mountains and whispered, "It's all over." Seeing her so distraught, Ye Chen couldn't help but soften. He rummaged through his pockets for a moment and pulled out a piece of candy, offering it to her. "Are you all right? Eat this. You'll feel better." She accepted the candy and thanked him. Ye Chen helped her up and asked, "The Jin family has been wiped out. What are your plans now?" Jin Lanyan hesitated for a long time before answering. Her expression was gloomy as she sighed. "Yan Tan is dead, and Tang Ao will definitely investigate this. I'm sure to be the prime suspect. Even if I change my name and identity, I fear I won't survive." Suddenly, Ye Chen cut her off. "Come with me." Jin Lanyan was startled, her eyes wide with shock, turning slightly red and misty. He reached out and grabbed her hand, reassuring her, "Go to Dragon Soul first. I'll have them provide you with a new identity. I guarantee Tang Ao won't be able to find you." Hearing his firm guarantee, she felt as if she had found the light and hope for her future. She replied very resolutely, "Okay, I'll follow Mr. Ye's arrangements." The sound of waves crashing against the rocks and the sunset sky created an incredibly romantic scene. Back in the bustling, crowded city, the next few days stirred up an earth-shattering wave. Products from the Tianjung Group were officially launched on the market. Although initially covering only Jiangnan province, the press conference clip had gone viral online. The public was buzzing. Relying on the medicinal effects of the essence pill, the 5-day hemostasis and longevity pill, and the intermediate skin beautifying serum, they reached sales figures of over 100 million. Furthermore, sales were still surging, becoming a hot topic online and among the people. Every news outlet was reporting this sensational story, and the thing that made people drop their glasses was that, despite the frenzied wave of shopping, the Tianjung Group's products were sold out. Many people didn't mind, spending a fortune just to own these high-end, scarce beauty products. As the sunset began to fade on the outskirts of Jiangnan province, the Xia family owned a large, ancient villa. This was the home of the Xia family. Inside the spacious living room, there were two figures, a man and a woman sitting on the sofa. The atmosphere was incredibly pensive and quiet. The man sitting in the chair was Xia Hongye. He rubbed his temples, picked up the newspaper, and said, "This Tianjung Group was started by that brat named Ye Chen. The woman sitting next to him was Xia Hongye's wife. She praised, "That's true. I'm sure you can see it too. The scale of the Tianjung Group right now, it won't be a year before it becomes a top-tier corporation in Huaxia." Xia Hongye chuckled, teasing his wife. "Look at that. You lost your bet with Ye Chen. I already admitted defeat long ago." His wife didn't argue. She looked helpless and said, "There are too many secrets about him, so many that it makes me feel like it's not real." She pondered for a moment, then looked at Xia Hongye and said with satisfaction, "I can't deny it. That boy is truly formidable." Xia Hongye sighed, saying with a tone of regret, if only Shui liked him." He hesitated for a moment, then sighed again and continued, "If only it weren't for the Tan family." Before Xia Hongye could finish his sentence, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. The voice was bone-chillingly terrifying. "Oh? If it weren't for the Tan family, then what?" Xia Hongye and his wife both turned toward the source of the voice. They were startled. Their eyes flashed with shock and fear. Standing by the door, a white-haired young man was casually leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, looking at the two of them as if waiting for an answer. He curled his lip in a mocking sneer and continued, "What's this? I've only been gone for a few days, and you're already planning to marry off my lovely fiancé to someone else?" Xia Hongye and his wife exclaimed in surprise, "Tan Young, Master Tan." Xia Hongye went pale. He panicked, thinking to himself, "I heard the Tan family came back from Mount Huamei a few days ago. Could they have found out about Ruxue at the birthday party?" Even though he was terrified, sweating through his shirt, and filled with 70,000 questions as to why young Master Tan had appeared here, he forced a cheerful expression on the outside. He asked with a forced smile, "Young Master Tan, why have you arrived?" Young Master Tan didn't bother answering Hongye. He simply raised his hand and grabbed his throat. His face drained of color, losing all blood. The hand tightened more and more. He angrily said, "I went through so much trouble to get back from Mount Huamei, just to see my fiancée. Yet you people are telling me she's in Jiangcheng keeping company with someone else." When Hongye's wife saw her husband being bullied, she shouted, "Honey, Tangent Xiao, stop!" Tangent Xiao released his grip and threw Hong Yuan to the ground with a thud. He ordered, "Bring Xia Ruxue to me, right now." Suddenly, an old voice came from behind. It was Ruxue's grandmother. The old woman's voice trembled as she spoke. "Hongye, what's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Hongye's wife turned pale and said nervously, "Mom, everything is fine here. You should go home." Tangent Xiao glanced at the old woman and scoffed. He leaped forward, using spiritual energy to strike her, and the old woman fainted. Hong Yuan's wife cried out in panic, Mom, what's wrong? Wake up!" Tangent Xiao laughed wickedly and pointed at the three members of the Ha family. Right now, something has invaded Ruxue's grandmother's body, eating away at her and causing severe injury. In this world, only I can cure her. I believe Ruxue will come back soon, right? Haha. The scene shifts to Ye Chen's villa. Tongji and Xia Ruxue were leaning on each other, struggling to breathe. When Ye Chen asked, "Are you that tired? You don't even have the strength to pour a glass of water?" Xia Ruxue replied, "A business owner who doesn't worry about work like you wouldn't understand. We sold everything out. The inventory is completely clean. Now, everyone in the company is in a panic. I just want to rest for a moment before going back to work overtime." Tongji added, "Heh, such a powerful product. I was the one who hosted the press conference for it, you know?" Heh. Ye Chen looked at both of them and said, All right, you two have worked hard. Drink some water." After they drank, he also sat on the sofa and drank some water. He pondered, even though it's medicine made by a cultivator, it's natural for it to sell well. The problem lies in what comes next. He thought about the people standing behind it. Unlike Jiangcheng, Jiangnan province has many complex and powerful experts. Although Duang Ao is ostensibly the leader of Jiangnan province, there are definitely existences stronger than him in the shadows. He looked up, lost in thought. Ruling Jiangcheng is just the first, basic step. The next step is to look at the entire Jiangnan province. Just then, Xia Ruxue's phone rang. Ring, she answered. "Hello, Dad?" After listening, her eyes welled up with tears. She said anxiously, "Sorry, I have to go back to the Ha family for a bit." Tongji looked worried. "Ruxue." As the door closed, Ye Chen reacted and asked Tongji, "What happened to her?" She replied, "I don't know, but she didn't even grab her purse. I'm afraid something major has happened. She left in such a hurry. I'll go outside to see what happened to her." Hearing this, he picked up his phone to make a call. "Ye Lingtian. Investigate what's been happening at the Ha family recently. Send me the news as soon as you have it." The person on the other end replied, Due to the relationship between the palace master and Xia Ruxue, we have been monitoring the Ha family. Right now, Xia Ruxue's parents have taken her grandmother to the hospital. It's likely something happened to her grandmother. Hearing this, he thought over and over, that's not right. During the birthday banquet, I met her grandmother, and her health was excellent. But it's hard to avoid elderly people tripping, I suppose. The person on the other end continued. Besides that, there are a few more things to report to the palace master. The Tan family in Jiangnan province has returned from Mount Imei. They are likely looking for trouble because of the birthday banquet. At the same time, the situation in Jiangnan province has been unstable lately. There are several forces hiding in the dark, acting secretly. They could erupt at any moment. He replied, Jiangcheng is ultimately too small. It's time to go somewhere broader. The person on the other end asked, Palace Master, if you want to come here, do you need me to send a car to pick you up? He chuckled and said, no need. Longhun has a car. Keep a low profile for now. Don't reveal anything. Putting the phone on the table, he looked at his hands radiating power and fell into deep thought. The black stone absorbed the jade pendant, which has significantly increased my cultivation speed. The reaction from the second tombstone is much more intense. I should be able to trigger it in the next few days. I guess I'm barely ready. Tongji hurriedly pushed the door open. He looked up and quickly extinguished the flame on his hands. He asked her, seeing how you look, you didn't catch up to Ruxue? She sighed and said, that's right. Ruxue left in a car. By the time I called, the car had already vanished, and she isn't answering her phone. She added, also, on the way back, Shen Haihua called, saying the Tianjin Group is preparing to open a subsidiary in the center of Jiangnan province. He wants to invite me to manage it. He asked, should I go? He smiled and said, go. It just so happens I also want to go to Jiangnan province. We'll go together. He thought to himself, there is destiny in the shadows. Everything follows the grand trend. The scene shifts to the next day in front of Ye Chen's villa. The driver asked, Mr. Ye, shall we set off now? He replied softly, let's go. To Jiangnan province. After some time, they arrived at the center of Jiangnan province. The car drove to the Minthui villa complex. The driver couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness, the villas are so luxurious. This isn't something you can buy just by having money. As expected of Mr. Ye, to have such an amazing house, he hinted. I'm just relying on a friend, that's all. He meant that Ye Lingtian had arranged it. He turned and asked, Xiao Zheng, are you coming in? He shook his head and refused. No, I still have to go to the Longhun headquarters in Jiangnan province to report. He turned the car around and drove away. Mr. Ye, see you next time. Just then, his phone rang. He looked at the screen. Wu Dingming. Ever since Ruxue's birthday banquet, he had told him to return to Jiangnan province. It had been a long time since they last communicated. He answered, it's me. The other side replied, hello, Mr. Ye, are you still in Jiangcheng? About that I have something I don't know whether to tell you or not. He replied, I'm in Jiangnan province. If there's something, just say it. While walking, he listened. Mr. Ye, the head of the O family wants to meet you. I'm afraid he doesn't have good intentions. You can choose not to meet him. I'll try to stall him. Hearing this, he continued to think. At the birthday banquet, Wu Dingming stood on my side and offended the Tan family. I'm afraid the Tan family has already exerted pressure on the O family. The O family will naturally pass that pressure on to O Dingming. If he called me, it means he probably can't hold out much longer. He continued to speak to the person on the other end. I know the address. I'll be there right away. He thought seriously. This happened because of me, so what's wrong with meeting him? Arriving at the magnificent mansion, it was the O family. Ye Chen and O Hengming stood at the door chatting. He exclaimed, I didn't expect the first martial arts family I'd encounter upon reaching Jiangnan would be the O family. O Hengming sighed. Mr. Yi, you shouldn't have come. In the last few days, the Wu family and the Tan family have been arguing intensely. They're about to fight. The head of the family is in a terrible mood. I'm afraid he'll take action against you, he said confidently. Instead of waiting for him to act, I'd rather take the initiative. Let's go in and see him. He explained further, but this matter isn't impossible to negotiate. A big shot from the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association will arrive later to mediate the conflict between the two families. The head of the family probably won't make things too difficult for you. The scene shifts to both of them walking inside. He looked at the man sitting in the chair, in front of him, along with the girl standing beside him. Those two were the daughter of the Ao family head, O Hanlin, and the man with the fierce face was the head of the Ao family, O Kai Nguyen. Ao Hanlin looked at him and thought, so, This is Ye Chen? To be able to make Uncle Wu Dingming so devoted, standing on his side, he must be very powerful. The head of the family asked him, "Are you Ye Chen?" His gaze was deep as he replied, "That's right." Just then, a man heard this and angrily slammed the table, standing up and shouting, "Insolent! This kid, facing the head of the family, not only refuses to show respect, but dares to speak so loudly. This is too much." He angrily used his gaze to emit sparks and stared at him. "Following your logic, I should lower my head and flatter him? Furthermore, if you dare to point your finger at me again, I will take it off." The man was furious. "Brat, you're so arrogant. I want to see how much you weigh." Oh Hangming spoke up, stepping forward, placing his hand on the man's shoulder and smiling. "Old Tu, be careful. This is Mr. Ye's temperament. For my sake, don't bother with him anymore." The man shook his hand off and spat. "Oh Hangming, are you a member of the O family or a dog for this brat? I find it so strange. You're also an expert. Is it necessary to kneel and flatter that brat like that?" Wu Hangming's face darkened, warning, "Wu Tu, if you dare to insult Mr. Ye again, then I'm sorry." The man retorted, "Are you really going to take action against me for an outsider? Very well. I'll accompany you to the end." The two argued to the point of climax, as if they were about to fight. At this point, the head of the family spoke up, cutting through the chaos. "Everyone, silence for me." He stood up and walked toward them. "Brat, although I don't know why Dingming worships you, you cannot escape the involvement in the matter between the O and Tan families. A young man being too arrogant is not a good thing. Perhaps one day, you'll end up dead." Both he and Ye Chen emitted terrifying energy. Just then, the crowd outside whispered to each other, "The pressure from the head of the family is still as terrifying as ever. Even I feel scared." Another person added, "Ye Chen is just a young man. He can't possibly withstand it." The person with purple hair added, "He's doing that, I'm afraid, to make Ye Chen submit." He looked solemn and asked, "Are you testing me?" He arrogantly continued, "Very well, I'll let you see." He exerted strength in his feet, stomping hard on the ground, creating a large hole. The surrounding ground cracked. How do cultivators play? The terrifying strength spread throughout the room. The people outside couldn't stop exclaiming, "My God!" Not only did he withstand the head of the family's pressure, but he even broke it. The head's master rank is only 3 spots below Duang Ao. Is he stronger than the head of the family? Impossible. He must have used some trick. The daughter of the head of the family pondered, "Is this the legendary leader of Jiangcheng? Truly amazing." Just then, the head of the family spoke, "Ye Chen, I acknowledge your strength, but you are all alone, and what you are involved with are 2 high-level clans in Jiangnan province. I absolutely cannot stand him rubbing salt into the wound. I didn't come to the Wu family to join you. I just wanted to tell you and keep this in mind that the Qin family matter is something I, Ye Chen, will resolve myself. I will absolutely not implicate you. If the Qin family comes to cause trouble, just pin it all on me." Wu Chou shouted, "You brat, do you think you're some kind of martial god, relying on yourself to fight the Qin family? This is Jiangnan, not that tiny Jiangcheng of yours. Just because you killed a few pathetic grandmasters in Jiangcheng, you really think you're invincible under heaven?" Wu Qiyuan blocked him. "If that's the case, this matter has nothing to do with the Wu family anymore." He ordered, "Take back your arrogance and ignorance, and get out of the Wu family along with that traitor, Wu Hongming." Hearing this, everyone began to whisper, "So Wu Hongming has been expelled. He's leaving just in time. The Qin family won't have any reason to trouble us anymore. Serves him right. Even though he's a grandmaster, he's willing to be a sycophant for some youth." Wu Hongming looked back with attachment and called out. Master Wu Qiyuan turned his head. "I'll spare your life today out of respect for your years of service to the Wu family, but from now on, you are no longer one of us. Go. If you want to be someone's dog, then go be their dog." He knelt down. Wu Hangming was grateful for the Wu family's care. This one kneel was his way of thanking them. After that, the master closed his eyes in acceptance. Wu Hongming stood up and said firmly, "But I, Wu Hongming, am more certain of one thing. Ye Chen will definitely reach the pinnacle in the future. Right now, I might just be his dog, but one day, your Wu family will definitely be on your knees, begging this dog to return." Everyone shouted, "Our dignified Wu family would need to beg a dog like you? Ha! Are you so proud of being a dog now? Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here anymore." Ye Chen looked at him and sighed. "Old Wu, why must you belittle yourself? I have never looked down on you like that." The two turned and walked away. He said, "Let's go." Just then, Ma Weiqi walked in. "Master Wu, I apologize for being late." He smiled. At that moment, he saw his face, and the master also replied, Haha, old Ma, you've arrived. Come, sit. Before Ma Weiqi could finish his sentence, he was startled to see the figure beside them. Ye Chen looked at him. He raised his hand respectfully and asked, Master Ye? Why are you here? Everyone was surprised and somewhat panicked. Wu Choyo thought, Ma Weiqi is the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Ye Chen turned his back. Wu Choyo looked at him. He looks just like Wu Dingming. Is Ye Chen actually Master Ye? How? Things are a mess. The world is falling apart. Master Ye, you are here. Just a small matter. My God, so many powerful forces want to curry favor with old Ma and can't, yet he has this attitude? And the important thing is, old Ma isn't even angry. What is this world coming to? Old Ma, you. Let's discuss the main business first. The main business is more important. Now that you've left the Wu family, what are your plans? I have regained my freedom. Naturally, I will obey Master Ye in everything. Good. From now on, you will follow me and take my orders. Since you chose me without hesitation, I will naturally make sure the Wu family cannot reach you. Here are 30 medicinal pills. Take one every day. Your cultivation speed will at least triple. I'm also giving you this cultivation technique. From now on, forget the garbage martial arts in your head and practice this. I guarantee you. 1 month later, Wu Qiyuan of the Wu family met him like a mouse meeting a cat, only able to be trampled under his feet. My God! This is the method of Master Ye. At the same time, he doesn't treat himself as a slave, even less as a dog, but treats him like a human being. Wu Dingming said, I am willing to go through fire and water for Master Ye. I would face death without regret. Jiangnan Provincial Hospital, VIP ward. How can this be? Grandma clearly had a full-body checkup, and everything was normal. Why did she suddenly collapse? If I had known that Qin Zhengyang was so ruthless, I never would have brought Mom back to the Xia family. I've failed Mom, and I've failed my daughter. Let's go. Let's go home and rest first. Mom, the more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Are you hiding something from me? Why did Grandma faint? The hospital couldn't find the cause. I'm not sure about that either. After all, your grandma is quite old. Absolutely do not let Xia Ruxue know the truth. Otherwise, with her personality, even if she had to risk her life, she would go settle the score with Qin Zhengyang. It was so hard for my fiancé to come home for a visit, and instead of visiting me, she came to see this old hag? It truly breaks my heart. Could it be that you are Qin Zhengyang? Wrong. Even if you are a young master of the Qin family, you cannot insult my grandmother. I invite you to take back what you just said. Tsk. Doesn't she know she's involved with another man in Jiangcheng? If it weren't for the fact that you are still a virgin, you would already be a corpse. How dare you raise your voice at me? He came here to tell her. The marriage engagement was originally set for 5 months from now, but it's scrapped. I have no more patience. In the next few days, I will go to Kunlun Mountain to bring someone back. That will be our wedding day. During this time, if you dare to step 1 foot outside Jiangnan province, I guarantee that not a single person in the Xia family will remain alive. Your attitude towards me is only because of that little mongrel named Ye Chen, isn't it? It is true that he touched someone from my Qin family. Before long, I will bring his head to see you as a wedding gift. Isn't that right? Ha ha ha. Qin Zhengyang, Xia Ruxue. Even if I die, I will never become your woman. Ming Kui Villa. Ruxue still isn't answering. I don't know what the situation is. Forget it. I'll call her a bit later. If she still doesn't answer, I'll go to the Xia family myself. Through these days of cultivation, he had gone from the first level of the qi refining realm to the peak of the second level. Waiting to break through to the third level, I should be able to trigger the second tombstone. Who's there? Please, let me hide for a moment. Those people are almost here. Will you? Impossible. If you dare to step in any further, I guarantee you will become a corpse. I'll trade this pill with you, just for 1 night. Please, I beg you, this pill for 1 night? I have no interest in pills. Go away. What? Ye Lingtian had said that the situation in Jiangnan was chaotic. This girl was clearly prone to causing trouble. He couldn't lack vigilance. A foolish sense of kindness would get him killed. So, where did she run off to? She must be nearby. Search carefully. Oh no, those people are about to find this place. I will trade this sword for your protection. Just once. Please, I beg you. This is a spirit sword. Even though it's broken, its quality is not low. The grade is much higher than the soul-suppressing staff. This girl is truly not simple. As long as it's repaired, I can use it. No problem. From now on, I will shield you. The smell of blood, it seems this girl has been through a battle. It looks like her internal energy is not low. Why did you come to me? I wanted to take a gamble. This room radiates the aura of a powerful expert. As long as you agree, I can definitely escape this disaster. So, that's how it is. It seems your perceptive ability is quite strong. Take it off. Slowly. Did you just say, take it off? That's right. Don't you feel uncomfortable? When you have to cover your face all the time? You, what are you trying to do? I already gave you the broken sword. You still want my body? Using your strength to take advantage of me? You're disgusting. I told you to take off your veil. Hey, she seems like a good person. I'll take care of this girl's trouble. Seal the hall and open the door. Who's there? Open the door for your father. Oh no, they're here. I'll go out and handle this. You stay here, don't go anywhere. Sorry to bother you, young man. Have you seen anyone suspicious nearby? Suspicious people? Aren't you all suspicious? These people's strength is at the half-step transformation realm. So, this old rat is still a grandmaster. The person that girl provoked must be a powerful figure in a martial arts clan. Ha ha ha. This kid really knows how to joke. We are good, law-abiding citizens. That person is extremely dangerous. To protect you, let my men go inside and check. The decision is yours, little boy. Ooh la la, you little brat. Do you want to die? Daring to hit my brothers. I don't remember inviting you into my house. This is the boundary. Whoever dares to step in half a foot, I will kill them without mercy. Wait. Little brother, we are from the Xi family of Jiangnan province. Tonight, our master was killed by a girl. We chased her here. Naturally, we cannot miss a single house. Offending the Xi family is not a wise move. Open your dog eyes and look at what this is. This is a Dragon Soul badge. Moreover, it doesn't look like a low rank. Master Taoist, I am very sorry for disturbing your rest. Military personnel cannot search here. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Yes. Haha, that's settled. Thank you. What is your name? Xia Ruxue. Thank you. Now I just need to wait until dawn. Take it off. You said what? I said, hurry up and take off your clothes. As expected, your goal is my body. Even if I die, I won't follow you. What are you thinking? The poison in your chest has already spread to your internal organs. If you don't treat it, you'll definitely die. I don't want you dying in my house, either. You know medicine? Compared to martial arts, my medical skills are even higher. As expected, the patient should not have taboos. It's just treating an injury. I must not think wildly. The condition of the wound, tell me, is it done looking? Do you really need to look so intently? It's worse than I thought, but it's not incurable. I originally wanted to give you some medicine, and that would have dissolved your poison. It seems now I can directly use my hands to force the poison out of your body. Use your hands? Wait, what do you mean? I'm doing this. Wait. No, don't. I still need to add external force to soften the hardened area. The patient should not have taboos. There's a slight cold feeling, while my whole body feels numb. It's so comfortable. He is only treating my injury. Don't think too much. Ha. Rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, you leave this place. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Is he gone already? Xia Ruxue owes you 3 favors. I will repay them. Even if you don't return it, it doesn't matter. Regardless, this sensation, this sword is truly extraordinary. It's not just a broken blade. It possessed such power even before being reforged. From now on, I'll call you the Cham Longsword. I hope it won't be long before I use you to behead a dragon. Why didn't you answer your phone last night when I arrived at the capital? I went through a lot of trouble to visit Jiangnan province, so don't just prioritize the local landlords. You fool. Why did you come here? You absolutely must not go out these next few days. Do not leave the house under any circumstances. I am begging you, okay? Is someone looking for you to cause trouble? No, there isn't. Wait for me for half an hour, and I'll come to you. Ye Chen decided to give little Deng a call, telling him to drive over and pick him up. Why did you come here? Ye Lingtian, Temple Master, your subordinate has come to meet you. You are my hidden strength in the shadows. I said that we must try to meet as little as possible. Despite saying that, the wind is fair and the moon is bright, but my longing for you is deep, and every day feels like a year. If you have something to say it quickly. I invite the Temple Master to come with me. Come to the Potian Pavilion. The brothers all want to see the Temple Master. I'm not going. I'm not fighting for anything. This attitude of Ye Lingtian makes me want to take his place even more. Besides, I'm still curious about just how vast his sphere of influence really is. Now, I have to go to the Xia family. You take me there, and once I'm done, I will follow you to the Potian Pavilion. Thank you, Temple Master. for your understanding. Right. What is the news regarding the Long family in the capital? Based on the strength of my subordinates, infiltrating the capital is not too difficult. I have already sent 6 people ahead, but as of now, there is no news from any of them. It seems this Long Jia Yuan isn't as tough as I imagined. I apologize, Temple Master. It is my failure to exert full effort. I will go to the capital myself and will definitely bring back useful information. No need for that. Jiangnan province needs a Jiangnan king like you to hold the fort. Leave that matter be. Just send a few people to keep an eye on them. After all, what is that guy's background? His ointment didn't just heal wounds. It even promoted my cultivation level. Logically speaking, his background must be significant, but according to the intelligence my agents gathered, he is just a guy from a small place in Jiangcheng. Forget it. He's probably using some special means to hide the truth. At the Xia family estate, a row of bodyguards stood solemnly by the gate. They all had their hands behind their backs, their faces frozen in cold expressions, even under the scorching sun. Ye Chen hid behind a wall, observing from a distance. He looked at the sealed gate. It's tightly shut. He pondered to himself. Are these the bodyguards of the Xia family? They're all tough as steel. Ruxue's state on the phone wasn't normal either. Is she under house arrest? Going through the front entrance might cause her trouble. I'd better sneak in. He planned his route in his head. Using his internal energy, he jumped from a tree opposite the building to a room on the 2nd floor. His speed was fast as a gust of wind, and not a single bodyguard noticed him. Landing gently on Ruxue's balcony, he knocked on the glass door a few times. Then, in a low voice, he called out, Ruxue. Hearing someone calling her, she turned around to look behind her. Ruxue was startled. Then that surprise turned into worry. She whispered in a voice filled with reproach, yet mixed with a hint of happiness. I told you, don't go out. Yet, you ran here to see me. Ye Chen pushed the door open and walked into Ruxue's bedroom. He walked toward her, raised his hand, and asked, Ruxue, who is threatening you? Ruxue stood up, stuttering as she retorted, What are you saying? I am the eldest daughter of the Xia family. Who would dare threaten me? Don't worry about me. Ye Chen looked at her, frowning as he spoke. The Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association? Or the Wu family? Or perhaps the Tan family? Hearing the name Tan family, Xia Ruxue's face suddenly turned pale. She was startled, and beads of sweat began to roll down. Ye Chen watched Ruxue's reaction. He raised his hand, summoned his spiritual energy, and said angrily, It seems that is the answer. Tell me the address of the Tan family, and I will resolve all the trouble. Xia Ruxue hurriedly stopped him. She grabbed his hand, pleading, Ye Chen, I know you are very strong, but this is Jiangnan province. It's not Jiangcheng. You have no idea how terrifying the Tan family is. Please, can you listen to me? Find a place to hide. As she spoke, she began to cry. Hoo, she sobbed. I'm truly afraid. I don't want anything to happen to you. Ye Chen hurriedly pulled Ruxue into his arms. He sighed, comforting her. It's okay, don't cry anymore. As he comforted her, he silently calculated. Chief Instructor of the Dragon Soul, Temple Master of the Jiangnan King, the Reincarnation Cemetery, the forces of nature. Even if I told her these things, she wouldn't believe me. The more Ye Chen thought, the colder and sharper his gaze became. To put her at ease, the best way is to find a way to deal with the Tan family immediately. If she won't tell me, I will investigate it myself. Suddenly, footsteps ran toward Ruxue's room from the stairs outside. Ye Chen perked up his ears. He thought, the rhythm of these footsteps is very light, as if coming from an expert, and they are heading toward us. Ye Chen let go of Xia Ruxue and warned her, There's trouble. Just stay in the room and don't go out. Ruxue looked confused, not understanding what was happening. She let out a small, Huh? Ye Chen opened the bedroom door slightly to look out into the corridor at the stairs. He was both vigilant and thinking. Experts from the Xia family certainly wouldn't dare approach Xia Ruxue's private chambers. So, it is highly likely that these are people from the Tan family. They were sent to monitor Xia Ruxue. At that moment, 2 girls who looked exactly alike, it seemed they were twin sisters, were quietly heading toward Xia Ruxue's bedroom. Suddenly, the 2 girls stopped. Their eyes widened in surprise, and they pointed at Ye Chen, who was standing in the corridor outside Ruxue's door. Then they shouted, Who are you? When did you get in here? Ye Chen pointed behind him and said, I know what you 2 want to do. Let's go outside to settle this. Don't make a mess here. It will scare Ruxue. The twin sisters fell silent, exchanging glances as if asking each other what to do. The sunset slowly faded behind the mountains. Behind the secluded courtyard of the Xia family, 3 figures stretched long across the ground. Ye Chen asked the twin sisters. Who sent you to monitor Ru Xue? The Tan family? One of them spoke up. Since you already know about the marriage alliance between the Xia family and the Tan family, why do you dare step into the young mistress's quarters? Ye Chen pointed at himself and said smugly, because Xia Ruxue is Ye Chen's woman. Hearing him say that, the twin sisters immediately lunged at him, shouting, You dare fight for the Tan young master's woman? You're looking for death. Ye Chen snorted with disdain. He reached behind his coat. With a whoosh sound, Ye Chen pulled out a baton. He struck the older sister directly in the face. The strike had high lethality, causing the older sister to cough up blood. At the same time, the younger sister, who was rushing forward, was stunned and panicked at the sight. Seeing her sister fall, she angrily used a martial arts technique, Eagle Claw Strike. Ye Chen watched the younger sister's claws lunging toward him, gritting his teeth. He reacted very quickly, and at that same moment, he raised his hand. Just as her claws were about to touch him, Ye Chen grabbed her wrist tightly, her eyes filled with shock. He reached out with a wicked grin, squeezed the younger sister's throat tightly, and lifted her high into the air. He said contemptuously, You're still too weak to catch me. She trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. She stuttered, begging Ye Chen, Please, don't kill me. Underneath her, a puddle of water began to drip onto the ground. Ye Chen laughed mockingly. He lifted her higher and asked, Only 2 moves in, and you're already scared to the point of peeing your pants? The Tan family's experts are nothing more than this. Tell me where the Tan family's address is. This girl wasn't tough at all. Having just been threatened a little by Ye Chen, she spilled all the secrets. The Tan family is on the Panshan Highway, south of Jiangnan province. Go 500 meters in, and you'll arrive at the Tan family villa. But currently, none of the key members of the Tan family are at the villa. He asked further, Where did they go? The girl, her face ashen and drained of color, struggled to say, My position is very low. I only know that the master took the young master, along with a few others, to Kunlun Mountain, wanting to invite a big shot to come down from the mountain. They say that if they can invite this person, the Tan family will rise to great heights and rule over Jiangnan. After hearing her testimony, he pondered, Kunlun Mountain? Could it be they want to invite someone from the Kunlun Void? No, that's not right. Based on the Tan family's small stature, they have no qualifications to enter the Kunlun Void. Most likely, it's just an expert from Kunlun Mountain. Although they still can't compare to the Kunlun Void, there are cultivators on Kunlun Mountain people who were kicked out of the Kunlun Void. Their strength is very high. Even I wouldn't be able to deal with them easily. Ye Chen tightened his grip on the girl's throat, his gaze firm as he interrogated her. When are they coming back? The girl, struggling to breathe and covered in cold sweat, replied, I don't know the specifics. It's expected to be at least half a month. How long they stay depends on the attitude of those big shots. Ye Chen nodded. Got it. As soon as he finished speaking, he let go. The girl fell to the ground, coughing and wheezing, her face twisted in immense discomfort. She didn't understand the situation, casting a glance at Ye Chen and thinking, You bastard. Just you wait. In a while, I'll get people to report this. You little brat. Prepare to die. Ye Chen looked serious, pointing his weapon at her and threatening, Oh, right. I almost forgot to ask. Do you want to commit suicide, or should I do it myself? Hearing that, the girl was startled, her face revealing sheer terror. She frowned and trembled, shouting, Huh? Weren't you going to let me go? Ye Chen was filled with killing intent. As he glared at her like a predator, he thought, Why would I let a henchman of the Tan family survive? To let her report back? Hearing this, she lunged at him in a fury. Damn you. I'll risk my life to take you down. But Ye Chen killed her with a single casual blow, leaving her bloodied and dead with her eyes wide open. He quickly took out his phone to call someone. Little Deng. Bring people to the Ha residence to clean up. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. You must be Ye Chen, right? Puzzled, he turned around. The man before him was Ruxue's father. He approached and introduced himself. I am Ha Huangye, Ruxue's father. The servant said someone came to commit suicide, so I rushed back. I didn't think it would be you. Unsure if the man was a friend or foe, Ye Chen remained silent. Seeing this, Ha Huangye grinned in a friendly manner. Let's go inside and talk. The two quickly entered a room, where Ruxue was waiting. Ha Huangye spoke up. Ruxue, why are you here? Go back to your room. Your father has to speak with Ye Chen privately. But she anxiously grabbed Ye Chen's arm and replied, No, Dad, I won't go. You'll definitely say something unreasonable to him. I can't leave. Ye Chen turned and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll come upstairs to see you in a bit. Be good and go to your room. Soothed, Ruxue reluctantly complied. Once she left, the room fell into a long, heavy silence. Huangye looked at him with a concerned gaze. To be honest, I think very highly of you and acknowledge your strength. It's no exaggeration to call you a genius. But what you don't realize is that even if the Tan family lets it go, Tan Zhengyang is a terrifying genius. He kept singing the praises of his opponent. He is one of the top 10 martial arts geniuses and currently ranks 199 on the Huaxia master ranking. The gap between you two is like heaven and earth. Huangye stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Ye Chen, stop now. I can help you plead with the Tan family. I can get them to spare your life, which would also be a gesture of goodwill to my daughter. Ye Chen tapped his hand away and let out a haughty laugh. Ha, I appreciate your good intentions, uncle. As for the Tan family, I will handle them myself. And one more thing, I think you might have misunderstood. Ye Chen burned with intensity and responded with a confident expression. The situation right now isn't that the Tan family wants to give me trouble, but rather that I, Ye Chen, intend to wipe out the Tan family and settle everything. Hearing this, Huangye's face turned grim. His jaw dropped in shock. Wait, did I hear that right? He said he wants to kill the Tan family? Having said his piece, Ye Chen walked upstairs to find Ruxue, not forgetting to remind the man, Uncle, you should go get some rest. I'm going to see Ruxue, or she'll worry. Watching his back as he left, Huangye stood there bewildered. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Oh, ignorance is bliss. Truly, the bold know no fear. At this moment, at the Qianlong Tower, Ye Chen stood proudly out front, admiring its grandeur, his hands in his pockets. His face showed curiosity, wondering what kind of game Ye Lingtian was playing. There were many masters inside. Any small disturbance would certainly bring people out. With that, he casually strode inside. Since it was a place he'd eventually enter anyway, he might as well take a look. But upon reaching the lobby, a man in a suit and sunglasses blocked his path. Stop right there. From deep within the building, a girl with a sexy figure and dazzling platinum hair ran out in a panic. Don't stop him. He is an important guest. Hearing this, the guard was stunned. He quickly changed his attitude toward Ye Chen and bowed respectfully. So it is an honored guest. Please, come in. The blonde girl greeted him warmly. Mr. Ye, you finally arrived, she said happily. I will lead the way for you. She pointed toward the elevator. This way, please. Ye Chen followed her inside. Once out of sight of the others, the platinum-haired girl knelt before him and performed a salute. Subordinate, Jika, pays respects to the hallmaster. To protect the confidentiality of your identity, few people know of your existence. The guard just now offended you. I ask for the hallmaster's forgiveness. Ye Chen laughed. Get up, I know. Besides, the guard isn't one of Ye Lingtian's core subordinates. It's better if they don't know too much. Very quickly, the elevator reached the 39th floor. The doors opened, and Jika stood behind him. Hallmaster, we have arrived. Before him were countless followers awaiting his appearance. Ye Chen walked forward and scanned the room. He thought to himself, the 100 people here are all veteran fighters with real strength. His face was very serious for this meeting, because he guessed that at least 50 of them had already stepped into the master realm. He noticed a group of burly men who looked quite strange, along with a few whose aura was extremely strong, not losing to the head of the Wu family. At this moment, Ye Lingtian walked to his side. Hallmaster. As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt on the ground and bowed. He said respectfully, Dark Hall's Ye Lingtian pays respects to the hallmaster. The others quickly followed suit, bowing and kneeling before him. They shouted in unison, Pay respects to the hallmaster. Ye Chen stood there with a very satisfied look, happily assessing the crowd. Their attitude was so determined, as if they had gathered here only to wait for him. With such loyal subordinates and a little more training, why worry about shaking up Huaxia? He waved his hand and shouted, Everyone, rise! Ye Chen quickly integrated into the scene. He declared with rising momentum, I acknowledge each and every one of you as a Dark Hall warrior. From today on, we are all brothers. His eyes burning with passion, he continued, You offer your loyalty to me, and I will defend your honor. His voice became increasingly firm. His eyes were fixed on his solemn promise, and his power erupted violently alongside it. If anyone dares to harm the Dark Hall, even in the slightest, I don't care who they are, I will wipe them out and make them suffer. The people below were terrified by his aura. They broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, The Hallmaster's aura is so thick. How much blood has he spilled? After speaking, Ye Chen pondered. The quickest way for the warriors to follow him was to show his strength. Ye Lingtian would surely understand his methods. While he was deep in thought, Ye Lingtian spoke up respectfully, Hallmaster. With a serious face, he proposed, "Please, spar with me." Ye Chen smirked with satisfaction. As expected, he understood his thinking. He was worthy of being Ye Lingtian. He also cooperated and asked, "Ye Lingtian, what is your rank among the Huaxia masters?" He wondered to himself. The Dark Hall warriors have always viewed Avina as their leader. To get them to acknowledge me, I must be stronger than Ye Lingtian. He straightened his suit jacket and replied with a faint smile, "I have no interest in that ranking. A few months ago, I killed someone who claimed to be a warrior ranked in the top 200. I don't remember the exact rank." Ye Chen secretly assessed the opponent's strength. In reality, the Huaxia warrior ranking didn't have a fixed standard, because the data for the strongest warriors had stopped being updated years ago. Their real strength had long surpassed their rankings. There were also some masters hiding in Jiangnan province who weren't on the list at all, but their absolute strength was terrifying. Ye Lingtian had by now taken off his outer jacket and prepared to remove his tie. He calmly continued, "It's not entirely accurate. The Huaxia master ranking has over 100 people, and there are experts who compile it. It can be used as a reference." Ye Chen nodded. "I understand." He fell into deep thought. Based on this, Ye Lingtian's strength was certainly greater than Tan Zhengyang's. Whether he could be a match for Duan Ao, however, remained to be determined. Ye Lingtian was ready, his body surging with aura, muscles bulging as he stepped forward. Then, "I beg your pardon, Hallmaster." Ye Chen wasn't worried at all. He laughed lightly and said, "Go ahead." Ye Lingtian clenched his fists, a powerful force erupting around him. He frowned and shouted, "Let's have a refreshing fight." Having said that, he stomped his feet to gain momentum and lunged into the air. Ye Lingtian gritted his teeth and threw a powerful punch from above. Ye Chen used all his strength to gently deflect the blow. The two traded punches continuously, appearing evenly matched. But with the protagonist's halo, Ye Chen's movements seemed more fluid. With a slight dodge, he could evade Lingtian's flurry of attacks. Lingtian praised him wholeheartedly, worthy of being the Hallmaster. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've had such a good fight." He didn't forget to remind Ye Chen, "But for the next move, you have to be careful." Ye Chen remained expressionless and calmly replied, "Oh?" Lingtian yelled, "Shadow Image Fist." Numerous hands appeared, showing immense power. Thousands of blows like rain from the heavens continuously attacked Ye Chen. He had already taken a defensive stance and said with a smile, "Not bad, but your technique is still lacking." Ye Chen clenched his fists, and a powerful purple aura erupted in an instant. "You've mastered your opponent's technique. You're throwing a flurry of punches, but only one is real. With full confidence, you strike forward. You can't fool me." With just one punch, Ye Chen took Longtian down, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact of Longtian's back hitting the earth caused a slight tremor. Dust and debris filled the air, leaving the onlookers below in complete shock. Shadow Fist is the strongest technique of the Jiangnan king. No one in the entire Jiangnan province could ever see through the real strike amidst those shadows, yet the palace master saw through it so easily. A purple glow flashed in his eyes. He let out a soft sigh of relief. "I wasn't even sure I could take that punch myself. Honestly, if you analyze it carefully, Ye Longtian isn't inferior to me. He just lost in terms of technique." Ye Longtian was truly humbled. He knelt on the ground and said, "I lost." Ye Chen, looking cool, turned and walked away. He ordered, "Ye Longtian, find me a quiet place. I'll grant you a bit of fortune." Longtian quickly agreed. Yes, besides, Ye Chen had already calculated everything. The fist technique of Luo Yuntian was very suitable for him. It could help him significantly increase his speed. Afterward, the two met privately in another room. Ye Chen took out a small piece of paper and said, "Take this." Holding the paper in his hand, Longtian was stunned and asked, "This is God." Before he could finish, Ye Chen interrupted him. "This is the cultivation method and martial arts technique. You must master this quickly in the coming days." Hearing this, Longtian's face showed clear astonishment. Compared to the techniques he had learned before, this wasn't even in the same league. It was like another world. Ye Chen clenched his fist, encouraging him. "From now on, you won't be an ancient warrior anymore, nor some grandmaster. You will be a cultivator, just like me." Time flew by. The next day, at the First People's Hospital of Jiangnan Province, a familiar figure lay on a hospital bed in one of the rooms, with a girl waiting by their side. Xia Ruxue's mother stood there, looking anxious as she watched the person on the bed. Just then, Xia Ruxue appeared, calling out, "Mom." She wasn't alone. She was holding hands with someone familiar. Ye Chen had come to visit her grandmother. Seeing who it was, the mother's face lit up with joy. It was Ye Chen. And Xia Ruxue was there too. Observing her reaction, Ye Chen felt a bit worried. He raised his hand, revealing a basket full of fruit. "Auntie, it's been a few days since we last met, and you look like you've aged quite a bit. Are you okay? Here, have some fruit." Seeing his expression and the fruit basket in his hand, Xia Ruxue's mother had a much better impression of him. Even though Ye Chen had a sharp tongue, his character was far better than Tan Zhengyang's. Unfortunately, after successfully presenting the basket, his attention shifted to the elderly woman lying on the bed, Xia Ruxue's grandmother. Seeing the purple energy surrounding her, and the cold sweat on her face, Ye Chen assessed that the situation was critical. Based on her remaining strength, she could pass away at any moment. What kind of illness could make her condition deteriorate so rapidly in such a short time? Not wanting to wonder for too long, he walked over. Using his hand, wrapped in his own energy, he touched her pulse. After a moment, he quickly understood everything. Once he knew what had happened, Ye Chen stepped forward to explain, leaving Xia Ruxue's mother stunned. She wasn't actually sick. Someone had used a special type of qi to block her life force, turning a living person into a vegetable. After explaining everything, he thought of something and asked a crucial question. Who was the last person she was in contact with before she fell into a coma? Being asked this, Xia Ruxue's mother hesitated. She thought for a moment, then glanced away, deciding to dodge the question. She was always with me. She didn't see anyone else. No, I absolutely cannot let Xia Ruxue know the truth. Otherwise, she would rather die than follow Tan Zhengyang. Faced with that, Ye Chen coldly dropped a bombshell. You're lying. Even though she was exposed, she stubbornly refused to admit it until the very end. Auntie, don't listen to those stubborn words. Ye Chen looked understanding and persuaded her. At this point, are you still making things up? What exactly happened? Only I can save grandmother now. Seeing the situation getting tense, Xia Ruxue also urged her mother. Mom, just say it. Why did grandmother end up like this? However, her mother still didn't want to reveal it. Instead of answering, she chose to stay silent, looking him up and down as she secretly judged him. This kid just said a few words and seems to have figured it out. Regardless, he wasn't using Xia Ruxue's grandmother as a joke. Between the threat of the Tan family and her own life, the choice wasn't hard. Thinking of that, Xia Ruxue's mother finally gathered her courage and said one name, Tan Zhengyang. The mention of that name made Xia Ruxue behind her grit her teeth. As expected, it was Tan Zhengyang. Having received the answer, Ye Chen didn't say anything else. He took out 3 needles, inserted them into her, and began channeling his energy. To be so ruthless to an innocent elderly woman, Tan Zhengyang, you will definitely pay for this. Saying that, he launched the needles toward the person on the bed. The 3 needles were quickly inserted into different locations. Once ready, Ye Chen took his stance, using his full qi absorption technique. Very quickly, the woman was lifted up by a flow of energy. From her mouth, a stream of purple-black energy slowly emerged. Witnessing the entire process, Xia Ruxue's mother was a bit bewildered. Using qi to manipulate needles, there really is someone who can do that? Seeing the strange term, Xia Ruxue couldn't help but curiously ask, Mom, what is using qi to manipulate needles? Being asked that, her mother brought her hand to her chin, thought for a moment, and said, It's a legendary method of using needles. I didn't expect it to actually exist. Maintaining that state for a few minutes, Ye Chen crossed his arms and declared, Stop. Immediately after those words, the purple energy in her body tried to escape. But reality isn't a fairy tale. He reached out and caught it. Huh? Holding that thing in his hand, Ye Chen asked in a menacing tone, Still want to run? Successfully subduing it, Ye Chen squeezed his hand, pulled it closer, and threatened, You have to help me deliver a gift to that piece of trash at KUNLUN Mountain, don't you? When the conversation ended, a flow of purple energy flew off like a bolt toward KUNLUN Mountain. That burst of energy flew straight down into a courtyard where countless people were gathered, standing behind a group of people who were extremely dissatisfied for some reason. Our Tan family is a top-tier clan. After all, yet we're being pushed aside and ignored. How infuriating. Why, oh why, is father busy inviting an expert down the mountain, yet can't spare any heart? However, Tan Zhengyang still maintained an optimistic attitude toward life, imagining all sorts of things. As long as that expert definitely comes down the mountain, our Tan family will surely march toward glory. Just then, that purple energy appeared. Without a word, it lunged straight at him. A few minutes later, Tan Zhengyang panicked and coughed up a mouthful of blood. That flow of energy enveloped him, making him lose control as he shouted loudly. It really is Tun Zhengyang. Saying that, Tun Zhengyang collapsed to the ground, making the crowd worry. Young master, what's wrong with you? Damn it. A few minutes later, he was finally able to stand up. Tun Zhengyang stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Who was it? Who broke my technique? Just then, the head of the Tan family, Tan Kun, walked over and asked, Zhengyang, what happened? When he reached his son's side, Tan Kun quickly realized the issue and asked back, that technique was personally taught to you by your master. With the title of Invincible in Jiangnan, how could you get bitten back so severely? Tan Zhengyang clutched his chest, his face dark as he gritted his teeth and said, it's someone from Xia Ruxue's family. Someone stepped in to help the Xia family. As soon as that information was revealed, Tan Kun angrily declared, just a tiny Xia family, and they dare to hurt my son? Tell the Blood Shadow Palace to go teach them a lesson. Contrary to the furious appearance of the Tan family, Ye Chen was currently chilling, walking into a mansion while holding his phone. On the phone screen, 2 messages from Xia Ruxue were displayed. Grandmother is feeling much better now, and she's eating more too. I'll come to see you in 2 days. Reading the message, Ye Chen smiled. This girl, since the Xia family isn't stopping her, it must be because grandmother is supporting her. The scene shifted to the next day. When her grandmother woke up, she asked a crucial question and quickly received a denial from Xia Ruxue. After all, when at the hospital, her grandmother already knew everything, so she had directly arranged an engagement for them. When are you two planning to register the marriage? Who wants to marry him? Snapping out of his thoughts, he walked over and grabbed the doorknob. Just as he gripped the handle, Ye Chen's eyes widened in shock. He then pulled out a weapon from somewhere, entered, and shouted, Who is? Inside the house, a girl was sitting with her legs crossed on a chair. The girl looked at him with a mysterious smile, pointing at herself, saying, After yesterday's high-intensity treatment, you're already turning against me? Seeing who it was, Ye Chen's face darkened as he spoke, enunciating every word. I remember I told you. You are not to step into this mansion, not even half a step. Even though she was kicked out, the girl stubbornly sat there and took out her phone, suggesting, 600 yuan. I don't like owing people favors, but I owe you 3 times. You can't escape it. Today, I'm here to pay back the first favor. These words successfully left him stunned on the spot. A favor? Seeing Ye Chen had calmed down, she held out the phone. Just listen to this recording. It's very interesting. The recording was played. Upon hearing every word, Ye Chen couldn't help but darken his face. Unexpected, isn't it? The Tan family. Setting such a high price just to buy my life? I'm not going to tease Ye Chen anymore. Liu Hanzhuang stood tall, crossed her arms, and said smugly, Once I realized the target was you, I took the initiative to accept a contract on someone else to cover for you. Tell me, doesn't that count as a favor? Before those words, Ye Chen walked over, lifted her chin, and spoke slowly. Every word he uttered made her tremble with fear. Liu Hanzhuang, it seems you still don't understand the situation. I am the one who wants to destroy the Tan family, not the Tan family who wants to kill me. If the Bloodblade Hall dares to accept this mission and provokes me, I guarantee the fate of the Bloodblade Hall will be the same as the Tan family. Hearing those words, the girl clutched her stomach and laughed out loud. Ha ha, you want to wipe out the Bloodblade Hall? Do you want to make me laugh myself to death so you can inherit my estate? Why not? The Bloodblade Hall is one of the top assassin organizations in the Huaxia martial arts world, filled with countless warriors. To help Ye Chen better understand what he had just said, she explained in great detail. As long as you pay the right price, not to mention the Jiangnan warriors, even those in the capital, the Bloodblade Hall can kill them. Even if an assassination fails, the Bloodblade Hall will just keep sending stronger people until the target is dead. After finishing her explanation, Liu Hanzhuang turned her head, boasting proudly. Let me tell you, within the Bloodblade Hall, there is a Grandmaster ranked in the top 30 warriors. Provoking the Bloodblade Hall is a dead end, but I can save your life. That offer successfully earned his contempt. Save me? Finishing his sentence, Ye Chen lunged toward a certain direction, leaving Liu Hanzhuang stunned. He walked up to a door and raised his hand, ready to strike. Just like that, the door shattered under his punch, revealing a silhouette inside. Realizing he had been discovered, the man quickly recovered. Damn it, how did he find me? I have no choice but to fight to the death. Just as he was calculating his next move, Ye Chen appeared behind him. Without a word, Ye Chen landed a powerful punch. Lying on the ground, the man couldn't believe what had just happened. He never expected the target's strength to be this great. He simply couldn't handle it alone. A few minutes later, Liu Hanzhuang slowly walked over and looked at the person on the ground. She was shocked to realize, this guy is also from the Bloodblade Hall? Damn it, I never expected the Tan family to double book the hit. Not only me, but they also hired someone else. Seeing Liu Hanzhuang appear, the man trembled with hatred as he struggled to stand up. Liu Hanzhuang, you dare to break the organization's rules? If they find out, you'll be torn to shreds. Immediately behead him, otherwise, it will be hard to protect your own life. Not giving the man a chance to say another word, Ye Chen stepped forward with an expressionless face, infusing power into his foot. Too much useless talk. Those who dare to kill me are already dead, and you are no exception. Knowing what he intended to do, Liu Hanzhuang quickly intervened. No, you can't kill him. If he dies, the Bloodblade Hall will definitely know the mission failed and will send stronger assassins until they kill you. Hearing this, Ye Chen stopped. That reaction successfully made the man smug, and he began to push his luck. Kid, are you scared now? If you dare to provoke the Bloodblade Hall, you're going to die. Hurry up and kneel down to beg for mercy, and I might consider it. However, Ye Chen didn't care and stomped straight down. Blood from the wound splattered onto a bewildered Liu Hanzhuang. After finishing everything, he calmly walked away. I said it before. If the Bloodblade Hall dares to provoke me, I will wipe them out. Observing the whole process, Liu Hanzhuang couldn't believe it. Is this guy crazy? He didn't consider the consequences at all. With that kick, he will pay with his own life. After that bloody scene ended, Ye Chen leisurely sat in a chair. Liu Hanzhuang walked over from afar. Witnessing his indifferent expression, he rested his chin on his hand and smugly demanded, since you are a member of the Bloodblade Hall, take the body away, and while you're at it, clean up the villa. Faced with that request, Liu Hanzhuang didn't answer immediately. Her face turned dark, and she hesitated. Do you even know what you've done? Watching his carefree, unshakable demeanor, she couldn't believe it. Is it possible you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Being asked that, Ye Chen paused for a second and replied hesitatingly, actually, I was thinking about something. Hearing those words, Liu Hanzhuang waited expectantly. No matter how much she expected, life wasn't a dream. Ye Chen looked at her with dead fish eyes and pointed his hand behind her. The cleaning tools are over there. You can go to the kitchen. There's toilet cleaner. Maybe it can clean it up much better. Those words made Liu Hanzhuang quite dissatisfied. Cleaning up a body, and you're telling me to use toilet cleaner? Observing that stubborn expression, Liu Hanzhuang puffed out her cheeks, gritting her teeth in anger. Fine. If I have to clean, I'll clean. As she scrubbed the floor, she cursed him up and down. That bastard, he's making me so angry. Although she was furious, after thinking for a moment, she calmed herself down. Gritting her teeth, she continued scrubbing. After all, he is my lifesaver. Even though I hate him, I hope he stays alive for a few more days. Just as she finished saying that, she held up the pristine white rag, looking at it in silence. After a moment, Liu Hanzhuang finally exploded. Damn it, why do I have to help that arrogant jerk clean up? Although she shouted in frustration, a few minutes later, Liu Hanzhuang stubbornly gave in. After paying off this favor, I'll leave Jiangnan, and I will never see that bastard again. Upstairs, Ye Chen was on the phone. Hello, Ye Lingtian? As soon as the person on the other end spoke, Ye Chen asked directly, how much do you know about the Bloodblade Hall? Ye Lingtian on the other end quickly reported, the Bloodblade Hall is a high-level assassin organization. It has 36 branches in Huaxia. The branch in Jiangnan province is controlled by a person named Leng Feng. Not stopping there, he added, that Leng Feng's strength is quite decent, but strictly speaking, compared to the Hallmaster, he is more like an ant. Faced with those words, Ye Chen darkened his face in thought. Oh, strictly speaking implies that I'm using the Samsara graveyard state, huh? Seeing him not say anything, Yi Lingtian on the other end had eyes as if they were spitting fire. The Bloodblade Hall actually dares to seek trouble with His Highness? I will bring the Shadow Pavilion's experts to destroy their branch in Jiangnan province. Hearing that, Ye Chen was satisfied. Ye Chen laughed sinisterly and said, I'm very curious. If the assassination target of an entire branch fails, then what will the Bloodblade Hall do? Ye Lingtian now also put on a serious face and added, this is the most troublesome part. The core strength of the Bloodblade Hall is the headquarters in Beijing. If the branch can't handle it, the headquarters will send high-level experts. Having received all the information, Ye Chen was serious. I understand now. After receiving all the information he wanted, he put the phone down. Once done, Ye Chen darkened his face and raised his hand to activate his power. If the Bloodblade Hall really wants to fight to the end with me, then they don't need to exist anymore. With that, Ye Chen took out a familiar stone. The Samsara graveyard was his biggest trump card. He tried not to use it if he didn't have to. Quickly, a blue flow of power wrapped around his body. Increasing his own strength was the right way, very quickly. Ye Chen sat down cross-legged to focus on his cultivation. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes wide. Finished with that, Ye Chen stood up and smiled contentedly. Finally, I can break through to the third level of the qi condensation realm. Ye Chen raised his hand and smiled with satisfaction. The speed is much faster than I imagined. The more I cultivate later on, the more value small breakthroughs bring. After finishing, he reached out his hand and put the stone away. Moreover, a few minutes later, he appeared in a cemetery. In front of him now was the tombstone of the Lihuo sect's Chen Jingtang. Reading the words on it, he opened his eyes in surprise. Can tombstones be triggered too? Not letting himself be curious for too long, Ye Chen reached out his hand to touch it. I can feel the pressure from this tombstone. Compared to Luo Yuntian, it's even stronger. Just touching it, Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaim, I really want to try triggering it. Touching it for a moment, he darkened his face and clenched his fist. What a pity. Every great master only has one chance to be triggered. This was his biggest trump card. Over at the villa, Sundi held a large suitcase and slowly walked in. As she walked, she smiled knowingly. Hey. Earlier Ye Chen told me the villa's password. Surely he's forgotten it. After walking for a while, Sundi peeked into a room and looked. Inside, there wasn't a single soul. She couldn't help but wonder, huh? He's not here. It's so late. Where did he go? Just then, Ye Chen appeared, making Sundi jump out of her skin. What were you doing sneaking around outside my room? Being asked that, Sundi avoided the question. I wanted to give you a surprise. A surprise? It seems more like you wanted to ambush me, right? Ye Chen smiled knowingly and lifted her face. Since you've ambushed me like this, don't blame me for being rude. Wait a second. In a bedroom, Ye Chen and Sundi sat there, hugging each other affectionately. After hugging for a while, the two finally lay down. Just as they lay down, Sundi had eyes full of water, gently and softly announcing, I want to tell you, our Tianjung group is now very famous. It seems every day we are on the hot search. Products are sold out as soon as they are launched. The market for Type B is many times higher. Mentioning this issue, Sundi became more and more excited than ever. Now, Tianjung Group has become the star enterprise of Jiangnan province, or even all of Huaxia. Hearing those words, Ye Chen gently hugged her, stroked her hair, and praised her. Very good. The work in the province. Ye Chen, you've gone through so much trouble for me. Hearing this, Sundi laughed softly. It's no trouble at all. Just as she finished, she suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Looking at a photo of a happy family on the bedside table, she couldn't help but ask, Ye Chen, is this a photo of your family? Facing the question, Ye Chen gave a wry, bitter smile. I never really felt like this villa was a real home, so I kept it there to make things feel a bit more comfortable. In truth, however, his heart was anything but light. It was there to remind him of the blood debt he had to repay. Sundi looked up, suddenly narrowing her eyes as she hesitated, noticing something. Slowly, she reached out her hand. She pointed at a black spot on the woman's neck in the photo and asked, puzzled, Ye Chen, did your mother have a mole on her neck? Or did it just get smudged during the photo development? Asked this, Ye Chen was momentarily stunned, but he answered truthfully, my mother had that mole on her neck since I was a child. Why do you ask? That response made Sundi freeze, her voice faltering as she pointed at the image. That's strange, I'm not sure. 5 years ago, when I helped cremate your parents' bodies, I remember there wasn't a mole on her neck. This statement made Ye Chen's eyes widen in disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears. What? Shocked for a moment, he regained his composure, leaned forward, and asked urgently, are you certain? Could you have remembered wrong? To this, Sundi replied calmly, no, I'm sure. That was the first time I had ever been that close to a dead body. I was terrified to my core, so the memory is etched deep in my mind. Watching his frantic reaction, Sundi hesitated before offering a suggestion. Do you think it's possible that before the incident, your mother felt the mole was unsightly and had it removed? After all, other than the mole, everything else looked identical to the photo. These words made Ye Chen's face darken, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. His mind was in turmoil. That's impossible. On the day the incident happened, the mole was still on her neck. And if Sundi saw the bodies and said it wasn't there, that only leaves two possibilities. Either my parents' bodies were swapped, or there is a chance they might still be alive. As this thought surfaced, the image of a happy couple flashed in his mind. But as soon as the thought appeared, Ye Chen dismissed it immediately without a second thought. No. That can't be right. If they were still alive, they would definitely know about the Tianjung Corporation. Besides, I am the legal owner of the corporation. It would be too easy to find me. If they knew I was still alive, they would have come looking for me, right? Breaking free from his thoughts, he reached for the phone on the table. With a grim, unreadable expression, Ye Chen pressed the phone to his ear and began to speak. It seems the situation is not as simple as I thought. Lei Shuvi, where are you right now? Come see me immediately. The person on the other end quickly replied, Understood. I am at the base. Little Dang has been guarding the perimeter of the villa. I'll have him pick you up. Time flew by like a wild dog, and the next day arrived. Outside the villa, Su Thuk Nien was using every ounce of her logic to beg to be let in. I want to see Ye Chen, but she was blocked by the guard. No, that refusal left Su Thuk Nien in disbelief, and she continued to plead. He and I know each other. We were high school classmates. Facing this, Little Dang remained stubbornly unyielding until the very end. No means no. I will not let you inside. Just then, Ye Chen walked out of the house. Little Dang, what's going on? Seeing who had arrived, Su Thuk Nien became agitated. Ye Chen. Seeing him, Little Dang immediately reported the situation, which made her tremble slightly. Mr. Ye, this girl insists on seeing you. She says the two of you know each other. Although she appeared frightened on the outside, Su Thuk Nien was calculating everything in her heart. My father offended the Meng family martial arts clan in Jiangnan over a few matters. Rumor has it they want to destroy the Su family. Since the Kim and Tuong families disappeared, the Meng family is now the biggest clan. The only person who can stop them is Ye Chen. Looking at the man standing there with an expressionless face, hands in his pockets, she was filled with restless thoughts. Anyone can see that the Meng family attacking the Su family is really just to curry favor with Ye Chen. As long as Ye Chen steps in, everything can be resolved. However, contrary to her expectations, Ye Chen turned to leave and uttered a cold remark. I don't know her. Little Dang, let's go. Not letting him leave, Su Thuk Nien reached out to stop him. Wait, wait! She rushed over and grabbed his arm, her face pathetic as she begged with a hint of flattery. Ye Chen, how can you not know me? We were high school classmates. You even said you liked me. We've met a few times this month. Even if things were a bit unpleasant, I know deep down, you still have feelings for me, right? Faced with these words, Ye Chen's face darkened, but he said nothing. Then, without a word, he swung his hand and slapped her across the face. Su Thuk Nien fell to the ground, stunned, holding her cheek while he chased her away. Get lost! Afraid she wouldn't listen, he gave her an ultimatum. If I see you lingering near here again, I will kill you without mercy. Treated this way, tears streamed down Su Thuk Nien's face. She couldn't accept it. Why? Why can't you help me? A while later, at the Longmen base, Ye Chen stood with his hands on his hips in a room, face to face with Lei Shuvi, who was solemnly reporting the situation. Mr. Ye, this is all the information related to the Dragon Tiger incident from that year at the Van Ho estate. Holding the file, Ye Chen offered a perfunctory word of thanks. No problems here. Thank you very much. Hearing this, the two people present felt their worldview shatter. This menace actually knows how to thank someone else? Has the sun risen in the west? After reading the information on the paper, Ye Chen asked to confirm, Are you certain my parents are both dead? Lei Shuvi didn't answer, but instead asked a piercing question. Mr. Ye, the death reports are all here. Could they possibly be fake? Facing that question, he looked up with deadpan eyes and revealed shocking information. But I discovered that it is possible someone swapped my parents' bodies. This statement made Lei Shuvi unable to believe his ears. What? The possibility Ye Chen brought up stunned Lei Shuvi, but he still tried to find a reason for it. In this world, there are indeed some criminals who are executed, especially those with high value. Senior officials often use special methods to hide them, even giving them new identities so they can continue to live and serve. After speaking, Lei Shuvi's expression hardened, his mind racing through countless scenarios. But the Ye couple was clearly not that special. More importantly, the Van Ho estate incident was a major event. What kind of methods would they have to use to pull off a swap under the eyes of so many people? Before his confusion, Ye Chen lowered his head with a grave expression and slowly explained. Zundi told me that before my mother's body was cremated, there was no mole on her neck. At this moment, he finally understood that this matter was absolutely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Shocked for a moment, Lei Shuvi returned to his desk and pointed out seriously. If what Zundi said is true, then the suspicious points are indeed very significant. But the Van Ho estate event was not handled by Long Honorable. The data we have is limited. After pointing out the abnormalities, he put on a serious face, took out a phone, and spoke with an enigmatic tone. Perhaps there is someone who can help you. Finishing his sentence, Lei Shuvi tapped on a contact and held it out before him. I'd like to introduce you. This is Trung Vai's son. He was once a high-ranking leader of the Criminal Investigation Agency. He was responsible for handling special criminal cases in Jiangnan province. 5 years ago, the event at the Van Ho estate was entirely under his jurisdiction. He was the one who handled the bodies. Hearing this, Ye Chen was momentarily stunned. On the screen was the image of a man with a very upright appearance. Looking at the man for a while, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes and asked seriously, his questions cutting right to the bone. So, where is he now? And you said he was a leader in the criminal agency. Does he no longer hold that position? Ask this. Lei Shuvi rested his hands on the table and sighed deeply. To be honest, Trung V's son has a tragic fate. There are some things I only understood while investigating that Van Ho estate incident. Not making him wait, he slowly recounted the story. 3 years ago, on the day of Trung V's son's wedding, which was supposed to be a grand celebration, the daughter-in-law was raped by Duong Nguyen Hien, the young master of the Duong family. Unable to bear the trauma, she jumped into the river and committed suicide. His son was enraged and wanted to kill the Duong family. In the end, he was killed by the Duong family's warriors. Thinking of this, the image of Trung V's son painfully holding his son appeared in his mind. The scene shifted to Trung V's son, collapsing by his sword, surrounded by countless bodies. Under the double blow, Trung V's son used all his strength to avenge his son against the Duong family. The image continued to change, to when Trung V's son, wearing a blue shirt, sat lifelessly behind bars. The Duong family, though heavily injured, had paid a high price. His cultivation base was destroyed, and he became a useless man. He is still currently imprisoned in the #1 prison of Jiangnan province. Hearing every word, he quickly grasped the key point and asked, "The Duong family, you mean the patriarch, is Duong Gao?" Hearing that, Lei Shuvi answered immediately, "Of course. There is only one Duong family in Jiangnan. Duong Gao is both the patriarch and the chairman of the Martial Arts Association." After recounting the story, he quickly raised the question on his mind. How could Trung V's son possibly provoke such a giant monster? Trung V's son had a clean record his whole life. Who would have thought he would encounter this right before retirement? It's a pity. At these words, Ye Chen was so agitated that he stood up abruptly, slammed the table, and shouted, "No matter what, Zhang Weishan is also a powerful figure in Huaxia. Huaxia doesn't interfere in these matters." That critical question shattered his illusions. Lei Shuwei could only lower his head, gently breaking Ye Chen's delusions. "Kid, this world isn't as beautiful as you think. Martial artists with no morals are rare resources in Huaxia." Looking at Duongao and Zhang Weishan, everyone knows what's truly important. Successfully breaking Ye Chen's illusions, Lei Shuwei bowed his head low, hesitating to speak his mind. "To be honest, I can't accept this either. I even tried to take action against Duongao's son, but the Du family had already pulled strings and erased all evidence. Only the Zhang Weishan family's words mattered. Even I couldn't do anything." Upon hearing the full story, Ye Chen stood up straight and calmly asked one more question. "Then why is Zhang Weishan imprisoned in prison #1? To that question, Lei Shuwei answered as if it were obvious. Obviously, he was retaliated against by the Du family. If he used his official power to deal with the Du family, he was bound to be caught by his own weaknesses. Receiving all the information, Ye Chen turned and stated his intention before leaving without hesitation. "Take me to prison #1 in Jiangnan province. I want to meet Zhang Weishan." Shortly after, at a heavily guarded prison, a lonely man sat by himself in a dark prison cell. At that moment, a man walked in. He looked cold and walked over. Ye Chen spoke up, wondering to himself, "You must be Zhang Weishan, right?" Without waiting for an answer, he pulled out a photo and pushed it to the center of the table. Ye Chen didn't beat around the bush, but got straight to the point. "Do you recognize the two people in this photo?" However, instead of answering, Zhang Weishan became agitated, slammed the table in fury, and shouted, "Get lost. I don't care who you are. Stay away from me." Although he was driven away, Ye Chen remained persistent and asked again, "The two people in the photo are my parents. They passed away at the Yunhu Villa 5 years ago. You were in charge of that case." These words successfully made Zhang Weishan freeze. Seeing that he finally had a reaction, Ye Chen seized the opportunity. With a darkened face, he added more information. "I am just like you. I witnessed my parents being killed by someone with terrifying power, and I didn't even have the strength to fight back. I understand how you feel and why you hate this world so much." At this point, the man was completely stunned. Observing Zhang Weishan's dazed and pensive reaction, Ye Chen stood up and began to use heartfelt reasoning to convince him. During the 5 years I was missing from this world, I went through terrible agony. To say it was worse than death is no exaggeration. The only reason I could keep living was revenge, and you are the only one who holds the key to that vengeance." Every word left him silent. Despite Ye Chen's earnest and sincere words, Zhang Weishan refused without a second thought. "Go away. I don't know anything." Seeing that he was still stubbornly refusing to answer, Ye Chen decided to play his final card. Reaching into his jacket, he took something out. "Don't be so quick to conclude. What if I said?" He pulled out a photo of a man with 2 hot girls in his arms and set a condition. "I want to take the head of the person in this photo. What would you think?" Upon seeing who was in the photo, Zhang Weishan successfully reacted with deep hatred. "Du Yuanxian, that animal, Du Yuanxian." The more he said, the more agitated he became, shouting at the top of his lungs like never before. "He killed my daughter-in-law, killed my son, and destroyed everything I had. He deserves to die. He really deserves to die. I hate that I can't crush his bones into dust." After a burst of agitation, Zhang Weishan calmed down, returning to a look of utter hopelessness. "But what can you do? His father is Du Wangao, a famous martial artist on the rankings. As a young man like you, what do you have to take his head?" Faced with that look of disbelief, Ye Chen gently released a bit of his power to prove himself. "Don't worry about what I rely on. You just need to tell me, if I bring his head to you, will you be able to remember everything?" Waiting for this moment, Zhang Weishan gritted his teeth and agreed. "Fine. As long as you can do it, I will tell you everything that happened at Yunhu Villa." Getting what he needed, Ye Chen left with determination. A promise was made. Time flew by like a dog chasing across a field, and night had fallen. Ye Chen slowly walked to a certain building. Above, from a certain room, moans could be heard. "Ah, young Master Du, you're so good." The man guarding outside remained silent for a moment. That person was none other than the Du family's Du Chenshan, the 251st ranked martial artist. He crossed his arms, dissatisfied. It's clear Du Wangao is so powerful, yet he sired a son addicted to lust. If only he were half as capable as the chairman. Just then, a voice rang out, cutting off his train of thought. "Du Yuanxian." That person was none other than Ye Chen. He pointed at the door and asked, "He's inside, right?" Inside the building, a tense conversation was taking place, while outside, the city lights were sparkling and beautiful. Returning to the familiar hallway, Du Chenshan's incredulous voice rang out, "Who are you?" As soon as the question was asked, he automatically fell silent, hesitating and wondering to himself, "Something's not right. I couldn't sense him at all." After thinking for a moment, he began to doubt. Could it be that I was careless? Ye Chen didn't wait for Du Chenshan to answer. He activated his power. His eyes were full of murderous intent, looking like he wanted to devour the whole world. He spoke through gritted teeth. "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know." By now, he was breathing out smoke. His eyes were blood red with deadly intent. Gritting his teeth, he declared word by word, "I'm the one who wants his life. That's enough." These words successfully enraged Du Chenshan, who was so angry his blood boiled. He shouted, "How arrogant!" Right after saying that, he gathered his momentum and used all his might to charge forward, intending to punch Ye Chen. Facing this attack, Ye Chen's eyes shifted, full of murderous intent mixed with a hint of vigilance. However, Ye Chen didn't let him land the attack. He shoved his hand straight into his stomach as a preemptive strike. But instead of letting Du Chenshan fly 8 meters away like the others, he pulled him back and said with a dark, meaningful look, "You're Du Yuanxian's bodyguard. You must have helped him do plenty of evil things." After saying that, Ye Chen used all his might to channel his power into the fist on Du Chenshan's stomach. Then, without another word, he poured his full strength into a punch to his gut, sending him flying uncontrollably backward while shouting his declaration, "Then die with him." Du Chenshan went flying toward the door, while a round, pitch-black hole appeared on his stomach, looking like a donut. After the impact with him, the door exploded, dust flying everywhere, making the 2 showgirls inside open their eyes in terror. The 2 girls then fearfully turned back to check the situation. On the floor lay Du Chenshan's body, his eyes rolled back, his mouth still wide open in surprise. Seeing the body, the 2 girls screamed in terror, "Ah, someone's dead." As soon as that was said, 2 small darts flew from nowhere straight at the 2 girls. They just stood there, stunned, not reacting as the small darts pierced their bodies out of nowhere. By the time they regained their senses, both girls had fallen to the ground, motionless. Du Yuanxian witnessed everything and shrank back in fear, panicked enough to shout loudly, "How could you easily send them to heaven? Impossible. Who are you? Who on earth are you?" After finishing everything, Ye Chen slowly walked into the room. He walked step by step to where Du Chenshan lay. Looking at the blood-covered Du Chenshan on the floor, Ye Chen didn't hesitate to step straight onto his face, calmly asking Du Yuanxian a critical question. 3 years ago, you must still remember the Zhong Weishan family, right? Recognizing who had arrived, Du Yuanxian panicked and scrambled backward, shouting and threatening, Ye Chen, what do you want? I'm telling you, my father is the chairman of the Martial Arts Association, Duangao. Fearless, he continued to advance, intending to attack him, but the man shouted even louder, if you dare hurt me, even just a strand of hair, he will definitely make you. Faced with those words, Ye Chen didn't say a word. He swung his hand in a straight line, making Du Yuanxian clutch his hand and scream like never before. My finger. Seeing that he finally knew what fear tasted like, Ye Chen's face darkened, his eyes full of murderous intent as he slowly reached out. Zhong Weishan has something I want, and the price for that trade is your head. Even though it had come to this, Du Yuanxian still stubbornly clung to his weak arguments. You can't kill me, my father is. Not letting him finish, he swung his arm with a jerk, tearing 2 parts of his body apart. In another corner, at the Du household, Duangao sat resting his arm on a chair, holding a teacup in the other, saying with dissatisfaction, that stinking brat, who knows where he's out partying again. Once he gets back, I'll definitely punish him severely. Just then, his phone rang, catching Duangao's attention. He put on a stern face and picked up the phone. A panicked voice came from the other end. Sir, something terrible has happened. Du Chenshan is dead. The young master. Not letting him wait too long, the other end panicked and announced, the young master has been decapitated. As soon as these words were spoken, Duangao's eyes widened, bulging with blood vessels in anger. Police were quickly called to the building, and then, when they arrived, both of them gasped in shock at what they saw. On the ground lies the sprawled body of Lu Ungwen Hien. Back on the other side, Duangao is so furious he leaps to his feet, hands clenched into fists, struggling to contain himself. If you dare lie to me, you know exactly what will happen to your whole family, don't you? The voice on the other end maintains the same answer as before. I swear, master, I wouldn't dare. This is 100% accurate information. Receiving that confirmation, tears stream down Duangao's face. He struggles to suppress his grief, growling out each word. Investigate. Tell me. Who dared to kill my son? Duangao's son. Back at prison, no. 1. Trung V Sun is once again summoned before him. A mysterious burlap sack is placed on the table. Seeing what is inside, Trung Vi Sun trembles and reaches out to touch it. But instead of touching it, he brings his hands up to his head. Trung Vi Sun collapses onto the table, laughing wildly and hysterically. That beast is finally dead. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. After laughing for a while, he cannot hold back his emotions and breaks into sobs, trembling. Thank you, Ye Chen. Thank you for making that beast face retribution. Thank you. Watching this scene, Ye Chen pursed his lips, silent, while the sound of Trung Vi Sun's sobbing echoed in his ears. My son and daughter-in-law can finally rest in peace in heaven. Not letting him continue to get emotional or say another word, he proactively cuts him off and gets straight to the point. No need to thank me. This is a transaction. Next, it's your turn to tell me everything about the Van Ho estate back then. At that request, Trung Vi Sun, still crying, nods his head, accepting. I will tell you everything I know. Not keeping Ye Chen waiting long, he dredges up his memories, revealing all the information he knows. 5 years ago, I was still a leader in the Criminal Investigation Agency, specializing in special cases. Based on my experience, the incident at Van Ho estate was the strangest case I had ever encountered in my life. When it happened, I was just working on a case in Jiangcheng, so I rushed there immediately. However, as soon as I entered the house, the sight that hit Trung Vi Sun was the bodies of your parents, collapsed in pain. At that time, everyone at the party had been kicked out. When I arrived, your parents were already severely injured. What he said successfully shocked Ye Chen. What did you say? Severely injured? You mean they weren't dead? Surprised for a moment, Ye Chen quickly calmed down, hesitating as he looked at Trung Vi Sun. You mean, he searched for words for a moment, his face filled with disbelief, his dark-circled eyes wide open. He voiced an unbelievable speculation. My parents weren't dead? Faced with that question, Trung Vi Sun squints, offering his own opinion and recounting the situation at the time. Well, it depends on how you look at it. At that time, it seemed like the two of them were no longer breathing. Their heart rates were so weak they could stop at any moment. But based on those symptoms, there might still have been a glimmer of hope. At this point, the image of two doctors frantically pushing a gurney to the emergency room flashes through his mind. Of course, right then, I took them to the hospital immediately. Not only Ye Chen's father, but his mother was also rushed to emergency care. However, a moment later, a doctor wearing full protective gear from the emergency room came over, patted him on the shoulder, and announced it in a way that left Trung Vi-sun questioning his existence. The result after 1 month was a death certificate. Hearing this, Ye Chen straightens his face, quickly realizing something abnormal. A hospital death certificate doesn't mean anything. In fact, if you really wanted to, those people with death certificates could have been saved. Observing his serious expression, Trung Vi-sun grimaces and continues pointing out, and what happened afterward was even more bizarre. According to standard procedure, the case should have been transferred to forensics, but suddenly in the hospital, a man appeared. Mentioning this issue, the image of a group of people wrapping bodies tightly and slowly transporting them onto a truck appears. Trung Vi-sun pauses for a moment and then continues to tell the story. That man carried a special document, and then he took the two bodies away. Half an hour later, he brought the bodies back. After providing the information, his face turned serious, slowly pointing out the strange things, as well as his own inner suspicions. Right after he returned the bodies, my superiors informed me that the bodies didn't need forensic examination and suggested direct cremation. At that time, I felt as if an invisible hand was controlling everything. I didn't cremate them immediately. I wanted to see other things. The scene continues to change to when he met Sundi. So, I notified some relatives and friends of the deceased to see their reactions, but unexpectedly, no one was willing to handle the cremation. At the moment I was struggling with that, a girl came to the hospital and said she could take care of the Diep couple. Hearing these words, Ye Chen straightens his face, understanding everything. His mind races. That girl was definitely Sundi. The subsequent events he had already heard from her. The big question now is, who was the man who took the bodies away? Thinking about this issue, Ye Chen's mind races through dozens of different scenarios. He deliberately took the bodies away and then brought them back to demand cremation. This behavior is basically an attempt to destroy evidence. He didn't want anyone investigating the bodies. He didn't want anyone to discover that the bodies had been switched. Not letting himself wonder for too long, Ye Chen quickly speaks up to voice his inner questions. And then what? Are there any other suspicious points? Asked like that, Trung Vi-sun honestly replies. After that, I continued to investigate, and discovered that the man who took the bodies away had once met your mother at a coffee shop. Not letting him ask another question, Trung Vi-sun detailed what happened that day. The two of them talked for a while, then suddenly an argument broke out. Your mother left directly. Her attitude was very firm. Describing what happened that day, he adds, initially, I saved the surveillance video, but those files disappeared from my computer the next day. Afterward, that man found me and threatened me. For the safety of my family, I had to stop investigating. Realizing this useful information, Ye Chen hurriedly asks, do you have a photo of that man? But reality didn't go as hoped. Trung Vi-sun brought sad news. No. All information related to him has been erased. Even though he was rejected, Ye Chen still took the opportunity to make a request. A stubborn request to the very end. Then try to sketch the rough appearance of him. It is very clear that this man is the key. Requested like that, Trung Vi-sun takes the pen and paper, honestly drawing. Let me try. After a while, he holds up the paper with an illustration of a man and asks for his opinion. What do you think? Looking at the man's face in the painting, Ye Chen is not very satisfied. No, it's not accurate enough. How about this? I will find a way to get you out of prison and send someone to meet you. Afraid he wouldn't understand what he wanted, he adds. By then, we can use a computer to restore the portrait. At this moment, Trung Vi-sun does not hesitate to agree immediately. All right, that is definitely no problem. Meanwhile, in another small courtyard, a man is sitting cross-legged, cultivating. He is sitting on a rock, focusing power into his body. At that moment, a knocking sound echoes. The man opens his eyes wide and shouts, and immediately, the rock he is sitting on is shattered into many pieces. Standing steadily on the ground, the man commands, "Come in." From outside, a servant enters, bows respectfully, and reports, "Mr. Giang, your subordinate has something to report. Today, at Gyeongnam Province Prison No. 1, someone came to see Trung Vi-sun." Faced with that announcement, the man maintains a calm demeanor and asks, "How many years has it been? Who still comes to see him?" Asked like that, the other person stammers, "It is Ye Chen, from Long Honorable." Hearing that name, the other man curses without hesitation, then remembers something. "Long Hun? What the hell is that? But you said the person is Ye Chen." Could it be the spawn from Jiangthun? Faced with that question, the person quickly confirms, "No mistake, sir. Your subordinate was afraid of having the same name. So I specifically investigated. I can confirm it is him. Not only is he not dead after 5 years of mysterious disappearance, but he even became the #1 martial artist in Jiangthun." Faced with those words, the other man shows no sign of fear, but instead sneers. It seems that Brat must have obtained some good fortune. The #1 martial artist in Jiangthun? Haha, so what? Such trash will only dirty the bloodline of our pieces. Giang family. Hearing those words, the disciple raises his head, laughing sinisterly, and asks for his opinion. Do we need to send someone to kill that Ye Chen? That opinion was just brought up, and he denies it immediately. Not necessary. That brat is not important to me. Even if he steps into Jiangnan province, he won't live long. The person understands the implication, raises his hand to salute. Yes, Mr. Jiang. After speaking, the person turns around, closes the door, and leaves. Standing inside that small courtyard, the man laughs disdainfully. I thought that brat was dead, but he is still living. Like a cockroach. But so what? Does he think just based on him, he can investigate everything? Mentioning this issue, he becomes more terrifying than ever. It is just an egg trying to fight a rock. If the Jiang family is experiencing heavy undercurrents, then the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association is in total chaos. With lights on inside a room, a group of people are gathered. In the center of the room sits Duong Gao, his face dark, the veins on his forehead dancing the tango. Behind him, Ma Vikai stands very solemnly. That state quickly attracts the attention of Okoi Nguyen and Ha Hong Yip, who have to wonder a bit in their hearts. I can't believe someone actually dared to kill Lu Yuangshuan, even going so far as to decapitate him. Everyone knows how much Lun Gao dotes on his son. This incident has sent shivers down the spine of the entire Jiangnan province martial arts world. Chu Fu Lu, sitting nearby, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems like every major family in Jiangnan province has sent a representative here. The summoning power of the Martial Arts Association is truly terrifying. It looks like the Tan family specifically came for this as well. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lun Gao broke the silence and dropped a bombshell. My son, Lu Yuanshuan, is gone. At the mention of this, he swallowed his rage and stood up abruptly, shouting with a ferocity he had never shown before. You all know about it, right? Faced with this question, everyone present fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Sensing the atmosphere turning tense, Lun Gao calmed down a bit and got straight to the point. I called this emergency meeting for one purpose only. Help me, Lun Gao, find the killer. After saying that, he lifted his hand and tapped on his phone. After a few taps, Lun Gao found what he was looking for and calmly began assigning tasks. I have sent the picture of the killer to your phones. I need you to use all your resources to help me find him. Even if it's just someone wearing the same clothes as in the picture, or someone with a back that looks like the one in the picture, catch them all for me. Ha Hoang Nip then turned on his phone, curious to see who exactly was bold enough to anger Lun Gao. But as soon as he saw the silhouette of the person on the screen, he was so shocked he nearly coughed up blood. After observing that back for a moment longer, Ha Hoang Nip was horrified to realize, isn't this Ye Chen? Even though he recognized him, he stubbornly refused to believe it. I'm not seeing things, am I? This silhouette is clearly Ye Chen. I'm not mistaken, right? To be sure, I need to confirm with Xia Ruxue. Thinking is doing. Ha Hong Yep messaged Xia Ruxue to ask where Ye Chen is right now. Outside, Lun Gao was so furious he was practically breathing fire. I, Lun Gao, would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one guilty person escape. I will decapitate his entire family and torture him to death with my own hands. Chu Fu Lu also hesitated, having recognized the silhouette, but he stubbornly refused to believe it. Lun Gao, are you crazy? Just because someone is dressed similarly or has a similar back, you'd kill them? How many innocent people will die tragically because of this? But then again, this silhouette does look a bit like Ye Chen. As soon as this thought appeared, he denied it immediately, staying in denial to the very last breath. It can't be him. I'll go back and call that kid to check. As a true friend, he really hoped that it wasn't him. On Ha Hong Yip's side, Xia Ruxue quickly replied. Ah, Xia Ruxue replied. Of course, he's at home. Why are you suddenly concerned about him, Dad? Reading this message, he let out a sigh of relief. It really wasn't Ye Chen. Since he was at home, how could he have gone out to commit such a murder? However, life is not always a fairy tale. She messaged 2 more things, but he just got home and is eating now. I don't know where he went. He didn't even eat dinner. Reading those lines, Ha Huang Yep became anxious. He just got home? Reading it over and over, a scene played out in his head. Doesn't that timing overlap perfectly? Could it be that he just returned right after killing Lu Yuanxuan? Oh my god, this can't be true, right? Not only Ha Huang Yip and Chu Fu Lu, but someone else also faintly recognized that the silhouette looked too familiar. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Not wanting to stay curious for too long, that person voiced the question on his mind. Are there any clearer photos? As for Maviki, he brought back sad news. I don't know. Someone wiped all the CCTV footage. This is the only image that was cropped from a landscape photo. Even though he appeared calm on the outside, he was deeply worried on the inside. His mind raced, calculating what would happen next. But thinking about it, no matter how many times he looked, that silhouette really was Master Ye's. After the meeting, I must give him a heads up. I hope he is prepared. Just as he was lost in thought, Lun Gao spoke up, giving him a task. Mavi Qi, you are the vice president. The heavy responsibility of finding that guy is entrusted to you. Yes, fearing that Lun Gao wouldn't believe him, he lifted his hand and bowed respectfully, not forgetting to declare firmly, President, rest assured, I will definitely find the culprit behind this at all costs. Lun Gao didn't pay much attention, but he still threatened, I'm counting on you. If there is no progress in 3 days, you know the consequences, right? Every word made Mavi Qi panic, stuttering. His reply, yes, I understand. Immediately after the meeting ended, a large number of mysterious people suddenly appeared, in all shapes and sizes. They followed Ye Chen's photo and combed through every corner of Jiangnan province. Anyone wearing clothes or having a silhouette similar to the one in the photo. From an old man to a stray dog, none were spared. They were all captured. Are you the murderer? At that time, there was no law in Jiangnan province. That night, they didn't stop. Time flew by like a wild dog running in a field. The next day, at the O family residence, O Koing-guen sat on his chair, bowing his head slightly, expressing what he was thinking. This incident has caused a huge stir. If any family can provide important information, they will surely gain massive benefits. After saying that, he paused for a moment before continuing. I have sent the photo to everyone. Take a look for me. As soon as she saw the silhouette, O Jiahan couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this Ye Chen? Oh my god. Why did he kill Lu Yuanxuan? Just then, O Thua walked in, holding his phone. Family head. I recognized him. Isn't this the kid who was arrogant toward our O family that day? Hearing those words, O Chunwin's eyes lit up. No wonder he looked so familiar. So it was him. That kid could flick away my suppression. Honestly, he really could send Lu Tramsun to the afterlife. Just when it seemed like things would end there, O Thua laughed sinisterly and suggested, I have despised that brat and that dog O Hangmin for a long time. This time, I will give Lun Gao a big gift. Facing those words, O Chan Yuen laughed, teasing, O Thua, you're still as impatient as ever. But he didn't forget to warn him. We still have to be careful about this. O Thua brought O Dung along to catch O Hangmin, to get to the bottom of it and find out the truth. In another room, O Hangmin was sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes to focus on his cultivation. After sitting for a while longer, he took a deep breath. Having finished everything, O Hangmin happily opened his eyes, looking at his hands. It's truly no wonder that the Shenyan technique Master Ye gave me is so powerful. I've only practiced for a few days and I'm already much stronger. In another month, let alone O Thua, even O Koing-guen wouldn't be my match. Just then, the sound of breaking wood came from outside, causing O Hangmin to pay attention. Who is it? As O Hangmin stood up, alert to the breaking sounds outside, they became even louder. Suddenly, someone stepped inside. Realizing the situation wasn't good, he stood up and put his hands in a defensive stance, ready to attack at any moment. Who are you? Not letting the other person speak, O Hangmin exerted his strength and took the initiative to attack first. Immediately after, he used his hands to flexibly block the strikes of 2 men who had appeared out of nowhere, successfully breaking their attack and landing firmly on the ground. O Hangmin faintly realized something. This footwork, it's you two, O Thua and O Dung. The 2 men, now identified, stood still, backing into each other, and arrogantly spoke up. O Hangmin, so your dog kennel is here. Is your master not here with you today? Recognizing who had come, and getting confirmation, O Hangmin darkened his face, smirking mockingly. I have no connection with the O family anymore. Why are you breaking in here? Faced with his question, O Thua answered arrogantly and confidently, not avoiding the issue at all, and didn't forget to add a few taunts. Of course, we're here to see you. But unexpectedly, your dog life is still holding on pretty well. It seems you've been cultivating all night. While mocking, he suddenly noticed something, and his eyes widened in surprise. Wait a minute. As soon as he said that, the two stopped attacking, hesitating, and pointing in that direction, completely agitated. That is, hearing those words, Oh Hangmin turned around in a panic. Behind him was a wooden box containing an orange pill with strange black patterns. Seeing what that object was, Othua and Odung were both suspicious, lifting their hands to touch their eyes, panicked and surprised. The scent is so strong, and there are even pill patterns. Oh Hangmin, where did you get that medicinal pill? Asked like that, Oh Hangmin narrowed his eyes, full of murderous intent, refusing to answer and cursing them out mercilessly. You have no right to know. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now. Even though he scolded them like that, those two had no intention of leaving and stood there laughing wickedly. You haven't forgotten, have you? In the O family, our strength is far superior to yours. You dare to talk to us like that? As soon as he finished, Othua and Odung marched forward viciously, challenging him together. You're courting death yourself. Facing this scene, Oh Hangmin entered a defensive stance, ready to strike at any time. He then swung his hands flexibly, successfully blocking the attack of the two, not stopping at defense. Oh Hangmin directly countered. After a few minutes, Othua and Odung hit the ground, hesitating and not daring to rush forward again. Blocked. Othua stood behind, unable to swallow this rage, his face twisted like a monkey's rear. How did he block my move? Twice. I haven't seen him in a few days. How could Oh Hangmin have this much strength? Plus that medicinal pill, he must have attained some kind of fortuitous encounter. Contrary to the bitter, furious look of the two, Oh Hangmin was joyful and excited, looking at his hands. It is truly worthy of being Master Ye's cultivation technique, and could actually make me confront Wu Thua and Wu Dung without any trouble. After a moment of thought, Wu Thua stood up and walked over to his younger brother to give instructions. Wu Dung, that fat guy has become much stronger. Be careful. Wu Dung, understanding his point, agreed without a second thought. Got it. Need to use that move, don't I? Before Wu Thua could answer, his eyes widened in shock as he saw something. He pointed behind them, shouting excitedly, Master Ye, why are you here? Wu Hangming, seeing this, turned his head, caught off guard. Without paying attention to Wu Dung, he jumped up, turning completely around to look at the door anxiously and hesitantly. Master Ye. Suddenly, the two guys lunged at him to attack, forcing Wu Hangming to stay alert and fight back. Tricked you, you idiots. With that, Wu Hangming was hit by a barrage of blows, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Damn, I was careless. I can't avoid them. I need to adjust my stance immediately. Otherwise, I'll be beaten to death by these two scumbags. Thinking is doing, he sat down, using his broad back to absorb all the attacks. The two guys didn't stop, raising their hands to land a few more blows. I don't know what kind of martial arts you've practiced, but under our combined attack, you surely won't have a chance to get back up. A few minutes later, Wu Hangming was trampled under their feet, blood flowing everywhere. Aren't you a willing dog for that brat? Tell that brat to come and save you then. Speak quickly. Where is that animal, Master Ye? And where did those pills come from? Even though he was defeated and even trampled underfoot, Wu Hangming stubbornly spoke up. You cannot insult Master Ye. If you offend him, the Wu family will be destroyed. Hearing those words, Wu Thua sneered. Just relying on him? Not to mention that you're still worried about the Wu family ultimately. Coming to this, he laughed sinisterly, leaning down slightly to grab Wu Hangming by the hair and lift him up. Wu Dung added from behind, You'll be destroyed by us first. Immediately after, he was beaten violently, and cries of pain echoed everywhere. A few more minutes passed. Wu Hangming used his last bit of strength to leave a clue. On Ye Chen's side, he couldn't help but feel confused. Yingqing, what are you saying? Zhang Weishan cannot be released in such a short time? Can't even Dragon Soul handle this little thing? The voice on the other end quickly delivered the sad news. Master Ye, Zhang Weishan is a high-profile criminal. How could it be so easy to let him out? We've tried our best. Even though he was rejected like that, he still didn't accept it, and asked again. That won't do. My parents went missing for unknown reasons. What if there's a dangerous situation? You must find a way to speed it up, Yingqing. On the other end, they had to accept and proposed another plan. How about this, Master Ye? We will send a technician with equipment to Zhang Weishan. Today, we should be able to restore that man's face. Finally, he was able to accept it. Then I'll trouble you all. Ending the call, Ye Chen stared at his phone, his mind full of thoughts. There was only a little progress. For now, there are Sun Di and Xia Ruxue at the company. The Thin Chin Group already has them. I'll focus on my cultivation today. Staring at the phone a while longer, an idea popped into his head. Right. I don't know how the cultivation progress is for Ye Lingtian and Wu Hangming. Checking the situation, he asked, Ye Lingtian, how is the new cultivation technique going? Before the question, Ye Lingtian excitedly boasted, It's truly formidable. Never before have I imagined that such powerful things existed in this world. After reporting the situation, he remembered something. Right, Hallmaster, there is something I must report to you. Those words made him stunned. On the other end, Ye Lingtian quickly reported the situation. It seems that now the streets are full of Duong Nao's traps. In just one night, 36 people have gone missing. These people, regardless of age or build, are all similar to you, Hallmaster. You must be careful. Faced with those words, his face darkened, comforting him. Don't worry, someone has already informed me. I know what to do. Coming to this, Ye Chen pursed his lips, silent, his heart filled with tangled thoughts. I just have a bad feeling. I have to ask Wu Hangming. Thinking is doing. He raised his phone to call, but only received notifications that the subscriber was unreachable. Ye Chen tried a few more times. Failing, he gritted his teeth. Unhappy. No way. With Wu Hangming's work ethic, his phone is always on 24/7, and always carried with him. Not satisfied with this result, he decided to use his extraordinary power to see the situation in his divine sea. I hope it's just me overthinking. As he watched, Wu Hangming's plea appeared. Save me, Master Ye. Hearing this, Ye Chen's face darkened. He really is in trouble. Soon after, he appeared there. Wu Hangming, are you all right? However, all he saw was a message written in blood. Contrary to the surprise and shock at Wu Hangming's location, at the Wu family mansion, it was extremely peaceful. Wu Kai-Nguyen sat inside a room with two other elders. Just then, Wu Thua and Wu Dong pushed the door open, throwing Wu Hangming's body down like a sandbag. Even though he was tossed around like that by the two of them, Wu Hangming kept his eyes tightly shut, unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Wu Kai-Nguyen was not very pleased, and blamed them continuously. Even though this is a traitor, he is, for better or worse, a member of our Wu family. I only asked you to bring him here. Why did you use such heavy force? Faced with the reprimands, Wu Thua showed no remorse at all, and even laughed confidently, reaching into his pocket to take something out while speaking. Family head, don't be angry. Wu Hangming right now is just a dog's life. Dead dog or live dog, what's the difference? The important thing is that this dog's life isn't cooperating at all. Not only did he not tell us the location of that animal, after a moment, he laughed triumphantly and evilly, taking out an orange pill with strange patterns from his pocket. He wouldn't even confess where these things came from. Just seeing that pill appear, Wu Kai-Nguyen vanished from his seat without a word. Then, in the stunned and fearful eyes of Wu Thua, a hand swung out and snatched the pill. It turned out that Wu Kai-Nguyen had appeared in front of him before anyone knew it. He excitedly admired the pill. What you retrieved is, looking at the glowing yellow pill in Wu Thua's hand, he couldn't be more surprised, unable to believe his eyes. Slowly, he began to speak. This is an elixir. Not waiting for the two to confirm, Wu Kai-Nguyen excitedly grabbed the elixir, held it up high, and shouted like he had never shouted before. This elixir, it's so fresh. It seems like it came out of the furnace less than half a month ago. The patterns are still perfectly intact. Finishing his words, he didn't inform anyone, throwing the pill straight into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, Wu Kai-Nguyen was surrounded by a warm, yellow flow of power, enveloping his body, a scene that made Wu Thua and Wu Dong worried. Family head, a few seconds later, Wu Kai-Nguyen jumped up. Explosive power, as if injected with adrenaline. He shouted excitedly, Good, good, good! The efficacy of this pill is even more terrifying than the rare elixirs left by our ancestors. Truly a fine elixir. Successfully breaking through, Wu Kai-Nguyen quickly calmed down, eagerly asking for opinions from Wu Thua. Tell me, where on earth did this pill come from? Being grabbed by the head and asked, he stammered for a long time without saying a word. It. Before Wu Thua could answer, Wu Kai-Nguyen laughed triumphantly, his brain racing through dozens of different scenarios. Once we clearly grasp its source, we will definitely be able to become the #1 martial arts family in Jiangnan province. By then, what are the Duong and Tan families worth? Observing that eager and expectant look, Wu Thua hesitated, trembling, lifting his hand to point at Wu Hangming lying behind. It was he who retrieved it from his own person. Originally, we didn't want to go this far. But this guy not only didn't tell us the location of Ye Chen, but he also hoarded the elixirs. Following that sentence, Wu Kai-Nguyen's attention shifted to Wu Hangming lying there. Grievingly observing him for a moment, Wu Kai Nguyen felt his worldview shaken, slightly confused, and asked to confirm. You say, this elixir belongs to Hangming, just waiting for that? Wu Thua laughed triumphantly, affirming firmly, yes, that's right. Receiving that confirmation, Wu Kai Nguyen knocked Wu Thua away, turning faster than flipping a pancake, excitedly lunging toward him. My brother, my close friend Hangming. He walked over to lift the unconscious Wu Hangming. With tears streaming down his face, he was extremely moved. I only wanted to see you again, yet I didn't expect those two dogs to beat you to this extent. Hangming, tell me the source of this elixir. Now, I will take you to the hospital. I will invite the best doctor for you. I guarantee your body will recover just as before. Faced with those words, Wu Hangming used his last bit of strength to lift his hand, advising, stop it, Kai Nguyen. Then, in Wu Kai Nguyen's darkened, displeased eyes, he slowly struck a fatal blow. There are some things you cannot poke your nose into. Your vision is so narrow. Sooner or later, it will destroy the Wu family. Every word successfully made Wu Kai Nguyen furious. He threw Wu Hangming down hard, standing up, shouting, my vision is narrow? The more he thought, the less he could suppress his anger, which exploded as he raised his hand, gathering power, intending to land a blow. Then, did the person with far-reaching vision like you think of the outcome when confronting me today? Before he could attack, he was stopped by someone. Father, stop immediately. The owner of that voice, Wu Hunlun, approached, her face pained, trying to persuade and prevent them. Everyone, what are you doing? Uncle Hangming acts with righteousness and integrity. Why treat him like this? Although his daughter had said so, Wu Kai Nguyen's face darkened, gnashing his teeth, speaking every word clearly. Hanlun, don't meddle in other people's business. Do you want to be imprisoned? Being told that, Wu Hanlun bowed her head, silent, not daring to speak. Just then, Wu Thua received a text message. After reading it, his face lit up with excitement. He announced, Master, we have important news. The team in charge of intelligence in the clan has made a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Wu Xingyuan was overjoyed. That's great. Good. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't suppress his excitement, throwing his head back and laughing like a lunatic who had just escaped from an asylum. Wu Hangming, do you really think we couldn't find anything out without you? After saying that, he leaned down slightly, looking at Wu Hangming below with a mocking grin. He asked a lethal question. You have an impression of the Min Thuai villa, don't you? Hearing those words, Wu Hangming used all his remaining strength to plead, No, don't. You'll destroy the Wu clan. However, Wu Xingyuan ignored him and waved his hand, ordering, Wu Hangming's master must know more. Wu Thua, Wu Deng, go capture him immediately. Yes. Once he said that, he smiled sinisterly. I think you understand now. Mentioning this topic, an image of Ye Chen's sinister smile flashed through his mind. The reason Wu Hangming followed that jerk was likely because he had the Nguyen elixir in his possession. He probably died at the hands of that scoundrel while trying to steal it. At the mention of that, Wu Xingyuan gave an enigmatic laugh. We have to find that guy, Duang Dao. Force him to hand over the elixir he has. If we can get our hands on that stash, then our Wu clan. Thinking about this, Wu Xingyuan threw his head back and laughed crazily. If we get that elixir, why worry about the Wu clan not prospering? By then, even the Duong family, or the Tan family, will have to bow down to our Wu clan. He kept laughing, not noticing that Wu Deng had already been blown away. Seeing that limp figure, Wu Xingyuan was shocked. Wu Deng, not thinking much, he shouted in anger, Who dares to be so reckless here? Just as he asked that, the person grabbed Wu Thua by the head and walked in calmly. Didn't you want to see me? That person was none other than Ye Chen. I'm here now. His appearance shocked him to the core. Ye Chen looked at that figure, and Wu Xingwen questioned reality for a moment. He actually came here on his own, and even killed Wu Thua and Wu Deng? This brat has such strength? What kind of elixir did he eat to get this strong? Even with such doubts, Wu Xingyuan knew no fear. He postured. So you could kill Wu Thua and Wu Deng? It seems I underestimated you before. Tell me, did you kill Duang Guen Hien, Duang Gao's son? Questioned like that, Ye Chen's face went dark. He answered without hesitation, his body covered in a surge of power. I killed him, so what? Since you're about to go down there anyway, you can ask him yourself, can't you? Receiving his confirmation, Wu Xingyuan smiled smugly. To be able to kill Duong Nguyen Hien, you do have some talent. But don't forget, you are now on the Wu clan's home turf. As soon as he finished, a crowd gathered behind him, successfully surrounding him. Wu Xingyuan declared wickedly, It won't be easy for you to leave here alive this time. After hearing Wu Xingyuan yell, Everyone sitting in the main hall stood up and surrounded Ye Chen, planning to jump him all at once. Ye Chen scanned the room and sneered. So many people, huh? Looks like I don't need to go searching for you one by one. Immediately after, Ye Chen moved like a bolt of lightning, sweeping through the thugs, tossing them high into the air. Wu Xingwen broke into a cold sweat, seeing his peerless skill. This jerk is really powerful. Ye Chen looked down at Wu Hongming's face, assessed him, and concluded, swallow this, it might make you feel a bit better. Wu Xingwen, seeing that, jumped up and shouted, what? He pointed at Ye Chen's face and laughed loudly. Just as I predicted. That stash of elixir was given to him by you. You must have refined a lot of it. Hurry up and hand it all over. Ye Chen listened, shot him a sideways glance, and asked, elixir? What does a dead man need with elixir? Wu Xingyuan was stunned and asked back, a dead man? What dead man? Can your elixir bring back the dead? Ye Chen narrowed his eyes and said disdainfully, are you stupid? The one about to die is you. Hearing this, veins popped on Wu Xingwan's face in anger. He roared, do you know who I am? I am Wu Xingyuan, the head of the Wu clan, ranked 192nd among the masters of Huaxia. With that, he leaped up, took a tiger claw stance, and lunged at Ye Chen, screaming, you're looking for a death wish. Wu Xingwan struck the spot where Ye Chen was standing, shattering the floor tiles. Ye Chen nimbly jumped up. Then, he looked up, throwing a barrage of punches at Ye Chen. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost, dodging all the attacks. Ye Chen brushed past him, finding it quite interesting, so he let out a compliment. Not bad. Wu Xingyuan didn't care to listen. He screamed to provoke Ye Chen. Weren't you arrogant just a moment ago? Fight back. Ye Chen dodged while observing him, thinking to himself, looking closely, this guy's punching technique is actually quite interesting. Wu Xingyuan got bored of just punching, so he decided to unleash a finishing move. Eat my punch. Ye Chen's hand summoned a bit of spiritual energy. He smiled scornfully. You want to die that badly? Fine, I'll grant your wish. He threw a punch to meet Wu Xingwan's head on. As soon as Ye Chen's fist touched his hand, a sharp pain shot to Wu Xingwan's brain. He gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling to accept this. How could I not be able to hold my ground? Wu Xingyuan was sent flying backward by Ye Chen. His heart was filled with panic. This is bad. I'm actually at a disadvantage. Ye Chen looked at him with half an eye. Is that all? I thought we could play longer than that. Wu Xingwen propped himself up with his hand, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, you bastard. How much elixir did you eat to get this kind of effect? Damn it, I was too careless. He refused to accept it and said, if I had a blade, I would definitely kill this bastard right now. The thugs around him chimed in. That's right, how despicable. They started to cheer for Wu Xingwan. The saber skills of our Wu clan's head are the best. That kid is just taking advantage of the situation. If the master uses a blade, he will definitely kill him. Ye Chen heard this and grew irritated. He beat him fair and square, yet they relied on numbers and claimed he used dirty tactics. So he said, Wu Xingyuan, go find a blade quickly, a submachine gun or a bazooka, whatever you want. Wu Xingyuan ripped off his jacket and brought out a long broadsword. He danced it around, exuding the aura of an eagle. He boomed, declaring, my saber technique is the best in Jiangnan. Dying under my blade is your honor. Wu Hongming saw this and worriedly warned Ye Chen, Mr. Ye, be careful. His blade energy can kill. Ye Chen replied calmly, just rest, uncle. Leave this to me. He mocked Wu Xingyuan. It's hard to catch a performance. I haven't seen enough of your circus acts yet. Wu Xingyuan gripped the blade, leaped and shouted, witness my strongest attack. Eagle spreads its wings. His face was filled with murderous intent, and he laughed excitedly. Die! But it wasn't as he had hoped. Ye Chen easily dodged his sword strike. He swung his blade into the floor due to momentum. Ye Chen hopped onto the ceiling like a squirrel, seeing the garden move back and forth just like before. Ye Chen then gathered his internal energy and announced to the old man, I'm bored of playing. Go to hell. Ye Chen jumped down near Wu Xingyuan's back. The old man felt a chill down his spine and screamed in fear. What? Suddenly, a hand grabbed Ye Chen, and a calm voice rang out. Stop. Ye Chen looked over, annoyed, at the elder. Wu Ra gently told Ye Chen, little friend, do you know what it means to stop at the right time? Wu Xingwan turned back in astonishment and called out, Father, aren't you in seclusion? Let me handle this. The head of the Wu clan looked at Wu Xingyuan with disgust. His voice lowered. If I hadn't come, you would have become a ghost under his hand by now. Wu Xingwen still argued. Huh? What are you saying? I am the head of the Wu clan. How could I not fight Ye Chen? The elder turned and smiled at Ye Chen with a gentle tone. My friend, you are young but already have such cultivation. This old man is very impressed with you. But you came to the Wu clan to cause trouble today. Can you give this old man an explanation? His voice was calm and gentle, but his body didn't retract the aura radiating around him. Ye Chen thought, this old man actually has black aura swirling around his body. He asked suspiciously. Explanation for what? This old man was outrageous. He said, lower your head and apologize, cripple your cultivation, and I will give you a chance to live. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Ye Chen knew he couldn't underestimate him, so he summoned a broken sword. The elder saw this and asked, oh, a sword? You don't intend to trade your life for this broken sword, do you? Ye Chen didn't answer. He just thought, if I use this, he swung once across the elder's face. He collapsed. Wu Xingyuan panicked and ran over, screaming heart-wrenchingly, Father! Ye Chen picked up the sword and praised. Even if it's a broken sword, it's still pretty good. Those in the room looked at the elder's bloody face and froze in place. Wu Xingyuan sobbed, calling out, Father. The people around were scared and dared not approach. They stood, rooted to the spot, and gasped. He's dead. The old master is dead. That was the strongest person in our Wu clan. Looking at Jiangnan. Who knows how many legends have been told about the old master? And yet, he just died like that? Died at the hands of a kid? Impossible. I must be dreaming. Ye Chen saw that everyone around didn't dare to do anything anymore. He sheathed the sword and said loudly, all members of the Wu clan, kneel. The Wu family members heard this and stared at Ye Chen, not expecting him to be so calm after everything that had happened. Wu Hanlan was no different. She was dazed for a long time, and when she looked around, everyone had already bowed and knelt. You should also clear your head and kneel. Seeing his daughter and the rest of the Wu family already kneeling, Wu Qiyuan stood there dumbfounded. He turned back to look at Ye Chen, whose face was filled with cold rage as he glared at him. I told you to kneel. Do you dare to defy me? Terrified, Wu Qiyuan dropped to his knees in total humiliation. The people behind him kept pressing their hands together, begging, please, spare our lives. We don't want to die. Anything you want, we'll give it to you. I'll offer up everything. Just don't kill me. Ye Chen gave a savage laugh, looking down at Wu Qiyuan. Are you not going to beg for mercy? Wu Qiyuan still answered with a stubborn tone. Even if I beg, will you let me go? But even if I die, what can you actually do? You've offended Du Rong, you won't be able to escape him. Wu Qiyuan continued, noting that although Du Rong was ranked over 100th on the outside, those statistics were from several years ago. Based on what I know, he gained a great opportunity years ago. He is far stronger than you could ever handle. In Du Rong's eyes, you won't survive for more than 3 days. Before Wu Qiyuan could keep rambling, he was grabbed by the throat. Ye Chen choked him, lifting him high into the air. Ye Chen glared at him, warning, you talk too much. Seeing that she couldn't kneel any longer, Wu Hanlan desperately ran over and shouted, Stop! She knelt at Ye Chen's feet, clasping her hands. Master Ye, I beg you, please spare my father. Master Ye, I am willing to be your servant and serve you. Her tears streamed down her face. Ye Chen glanced down at Wu Hanlan with contempt. You think you're worthy enough to beg for his life? A sharp snap echoed. Wu Qiyuan's neck was broken, and he died instantly. Wu Hanlan cried out in agony, Father! Ye Chen dropped the body of Wu Qiyuan to the floor. Wu Hanlan crawled over, sobbing, How could you do this? Hearing her cries, which were enough to cause a headache, Ye Chen glared at her and said, I don't kill women, but that doesn't mean I will allow my enemies to grow powerful. You go with him. With that, Ye Chen reached for Wu Hanlan's neck. Wu Hengming intervened in a panic. Master Ye, the young miss is different from the others. When I was in trouble, she always spoke well of me, and even tried to stop Wu Qiyuan from going after Master Ye. Please, Master Ye, spare her life. Ye Chen withdrew his hand. He asked her, Give me a reason not to kill you. Wu Hanlan immediately replied, First, my strength is not enough to take revenge. You will never be threatened by me. Furthermore, the Wu family is the only thing I have to rely on. Without the Wu family, I have nothing left. Finally, although the Wu family isn't the strongest in Jiangnan province, we do have connections in the capital. If I stay alive, I will take over as the head of the Wu family and ensure that you are not threatened by those connections in the capital. Ye Chen summoned a wisp of spiritual energy. He looked at Wu Hanlan, probing her. Accept this drop of essence blood and become my servant. I will spare your life. Wu Hanlan didn't hesitate, answering, I am willing. Ye Chen fired the drop of essence blood into her head. As soon as it soaked in, Wu Hanlan felt Ye Chen's gaze fixed behind her. Having settled the grievances with the Wu family, Ye Chen went to check on Wu Hangming. Are you all right? Wu Hangming thanked him with deep emotion. Master Ye, thank you for avenging your subordinate. It's just a pity that I am now a cripple and can no longer serve you. Please, let me wither away on my own. Tears streamed down Wu Hangming's face as he spoke of all the pent-up frustration and shame he had endured for years. Ye Chen promised, with me here, you won't remain a cripple. He took out a piece of paper and wrote down a prescription for Wu Hangming. Then, he beckoned Wu Hanlan over. Wu Hanlan, come here. Wu Hanlan approached nervously. Ye Chen handed the paper to her and instructed, take this prescription to the best pharmacy in Jiangnan and decoct it for Wu Hangming 3 times a day. Since Wu Hangming can't move, he has to stay here, so you will be responsible for the next few days. Wu Hanlan looked at the prescription, stuttering. Okay. She had expected Ye Chen to punish her further. Ye Chen confidently told Wu Hangming, in no more than 3 days, you will be able to recover to your original state. Wu Hangming wept even harder. Having finished with the Wu family affairs, Ye Chen departed. He met with his investigation team. Yingqing said happily, Master Ye, hurry, get in the car. There's progress. Lei Tuwei opened the car door for him. Once he was settled, Lei Tuwei pulled up a file to examine it. After a while, he reported, through the help of Zhang Weishan, we finally reconstructed the person's appearance. According to Zhang Weishan's confirmation, this man's mysterious look is 90% identical to when they met. Ye Chen looked at the photo, stunned, thinking, I don't know if I'm hallucinating, but his appearance looks a bit like my mother. Lei Tuwei continued. Several scientific experts from Dragon Soul feel that this person and your mother likely share a blood relation. Furthermore, through Dragon Soul's database, we found information related to him. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was completely taken aback. He urgently demanded, what is his name? Where is he? I want to meet this person right now. Lei Tuwei calmly replied. His information is completely blank. It is clear that he is under total protection. We could only find his name. His name is Zhang Jianfeng. Ye Chen reorganized his thoughts. Zhang Jianfeng, my mother, was Zhang Beirong. Same surname, and they look quite similar. It seems there is a connection. This reminded him of his childhood. He had never heard his mother mention her relatives. Even when he asked, his mother would just say, she was born in a remote village, and it wasn't convenient to go home. Even when he wanted to ask, his father would always change the subject. Just as I once saw, my mother was always gazing into the distance, looking very sad. Ye Chen's mind grew more tangled. Why did the Long family in the capital want to destroy the Ye family? Who exactly is this Zhang Jianfeng? Why were the bodies of my parents taken away? What did my mother looking toward the north mean? What on earth happened to my parents? He needed to find the answers to these questions. Ye Chen's impatience released his aura throughout the carriage, causing Yingqing to look back at him in panic. Choked by the surrounding pressure, Yingqing coughed, cough, and shouted a warning, Master Ye, please retract your aura. I can't take it anymore. Ye Chen snapped out of his heavy thoughts and apologized sheepishly. I was thinking about something, so I was a bit distracted. Then he returned to the topic with Lei Tuwei. You said Jiang Jianfeng's information is classified. What exactly does that mean? Lei Tuwei explained. There are only 2 scenarios in which information can be fully classified by the Hua nation. Either the person's identity is extremely special, much like you, Master Ye, or he comes from a special martial arts clan in the Hua nation. Ye Chen pondered. I suspect it's the latter. But if he comes from a martial arts clan, then why did my mother share his surname but possess absolutely no foundation in martial arts? Lei Tuwei said with a serious expression. Besides that, there is other news. It might just be a coincidence, but I think I should tell you. The Grandmaster ranked 9th on the Hua Nation list is also named Jiang Jianfeng. Ye Chen woke up instantly. He thought in terror. A rank 9 Grandmaster, what does this mean? Simply put, it is the ranking of the strongest people in the Hua Nation. Based on the people he had killed, his own strength could certainly rank in the top 200. If he unleashed his full power, he would probably be around 150th. Thinking of this, he felt as if he were standing before a giant mountain, feeling extremely anxious. But if that's the case, compared to the 9th-ranked person, it is a world of difference. I would lose a fight. Ye Chen tried to steady himself. But luckily, I have the reincarnation tomb. Currently, the 2nd tombstone can be summoned, and the 3rd one has some reaction as well. I must keep my composure. As long as I have enough time to develop, even if it's the top-ranked Grandmaster, I could stand on equal footing. Ye Chen turned to instruct Lei Tuwei. If you all find any more information about Jiang Jianfeng, please let me know. Lei Tuwei replied with great confidence. Understood, Master Ye. Yingqing called out. Oh, right, Master Ye. Do you still remember those people from the island nation that were killed in Jiang City at that time? He continued. They came from an island nation organization called the Wu Huang Society. Some time ago, we received news that the Wu Huang Society is powerful enough to stand against the Hua nation. We suspect that those people are no good for you, Master Ye. Ye Chen looked ahead with a dark gaze and declared, if the Wu Huang Society dares to set foot into the Hua nation, I will show them what true horror is. At the meeting place, the elders were holding a council. Durong stood at the head, continuously scolding those sitting at the table. We've searched the entire city, even found people with similar appearances, and even the ancient martial artists don't know who that brat is. You're all a bunch of trash. What I want is the perpetrator, not a pile of garbage. Ma Weiqi tried to calm Chairman Du down. Chairman Du, please don't be angry. In a few days, it will be your 60th birthday. We will definitely find him before then. Hearing this, Durong grew even more enraged. Don't you mention my 60th birthday. My son is dead and I can't even find his head. What birthday is that? There will be no 60th birthday this year. One person stood up, complaining, Chairman Du, that can't be. Haven't you noticed that things have been going poorly lately? Our martial arts association keeps having trouble. First, it was Yan Yingfu, then the vice chairman. Went missing, and now your grandson? I don't think this is as simple as it looks. Durong, though still annoyed, lowered his voice after hearing this and asked, what are you trying to say? He began to present his plan, claiming that all of this, perhaps it's because this is his zodiac year. There's a saying that everything goes wrong during your own birth year. The only way to break this curse is to hold a birthday celebration, and the most fitting choice right now would definitely be your 60th birthday. Master Duong now. He rubbed his chin and thought, so, it seems my fate needs a shift. Fine, do as you say, and host the grand celebration. Keep it low-key, that's all. Following logic, I shouldn't be doing this after what happened to Nguyen Hien, but I have no other choice. To think he'd actually believe in this superstition. It's true that whenever something goes wrong, they just blame it on fate. A delivery man rushed into the council room with news. Chairman Duong, a young man just sent this box. He insisted it be delivered to you and said, Happy 60th birthday. Duong now frowned, annoyed. Put it over there. Can't you see I'm busy? He looked at the gift box with contempt. Every year, people send gifts to curry favor, but he didn't expect some ants to act so fast this year. Looking closer, he noticed an ominous aura emanating from the box, along with liquid seeping out. He sniffed it, sensing something bizarre. Duong now blurted out. He ordered, Wait, something's not right. The brown-haired man turned back, confused. Huh? Is this birthday gift weird? Duong now didn't answer, his face tightening. He reached out and snapped, Ugh, before snatching the box from the man's hands, leaving him stunned. He held the box high and loudly demanded, Let's see what exactly is inside. With that, he slammed the box onto the table and slowly opened it. Who knows what was inside, but it made his eyes pop in shock. He then screamed when he saw the head of his beloved son. It's Duong Nguyen Hien. How dare they, the members shouted. To think someone would dare give such a gift to Chairman Duong. God damn it, specifically choosing the 60th birthday to do this. Because he was so enraged, Duong now immediately spat blood. He then shouted, Tell me, who sent this? Where did he go? The black-haired man replied in a panic. He was wearing black glasses and walked toward the guild leader. Hearing that, Duong now didn't say a word. He stomped his feet hard against the ground to gain momentum, then charged out to find the person. Half an hour later, they saw Duong, now walking back alone. With nobody else around and his face looking incredibly grim, the guild members couldn't help but whisper among themselves. The chairman's gaze looks like he wants to eat someone alive. It seemed like they hadn't found him, and this situation was getting more troublesome by the minute. For some reason, he suddenly burst into loud, excited laughter. Haha, it seems that bastard is declaring war on me. Good, very good. Let's see who gets the last laugh. Just as he finished, his phone suddenly rang. The members all whispered to each other, wondering, this phone only rings when something extraordinary happens. Who would dare call at a time like this? Don't mess around. You'll get killed. Duong now suddenly whipped around, gritting his teeth and roared, Answer it, or are you waiting for me to answer it myself? The blond man jumped up and replied, Yes, sir. He quickly picked up the phone. Whatever the person on the other end said, it made him widen his eyes in panic. What did you say? The O family has been wiped out? The members heard him and immediately started whispering, Holy crap, The O family has been wiped out? With O Koi Nguyen and Old Master O there, who would dare do that? They are a top-tier family in Jiangnan province. They aren't weak. Duong Nao heard this and sternly spoke about his theory. If I'm not mistaken, the one who destroyed the O family is the same person who killed my son. This kind of person who ignores the rules of Jiangnan province seems to want to challenge the entire martial arts world here. We still don't know who that is. For now, let's call him the Hunter. From now on, all family forces in Jiangnan province must be on high alert. The entire Jiangnan martial arts world, must face the Hunter. I want to see who is hunting whom. At the same time, at Ye Chen's house, he suddenly asked, "Did Duong Nao receive the gift?" The old man replied, "He did. He even spat blood on the spot. But Master Diep, you must prepare well. Duong Nao has nicknamed you the Hunter and is telling the Jiangnan martial arts world to confront you." He chuckled coldly. "The Hunter? Interesting. So, is he still going to hold that birthday party?" The old man replied hurriedly, "Probably. He still believes in his zodiac year." "Master Deep, are you truly planning to strike then? There will be many powerful people there. I'm worried." He smiled wickedly. "I want to use that day to let all of Jiangnan province know. Those who cross my path deserve to die." The old man let out a sigh and replied, "All right then." He then rested his chin on his hand, thinking to himself that this wasn't something he could interfere with. Ye Chen waved his hand, ordering, "Go back." The old man replied, "Yes," quickly walked out of the room, and closed the door. Holding the sword in his hand, Ye Chen thought, "This spirit sword is quite good. It will be useful later. Even though I have a way to repair the broken blade, I still need a lot of materials I haven't found yet." Suddenly, someone opened the door, making him extremely annoyed. He shouted in reproach, "Didn't I say? I didn't allow you to step foot in this villa?" Despite his scolding, the girl quickly walked up to him. Lu Shuang then lowered her voice to report, "I came here just to tell you that the Blood Plum Hall will not move against you for now. But if this reaches the headquarters in the capital, it won't be suppressed." Ye Chen heard this, crossed his arms, and praised her in his mind. She can actually suppress it? It seems Lu Shuang's status in the Blood Plum Hall isn't low. She suddenly bowed, covered her mouth with her hand, and asked in surprise, "Ye Chen, are you planning to reforge this dragon-slaying sword?" He quickly lifted the sword in his hand and asked sternly, "Dragon-slaying sword? A nice name. Since you brought it up, where did you get this sword?" She raised a finger and made a condition. "I can tell you, but I want to know one thing. Does the annihilation of the O family and the death of Duong Nguyen Hien have anything to do with you?" He replied indifferently, "From that photo taken from behind, it shouldn't be hard to guess who it was. Have we met a few times and you still don't recognize me?" Lu Shuang's eyes widened, and she stammered, "So it really was you?" She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. "I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. Luckily, I don't have any grudges against him." Inside the living room, Ye Chen and Lu Shuang sat opposite each other at a round table. Lu Shuang slowly recounted the origin of the broken sword. "Actually, I don't know much about this sword, so that was just a guess. Regardless, I obtained it by accident. When I got it, its owner had already been killed by me." She continued to explain the following events. "But I realized this sword had great value, and have been investigating its origins for many years." Lu Shuang began to list the 3 generations of the sword's ancestors. Unexpectedly, it was created by the genius blacksmith Chu Honghai 200 years ago. He poured all his energy into it and spent 3 years crafting it. When the sword was forged, he suffered a severe backlash and died shortly after. Lu Shuang's serious face reflected in the water glass. Her voice had a hint of regret. "I have thought about reforging this sword, but unfortunately, the main materials to craft it are extremely rare. Even if I searched all over China, I couldn't find them." She looked up at the young man in front of her and continued, "But luckily, Chu Honghai had descendants. Perhaps his descendants can do it." Ye Chen, hearing the good news, asked, "So, where are Chu Honghai's descendants now?" Lu Shuang replied honestly, "The Chu family in Jiangnan province." Hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes widened, and he jumped up. He suddenly remembered he had extensive connections. The Chu family? He remembered the Chu family in Namthan was likely a branch of the Chu family in Jiangnan province. The image of the 2 Chu grandfather and grandson flashed into Ye Chen's mind. He was both happy and curious, thinking, maybe I can ask Chun Han Duck and Chu Tu Huyen. But is the Chu family in Jiangthan a medical family? How could they forge swords? As if reading his mind, Lu Shuang spoke up to clear his confusion. "It seems you know something. The Chu family is known as a medical family on the surface, but that's just a facade to deceive everyone. Their ancestors forged countless weapons for powerful fighters. Just because of those connections, no one dares to provoke the Chu family. Just then, a girl's sigh echoed from outside the main door. "Oh my, I'm so tired." The girl with her teasingly added, "Yeah, with 2 huge lumps on your chest like that, how could you not be tired?" The other girl pouted, "That's mean. Xia Ruxues aren't small either. How do you have the right to say that?" Luke Han Shuang heard the happy chatter of the 2 girls, stood up, and waved goodbye to Ye Chen. "It seems your little lovers are back. I know when to leave." Click! The main door opened. Xia Ruxue and Sun Di walked in one after the other. Xia Ruxue happily shouted, "We're home." She looked around the house and asked, "Huh? Just now, outside. Wait, I think I hear a girl's voice. Why is no one there? Little guy, you didn't sneak another woman into the house, did you?" Ye Chen felt a bit guilty and tried to butter her up. "There are 2 beauties in this house already. How could I possibly have anyone else?" Xia Ruxue didn't believe a word of his nonsense. She pointed a finger right at Ye Chen and said, "Humph, who knows? You're probably the type who has a wandering eye." Chu Zi also frowned, adding fuel to the fire. "That kid has such a silver tongue, he must be up to something." Ye Chen rolled his eyes and said with a mischievous grin, "Haha, don't forget to check the 2nd floor balcony too. A beauty might just jump down and run away." The beauty they were talking about was indeed standing on the 2nd floor balcony. Suddenly, she sneezed. Liu Hongshui looked down, annoyed, and muttered, "Ugh, who's talking behind my back?" Whoosh! She leaped off the railing and jumped down. Liu Hongshui screamed, "Whatever, just jump first." In another time and space, a voice echoed in the quiet atmosphere. Just then, Ye Chen was chatting with Chu Rende and Chu Zixuan, who were sitting across from him. He had just called to ask about something. Unexpectedly, both of them happened to be in Jiangnan province. Chu Rende stroked his chin and asked, "What a coincidence. We're here for a family meeting. Why the sudden call?" Ye Chen waved his hand, and from within a cloud of green smoke, an old, broken sword appeared. He replied, "It's about this sword." After sharing some heartfelt words, Chu Rende finally understood the situation. He asked to confirm his thoughts. "So that's how it is. You mean, Mr. Yi. You need the materials to reforge this sword?" Ye Chen affirmed. "Not just want, I need to." He silently made up his mind. Whether for now or the future, the dragon-slaying sword must be reforged. Chu Rende scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Since this sword was crafted by our ancestor, Master Chu Hongxi, the materials are surely incredibly precious." Chu Zixuan agreed with her grandfather. "That's right, the people in the family are very selfish. Something so valuable, they would never give it to an outsider." Ye Chen rested his chin on his hands, his eyes flashing with determination. Ye Chen probed, "What if I use pills or other valuable items to trade for it? As long as the offer is right, they shouldn't be able to refuse, right?" Chu Rende saw the determination in Ye Chen's eyes. He thought for a while, as if considering it carefully. Finally, Chu Rende said, "How about this, Mr. Ye? I will take you to the main estate and try to put in a good word for you," but he still left himself an out. Chu Rende continued, "Whether it succeeds or not will depend on how you handle it." Ye Chen agreed without hesitation. "Then I'll leave it to you, uncle." The next day, under the blazing sun, the 3 of them, Ye Chen, Chu Rende, and Chu Zixuan, stepped onto the stairs, looking at the distant gate of the Jiangnan Chu family estate. Chu Rende announced, "We're here." Suddenly, 2 burly men appeared on the steps. One with long hair shouted, "Stop right there. State your identity." Chu Rende hurried forward to introduce himself. "Gentlemen, I am Chu Rende from the Jiangcheng branch. I have something to report to the Patriarch. Please, inform him." But he only received looks of contempt and words of dismissal. The long-haired man arrogantly said, "To meet the Patriarch, you need an introduction from someone important. Who do you think you are?" The guy with the buzz cut next to him added haughtily, "If you came from nowhere, go back to nowhere." Before the dogs acting on their master's authority, Chu Rende was furious and wanted to curse them out, but he had to hold back because he was on their turf. Chu Rende turned to Ye Chen, looking troubled, and said, "Mr. Yi, it seems like we won't get anywhere today. Shall we go back and I'll think of another way?" Before they could turn to leave, another shout rang out. "What's all the noise? Don't you know my father is dealing with important matters inside?" While Ye Chen was busy checking out the girls, Chu Zixuan quickly briefed him on the beauty's background. "Mr. Ye, you must have heard of the 3 beauties of Jiangnan province, right? Xia Ruxue is one of them." Looking at the girl with hair like golden sunlight, skin as white as snow, and eyes sharp as knives, She truly had an extraordinary aura, a great beauty indeed. Chu Zixuan continued. And the person in front of us is Chu Ya, also one of them. The girl stepped closer to them. The two arrogant guards seemed terrified of Chu Ya and quickly apologized. We're sorry, miss. We'll be more careful next time. Chu Zixuan suddenly thought of a strategy. Chu Ya held a high position in the main household. If she agreed to negotiate, Ye Chen's request might actually succeed. But she added, she's a beauty. But her temper is a bit strange. It won't be easy to get on her good side. Ye Chen felt the same and said, I don't intend to get on her good side anyway. He didn't want to get close to her, but she wanted to get close to him. Chu Ya walked up to Ye Chen's group and asked suspiciously, Ye Chen? So you really did come to Jiangnan province? Ye Chen was surprised she knew him and asked back, you know me? Chu Ya held out her hand with a friendly smile. I've heard of you for a long time. Bailey Bing is a close friend of mine, so of course, I know you are the chief instructor of the Dragon Soul and the youngest major general in China. My ears are sharp enough to hear an ant crawling. Naturally, I would keep an eye on you. On a major street in the heart of the city, there was a cafe with a warm and spacious atmosphere. Ye Chen leaned back in his chair and probed Chu Ya. Honestly, I can't figure out why a lady of the Chu family would care about me. Chu Ya laughed happily and replied, Heh. If it were just based on your martial arts status, even the leader of Jiangcheng wouldn't really be worth it. She rested her chin on her hand, looking as if she had found something interesting. Chu Ya looked straight at Ye Chen and said, But you are specially favored by the leaders of the Dragon Soul. That's a different story. Ye Chen asked with interest. Oh? Can you tell me which figures? Specifically? Chu Ya just smirked and replied, Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Let's talk about you. What are you doing at the Chu family estate? I don't think you're here to see me, are you? Getting down to business. Ye Chen straightened up. He stated the matter seriously. I know your Chu family once forged a sword. Now, I need the original materials of that very sword. Chu Ya reached out to pick up her coffee cup and asked with certainty, So, you want to reforge it? Then, she added nonchalantly, That's easy. Out of respect for Bailey Bing, I'll try to help you. But the Chu family has forged countless swords. I don't know which one you mean. Ye Chen placed his hand on the table, and a green mist radiated from it. Shortly after, an old sword appeared broken and battered, as if someone had used it to strike a bomb crater. Ye Chen pointed to the sword and said, It's this one. Chu Ya suddenly slammed her hand hard against the table. She stood up abruptly, shouting excitedly, The breaking sky sword? Why is it in your hands? Seeing Chu Ya's expression, Ye Chen had already guessed something. He probed, Oh, it seems this sword is very important to your Chu family. By this point, Chu Ya could no longer stay calm. She shouted as if pouring her heart out. It's not just important. Before he passed away, my great-grandfather left a saying, When the breaking sky wakes, the emperor returns. I never expected it to be here, let alone in the form of a broken sword. Then, Chu Ya leaned down and said, almost yelling in his face, Ye Chen, can you sell this sword back to us? My Chu family is willing to pay any price. Before Ye Chen could even answer, Chu Ya couldn't wait and continued negotiating. Let me name a price. 20 billion. On top of that, you can ask for other conditions, or even make the Chu family owe you a favor. Ye Chen ignored all the conditions. That would be a winning lottery ticket to anyone else, he said firmly. I don't need money. The favor of the Chu family is worthless in my eyes. I only want the materials. Looking at his own reflection in the water glass, Chu Ya slowly calmed down. She lowered her head and said, I apologize. I was a bit agitated, but the terms I offered were serious. Chu Ya softly declined Ye Chen's request. As for the materials, I have to tell you, it's absolutely impossible. To the Chu family, that is a relic of faith. Ye Chen pondered for a moment, then stood up and coldly declared, It seems there is nothing left to discuss. Goodbye. Chu Ya felt a bit annoyed hearing those words. Her gaze remained fixed on the young man's resolute back. Chu Ya was so busy staring at him that she didn't realize a man in the building opposite was pointing a gun barrel in her direction. He muttered something in a foreign language. Nobody understood it, and bang, a bullet was fired. Sensing the killing intent, Ye Chen turned his head toward the window. Realizing a strange object was flying toward them, he reacted incredibly fast, immediately standing in front of Chu Ya and catching the bullet with his bare hand. Shards of glass shattered and flew everywhere, and the sudden displacement of air caused Chu Ya behind him to almost fall. The bullet was now pinched firmly between Ye Chen's two fingers, truly a scene of a hero saving the beauty. Chu Ya was still shocked by the rapid turn of events. She quickly caught her breath and stammered, Huff, thank you. After that, Chuya took out her phone and called her subordinates. She ordered, I was ambushed at the cafe, 3 kilometers south of the family estate. Bring the assassin to me within 10 minutes. Hanging up, Chuya turned to Ye Chen and expressed her gratitude. I owe you a favor. If not for you, Ye Chen paused, tilted his head, and calmly delivered a killer blow. Your favor isn't worth a penny to me. Chuya clenched her fists in frustration. Ye Chen walked away slowly. If her gaze following his back earlier was only filled with regret for not being able to reclaim the family treasure, this time there was a glimmer of unnameable emotion in her eyes. In a dark, cold hallway, the distinct click-clack of high heels echoed clearly. A beautiful figure glided past the 2 guards, her blonde hair flowing as she walked. The beautiful girl stepped into a vast room where a man was hanging upside down, naked. Chunya approached the man and coldly asked, Why did you want to kill me? Who sent you? The man muttered in an unintelligible language. Nori Gozin Kang Lyasa Hazanonka Raigang Gozin. It seemed he hadn't taken his Mandarin remedial classes. Hearing him speak such a strange tongue, Chunya realized something. Her eyes filled with killing intent as she deepened her voice. So, it's those Southeast Asian folks, using these tactics to retaliate for a contract violation. You've really lost your minds. Enraged, Chunya pulled a knife hidden in her coat and declared, Time to die. With a swift slash, the assassin's head said goodbye to his body forever. The world population just dropped by 1. Chunya's beautiful face was now splattered with blood, looking like a goddess of death. She coldly ordered her subordinates behind her, Send the family's top experts to Southeast Asia tonight. Those partners, no need to keep them alive. Elsewhere, Ye Chen was wandering the streets, sorting through his thoughts. As he stepped out of a cafe, he felt a powerful aura rushing directly toward him. They must be looking for Chunya. The Chu family's power really isn't normal, Ye Chen thought, carefully assessing the situation. Looking at it from the outside, just running a medicinal business and having this kind of background? It seems Jiang City runs deeper than I thought. The Wu family was just a small fry. Suddenly, his phone rang in his chest pocket. Ye Chen quickly pulled it out. A familiar name lit up the screen. He answered and asked, Sundi, what's wrong? On the other end, Sundi sounded panicked. Ye Chen, where are you now? Can you come to the 15th floor of the Huayuan building? Tianjung Group is in a bit of trouble. Ye Chen was confused and asked, Isn't Ruxue there with you? She's quite good at business, isn't she? Sundi replied anxiously. Ruxue and her mother went to pick up her grandmother. They won't be back for a week. Director Tan just flew out to handle some business. Impatient, Sundi urged him. Don't ask any more questions. Just get here, please. Behind her stood a red-haired guy who looked like a total thug, along with 2 henchmen. Leza, chewing on a toothpick, spoke up. I'm talking, he asked in a low voice. Is there anyone here who can actually hold a conversation? Leija had a very peculiar style. A tank top, a black vest with a tie, and red checkered socks very Christmas-themed. Sundi whispered, He's on his way. Is there something you can tell me first? Leze replied, Fine, he boomed. Do you even know what your group is missing the most right now? Sundi was confused. What is it? Leija declared pompously that it was protection. He arrogantly continued, If your Tianjung group wants to make it in Jiangnan province, you absolutely need someone to back you up. And our family is that umbrella. You surely know about our family's power without me having to say much, right? At this, Sundi guessed. You must be from the Tang Ai family? Lei Zhe shouted. We are the Lei family of Jiangnan. He held out his hand, demanding 20% equity. From now on, no one in Jiangnan province will dare touch you. This is a huge deal for you. Sundi politely refused. Mr. Lei, our Tianjung group has no intention of selling shares at the moment. We are very sorry. Lei Zhe interjected. Hold on, Miss Tong, you misunderstood. Our Lei family doesn't want to buy, he said, flicking his tongue. You're giving the shares to us. He sneered. You should know my status in the business world. My Lei family can crush your Tianjung group as easily as flipping a hand. Seeing his playful attitude, Sundi asked seriously, Do you even know what you're saying? She thought to herself. I've heard for a long time that some rich second-generation heirs or big families would demand shares from growing companies, but I didn't expect it to happen this soon. Leija smirked with disdain. But then again, I never expected a manager like you to be so beautiful. He lunged forward with a perverted look. If you go home with me for one night, maybe a few shares missing wouldn't be a problem. Leija snapped his fingers with delight and ordered, You guys, go watch the door. I don't want anyone to disturb us. The 2 henchmen replied, Yes, sir. By now, Sundi was shaking with fear. You, what are you trying to do? Leija put on a despicable look. Hehehe, now I'm going to. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I'm here. The two henchmen had been beaten down like autumn leaves. Lei Zhe, who was about to take advantage of the beauty, had to stop. He turned and shouted, Who is it? Seeing the opponent, Lei Zhe was so terrified he turned pale as a ghost. Ye Chen glared at him and growled, Weren't you looking for me? It seems I really have to pluck your hair out today. A powerful aura enveloped Ye Chen's body. He asked with concern. Did he touch you, Sundi? She replied, No, he was treated like a weed on the side of the road, and nobody cared at all. Lei Zhe screamed in fury. How dare you look down on me? Sundi sighed in relief. I'm glad you arrived in time. The security staff wasn't scheduled to be here today. I didn't expect this to happen, Ye Chen said with a dark expression. As long as you're okay, leave the rest to me. Go outside and wait for me. Sundi obediently replied, Okay. Now, Lei Zhe was losing his mind, pointing and yelling, You motherfucker, do you know who I am? Do you know who my dad is? Ye Chen slapped him hard across the face. The Tang-Ai family, right? You want to see if I can make you stop being so cocky right now? Lei Zhe screamed in pain. Tang-Ai, what? I'm the Lei family of Jiangnan province. You dare touch me? Even my own father has never hit me. Facing his cocky attitude, Ye Chen served up another serving of pain with another slap. I am not your father. Whether he hits you or not has nothing to do with me, Lei Zhe sobbed while holding his swollen face, tears streaming down as he roared. You dare? My father is the young master of the Lei family. Lei Zhe. Ye Chen kicked him. Lei Zhe loudly threatened. You dare touch me again? The Lei family won't let you get away with this. As Ye Chen grabbed his head, he was still talking big. Wait! My dad is the Lei family young master. Lei Zhe, you can't do this. Ye Chen pulled out a chunk of red hair and growled. No matter who you are, today I am going to pull all your hair out. His foot was still stomping on Lei Zhe, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ye Chen opened his phone and said, The Lei family, right? The other end picked up. Ye Chen commanded, Within 10 minutes, I want the Lei family to disappear from Jiangnan province. Make sure to tell the head of the Lei family to give that scumbag Lei Zhe a call. Now, Lei Zhe jumped up in fury. Demue, what are you acting all tough for? Destroy the Lei family in 10 minutes? You. Who do you think you are? Finding him too annoying, Ye Chen gave him another slap. Just wait and see. The news is coming. Lei Zhe looked confused. Coming again? After a moment, Lei Zhe knelt and begged. Don't hit me anymore. My dad won't let you off. Suddenly, his phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Seeing his old man calling, Lei Zhe excitedly opened his mouth. Ha ha ha, it's my dad calling. He triumphantly threatened. It's still not too late to stop now. Otherwise, I'll tell my dad everything you've done, Ye Chen said sternly. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and answer it. Seeing this, Lei Zhe grew a bit worried. Wait, why would dad call at this time? Destroy the Lei family in 10 minutes, could it really be true? Ye Chen's eyes blazed with killing intent. That is the last phone call of your life. Still not answering? Lei Zhe held the phone, trembling uncontrollably. No way. Absolutely impossible. Ye Chen lost patience. What are you dallying for? Just answer the phone. Lei Zhe picked up and shouted aggressively. I don't believe that just because of you, the Lei family can be destroyed in 10 minutes. Now, the head of the Lei family shouted, Lei Zhe, is that you, Lei Zhe? Lei Zhe confidently replied, Dad, it's me. I'm being bullied. Hurry up and send people to help me. Who would have thought his old man would curse him? You scumbag. Who exactly have you offended? Right now, the Lei house is full of corpses, all because of you. Lei Zhe was so terrified he dropped the phone from his hand. He cried and begged, Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Ye Chen said nothing. He coldly severed his head, not caring about the blood splattered on his face. Ye Chen whispered, From the moment you targeted that girl, you lost your right to live. At the same time, at the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association, the atmosphere was quite serious. On the door, it clearly read, Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. Inside, everyone was holding an emergency meeting. Durang Nao shouted angrily, We've investigated for so many days, but we don't have a single clue. What exactly is going on? The subordinate with the spiky hair reported softly. President Durang, recently, every time we find a clue, it disappears strangely. I'm afraid someone has destroyed all the evidence. The hunter's background isn't simple. Durang Nao was furious and roared. Then catch the force behind him. A bunch of useless people. Other than making excuses, what else are you good for? Just then, a guy rushed in, yelling, President, we have one. Durang Nao turned, irritated. Have what? The subordinate with the sun, Goku-style hair reported, President, there's a girl outside who says she knows who the hunter is. Nao's eyes lit up like he'd struck gold. Then hurry up and invite her in. After just a moment, the guy with the Goku hair said, President, the person is here. Nao asked seriously, you know who the hunter is? At that moment, Sir Thuknian hesitated and spoke. Pray President Durung, I am Sir Thuknian from the Sir family in Jiang City. Now, my family is being threatened. If I say it, the hunter is an AI, can you help me? Tang Nao approached with a darkened expression. You're trying to set conditions for me, Su Thuknian? Su Thuknian hurriedly explained. No, I just. Before she could finish, Tang Nao spoke firmly. As long as you help me avenge my son, from this day on, you are my adopted daughter. He continued, I will grant you a life of luxury and protection. Faced with such a sweet deal, Su Thuknian immediately said, I'll tell you. She pointed a finger and stated, I know who the person in the photo is. Su Thuknian added, I can say with 100% certainty that the hunter is Ye Chen, the number 1 in Jiangcheng. Upon hearing this name, Tang Nao stroked his chin. Ye Chen? Is he the one who killed Yuan Yingfu? But Yuan Yingfu was only ranked 300th on the master's list. With that kind of power, how could he annihilate the Wu family? Su Thuknian handed him her phone and said, I took these photos. While he was fighting Mr. Yuan, it looks exactly like the photo you have. Looking them over, Tang Nao exclaimed in surprise. No mistake, there's no mistake. He bared his teeth with a savage delight. That's it. His back profile and the hunter's are identical. Tang Nao shouted his command. Everyone, go find him for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet under, you must find that bastard Ye Chen. I have to cut his head off with my own hands. Tang Nao gritted his teeth in a frenzy. Ye Chen, I will make sure you don't even have a corpse left. Seeing this, Su Thuknian thought triumphantly. Ye Chen, in the blink of an eye, you stood by and watched as I suffered, refusing to save me. Then don't even think about staying alive. I want to see just how much of Tang Nao's rage you can endure. Ma Weiqi, standing to the side, thought to himself, this is bad. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. Immediately after, he called Ye Chen. Ye Chen answered, Hello? Ma Weiqi? The person on the other end reported the situation urgently. Mr. Ye, a major incident has occurred. Tang Nao has discovered that you are the hunter. He has started putting all his resources into finding you. Run, hide abroad, as far away as possible. Ye Chen smirked and asked, I'm very curious. How did he find out about me? Ma Weiqi replied, a girl named Su. Shiran brought your photos to him. Because she wanted to earn credit, she has become Tang Nao's adopted daughter as of today. Hearing this, Ye Chen said in a low voice, I never liked those fragile little girls. Now it seems there is someone who truly deserves to die. Ye Chen's eyes burned with murderous intent. Since my identity is exposed, the hunting game should officially begin. A short while later, Ye Chen and Sundi arrived at a skyscraper. Ye Chen said, We're here. Sundi asked softly, Ye Chen, where is this? Why did you bring me here? Inside, Sundi asked, Are we here to talk about a business deal? But I haven't prepared anything yet. Ye Chen asked back blankly, What business deal? He then said, comforting her, Don't worry, this is my turf. Sundi asked in surprise, Your turf? You mean this whole building? You're not joking, are you? Ye Chen explained, The Jiangnan province is about to be in chaos. I need you to stay here for a few days. Wait until things calm down, then go back to the villa. Sundi replied, Okay. After going to the upper floor, Ye Chen said quietly, We're here. His expression darkened slightly. Seeing Ye Chen, the person opposite knelt and bowed. The king of Jiangnan greets the master of the palace. Greetings, Miss Tong. Following that, the group beside him knelt down simultaneously. They said in unison, Greetings, master of the palace. Greetings, Miss Tong. Watching the martial artists bow in unison, Sundi couldn't help but be amazed. She looked at the person beside her and thought to herself, Is this really Ye Chen? Is this his true power? Tong Dai's eyes widened in shock. Even though she didn't know much, she could vaguely feel that everyone present was extraordinary. To put it bluntly, they all felt like incredibly powerful warriors, and they were all subordinates of Ye Chen. The subordinates of Ye Lingtian were top-tier martial artists. Their eyes were all glowing with a green aura. She was amazed. At this moment, Ye Chen said in a low voice, Stand up. Ye Lingtian bowed respectfully. Master, I have prepared everything. Ye Lingtian said firmly, Master, please rest assured, leave Miss Tong to us. As long as she is in this Qianlong building, no matter how many people the Jiangnan martial arts world has, they won't be able to touch her. Hearing this, Ye Chen was very satisfied. If that's the case, then I can go handle the business outside with peace of mind. At the same time, the Xia family villa was in complete turmoil. Inside, Tang Nao's men had surrounded it from all sides. A burly man spoke up. Tia Huangye, your relationship with that Ye Chen fellow isn't simple. You must already know who the hunter is, right? Xia Huangye clutched his head and let out a long, weary sigh. Actually, I had wondered whether Ye Chen was involved in that matter. The burly man glared and asked, then why didn't you report it? Xia Huangye replied, but even so, I couldn't be sure until just now when I confirmed it was Ye Chen. He thought to himself, it's a good thing Ruxue and her mother aren't here. As long as they are safe, that's all that matters. The burly man growled, tell me, where is he now? You don't mean to tell me you don't know that too, do you? Xia Huangye had to say clearly, that, I truly don't know. I never liked that kid anyway. How would I know? I have no reason to hide things for him. Losing patience, the burly man grabbed Xia Huangye by the collar. Do you want to die? He shouted. Are you messing with me? Everyone knows that guy is close to your daughter. What about your daughter? Tell her to come out and meet me, Xia Huangye said softly. Although my daughter knows Ye Chen, she is the fiancée of Tan Zhengzhao of the Tan family. What relationship could she possibly have with Ye Chen? Hearing this, the burly man felt a slight hesitation. The Tan family, that is a relatively powerful clan. Even Chairman Tang has to show them some respect. I can't afford to offend them. He turned away in frustration and didn't forget to remind him. Fine. If that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. If you get any news, please notify me immediately, Xia Huangye replied curtly. Oh. He watched the group leave with a worried look. At the same time, at the Chu family, the vast space was incredibly quiet. Chu Ya was watching her phone intently. Ye Chen, the hunter who wiped out the Wu family and killed Tang Yuanchuan? This is truly insane. Just then, a man called out. Young lady, the head of the Chu family, Chu Wentian, asked softly. You were looking for me? Chu Ya said lightly. Master, you are always so formal with a junior like me. If someone else sees this, it won't be good. Chu Wentian replied. There is no one else here right now. How could I be disrespectful to you, young lady? Chu Ya brushed off this trivial matter. Suit yourself. I called you here because I wanted to talk to you about something important. Chu Ya got straight to the point. The Breaking Heaven sword has been found. It is now in the hands of Ye Chen. Hearing this, Chu Wentian couldn't help but be shocked. Breaking Heaven has appeared? He suddenly remembered this familiar name. Wait a minute, Ye Chen? You mean the hunter who is stirring up the entire Jiangnan province? Ye Chen? Chu Ya replied, yes. She asked in a low voice, if the Chu family of Jiangnan province used all its power, what are the odds of catching him? Chu Wentian calculated for a moment, then replied, 70%. Tang Nao's mentor's sword was crafted by our Chu family. If Tang Nao respects his teacher, he might be able to be persuaded, but doing so would cause the Tang family and our Chu family to become enemies. Chu Ya insisted, if it's for the Breaking Heaven sword, what does Tang Nao matter? You know what the Breaking Heaven sword means to our family. Hearing this, Chu Wentian obeyed. I will go and arrange it right now, but he has offended most of the forces in Jiangnan province. As long as he isn't stupid, he definitely won't dare to refuse. Somewhere in the capital, Jiang Jianfeng was concentrating his power to practice internal energy. A powerful flow of energy enveloped his entire body. Finishing his work, Jiang Jianfeng let out a breath of golden-colored energy. He said, if it weren't for the old master giving me those precious treasures, my power wouldn't be as strong as it is now. Being 9th on the list of masters, in Huaxia, I should be making progress. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Jiang Jianfeng asked softly, how is everything? His subordinate reported, confirmed. He killed the son of Chairman Tang of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, Tang Nao, and also destroyed the Wu family in Jiangnan province. He said anxiously, it's the bastard child you mentioned who did it. Hearing this, Jiang Jianfeng was slightly surprised. What did you say? He thought to himself. I originally thought he wouldn't live long, but I didn't expect that he would not only still be alive but also cause so much trouble. The subordinate continued. Tang Nao is currently hunting him down. I believe he won't live much longer. Hearing this, Jiang Jianfeng showed clear annoyance. Humph! Even if he is a bastard, he still has the blood of our Jiang family. He won't die that easily. The subordinate suggested, should I make a move? Jiang Jianfeng said, no need. He is just a brat. You continue doing what I told you. Get out. Hearing this, the subordinate had to obey. Yes. Jiang Jianfeng smirked with contempt. Ye Chen, how interesting. At the same time, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association was holding a meeting. Tang Nao spoke up, losing patience. A full day has passed, and there is still not a single piece of news about that bastard. He erupted with energy in a fit of rage, causing Su Thuk Nien behind him to jump in fright. Tang Nao roared furiously. Can he fly into the sky and escape the earth? Just then, the burly subordinate spoke up. Chairman Tang, there are actually a few places we still haven't dared to search, he said softly. For example, some top-tier martial arts clans or forces that we have to be wary of, like the Qianlong Building or Wanfu City. Even though those places might have low availability, that doesn't mean they don't have him, Tang Nao thought. Such places are truly inconvenient. They're nothing but a headache. He roared in a fit of rage. Both his parents are dead, so he surely has no one left of any importance, right? Just then, Su Thuk Nien interrupted. Adoptive father, I know all about this. I can't believe she's already settled into her role as his daughter so quickly. Shuran laid out everything she knew. Given Ye Chen's eccentric personality, he has very few friends. There are only two. The first is Sun Yi. They're very likely in a romantic relationship. Dang Ao sneered. Perhaps he's hidden her away, which is why we can't find her. Who is the other person? Shuran smirked. A married couple surnamed Wang who run a barbecue stall. And the Shen family in Jiang City. Hearing this, Dang Ao began to ponder. The Shen family in Jiang City, I have a slight impression of them. What about that Wang couple? What is their background? Shuran replied. They're just ordinary people, she continued. Their son is Ye Chen's childhood best friend, and Ye Chen's Tianzheng Group is managed by the head of the Shen family, Shen Haihua. Upon receiving this useful information, Dang Ao let out a wide grin. Ha ha ha, excellent. He immediately gave his orders. Shuran, you are familiar with Jiang City. I order you to find those 4 people and bring them here before tomorrow's birthday banquet. You may mobilize the warriors of the Martial Arts Association as you please. Shuran immediately replied, Yes, adoptive father. Deep down, she was incredibly excited. Ha ha ha, with the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Association on my side, who in Jiang City would dare defy me? The Meng family? If they dare to oppose the Su family to curry favor with Ye Chen, they will pay the price. Just then, the blonde-haired subordinate spoke up. That's right, President. Speaking of the birthday banquet, where should we hold it tomorrow? You weren't satisfied with any of the places we selected. Dang Ao stroked his chin. I remember that brat Ye Chen's parents died at the Yunhu Manor in Jiang City, right? After that incident, it seems the province of Jiang Nan also built a Yunhu Manor. The blonde subordinate replied, That is indeed true, but due to what happened in Jiang City, business there hasn't been great. Does the president wish to hold it there? Dang. Ao's eyes blazed with murderous intent. 5 years ago, that brat lost his parents at the Yunhu Manor. 5 years later, at the Yunhu Manor once again, I will make him watch with his own eyes as those around him die miserably. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, Ye Chen was staying at Ye Lingtian's apartment. He sat alone in the empty room. Ye Chen muttered to himself. I've been waiting at the Tinglong building for the past few days. Theoretically, it should be very safe. But for some reason, I can't shake this feeling of unease. He took out his phone and thought, to avoid being tracked, Ye Lingtian has blocked all signals in my active area. I wonder how things are on the outside. Ye Chen stood up, deciding to scout the situation. I have to go ask Ye Lingtian. Upon arriving at the Jiangnan King's office, rows of equipment were actively monitoring the situation. Ye Lingtian spoke up. If the hallmaster needs to communicate with the outside world, this is the safest way. He then handed Ye Chen a phone that looked like it was from the 80s or 90s. Ye Chen couldn't help but be astonished. Why is this phone so huge? Ye Lingtian explained. This is a handheld device we custom made. It has a very high level of security. In a crisis, you could even use it as a brick to bash someone's head in. Looking at this legendary Nokia, Ye Chen felt a bit more at ease. Good. If this thing falls to the ground, the floor will crack, but the phone won't even have a scratch. After dialing a series of numbers, the call connected. The voice on the other end said, Hello? Who is this? Ye Chen said softly, Ma Weiqi, it's Ye Chen. At that moment, Ma Weiqi hurriedly reported the situation. Mr. Ye, something terrible has happened. Dang Ao has chosen the Yunhu Manor in Jiangnan Province as the venue for his birthday banquet, Ma Weiqi continued. Furthermore, he sent Su Thuk Nien to Jiang City early this morning with experts from the Martial Arts Association saying they intend to bring Shen Haihua and that barbecue stall couple to the banquet. Hearing this, Ye Chen was absolutely furious. Seeing his expression darken, Ye Lingtian spoke softly. Hallmaster? Ye Chen called out, Ye Lingtian, the Jiangnan king replied. Yes, Ye Chen ordered in a stern voice. Immediately arrange a private jet for me. I must get to Jiang City immediately. Ye Chen sped away on his motorcycle. The voice on the other end continued to report, I'm sorry, Mr. Ye. We couldn't protect Director Shen. She's been taken. Not only that, the subordinate added, Mr. Ye. The barbecue stall belonging to the C family couple has been destroyed. We don't know the status of those inside. Ye Chen was incensed, gritting his teeth at the name Su Thuk Nien. She was the one who had dragged Ye Chen's friends into this conflict. At the same time, Su Thuk Nien and the gang members from the Dang family had arrived at the Meng family estate. Shuran spoke arrogantly. Meng Yuansheng, you are the head of the Meng family, yet you oppose us for the sake of one brat. Do you have anything left to say for yourself? Meng Yuansheng looked clearly distressed. Su Thuk Nien, didn't I tell you back then? Avon. Up until now, I have never laid a finger on the Su family. He worriedly thought, this is bad. Looking at the Dang family gang members before him, Meng Yuansheng felt a slight tremor of fear. Su Thuk Nien brought 3 experts here. Does she really intend to attack the Meng family? At this moment, Su Thuk Nien asked with her head held high. So what if I do? In the martial arts world, the big fish eats the small fish. You don't lay a finger on the Su family, so why can't I lay a finger on you? She stomped her heels. Su Thuk Nien triumphantly demanded that Meng Yuansheng kneel and kowtow. Otherwise, the Meng family would be wiped out. Hearing this, Meng Yuansheng was incredibly furious. Kowtow? I am the head of the Meng family. How can I kowtow to a girl? Looking at the tense situation, his son called out, Father! That made Meng Yuansheng's resolve waver, but at the same time, he was a father, and he had no other choice. Meng Yuanxiong decided to kneel at Su Thuk Nien's feet to protect his family. Young miss, I admit my fault. It is all my doing. Meng Yuansheng kowtowed until his forehead bled. He wept and begged, pleading with her to spare the Meng family. Seeing this, Su Thuk Nien laughed in delight. Ha 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 ha, she said arrogantly. Very good. Your apology pleases me greatly. Su Thuk Nien's attitude did a sudden 180-degree turn. Too bad. I won't accept it. She gave the order. Leave no one from the Meng family in Jiang City alive. Whether it's the elderly or the children, kill them all. Hearing this, the 500 gang members immediately rushed forward. The Meng family had no choice but to fight back. They shouted at each other to risk their lives. The hulking thug was particularly powerful, taking down many people with just a few simple moves. Even the blonde-haired subordinate was not to be outdone. The other burly man bared his teeth, enjoying the violence. Witnessing this scene, Meng Yuansheng was paralyzed with anxiety. It's over. The Meng family is in my hands. He thought to himself, I must at least let my son escape. Young Master Meng called out from the side. Father! The boy was teary-eyed with fear. Just then, Su Thuk Nien noticed the father and son. She pointed them out. There's still a brat hiding there. Leave no one behind. Hearing this, Meng Yuansheng flared with rage and charged forward directly. You people, don't go too far. If you dare lay a hand on my son, I will drag you down with me. He erupted with a fiery, intense aura. Come on. Regardless of everything, I am the head of the Meng family. Don't underestimate me. However, the muscular thug punched Meng Yuansheng with one hand. He was sent flying up into the air like a frog. Young Master Meng called out anxiously. Father! The muscular man turned toward the boy and roared. Die! Young Master Meng whimpered. Don't! Please don't! Facing such force, the boy fell to the ground and screamed in terror. Help! Someone! Help me! Just then, a hand blocked the muscular man's attack. Looking at the man standing in front of him, protecting young Master Meng, he roared in fury. Could you be Ye Chen? With eyes blazing with murderous intent, he threw a punch while shouting, Your father! Ye Chen then continued to pummel the muscular man mercilessly. At this moment, Su Thuk Nien shouted in a panic, He is Ye Chen! Attack him! 2 gang members focused their attention. The hulking brute threatened, Ye Chen, there is a path to heaven, but you choose not to take it. There is no door to hell, but you force your way in. Before he could finish, Ye Chen kicked his head clean off. Go to hell. Witnessing the scene, the blonde-haired subordinate couldn't help but tremble. His strength is far greater than I imagined. He leaped into the air and prepared to flee. I must hurry back and tell the president. Su Thuk Nien panicked, shouting after him, You want to run? You dare abandon me? My adoptive father won't let you off. The blonde subordinate sneered with disdain. You fool, who cares if you live or die right now? Unexpectedly, Ye Chen was already right beside him. Ye Chen nodded and said, "Fair point." Ye Chen glared and hissed, "Too bad for you. You're a dead man." After taking care of the 3 gang members, Ye Chen spoke in a stern voice. "Su Thuk Nien, the heavens gave you a pretty face and a good family background. Why don't you know how to cherish them? You just had to offend me." Su Thuk Nien screamed in terror. "No, no, don't come any closer," Ye Chen said in a low voice. "5 years ago, you humiliated me and mocked me. I didn't kill you when I returned, simply because you are a lowly woman not worth dying by my hand. I will only ask you one thing. Where is Shen Haihua?" Collapsed on the ground, Su Thuk Nien was sweating profusely from fear. She writhed, striking a seductive pose. "As long as you spare my life, I'll do whatever you say. I absolutely won't resist." Seeing this, Ye Chen's face darkened. He punched Su Thuk Nien in the face, sending blood splattering everywhere, and roared, "Do you think you're worth that?" Following that, Ye Chen unleashed another attack, sending Su Thuk Nien flying far away. Still not finished, Ye Chen stepped forward and loudly interrogated her. "Tell me where they are." Su Thuk Nien was a broken mess by now, sprawled on the ground like a stray dog. In a panic, she spilled everything. They had taken her to the Butterfly Manor in Jiangnan province. Without another word, Ye Chen grabbed his phone and spoke in a stern, icy tone. "Ye Langtian, bring a car to pick me up." As Ye Chen turned to walk away, Su Thuk Nien let out a sigh of relief, thinking she might just survive this. Whew. Ye Chen was still busy on the phone. "That's right, I need to get there as fast as possible." Finished, he shot her a glare and spoke. "Don't get the wrong idea," Ye Chen said bluntly. "I only told you to stay back because I didn't want your blood, to dirty my clothes." He clenched his fists, brimming with suppressed rage. Then, Ye Chen delivered a final, lethal blow toward Su Thuk Nien. Witnessing the scene, the members of the Meng family couldn't help but be stunned. It had only been a moment, and yet, it was all over. They cried out in shock. "My God, is this the power of Ye Chen? I knew he was strong, but I never expected he'd be this terrifying." Ye Chen answered coldly, "Just a side task." Then, the head of the Meng family, Meng Yuanshu, spoke up loudly. "On behalf of the Meng family, thank you, Master Ye, for stepping in to save us." Those behind him knelt in unison to pay respect to their savior. Ye Chen didn't even look back. He remained focused on the mission to rescue the others. Meanwhile, at the Yunhu Manor in Jiangnan province, a birthday banquet was in full swing. Everyone was greeting each other with joy. "Ha ha, President Duong, long time no see. Looking at your aura, I assume you've had a breakthrough?" They flattered him endlessly. "Congratulations, congratulations." President Duong sat regally in the center, a satisfied smirk on his face. "Haha, thank you all." As one of the heads sipped his tea, he remarked, "Ye Chen should be arriving soon, right?" The person beside him replied, "Everyone knows this is a Hongmen banquet, and we all know who the target is." Observing the scene, Chunya thought to herself, "All the top martial artists of Jiangnan are gathered here. Duong Gao has everything planned out. That brat, he must not come here." Chu Van Thien spoke softly. "If Ye Chen really comes here, we have decided to protect him. Doing so means severing ties with Duong Gao." Although hesitant to provoke the Duong family, Chunya remained silent. Seeing this, Chu Van Thien just sighed. "It seems the young lady's mind is made up," he thought. Just then, Duong Gao suddenly stood up and boomed. "For the past few days, that matter has stirred up a storm across the entire city. Do you all want to know what I, Duong Gao, intend to do today?" His eyes burned with killing intent. "It's getting late. Let's begin." Upon his command, 2 subordinates pushed the wooden doors open. They brought in people Ye Chen knew. The family of Uong Vu Hang and Tham Hai Hoa entered the banquet in terror. Up on the balcony, everyone was excited, eager to watch the show finally begin. Uncle Uong stammered, "Where is this?" Uncle Uong shouted, "What do you want by bringing us here? Aren't you afraid we'll call the police?" At this, Duong Gao sneered and roared, "Kneel." Everyone jumped in fright. Duong Gao's immense pressure forced the family of Uong Vu Hong and Tham Hai Hoa to collapse in agony. Fresh blood trickled from Uong Vu Hang's mouth as he tremblingly hugged his body, struggling to stand up, and shouted furiously, "You old bastard! How dare you touch my parents?" Wang Vu Hong yelled, "If you've got the guts, come at me." Unexpectedly, Duong Gao easily grabbed him by the head, leaving Wang Vu Hong stunned. He growled. Birds of a feather flock together, and people gather in groups. Duong Gao tossed Uong Vu Hang aside like a toy and mocked, You and that brat haven't reached a high cultivation level, but you've certainly learned how to act cocky. Yuang Wuhang was slammed hard into the wall, his body covered in wounds. Duong Gao glared with murderous eyes. Just a bunch of lowly bugs. Did you think I wouldn't dare touch you? Killing you is just a matter of time. If it weren't for wanting to lure that brat here, you'd already be a corpse. He stepped toward Tham Hai Hoa and whispered, "Don't worry. Whether that brat shows up or not, you're all going to die without a trace." Then, Duong Gao stomped hard on Tham Hai Hoa, making him scream in pain. Duong Gao continued to trample on him as if they weren't even human. Duong Gao narrowed his eyes. "I heard you and that brat have a deep relationship. You've been running yourself ragged in the business world for his sake. As a businessman, you must be quite good with words, right?" He smirked with amusement. "What a coincidence. Today is my grand birthday banquet. Say something nice, and who knows? If I'm in a good mood, I might just spare your life." Despite the pain, Tham Hai Hoa defiantly retorted, "It doesn't matter who you think you are, but I know one thing for certain. Anyone who offends Master Ye will die, and it will be a miserable death. You are no exception." However, in Duong and Gao's eyes, he was just a dying dog. "Ha ha ha ha, I'll die a miserable death? How interesting. Tell me then, how exactly will I die a miserable death? Go on, explain." Suddenly, the door behind Duong Gao exploded, in a cloud of dust and debris. A thunderous shout rang out. "Duong Gao, you dog!" Ye Chen arrived carrying a coffin and bellowed, "I've brought your birthday gift." He walked forward with powerful, steady steps. Everyone gasped in awe. Ye Chen is here. The Ye executioner is here. Chunya was also taken aback. He actually dared to come? How reckless. Chu Vanthin thought anxiously. Why did Master Ye come here? This is madness. At that moment, Ye Chen spoke in a low voice. "Duong Gao, you old dog. I've brought you a birthday present." He glared with a chilling threat. "Why aren't you lying down to try it out yet?" Suddenly, a crowd of people rushed forward, shouting, "Ye Chen! You actually dared to come here to die? We'll grant your wish now." They all unleashed their attacks toward Ye Chen. However, he remained calm, using the coffin to deflect them. With just a few simple movements, he left that group screaming in agony. Ye Chen successfully pushed back those insignificant pests. Seeing the fight, the onlookers cried out in amazement. "Are you kidding me? Who uses a coffin as a weapon?" Someone nearby scoffed, thinking there was nothing to fear. Such a heavy weapon. His movements must be sluggish. Thinking this, they rallied each other, charged together and kill him. Standing in the midst of the lopsided battle, Ye Chen remained terrifyingly calm. He growled, "You overestimate yourselves. Anyone who blocks my path," Ye Chen glared with murderous intent, a powerful surge of energy enveloping his body. Ye Chen swung the coffin, making the ground shake violently. Watching from the side all this time, Duong Gao was so furious his nose was practically smoking. That coffin is so heavy, yet in his hands, it's like a toy. It doesn't hinder his movements at all. Duong Gao's men were now panicked and terrified. They looked at the corpses strewn on the ground, unable to hide their horror. Oh God, oh no. Duong Gao felt a flicker of fear. In such a short time, so many experts. At that moment, Ye Chen walked forward casually. The two stared each other down with eyes like daggers. Ye Chen hurled the coffin toward the family head and shouted, "Duong Gao, you old dog, take your birthday gift." Seeing that mocking attitude, Duong Gao was enraged. Insolent. He unleashed a technique, creating a powerful, fiery blast. Duong Gao roared, "Break for me!" His force triggered a shocking explosion. Ye Chen remained standing firm, ignoring Duong Gao's bellows. The coffin remained perfectly still on the ground. Everyone gasped in shock. That last strike from President Duong was clearly intended to blow the coffin to pieces, but it's completely unscathed. The long-haired man looked on, stunned. Could it be that in the very first clash, President Duong has fallen into a disadvantage? That's impossible. By now, Duong Gao was extremely frustrated. Although he had used his full strength just now, the coffin had delivered a devastatingly heavy force. He thought furiously, if I hadn't focused my energy just in time, my arm would have been snapped. Looking at Ye Chen standing tall, Duong Gao thought to himself, it seems I underestimated him. I have to go all out against this brat. At that moment, Aunt Trong said shyly, "Master Ye, we've caused you trouble." Uncle Yuong added, "You've already given us so many medicinal pills. We'll go over there. Staying here only gets in your way." Ye Chen was tending to Tham Hai Hoa. He spoke firmly. "Anyone who lays a hand on you, none of them are leaving here alive." Hearing this, Duong Jiao burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Ye Chen, I am truly unimpressed by your arrogance. Do you really think I care about some birthday banquet? The only thing I want to do is to rip your head off right now. 4 great figures appeared in a brotherhood-style formation. Duonggao was confident he could kill Ye Chen. Those 4 were Yu Chan, ranked 194th on the Huaxia Grandmaster list, Vuong Chin Duong, ranked 203rd, and the other 2 were Cao Lao, ranked 190th, and Van Fong Fa, ranked 178th on the Huaxia Grandmaster list. Seeing the appearance of the F4, everyone gasped, "Oh my god, even they are here?" These 4 are the top figures in the Jiangnan martial arts world. At that moment, Duonggao decided to show off. Everyone has been speculating about my true strength. I won't hide it anymore. Actually, my rank on the Grandmaster list isn't 189, but 147. Hearing this, everyone's mouths dropped open in total shock. No wonder even Van Fong Fa, ranked 178th, was invited by the president. Ye Chen, even if you are a top-tier genius, you're going to die here. Duonggao pointed at Ye Chen and roared, "Do it! First, cripple him, then make him die in despair." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop!" Ye Chen and Duonggao were both surprised and turned to see Chunya stepping down from the second floor. She said, "President Duong, please show some mercy." Chunya hurried to say, "If the Chu family wants to protect this man, President Duong, would you do my family a favor?" Duonggao was furious and demanded, "Do you even know what you're saying?" Chunya firmly replied, "I hope you can show our Chu family some respect. Spare Ye Chen." Hearing this, everyone started whispering. They couldn't believe the Chu family was actually protecting Ye Chen, all based on just them. The bald man muttered, "That might not be certain." Back in the day, a grandmaster in the top 20 of the rankings even invited Master Chu to forge a sword. The man called Shi Trung whispered, "If they're willing to use all their favors, they might actually have the authority." By now, Duonggao was seething with rage. He snapped, "Tell me why." Chunya replied, "He possesses something my family needs. I'm sure you don't want to cause yourself trouble over a moment of impulse, do you?" Hearing this, Duonggao gritted his teeth in resentment. Chunya turned to Ye Chen and said, "I will get you out of here safely now, and you give that item to me." She whispered, "This deal isn't too much to ask, right?" Chunya believed that trading the Fa Hien sword for a life was a great deal for him. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen coldly replied, "Who said I wanted to leave?" His words left Chunya stunned. Ye Chen glared at them and said, "This is none of the Chu family's business. Stay aside." Chunya cried out in confusion, and seeing that, Duonggao sneered. Huh. Vuong Chin Duong couldn't believe his ears. I didn't hear that wrong, did I?" Yu Chan was picking his nose as he added, "He actually refused? Interesting," Van Fong Fa thought. "That kid must be out of his mind." Cao Lao also chuckled. "Is he begging for death?" Right then, Chu Van Thien whispered, "Kid, you don't know what's good for you." Chunya raised her hand, signaling them to stop. She had no choice but to step back. If Ye is so insistent, then let's just sit back and watch the show. Chunya didn't forget to remind him. Ye, if you want to change your mind, you can call for me at any time. Ye Chen just replied coldly. Just stand there and watch the show properly. Duonggao grinned with glee. Heh heh heh. Duonggao laughed excitedly. Ha 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 ha. It's rare for me to give you a chance to live, kid. If you're looking for death, I'll grant it to you. He then signaled with his hand and shouted, "Attack all at once. Finish this quickly." Immediately, 4 martial artists charged toward Ye Chen at the same time. He gave a mocking sneer. "A bunch of rats, you clearly don't know who you're dealing with. Just weeds on the roadside thinking they're flowers?" Ye Chen then activated the Dragon Shadow movement technique. His afterimages were enough to deal with the mob. Cao Lao was briefly stunned. Illusions? Van Fong Fa and Yu Chan wondered, what kind of skill is this? We've never seen it before. Even Vuong Chin Duong was incredibly shocked. By now, Ye Chen had already appeared behind Yu Chan. He growled, "Looking for me?" Yu Chan turned around just in time, thinking, "Trying to use me to open the fight, huh? Let's see if you've got the strength for it." Yu Chan leaped high, stomping down and roared, "You filthy brat! You think you can take me down in a flash?" Yu Chan shouted confidently, "Take this kick of mine." Unexpectedly, Ye Chen caught his heavy legs tightly. The very next second, Ye Chen took down Yu Chan with just a few simple moves. He stepped on his head, crushing it. Yu Chan let out a final cry. In the end, there was only a pool of blood left where the martial artist Yu Chan had stood. Everyone was shocked. I'm not seeing things, am I? It's only been a few seconds. And a top-tier grandmaster has already been taken down? The man named Shi Trung muttered, "Oh my god, this kid is terrifyingly strong." Witnessing the scene, Chunya thought, "His strength seems to far exceed my expectations." Vuong Qinduang gasped, "This kid is brutal." Van Fongfa still couldn't believe his eyes. "Yu Chan is dead?" Cao Lao said angrily. "Damn it. Yu Chan was too careless," Cao Lao warned. "Everyone, be careful. This kid intends to use illusions to mesmerize us and then sneak attack. A one-hit knockout. You really are despicable, kid." Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but find it ridiculous. 4 great grandmasters surrounding and attacking a junior, and I'm the one being despicable? He put his hand in his pocket and said, "Forget it. Just now I realized one thing. Even if I don't use the Dragon Shadow movement, you still can't do anything to me." Cao Lao sneered with contempt. "Big talk. Are you saying you want to fight the 3 of us head-on?" Ye Chen didn't care at all. "Although you're just small fry, you'll do for testing my sword." He pulled out a short, old-looking blade. Chunya recognized it immediately. It was the Fa Hien sword. Right then, Cao Lao laughed dismissively. "Ha ha, what can a broken sword do? As long as those illusions are gone, we can finish you in an instant." Vuong Qinduang and Van Fongfa, standing behind, quickly got into position. They all charged at once. Vuong Qinduang roared, "Die, Ye Chen." Van Fongfa boasted, "Witness our combined technique. 1 sword, 3 strikes." In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen had taken down the 4 top-tier martial artists. Everyone gasped in shock. What the hell? 1 strike, 1 kill? They were all top 200 grandmasters. They couldn't even block a single hit? They couldn't believe their eyes. "This can't be real. I must be dreaming." Just then, Ye Chen tilted his head and said, "It's your turn, Duong Ngao." Watching the battle unfold, Chu Van Thien's mouth hung open. 1 sword? 1 kill? The top-tier grandmasters are like paper in front of him. Is this really the Fa Hien sword? Chunya also couldn't believe what she was seeing. How is this possible? By now, Ye Chen, wielding the Fa Hien sword, had single-handedly taken down 3 of China's top 200 powerhouses. He gave a mocking sneer. "Is this what the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association calls power? You're all just losing face together." Ye Chen whispered, "But you, the big guy, are actually somewhat interesting." "You didn't die yet," Van Fongfa said angrily. "Don't look down on people. I've cultivated the diamond indestructible body. I won't be killed by you so easily." Hearing this, Ye Chen held his weapon ready. "Are you saying I should stab you a few more times?" "Heh." Van Fongfa shouted in a panic. "No, that's not what I meant. You misunderstood." At this moment, Duong Ngao stepped forward and whispered, "You're no match for him. Leave the rest to me." Van Fongfa said anxiously, "President, this guy's movement is like a ghost, and his sword is extremely troublesome. Let's join forces to kill him. It's the only way." Duong Ngao hatched a plan. "I'll engage him first. You stand on the side and strike his weak points." Van Fongfa, who loved dirty tricks, immediately replied, "Understood." The 2 of them shouted, "Kill him." "Fighting like that? Yet you think you're gentlemen?" Ye Chen thought to himself, grinning. "Blatantly teaming up to kill me? It's a waste that you're the Martial Arts Association president, Duong Ngao. You really have no shame." As Duong Ngao attacked, he roared, "Little brat, I admit you're very strong. Even so, you're going to die today without a doubt." He gathered energy in his hands. Then, Duong Ngao bellowed the technique, Spirit Snake Coil. Snakes made of raw energy were immediately summoned. Ye Chen quickly retreated to dodge the attack. Standing on the sidelines, Chu Van Thien looked worried. To have such a technique, Duong Zhao is worthy of being the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association president. Ye Chen is in danger. Even so, Ye Chen remained calm and said, "Manifesting power? Interesting." He quickly got into a defensive stance, ready to counterattack. "But with this sword of mine, these attacks are just passing clouds." Saying that, Ye Chen slashed straight through, severing the heads of the snakes. Seeing that, Duong Gao roared, "You're good at slashing, eh? But what's the point?" He was confident, thinking, "No matter how much you slash, you can't keep up with my speed." Unexpectedly, Ye Chen, who was in the middle of the encirclement, easily closed the distance to Duong Gao. He was so worried that his face turned deathly pale. "Teleportation? What kind of movement technique is this?" Ye Chen whispered. "Die," Duong Gao shouted. Now, Van Fongfa, who had been behind Ye Chen all along, immediately replied, "Understood, President." The 2 created a pincer attack. With his massive body, Van Fongfa grabbed Ye Chen. He shouted gleefully, "Ha ha, Caught you. That ghostly movement of yours is useless now, Duong Gao roared. Well done. Hold him tight. He then took the opportunity to strike. Ye Chen took the hit. Ye Chen gave a mocking sneer. Is that all? He lunged toward Duong Gao at dizzying speed. Right then, Ye Chen kicked Duong Gao squarely. Van Fongfa shouted anxiously. President! Even though he was slightly shaken, Van Fongfa still roared. So what if you blocked that strike? As long as you can't break free from me, you're just a fish in a barrel. Just then, Ye Chen swung his leg in a perfect arc and kicked Van Fongfa directly in the groin. His family jewels were shattered. Seeing Van Fongfa clutching his sensitive spot in agony, Ye Chen said triumphantly, As I thought, the diamond indestructible body has the same weak points. He swung the Fahian sword and continued. Furthermore, once broken, you're no different from a common mortal. Die! Van Fongfa hurriedly pleaded. Wait a moment. Before he could finish, the area was left with nothing but pools of blood from the 4 top 200 powerhouses. The crowd around was terrified. He's dead. Even the 178th ranked Grandmaster, Van Fongfa, is dead? All one-shot kills? Directly countering and killing them, someone muttered, That kid is clearly still young, but he can no longer be considered human. He's basically a monster. Chunya thought to herself. Although they say the Fa Hien sword was crafted by the best master of our Chu family, even with the sword, it shouldn't be this powerful. I originally thought the value of the Fa Hien sword far outweighed his life, which is why I proposed the deal. It seems that wasn't the case at all. Ye Chen brought the sword before the head of the Duong family and whispered, Deng Hao, your turn. Now prepare to die. He glared, his bloodlust reaching a fever pitch. Are you going to accept your fate obediently, or do you want to struggle? Deng Hao roared, his voice trembling with rage. You ruined my reputation, destroyed my power, and even killed my son. This grudge I will never forgive you. He unleashed his inner strength, causing his outer layer of clothing to shatter instantly. Deng Hao roared, Even if I have to throw my life away today, I will never let you walk away unscathed. Seeing this, Ye Chen was momentarily surprised. Deng Hao, still seething with murderous intent, spoke up. I'll give you this much credit. For all these years, you are the first person I've ever truly struggled to defeat. Even if it costs me my lifespan, I admit I underestimated you before. But now that things have reached this point, either you or I must die today. Muscles bulged beneath his massive frame. Ye Chen remained completely unfazed, quickly settling into his combat stance. Then the one dying is definitely you, Deng Hao. Ye Chen slashed horizontally with the Poshuan sword. Deng Hao gasped. How is this possible? As Deng Hao fell, crashing to the ground with blood spraying everywhere, Ye Chen sighed in disappointment. Still couldn't cut him in two? He asked coldly. Deng Hao, when I struck, you used your full strength to defend, didn't you? But in the end, it was all for nothing. Martial Arts Association President? What a joke, is that really all you've got? Deng Hao shouted, furious. You and I have no feud. Why did you kill my son? Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but scoff. Ha ha ha. You really have the nerve to ask that? You and your son have committed every evil act under the sun. Your son even wiped out the entire Jin family just over a piece of jade, shattering their lives and killing everyone. Did you never think that a day like this would come for you, too? Ye Chen continued. Besides, from the moment I killed Yuan Jing, you never intended to let me live. Did you? Cornered by the truth, Deng Hao could only grit his teeth in frustration, unable to do anything else. Suddenly, Ye Chen spoke up. Almost forgot about you and me. He smirked. Your right-hand man, Vice President Ma Weiqi, he's actually my person. Upon hearing this, Deng Hao was so enraged he spat blood. Ye Chen, even in death I will never forgive you. Ye Chen swung the Poshuan sword fiercely. With just that level of strength, you want to haunt me as a ghost? I'm afraid that's a bit difficult. Now, it's time to end you. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop! Ye Chen turned, annoyed. There was still someone looking for trouble. Fang Zhongxin from the Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau spoke up. He demanded in a stern voice, Put the sword away, kid. At that moment, Deng Hao broke into a joyful smile. Ha! Ha! Master, my master has come to save me, the man in the hat shouted. Kid, drop your sword at once. The Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau has priority in handling all disputes in the martial arts world. Violators will be executed. Ye Chen was clearly annoyed. What kind of nonsense is that? Never heard of it. Just then, Chu Ya waved to Ye Chen. Over here, she whispered. Stop, quickly. The Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau is the highest authority. They are responsible for investigating all criminal acts by martial arts. Powerhouses in Huaxia. Their existence is like the soul of the dragon, but they specialize in investigating martial artists. You cannot resist them. Hearing this, Ye Chen just let out a indifferent "oh." The man in the hat spoke. I know you and Deng Hao have a conflict. I will report all of this to my superiors. I guarantee a fair judgment. Deng Hao thought smugly. Ye Chen, you never expected me to keep a backup plan, did you? To prevent you from having an expert backing you, I specifically invited people from the main headquarters here. Although losing to you was unexpected, as long as they are involved, you won't be able to kill me. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen kicked his feet, then stomped down with a fatal blow to Deng Hao's head. Ye Chen smirked. Sorry, your smile was just too disgusting. Now, go to hell. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. He killed him. He actually killed the president right in front of the Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau. It's over the wrath of the Martial Arts Bureau. Is not something he can withstand. He's crazy. He is a total madman. The man in the hat shouted in rage. Unbelievable. To think someone would dare to challenge the authority of the Martial Arts Bureau. And a young man at that, he loudly ordered. Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau on duty. Everyone uninvolved, leave immediately. Watching this, everyone sighed. The pressure is so intense. Let's go. Let's leave quickly. They knew better than to get involved with these people. Meanwhile, Ma Weiqi was a bit worried. Master Ye is too strong to actually kill the president. But directly, provoking the Martial Arts Bureau, will that be a problem? Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Beep, beep, beep. Ma Weiqi wondered. Who is messaging me now? It was a message from Ye Chen. Ma Weiqi, hand over the affairs of the Haihua Association to them for proper arrangements. Ma Weiqi replied, Understood, Master Ye. At that moment, the man in the hat roared, You little brat. Are you looking down on me, using your phone? Let me tell you, no matter what reinforcements you've called for today, you won't have a good ending tonight, Ye Chen said with contempt. Don't rush, you're next on the list. Seeing this, Chuya hurried to remind him. Ye Chen, stop provoking them, she added anxiously. Ye Chen, I heard from Bailey Bing that you just returned to Huaxia, and there is a lot you don't understand. The Martial Arts Bureau and the Martial Arts Association are two different concepts, Chuya began to explain. The former is a state-affiliated agency, while the latter is a civil society. If you offend the Martial Arts Association, it's at most a personal grudge. But if you offend the Martial Arts Bureau, even if you're strong, you can't shake them. They have so many powerhouses. Seeing Chuya rambling on, Ye Chen couldn't help but say, Are you annoying? What does this have to do with you? You don't have a crush on me, do you? Chuya replied helplessly. Ha, are you even listening? Stop making trouble. Just then, the man in the hat warned. Miss Chu, leave immediately, or even you will be handled according to the rules. Chuya stomped off in annoyance. If it wasn't for that sword, who would even care about you? Hearing this, the Bureau's men were slightly surprised. Chuya thought angrily. Why is this guy so arrogant? After the bystanders were cleared, the Bureau's agents began to surround Ye Chen. The man in the hat spoke. Ye Chen, you have violated Article 9 of the Supreme Martial Arts Law of Huaxia. The Martial Arts Bureau has reason to execute you. Ye Chen realized their movements were forming a battle array. Trying to use a formation to deal with me? The man in the hat asked sternly. Do you have any last words? Ye Chen responded with only one word. Ignorant. The bearded man hissed. I tried to convince you, but you wouldn't listen. Time and again, you make me lose face. After that, he shouted, Execute the formation. The Bureau's men immediately lunged forward. Ye Chen was momentarily worried. A formation? Unexpectedly, the Bureau's men struck a Power Ranger pose and shouted, We are the special combat team of the Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau. Ye Chen was dumbfounded, thinking, I absolutely couldn't see what the point of that was. Seeing this, the bearded man bowed his head, trying to look cool. Are you stunned, kid? The Bureau thought that killing Deng Hao was fine. But you shouldn't have made our Bureau lose face. The 5-star General Maki, currently far away in the beautiful country, once stated, If the Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau enters this fight, our military will not dare to step 1 foot outside our borders. This is what the bearded man was most confident about. The name of the Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau is proven by pure strength. If I could possess this kind of power, then guns and ammunition would become a joke. Seeing that pretentious display, Ye Chen judged silently. Is the Martial Arts Bureau some kind of mental institution? The bearded man said confidently, Ye Chen, I'll give you one chance to apologize. Ye Chen asked coldly, Who is Maki? Hearing this, Fang Zhongxin was absolutely furious. Even his own men felt embarrassed. He couldn't help but click his tongue. The bearded man shouted, "You arrogant fool! Martial arts team, attack!" 4 agents constantly paced around Ye Chen. They all looked identical, with matching hairstyles, some wearing glasses, some not. They circled Ye Chen continuously. The bearded man smirked, thinking, "He's fallen for it. I intentionally used a fake formation to lure you in, so you'd lower your guard and walk right into the real trap," they shouted. Secret technique, the capture. The bearded man loved this move. It involved 4 top experts surrounding the enemy so that the target couldn't accurately judge the source of the attack. Ye Chen. Once an opening appeared. If he tried to attack one of them, the other 3 would strike from his blind spots. The perfect scenario played out in his head. The bearded man said, "You can kill Deng Hao, so you truly have strength, but now you have simultaneously." Ye Chen glanced around and spoke. "You're both talking at the same time. Surrounded by us. Surrounded by me." In an instant, the 4 bureau agents suddenly collided, punching each other. They gasped. What happened? Where did Ye Chen go? Ye Chen had quickly used the soaring dragon illusion and escaped the encirclement. Seeing this, the bearded man couldn't help but be shocked. Soaring dragon illusion? Why does this brat know such a high-level movement technique? The 4 bureau agents eagerly lunged again. "It's just a broken formation, don't be tense. We have the numbers. The advantage is ours." Ye Chen sneered with contempt. "Done playing? Then go to hell." He swung the Poshuan sword and unleashed the dragon-slaying sword technique. With just a few simple moves, he took the whole group down. The bearded man hurriedly shouted, "Special martial arts team." He couldn't even finish his sentence. He questioned furiously, "Ye Chen, do you know what you've done?" Ye Chen said coldly, "Save the talk. Next, it's your turn." The bearded man started gathering energy. "Prepare to die, Ye Chen," he shouted confidently. "Burn, Great Plateau Heavenly Fire. Wait, I mean burn, my unicorn." Following the bearded man was a tiny, baby-like unicorn. He unleashed his attack, roaring, Divine Horse Comet Fist. Facing the lightning-fast barrage, Ye Chen agilely unleashed his soaring dragon illusory god technique. He successfully dodged every single blow. The bearded man was incredibly shocked. "I didn't hit him? Why couldn't I hit him? My Divine Horse Comet Fist is the ultimate technique I've perfected over a lifetime. I can throw 10 punches in a minute. It's a technique faster than a whip crack." Just then, Ye Chen coolly smirked. Seeing this, the bearded man couldn't believe his eyes. Ye Chen had dodged his attacks so easily. Ye Chen mocked him. "So, this is all the Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau has to offer?" Ye Chen swung his broken sword and shouted, "You might as well go join your disciple." At that moment, Fang Zhongxin growled, "Stop!" Ye Chen turned toward Fang Zhongxin and unleashed a powerful strike that made the earth shake violently. Ye Chen whispered, "So, you're finally making a move, are you? Looks like I'll have to kill one more person today," Fang Zhongxin hissed, furious. "You brat! You're getting way too ahead of yourself." Fang Zhongxin squared off against Ye Chen. His previous move had been extremely flashy, with orange-gold light still lingering throughout the hall. Looking intensely at Ye Chen, he mused, "This kid is actually impressive. To have such strength at this age, what will he become if he's allowed to grow?" The old man, who was hiding behind Fang Zhongxin, clutched his leg and blurted out, "Master Fang, thank you for saving my life." Fang Zhongxin, not even looking at him, replied arrogantly, "It was nothing." After saying that, he took a step and pushed off the ground. Once again grandstanding, Fang Zhongxin threatened Ye Chen, "Brat, you've killed members of the Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau. Your crime is already unforgivable." With a cold, expressionless face, Fang Zhongxin declared, "Today, I, Fang Zhongxin, will deal with you right here." Without retreating an inch, Ye Chen raised his sword, what was left of it. "Talk is cheap," Ye Chen retorted. "I'd like to see who actually deals with whom." Fang Zhongxin never expected that he had been in someone else's crosshairs all along. That person was just waiting for him to show a flaw to strike immediately. A throwing dart whizzed past Fang Zhongxin's neck. The aim was incredibly precise. It was meant as a warning, not a kill. If it had been slightly closer, it would have slit his throat. Fang Zhongxin looked toward the assassin in horror and saw a massive force approaching. The leader was none other than Lei Shui. From a distance, he spoke, "That's enough. This pointless battle ends now." This wasn't just any ordinary group. Every one of them was fully equipped. 5 fingers on their triggers, just waiting for the order to not even let a mosquito escape. Fang Zhongxin frowned. "Lei Shui, what is the meaning of this?" Though he asked with his mouth, Fang Zhongxin clearly had his suspicions about the situation. You even brought specialized weapons meant to deal with martial artists. Are you looking to fight the Martial Arts Bureau to the death? Lei Shuwei shouted. Stop it. This isn't just about your bureau. It concerns my Long Hun as well. Still looking relaxed with his hands in his pockets, facing dozens of gun barrels, Fang Zhongxin retorted. Are you insane? What the hell does this have to do with Long Hun? Lei Shuwei stiffened his neck and argued. Mr. Ye is the chief instructor of my Long Hun. You tell me if it's related. Fang Zhongxin, if you still want to make a move, you'd better be prepared to face the wrath of Long Hun. The old man, who had been hiding behind Fang Zhongxin, was shaken to his core, his whole body trembling. What? That kid, he's actually the chief instructor of Long Hun? The old man searched his memory, and the more he recalled, the more terrified he became. The status of Long Hun and the Martial Arts Bureau were equal. To become the chief instructor, one must get approval from that person. Fang Zhongxin remained calm. Lei Shuwei, you need to think this through carefully. That kid is now opposing the Martial Arts Bureau to the death. Protecting him means Long Hun and the Bureau will become sworn enemies. Hearing this, Lei Shuwei couldn't help but pause to consider. Long Hun and the Martial Arts Bureau had always been partners. If they became enemies, it would be a massive blow to Long Hun. Fang Zhongxin wasn't doing much better. He gritted his teeth, wondering what the chairman would choose. A second later, Lei Shuwei made his decision. With eyes wide and voice booming, he declared, with him, Huaxia has nothing to fear in 100 battles. Long Hun, chief instructor, Ye Chen, no one is allowed to touch him. So, he had chosen to oppose them. It was a declaration of war. When these words came out of Lei Shuwei's mouth, apart from the calm Ye Chen, everyone else felt like a storm had been stirred up. Fang Zhongxin, unable to convince him, was fuming, the veins on his forehead bulging. He growled, "This is it, Lei Shuwei. You'd better not regret this." Facing the wall of 10 men, Fang Zhongxin stepped forward. Without looking back, he said, "Let's go." However, Ye Chen suddenly asked, "Did I say you could leave?" That question actually stopped Fang Zhongxin in his tracks for a moment. He turned his face back, putting on an arrogant air. "Brat, without Long Hun, you'd already be a corpse. Don't push your luck." Standing in the distance, Ye Chen said, "The Martial Arts Bureau and Long Hun are both top-tier organizations in Huaxia. I don't want the two sides to clash." He confidently issued a challenge. 5 days from now, at the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Arena. A life-or-death duel. Do you dare to accept? This battle would have nothing to do with the Bureau or Long Hun, just him and Fang Zhongxin. Before Fang Zhongxin could even speak, Lei Shuwei's subordinates were already trembling. Lei Shuwei stepped up to dissuade him. "Mr. Ye, please calm down. Fang Zhongxin isn't your average grandmaster. Long Hun protected you at all costs, not so you could go and throw your life away." Fang Zhongxin looked Lei Shuwei straight in the eye. "Lei Shuwei, do you still want to save him?" He was put in a difficult spot, stuttering for half a day before coming out with a nonsensical, "No." Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lei Shuwei shifted the wind. He said, "Fang Zhongxin, you seem to have misunderstood. From the moment I stepped through that door, I was never trying to save Mr. Ye. The one I want to save is you and the Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau behind you." Fang Zhongxin heard this explanation and let out a hearty laugh. He mocked, "Lei Shuwei, you're saving me? And Mr. Ye, Lei Shuwei, are you trying to laugh me to death?" Before leaving, Fang Zhongxin said these final words, effectively confirming the life-or-death pact with Ye Chen. "If you're looking to die, then I'll grant your wish. 5 days from now, at the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Arena. I might as well tell you, I'm currently ranked 99th on the Grandmaster ranking. Go prepare a nice coffin for yourself." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh loudly once more before vanishing. After waiting for Fang Zhongxin's silhouette to disappear completely, Lei Shuwei questioned him loudly. "Reckless, Mr. Ye. You were too reckless," Ye Chen asked calmly. "So, what if I kill him in the arena?" Lei Shuwei shouted even louder. "That will completely offend the Martial Arts Bureau." Lei Shuwei used all his might to express his extreme opposition. "Ye Chen, how will you have a place in the martial arts world in the future?" Ye Chen, on the contrary, was incredibly calm. He said slowly, "Who said I wanted to mix in the martial arts world? Besides, the moment I killed Lu Nao in front of them, they already had no intention of letting me live." Ye Chen's face darkened, but every word he spoke was incredibly bright and warm. "Even if you didn't protect me, they would still strike at me from the shadows. Nothing would change. But your actions touched me. In the future, if Long Hun needs anything, just come to me. I won't blink an eye." These words of Ye Chen were like an elixir. Lei Shuwei's massive army cheered. "Mr. Ye, You are the chief instructor of Long Hun. No matter what happens, we will not hesitate to stand behind you. Long Hun is your firmest support. Just then, on Kunlun Mountain, the snow was white and vast. Not a single person appeared. In the middle of the sunny courtyard, Tan Zhengyang was focusing on his cultivation. Tan Kun walked over from a distance, asking with concern, "Son, you've been healing for so long. Hasn't that backlash injury healed yet?" As his father approached, he stopped his cultivation, pushed himself up with his hands, and said, "It's better, but it still hurts." Looking at the silent courtyard gate, Tan Zhengyang asked anxiously, "Dad, how much longer are we going to wait here? We've been waiting outside for a week. The gate hasn't opened once. Is anyone actually going to come out?" This kind of doubt was something Tan Kun couldn't give an accurate answer to. So he comforted him, "As long as we are sincere, the master will definitely notice. The Tan family wants to take a step forward. This is the only way. We have to wait, no matter how long." He continued, "The top martial arts families in Jiangnan province have never been the goal of our Tan family." Waving his hand boldly toward the distance, Tan Kun said, "Your father wants to bring our family to establish a top-tier power. Only the capital is the true battlefield for Huaxia martial artists." Seeing this, Tan Zhengyang felt refreshed and smiled brightly. "Understood. Then I'll keep waiting. But waiting here every day, eating wind and sleeping under the dew, if it really doesn't work, I'll just eat his." Just as Tan Zhengyang finished his sentence, the courtyard gate slowly creaked open. From inside, a hearty laugh drifted out. "Good, good." Within a year or half a year, a Taoist priest just stepped out, carrying the bearing of someone beyond this world. Tan Kun turned around, dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open. Lin Moshan had finally deigned to show his face. Clad in a cassock, his feet gliding like clouds. A small twig was tucked into his bun, giving him a very ethereal feel. Seeing him, the two father and son of the Tan family bowed respectfully. "I am Tan Kun, paying respects to the senior." Tan Zhengyang said, "Following my father, I pay my respects to the senior." Lin Moshan asked directly, "You've been waiting outside my gate for many days. What is it that you seek?" Tan Kuncheng answered honestly, taking this opportunity to state his desire clearly. "Senior, I wish to invite you to come out of retirement to protect the Tan family." Unexpectedly, Lin Moshan closed his eyes and slowly refused. "This old man is used to being free, which is why I stay here." Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, glanced sideways, and said, "I do not wish to be bound." Tan Kuncheng still bowed with clasped hands, trying to persuade him. "Senior, please wait a moment. Take a look at this item, then think about it again. It won't be too late." Saying that, he reached out and summoned a treasure. In the blink of an eye, the treasure appeared and rested firmly in Tan Kuncheng's hand.